Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Baker. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Rebecca. Welcome back. We are day 2 here at the biggest Lorcana event of season 2 in North America. The first Lorcana event, but that's still the biggest, right?
Oh, yes.
Rebecca, how are you feeling?
Oh, it's just been such a thrilling weekend. The community together again. So much excitement with day 2 starting. All the side events happening today. Meeting artists. It's just, the room is buzzing, and it's been so much fun walking around, meeting people. I know it's been the same for you. And yeah, I'm excited for some fantastic games today, and we might even have some games up here later.
Oh, is that so? Oh, I'll look forward to that.
Some fun.
It's been outstanding. Honestly, I sent out a message earlier just saying thank you to the American community for just being so welcoming, and it's just great. I said this yesterday, and I will continue to say it. It's so good to be back in Challenge season. It's been a long off season for a lot of people. We got a lot of players that are very hungry, keen to get back into the competitive spirit, earn those invitations to the national championships, and then of course all the way to Worlds.
All the way to Worlds. There's a lot on the line. Of course, we are going to go over that tournament structure again today because this is new for season 2, the tournament structure.
Sure is.
First thing off, we have core constructed format. So we have set rotation has gone into effect with Fabled. So we have regular deck restrictions, but only cards from Shimmering Skies and forward are legal in this format. Today, though, side note, we do have a really big Infinity tournament happening as part of the side events as well. Yesterday, we had 8 rounds of Swiss. Players were trying to get 6 match wins, that 18 match points to advance to day 2. And we are there now. Today, we have 4 more rounds of Swiss, Baker.
Yeah, 4 more rounds of Swiss today, and then we will be cutting to the top 32. And those players, if you get a top 32, you have secured that invitation to the North American National Championship. So that's going to be a weight off the shoulders. Because the thing is, like, obviously the players want the prizes, right? We'll get to the prizes in a moment, but for a lot of players, it's just looking for that next opportunity to play Lorcana at the next best competitive level, like ticket to nationals, and then hopefully a ticket to the World Championship. So yeah, top 32 will be the cut, 60-minute rounds, but I think we're actually proceeding to 70-minute rounds afterwards. Yes, top 32, 70-minute rounds. Top 8 will be completely untimed. We want to allow our players the time to play the games out properly, and then when we get all the way to the grand finals, Rebecca, best of 5. We love a best of 5.
We love a best of 5, and in fact at Bologna it went all the way to game 5, so it'll be fantastic to see how that plays out. We, of course, are playing for some fantastic prizes. We had players who got some of these cards yesterday, that Pegasus and Mulan. Today, though, we have the top 64. They won't go to top cut, but they'll get this gorgeous Simba Pride Protector card. Our top 32 getting the Elsa Ice Maker, and then top 16 getting that gorgeous, stunning foil Elsa Ice Maker playmat.
She is absolutely stunning. I tried and failed to slip one in my bag, but never mind. But the prizes do not stop there. If you make it all the way to the top 8, the creme de la creme of the Disney Lorcana trading card game, the one of 500 serialized golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. What a fantastic trophy souvenir, well, however you want to put it. Just what a wonderful piece to add to these players' collections. But it doesn't stop there, Rebecca.
And there's more.
There's now hold back. There's more. If you make it to the top 4, you will be going home with a foil uncommon uncut sheet. This is something that the Lorcana community were crying out for during season 1. We love an uncut sheet. What a beautiful piece of memorabilia to get to take home. If you make it all the way to the finals, you're going to have a complete foil set of set 9 Fabled, including all the Enchanted and the Epics, and of course, Rebecca, first place, a foil rare uncut sheet, a Disney Lorcana trophy, and of course, the invitation to the World Championships.
2 Worlds, yeah. Quick note, though, here. Even though our top 2 will get that entire foil set, they still have to get iconics just like anyone else.
Oh, absolutely. We love an iconic. And we got some beautiful iconics introduced in Fable, that Mickey and Minnie. And we've already seen the iconics that are becoming very soon in Whispers in the Well. A beautiful Ariel. And the one that's going to be my chase, probably no surprise, that awesome Hades card.
Yes. Yeah, and this day has been this weekend has been such a fantastic weekend. Besides the main tournament, we have tons of other events going on as well. We have side events. We also have artists here. So, and here, this is our casters.
We got a wonderful cast as well.
Yes.
We'll get to the artists in a moment. But yes, my name is Baker. I am the villain, and I'm joined by the wonderful Rebecca Quest. We are your hosts for the Disney Lorcana Challenge, and we are joined by our star-studded cast. We have Brandon B Squared, Liam Cosma, JD Quest, and making her debut for the Disney Lorcana Challenge, the wonderful, the high-energy Katie.
Katie. Yeah, this team is a dream team to work
It really
with.
is.
It is fantastic. I'm so glad to have everyone here on this team, and we hope that you all have been enjoying this stream. Here are the artists joining us this weekend: Aubrey Archer, Christian Romero, and Mariana Moreno. And I love all the art that these artists have done.
It's a dream. I fell in love with this game the moment I saw the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist just before Lorcana came out.
Yes.
So I know firsthand just how much the art can influence someone to get into this game.
Yes. Now, we do have some exciting things coming up in the future. Of course, this weekend has been incredible, and we know that those of you watching at home are hoping one day I can make it to a Disney Lorcana Challenge and be there in person with the rest of the community and be in these events. And so we do have 2 more Disney Lorcana Challenges that are going to be going on sale very soon. There is in January of 2026. We have the Richmond, Virginia, and that is going on sale November 10th, and that's just a couple weeks away, so mark your calendars. These events do sell out. And then after that, in March, we are going to Belgium for Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent.
And you know what's very exciting about Ghent, Rebecca?
4,000!
4,096 tickets available for the main event. I am absolutely buzzing to see what that hall's going to look like. It's already amazing with 2,000 players,
right?
but we're doubling it,
We're
Rebecca.
doubling it. I mean, it feels like incredible being in a room with 2,000 people who have the same passion and love for this game, and I can't imagine what it's going to feel like, the energy that is going to be in that room for Ghent with the 4,000 people.
It's going to be amazing.
Now, getting back to this weekend, though.
Let's do it.
We're
living in the here and now.
We had some fun little friendly rivalry going on between the casters. We had a little fantasy draft, but before we talk about that, I know we have some really fun things from yesterday.
It was a wonderful day yesterday.
Did you see all the cosplayers?
It was absolutely amazing, but if you didn't see the cosplayers, we're going to be giving you a little look as to how day 1 went down here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Oh. Wow.
I love it so much. I can't even tell you how much I love it.
I am so proud of us. There's a really iconic, pun intended, shot that was being used throughout season 1 of a wonderful Illuminator dressed up as Belle, accomplished mystic. She's actually here today dressed up as a different Belle. But it's just great to see how we've grown. Now so many Illuminators coming down in their amazing cosplays. I saw a fantastic Maleficent there, the Bruno, the Kuzco with the giant card.
Okay, he's here today again. He has a giant card, and he is Beast today.
With the poison. The poison for Kuzco. The poison's been chosen specifically to banish Kuzco.
That's the one.
Poison? There we go, that poison.
That's the one. So I have to go get a picture with Beast later because I'm channeling my inner Belle today.
Oh, you are absolutely smashing it. It's great.
Oh,
Rebecca, it's so great to be here with you again. It's always a pleasure. And again, if you are joining us, watching us on Twitch, thank you so much for your time. Maybe you were with us yesterday as well, watching the highest level of Disney Lorcana gameplay, but we've got plenty more of action here today. We're going to be crowning our first champion. But that being said,
now to the friendly rivalry.
Now it's time. You were alluding to a little competition. Tell us about it.
I'm not doing very well with my team, but I have 2 of my team have made it to day 2. Let's take a look at our fantasy caster draft. JD is just smashing it with his team, leading us off with 96 points. I believe all 5 of his players made it to day 2. blue.
That is a pretty good lineup for JDZ. No surprise to see him with 96 points, just zooming ahead of the rest of us. In second place, we do have the wonderful Liam with Ed Chu, Brian Cortade, Lucas, Logan Taylor, known as Zenulus, and Daniel Holt. What a star-studded team. And I'm in third place, but Katie is catching up to me.
She's catching up. She is.
She is
You
on
better
my
watch.
tail.
You better watch it.
But I'm pretty happy with my team. Zach Bivens, unfortunately, not making day 2 this time, but we all know Zach Bivens is a tried and tested player. I'm sure that he has wonderful things to come throughout the rest of the season. But I've got Frank Carsten in top cut and the man Fumbles, who is very high on my list of, Rebecca, I keep talking about this. We have established stars in Lorcana, people that we quote unquote expect to be doing well throughout the season, looking to get to nationals, looking to either get back to Worlds or make their debut at Worlds. But we've also got a lot of really hungry players, Rebecca, players that are brand new, or players that played last year but didn't quite make it to the top of the mountain. And Fumbles for me is very high on that list of players that I know has the talent, has the passion, and has the potential to go all the way. So hang on to the name Fumbles. I think it's a name you're going to hear a lot this season.
Yep, and for me, obviously, and I know for you as well, on my team, I have Tiago there.
Great guy.
A new player that we've seen up and coming this season. He is on day 2, so we'll see how he does for the rest of the day. So keep track with us, everyone watching at home. Hope that you're following along with our fantasy draft. It's super fun. It's really fun talking to the players that are on our teams too. They're like, I'm going to get more points for you. So
yeah, I spoke to Frank Carson and he was like, don't worry, I'll do my best for you. I was like, Frank, you do what's best for you. If you can drag me to victory along with you, then I will happily ride your coattails, my friend.
Well, we do have some other exciting things to talk about, Baker. I know that everyone has been wondering what is being played in Milwaukee. And we do have a meta breakdown for you of what was in the room. In the room where it happens, we do have Amethyst and Sapphire there with the largest representation, but it did go down quite a bit. And I was kind of expecting that, actually. And we have there Amethyst Steel and then Amber Steel following up as your top 3 represented decks.
Yeah, I think the biggest maybe surprise here, although not to everybody, is the surgence of Sapphire Steel. Now, in Bologna, we saw a few players performing very well with this deck, and I've spoken to a lot of players in the room over the course of the weekend that they think Sapphire Steel is actually a sleeper pick to really be well positioned into the meta game. We saw in Bologna a lot of people playing the Scar Future King, and I'm sure there's some of those out there, but the American community attacking that deck from a slightly different perspective, playing things like Beyond the Horizon to be able to combat these Blurple decks that they do like to draw cards, Rebecca.
Yeah, I think Emerald and Emerald Sapphire dropped quite a bit from what we saw in Bologna as well. I'm not totally surprised by that, though. I think I expected that one to drop down a little bit. I personally am surprised that Amber Steel didn't see a little bit larger representation.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those decks that has such a target on it, right?
Sure.
You've got to think people are coming into the room today, you know, they don't want to just lose because the Amber Steel decks just turn sideways the first 4 turns. I kind of like what you did to me in Bologna.
Exactly,
honest,
like
Rebecca.
What I did to you, yes.
Like, it was just kind of just over before I really got a chance to do anything. So I can understand a lot of players kind of building their deck saying, I want to beat the aggro matchups. But yeah, to your previous point about Blurple, the Sapphire Amethyst, affectionately known as Blurple by the community, I think if you're following Lorcana content, a lot of the well-respected players in the game were saying, I think Blurple will still be the most popular deck, but I do expect it to be a slightly lower percentage compared to what we saw in Bologna. But other than that, no real surprises on this list. You know, Emerald Steel doing particularly well.
Really well, yeah. And I know we did also see some Ruby Amethyst decks.
I got very excited yesterday.
Sneaking in there.
Got to
Lucas
watch Lucas, top 8 of the World Championships. I was kind of going a bit OTT with Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, but I make absolutely no apologies for that. If you're going to play Ruby Amethyst, I'm going to be excited.
You're going to be excited.
Baker's
going to be excited.
If you're going to follow the ninth rule of villainy, if all else fails, turn into a dragon, I'm going to be a fan of yours.
Yes, well, I'm curious to know what our friends in the booth think of this meta breakdown. We have Liam and Katie there.
The couch.
What do you two think? Any surprises to you? What stood out?
I mean, the diversity is quite exciting. I mean, you look there. I mean, my biggest surprise is seeing that people believed in Sapphire Steel and that we've seen it on the featured match. We might see it again because it's viable. It's back, baby. And we know that's a deck that has some very big fans. Amber Steel's still there, so I'm still happy. But what about you, Liam?
No, I think it's the same. I think, Baker, you hit it on the head, highlighting why Sapphire Steel is so prominent this weekend and rising. I'm willing to bet that if you look at the conversion rate, too, you're going to see something very similar to Bologna, where dogs converted so well. I think that's probably the story of Sapphire Steel this tournament. So what I'm really interested in is seeing how that share of the meta today compares to who makes the top 32.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you know what I'm excited for, Liam and Katie? I'm excited for you two to provide some top-tier analytics and commentary for our first match of the day.
Go.
So me and Rebecca, we're gonna go have a cup of tea. We're gonna leave you to do the hard work. Is that all right?
You can
That
do it. We'll do it
sounds
from
good.
here.
Easy, guys. Have a good time.
We got it. Grabbing
We
the
took it,
baton.
we took it.
It's
And-
grabbing the bull by the horns.
And
Let's
such a
go.
good point you made. I mean, the conversion rate is something we talk about. You see that data, but what's the second most important thing is, well, which decks actually did good? And that's what we're going to find out today is, you know, these are the decks that are brought, but what were the decks that really made it? And we are going to see some of the day 2 starting right now, round 9.
9. I'm ready to go. Yeah, that really is the story, because anybody, as people choose which decks to bring in, the story is how well did each deck do in a particular match. And there's a number of things that contribute to why certain decks convert and why they don't. But what's really, really fascinating, again, is to see how they convert to day 1 to day 2. And speaking of day 2, like, we're ready to go, I think, with our first match.
Yes.
Let's dive right in.
I woke up and I was ready. I hope to open my eyes and see it, but this is the next best thing. We're about to see it right here. And these are faces that you are going to recognize. I'll talk about, we'll start with the man on the left here. This is a familiar face, and tell us about
Oh, man. Josh Polt is one of my favorite players. He's from New York. He's a lawyer by trade, actually. And he won the first DLC in North America, DLC Atlanta, bringing a very spicy off-meta deck that nobody anticipated. I had the pleasure of broadcasting his finals that weekend, and got to like Google certain cards as he was playing them, because there were cards that nobody expected to see, like Fairy Godmothers, and Perdita was running around, and some others. So it was a lot of fun. And he's here. He's become kind of known for off-meta decks, but also this color combination. He likes to play dogs or some of these low-to-ground decks, and yeah, so I'm excited to see how he performs here.
Now, we talked about Sapphire Steel, and here we have Tyler Sunakawa, who is a player from California that has become a name that I think we're going to know, because he was the winner of a very large tournament down in Fort Worth earlier this year. And the notable thing is he had this incredible run at a very large tournament, and there was another kind of side event where it was a 3-person tournament, and he won that one too. He just couldn't stop winning, and I'm very excited to see, because he's one of those players that, you know, he finishes the job. You know, Ed Chu has a job's not done. Tyler says, well, the job will be done because I'm here, and very excited to see how it performs, because this matchup, Steel can be very, very menacing for these dog-based decks.
Yeah, and Tyler's one of those players. You find these players who don't make it to a lot of competitive events. Maybe they make it to one here or there. But then when you talk to the people in their community, they're like, yeah, this is one of the players that tests all of us, and he's the one you have to get through if you think your deck's good. And Tyler is that player out in California. A fantastic community out there, and very well known. So we have a battle of titans here, and a fun matchup here as well. We talked about Blue Steel being well represented in the meta. We're going to get to see that here into probably a fairly traditional dogs build. And it's going to be an exciting matchup.
And we see my favorite card being inked. And it's always sad when you see your favorite card being inked, but I trust I'll get to see it again. And that is Vincenzo Santorini, one of the last members of Atlantis to be added. But he is a great top end of the deck, what kind of shows you where we're going. But on the other side, we're going to start with a little more gentle card. And we do have Lady being deployed on turn 1. And this is the beautiful enchanted version.
Yeah, this family dog here coming down on turn 1. It's, you know, what this dog's deck. So let's talk about Josh's game plan a little bit. This deck is thought of as an aggro deck sometimes because it is very low to the ground, but it's actually not aggro in the traditional sense of you drop a character, you quest, you immediately gain the lore, and you keep doing that over and over again. What it actually wants to do is be a little bit patient. It relies on certain synergies, cards that give strength or augment strength when they come on the board, but also really, really importantly, the synergy with Tramp, Street Smart Dog. And this is a card that gets cheaper for every single character you have on the board. And what this deck really wants to do is put together eventually a very difficult or impossible board state. And so you're going to drop a 1-on-1, 2-on-2 if you can, build up 4 or 5 characters, and then start to string together Street Smart Dogs to make a very, very wide board.
Now, one thing I am interested about, you said that's their strategy, but they also know that Tyler has access to a pretty menacing song. We saw that could be a Strength of a Raging Fire, which can be very disruptive to the dog plan. So something that can be very interested in these Emerald decks is whether they decide to do something like an Ursula that can be very disruptive to their go-wide plan if they are afraid of it. But they need, like you said, that synergy. We need our ladies, we need our tramps. And there we go. We see he decides to go ahead right off the bat and play the Ursula, and we see something very interesting because Smash is in there, and Smash is famously not a song. So that is a removal card. You get to deal 3 damage. So Ursula's there. He got information, but it is always such a bold play to look for that song because it pays off, it feels good. But if it doesn't, you are left saying, well, I guess I have a 1-3 on board and I don't have 2 1-drops like I might have wanted on that turn 2.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's back over to Tyler here. After the ramp on 4, we're playing the Mulan. This card allows you to draw a card and discard a card when she enters play. So very popular in Steel, allows you to dig through your deck a little bit, find the key combo pieces that you need. Also allows you to run a few more uninkables sometimes because you can get rid of them in your hand. As we are there, getting rid of that Hades. And we're going to ink again with that Pleakley.
Oh, and Pleakley is such a fun card. And Pleakley's another card that, I mean, when you play against this deck, in a Steel Mirror, it can be a little bit difficult because the Pleakley can sometimes be very obvious that they're going for it. If you basically essentially can disrupt their turn 4 by getting rid of the character that they would likely get rid of the Pleakley. And then we see something incredible. He elects to go ahead and do a second Ursula, which is an incredibly bold move. He didn't hit the first time. To do it again shows that he's like, listen, I'm confident that if I lose this, I can't do my Under the Sea. I can't do my Tramp shenanigans. I'm going back with a second D23 Ursula, and he does it, and he hits that Drink the Raging Fire.
I mean, huge play there. As you said, bold move to assume he might draw into that card. Now, maybe he didn't have another play, but to assume, hey, I have to hit that strength or it's going to disrupt, as you said, my plan. Yeah, really, really fun play there. But here comes this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, all the way back from set 1, reprinted in Fabled, and we're getting the enchanted version from the first chapter here, doing 1 damage across the board and really shuts down questing, because when she banishes a character, she can deal 2 damage to another character in play, 2 for 1 there. Pleakley going to go on a cheeky quest, knowing that Josh is not likely to challenge back in.
Now, I did talk to a Sapphire Steel player during my set champs and talk about, how is this deck doing? And they said, well, it's critical I hit second ramp because they really have these extremely expensive cards. We're going to see them for the next few turns. We already saw Vincenzo, we saw Tinkerbell, we saw Hades. And the faster, the better. So that 2 ramp becomes a lot more valuable.
Look at this.
But that is a lot of very fancy cards being done. We look like was that a?
So this is not a traditional Dogs deck. Dogs sometimes, but not often, run Clarabelles. I don't usually see Surfer Stitches in there.
No.
There's usually pretty top heavy. So we got a really good look here. Very, very shiny. But so what just happened, Street Smart Dog, when it comes into play, allows you to draw cards and discard cards equal to the number of characters you have in play, which is key to the game plan of this deck. Not only does it allow you to find some of your combo pieces, but it also fills up your discard pile with cards you're trying to get back later, which leads me to believe that there may be a card in this deck that pulls a lot of characters out of your discard pile. It's a card that we saw come out very recently in Fabled, and I'm excited to see if we see it here.
I know. I'm hearing it in my head. Everyone's probably thinking about it because we did get to see Clara run that card. But we don't know 100%, but that is such a good thing because honestly, some of these cards struggle with card draw. We just saw Beyond the Horizon being deployed where you were able to discard your card hand and draw 3 cards. And then we see him even after that, he's going to go ahead and do a Vision of the Future. He does go ahead and get a dock. So card draw in this post-rotation meta is something very premium, and we're seeing some very creative ways of doing it. I mean, that Surfer Stitch is a great example. Doing things like Beyond the Horizon. We're doing what we can to get more cards in hand. And here we go. He plays that dock to say, I need 2 more. And he's looking for these top-end answers, these very oppressive things, because he sees with the writing on the wall that Joshua's board is getting bigger and meaner. And now he sees that Surfer Stitch. He's like, I'm not entirely sure what he's up to, but it's pretty scary.
There's a second battle going on here, Katie, and that is the battle to see who has the shinier deck.
Yeah, they both are winning quite well.
It is more glittery than Tamatoa's Den out on that board right now with the discard pile and cards in play. So Josh, back over to Josh now. I think I see a Clarabelle in hand, but here Josh just content to keep building up the board and really can't do much without opening himself up to a challenge by that fairy. But here we're going to see, I think I know it, it is the Circle of Life coming down. We're going to pull that Surfer Stitch out of the discard pile, play it for free. Surfer Stitch, when it comes into play, allows you to draw 2 cards if you have 2 more characters in play, so making use of that there. And fun, we are getting the Circle of Life variant of this deck. It's a lot of fun.
It moves us all, I believe.
And it moves Stitch into play.
Yes, and Stitch means family, and family means card draw. There's so many things here. I will say that, Arthur, I'm so interested to see it being played. This matchup is incredible. Sometimes these matchups by this day 2, we're like, wow, we've seen it, we've talked about it. But both of these players are doing a great job of saying, hey, guys, yeah, the meta might be a little on the end of its time, but that is a time where you can start looking at your card collection and saying, what can we do with these cards to do a little fun? And Joshua is definitely taking advantage because, as we know, this is very common in many decks. There's not a lot of easy ways to clear a board. You have to work pretty hard for it. We saw Tinkerbell come in and drop 1 damage, but that was nice. But otherwise, we're looking at things like Under the Sea, which gets hard against a deck like Tyler. So this is just very interesting. Both players' board getting wider means we're about to see some interesting. We're at 1-1, so not a lot of questing going on yet. So I imagine we're about to get into a point where some people are going to have to take action, and we're seeing it right now.
Oh, look at that. We got a challenge here. So we shifted that lady into play. That allowed us to take 2 characters out of our discard pile. We pulled back the Vanessa and another card I didn't quite see, but then a double challenge into that Tinkerbell, removing that big threat from the board, so it doesn't give Tyler the option to crack back and then deal 2 damage to a ready character. So Josh doing a little bit of board control there after having got that Stitch for free and then pulled back 2 characters to a discard pile and sitting with a pretty healthy hand now of, I think, 5 cards.
Yeah, and Lady Miss Park Avenue is another example of creative card draw, where it's a card draw from your discard, which is not even technically card draw, but it's replenishing your hand, which is effectively the same outcome. So it is very cool to see how Joshua is able to maintain a pretty healthy board state while also being able to keep his hand full. And we've seen Tyler also work pretty hard to do the same thing. And it's interesting. We see this Namari come in, and Namari has been a card that has been teched in a couple different decks. We've even seen her in Amber Steel, but in this case, she is somebody that's going to be the bigger your discard or the discard pile is, the bigger she is, and that can be menacing, especially if you're trying to get some of these bigger characters like we see Joshua developing on his board.
Yeah, beautiful Jasmine heading down into the discard pile there. And yeah, Namari, very well statted. 5 willpower is also fairly significant. It's trickier to remove in this current meta, but discarding a card there, I'm not sure how much strength Namari has, but it's a bit.
Yeah, more than a couple, I would say, based on that stack. A lot of Enchanted. Does that count for more? But either way, she's good, but she quests for 2, and they're doing a good job at managing each other's board right now. We're still, if anybody's paying attention at home, at 1 lore to 1 lore. So it's kind of interesting. Both these decks are playing as a control deck to each other while doing some very impressive things, but not a lot of the impressive lore things yet.
No, and I do think that the longer this game goes, the inevitability is with the Sapphire Steel deck. Josh really wants to be like going as wide as possible if he can. But he has got
a lot of cards there.
Very, very creative card draw so far with that Stitch and getting those cards out of his discard pile. Oh, and here is this Scar. Heartless Hunter, I believe it is, all the way back from Shimmering Skies.
Yes, and I mean, this card is one that, once again, this isn't a card you see in every single person's deck, but he has Ward, which is incredible if you're trying to get away from getting some targeting. And then whenever one of your character challenges a damaged character, you may draw a card. So you're able to take that Ursula, who's been sitting there doing pretty much nothing, and now she can deal 1 damage into something and make that Scar a bigger problem here. So Vengeful Lion indeed, and once again, showing that people are rereading these cards and saying, how could they synergize together to be a problem? And a problem it is, because Tyler had a very menacing, pretty beefy board, and now there's just 1 Namari sitting there by herself.
Yeah, and this is something that Josh is known for. He is a deck builder and is known as a deck builder in New York up there. And so every time I see him at a tournament, he's doing something just slightly different. And here is no exception.
Yeah, and it's very fun. I don't think Tyler's having as much fun because, you know, when you play these games, like I said, you play these rounds over and over again, and most of your matches, you get to the point where it kind of feels like a dance. You're like, you do this dance, I do this dance. And then you see, okay, and now we do Scar, Vengeful Lion, and I don't know what I do to that. So you have to look at your hand. Remember, we saw that that Smash earlier. He's only a 4/2. That'd be so great for a Smash, but it's not because he has Ward. So it is a very interesting deck where suddenly I'm like, it is definitely, there are dogs. It is Amber Steel, but it is performing very differently than the ones we have seen previously in this tournament.
Yeah, and Tyler here thinking about his next play. Now we are all the way up at 7 ink. These decks do tend to run pretty top heavy. Once you get to 7, you have things like Hades, Arthur, Vicenza, cards like that become available. So wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some heavy hitters here. Josh taking a look at the discard pile, I think partially looking to see what's there and also doing his own count just to double check the strength of Namari, verifying there. I wish I was counting alongside, but I think there's at least 10.
I do that sometimes where I look and I'm like, infinite, and that's not true. But either way, Tyler's looking at the cards in hand and kind of knowing that he needs to kind of be careful because at this point he can't just 100% assume what he's up to. Now, cards that are a little bit menacing is we have, I mean, those Ursulas, incredible, because Ursula generally is not known as a card that, you know, hangs around and makes an impact, but they've hung around this entire game. Surfer Stitch does have a wider tail here. And then we have that Ward. So he needs to be careful with his resources. I believe we see a Jasmine in hand. It might be another Namari, but he goes ahead and starts with a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, which is good. Gets rid of 1 character and starts that clock on the remaining ones. And now that Namari can take care of that Surfer Stitch, no problem with her question mark infinite strength. She does take 4 back, which doesn't feel good because now suddenly Ursula is able to take down Namari if she so chooses. But it was a way to manage a little menacing on board. That's Stitch Carefree Surfer is not easy to get rid of.
No, he's not. So back over to Josh here. We'll see what he does. Of course, Ursula able to challenge in and remove that Namari. Also, will be able to draw a card off that Scar.
Now, one thing I wanted to note, we've seen Ink twice as this Jasmine Steady Strategist, and that is a card where it's another one of those kind of creative card draws where it's depending on the ally synergy. As we demoted, we kind of had a theory that Ursula would be coming right for the Namari, and she did. So now we're back, one-on-one. We had a pretty big, impressive board, and just like that, we're still 1-to-1 with 2 characters on board, but we're back. We got a Lady and an Ursula Vanessa back on board, so it's time to keep rebuilding and see who's going to win. But looking at the hand size, I don't know, Joshua. He might not have the scariest cards, but many cards can be scary.
6 cards in hand. He's going to do a quick check. He's going to see the Namari, and Tyler with 1 card in hand over there. That is it. Now, the great leveler here, when you're a steel player and you're not at many cards and your opponent has a lot of cards, is Beyond the Horizon can do work. Something I'm sure Tyler would love to find here. I think he found a strength there. I got a really quick look at it, which is a fantastic card. Frank Carson calls it the best card in Fabled, one of the best cards in the game, but not great when you don't have a wide board. So Namari here going to draw a card at the end of the turn, discard that strength, and keeping something. It's probably a big top-end character, maybe a Beyond the Horizon. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's back over to Josh.
One card that could be quite fun is the Vincenzo. We talked about Smash. Smash on a body is very nice because Vincenzo comes in and drops 3 damage. Hades is one that sends something to Inkwell. So there's lots of good cards, but yeah, seeing that strength in 2 characters, another Carefree Surfer.
Another Carefree Surfer.
Yeah, I think as far as Carefree, Stitch might be carefree, but Tyler's getting a little bit stressed out by this insanity of seeing so many Carefree Surfers here. So we had just one. If you guys were paying attention at home, there was just a simple Scar on board, and now we have 5 characters on board, and he just drew 2 more cards. So Joshua has been having a machine of card draw and playing characters over and over again, and it's incredible to see how these cards are harmonizing together. Oh, okay, are we singing something menacing? We are.
It's the circle of life.
This is...
And move then she's back. Stitch is surfing in all over the place. What's a group of Stitches called? A bevy, a ship, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's at least 626 as far as I know.
That's true, but 4 cards that's turned off those 2 Stitches, and that board looking a little menacing. You do wonder with this deck, Katie, like a lot of value just going wide here. The closer seems to be the problem. Like how do you end it?
Yes.
And it seems to be go wide.
Yes, and outblast them. Get it to the point where Tyler's like, I can't. Because, I mean, yeah, we're going to get to the point where Tyler can have a Hades and then a Vincenzo, but he can't really do 2 of those per turn. So if you're laying out problem, it's just a race of saying, well, if I can out-problem you. Now, the thing is Tinkerbell is, for this kind of board, an issue because she can easily take out an Ursula Vanessa and then quickly bounce it over to a Lady. So that does become a problem because his stuff is just, he did what I said and I appreciate it. But, I mean, we go ahead and that gets rid of 2 things, but we're still not really getting lore. So it really is a battle of, okay, I'll keep managing your board, you keep managing mine. But with Joshua's hand size, it does seem like Tyler's fighting a very uphill battle. Yeah, and that's the thing. Tyler's going to, I mean, Beyond the Horizon would be a game changer because now, I mean, again, Tyler's doing work, but that Scar Heartless Hunter giving Josh cards every single turn, and now that Tinkerbell, as menacing as she is, she's vulnerable to a challenge from the Stitch. Josh will not only be able to banish the Tinkerbell, which is one of the most threatening characters on the board for him, but he'll be able to draw a card off the Scar Heartless Hunter. I think that's what we're going to see here now. Tinkerbell going to the discard pile saying, get rid of it. He's going to get a card off that. And then now, again, plenty of cards in hand, plenty of cards in discard to be able to do some more work. And Tyler top decking here. I think he does have 1 card in hand down there, it looks like, but... Yeah, I mean, it's still not favorable when you look... There's nothing... Another server scratch! 2 more cards off. And look at that hand! Look at that grip, and he's done it the hard way. He's like, I don't need a whole new world. I don't need a Clarabelle. I'm just going to keep drawing 1 or 2 cards a turn. Scar having there outlived his usefulness, challenging in, well, not outlived his usefulness, doing work, getting out that Amari. Work. And there's a Rapunzel Waking Beauty, which is a card, I am quite like, Joshua has definitely read every card and said these are my favorites. And he does anchor, but that does speak to say that this is another way where we are going to have to kind of keep looking and saying, listen, you might have seen a lot of cards this game, but guess what? The next game is going to be completely different than this one. Will we see 100 Surfer Stitches next game? I'm not entirely sure. But Tyler's now has to look at a board that still keeps growing, still keeps being a problem, and then we just have a little Lady at the end as a treat.
Yeah, and I think, Josh, again, taking a look, I think he's checking to see what's been discarded, because there have been a lot of draw discards. So some of those go in there sometimes, and you don't register because they weren't played against you. And so Josh taking a look, I'm willing to bet one of the things he's probably wondering is there Beyond the Horizon in the discard pile? Because if there's something that's going to get Tyler back in this game, it's leveling the hand size. That's where Josh has the big advantage. So Beyond the Horizon would be devastating. It's one of the reasons probably why Josh is inking every turn as well still, even though there's a significant amount of ink. He has so many cards, you may as well get ink out of them before they're discarded. Tipo going to come down here. Nothing else being done, so that Hades sitting upright, that Tipo in play. It's back over to Josh, and Josh now with 4 lore on board, well-statted lore as well, although 4 damage counters on that Stitch, and now just a bevy of options.
And I feel like I'm seeing an Under the Sea, which is kind of crazy business. But there we go. We see an Aurora Waking Beauty, and this is a card that she didn't get to see a lot of play. She briefly was run in Amber Seal Song because she has, the song synergy here, and she has a synergy with the song. So she's a Singer 5, and whenever you remove 1 or more damage from a character, you can ready her, and then she can't quest or challenge for the rest of the turn. So you're able to go ahead and quest with her, and then possibly go ahead and get her upright. But she helps with singing, and I think we saw it Under the Sea. So I don't believe that card is teched in for this matchup necessarily, but it just kind of shows that he's just looking for that card draw and the singing ability, which what a wild deck this is. I'm having so much fun looking at how he's playing these cards together.
Well, and well-statted in this particular scenario, too. She quests for 2 and not vulnerable to a single challenge from the Hades, so hoping it hangs out till next turn, probably. Now, we are going to get the draw discard here. That Street Smart Dog coming in. We're going to draw and discard equal to the number of cards in the deck, or a number of characters in play, rather. And that Under the Sea, as you pointed out, Katie, probably not super useful here, so heading off to the discard pile. And we are going to get that lady coming down, playing another lady for free, and just all the characters on the board.
Chain.
And that is a free Tramp Street Smart Dog there. There are 7 characters on the board, so he's going to play it for nothing. Draw 7, draw 8, discard 8.
Yeah.
And all the shinies going down in the discard there. So Josh able to find exactly what he wants. I wouldn't be surprised if he's looking for another Circle of Life, maybe get that Stitch back again. Probably counting lore here, Tyler is. But my goodness, everything. Josh's got to worry about decking himself at some point.
Yeah, we talk about decking yourself. It's something that we haven't had to talk about since A Whole New World has been rotated out. But in Disney Lorcana, there is a fun rule that it doesn't come up very often. But if you go to draw a card and you're out of cards, you do lose the game. Now, so it doesn't happen because we used to have with A Whole New World, you go ahead and draw 7 cards. But that was wild.
What just happened?
Tyler's kind of going, okay, well, I've never seen that, and I don't think we have either. Also, was Joshua Poultry hinting with his outfit here? I didn't notice at first, but that he is quite literally saying he is a little bit of a Blue Menace here in that Stitch, and Blue Menace Stitch was in that last game. I've never seen that many Surfer Stitches deployed in a game.
I have not either. And Circle of Life, a card that a lot of people were very excited about from Fabled. The possibilities of it. Its potential wasn't like truly unlocked this meta, although some people did work it into some decks. It did see competitive play, but certainly not at the top of the meta. And Josh here taking it into this DLC, really fun to see it work. It's really interesting as you try to diagnose the game plan for Josh, though, and at the end of the day, there aren't a lot of significant closers. It really is just outvalue your opponent. There's a lot of sneaky card draw, leveraging the discard pile for some creative card draw, and I think we saw exactly what he wants to do in just building up a huge hand advantage, and they're just, outlasting your opponent and eventually going wide and closing things down.
Well, we saw game plan he didn't even have to use, and we saw Under the Sea, and at the very end, we saw him put a Lost in the Wood, I believe, in the Inkwell. And that Lost in the Wood is incredible because that card could technically lower all opposing characters by -2 until the start of your next turn. So he has all these tricks where he has some control elements. He has this incredible card draw synergy. It is a menacing deck when put together. Now, Tyler, now he knows what he's up to. It's scary. So he has to be a little bit careful here. He has to hit that double ramp, and he has to be aware of those Ursulas. He had Joshua deployed them quite liberally 3 last game. So we're going to have to go ahead and see if he's able to navigate around that and outvalue this insane value engine that Joshua has built.
Yeah, so here we are, turn 1. Turn 2, let's see if we have the... I'm looking, oh, there's the sail down there, okay. 1 Pleakley into the Inkwell. We do have the Pleakley for turn 3, so for the following turn. So Tyler with, I think, the opening he wants. There's that Tipo coming down. We're going to send an extra card into the Inkwell. And this, as you pointed out earlier, this is a deck that wants to double ramp. We don't see that in Blurple because Blurple's has other things it wants to do after the first ramp on turn 4. There's Genie, you know, you could even establish a Dumbo. This deck, though, really wants to get a little bit higher, so leveraging the Pleakley in that turn 4 slot.
And he is kind of telegraphing a little bit that he's prioritizing Singer, because in theory, if he played 2 1-drops this turn, if he had them, this Lady Decisive Dog could quest for 2, and Tipo can't really do much about it. Now he only deployed Ursula Vanessa, who is a Singer. So we have seen a couple songs. We saw Lost in the Woods. We saw a Circle of Life a couple times. So seeing this Ursula makes you believe he has some kind of either not another 2 1-drops, or there's some songs coming. But here comes the ally, like the ally of the ally decks here of Jasmine. Tell us a little bit about this card.
Yeah, Jasmine, steady strategist, relies on this ally synergy. Whenever she quests, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck, and you can pick an ally and put it in your hand. And there are a lot of allies in Lorcana, a lot. In fact, I think there were 78 of them. At the halfway point of Whispers in the Wild, there were like 78 of them revealed. And so allies are everywhere. So it's a sneaky way to draw cards.
I gasped for a second while you were talking, not because of my love of the ally decks, but that Ursula came down and he said, I'm coming for you. And at least this time he didn't have a strength, which is good and bad because you kind of want to have a strength if you can. But in this case, Ursula did not find it. Now he is going to go ahead and use that ability to look for an ally. And in this case,
he 3 heroes, I think.
And
Namari, I have to double check. Is Namari's not a hero? Is she a hero?
she's very heroic to me.
I know a lot of things. I can't remember if Namari's hero. But anyway, certainly not finding an ally there, which is, I think, a rare mess with her in this deck.
Oh, so we do have a draw on discard where we go ahead and, or sorry, with the Tinkerbell going ahead, being discarded. And so yeah, I mean this board stays a little bit more menacing here, and okay, she's not an ally. Now that being said,
Villain princess.
Lawrence is an ally, which is crazy business, by the way. But either way, we'll go back to over here. So we have this Namari here, which is pretty small. You know, we talk about the 0 is only going to be increased by the amount of in Tyler's discard, and right now I believe there's a total of 1. So a little less intimidating this round. We have Bobby Zimmerski coming in, filtering some more, putting some cards in the discard. As we know, he wants to play cards out of the discard, but there we go.
This is brutal. Okay, so this is brutal.
For cheap.
You know, we talked about how Under the Sea wasn't useful last game. It'd be really useful now.
Yeah, suddenly,
and
wow.
Josh being able to dig this many cards could find it and then sing it, I believe. So I don't know. It could be a fun play. I don't know. Sometimes I like thinking about these fun lines.
It's fun. Tyler might not think it's as fun, but I mean the fact that he kept a Singer, the fact that, I mean, yeah, for once, this is a very rare moment where the board is very under the seeable, as they say. But he has a healthy card hand, but you don't, I would imagine he doesn't run 4 of Under the Sea. His deck is pretty congested with some shenanigans, so he can't really go all in on one shenanigan. But he is going ahead and deciding which of his cards he will discard. He does not get to keep all of these. So he has picked 3 here, and see if there's a 3 here sending back, and he is going to go ahead and put back an Ursula Vanessa, Lady Miss Park Avenue, and is that a Lady Decisive Dog, I believe? And then also 2 more here, Yzma, and another lady of some flavor that I cannot tell from this angle.
That's an Yzma at the bottom?
Yes. So yeah, so you got rid of some little stuff here. Now, Miss Park Avenue, if he has another one, they'll come back. Don't worry, guys. They always come back in this deck.
They're not gone. Yeah. That is the circle of life.
Yeah,
and that's the circle of life being sung here. What will we pull back for free?
Miss Park Avenue, which can play 2 more. So
which is going to pull 2 more cards back.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we'll get back that Yzma. You called it. And we're going to take that Ursula as well to do a little peek later on. And all of a sudden, what turn is this? Is this turn?
He has 3 ink. He has 3 ink on board, which
Maybe
is
turn 4. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
turn 4. And look at this board. We're gonna get a quest out of that lady up there. She'll quest for 3, gaining lore every time a character enters play, and I'm sorry, gaining strength every time a character gets play. If she has 3, she quests for 3. So there we go. Look, I mean.
It's a truly, I mean, me and Liam, we have a lot to say, but because we have so much to say, we're just kind of like, well, wow. Because that is truly a well, wow kind of thing. Because we saw him go through that discard, and we kind of noticed some of them. We were like, oh, well, maybe he'll see it later. And I did not expect to see him exactly that turn, that he'd be able to play 1 for free, and then hit that card, get 2 more from the discard. And it's incredible because we talk about our play zones. You play from your hand, you play from your deck. But then the discard is an area that we are seeing lots of action out of. We have Lilo, Escape Artist, and now we have all these other cards that are just saying, you know what, the discard, that's basically your second deck. It's your deck for later. So
one of the, songs are such a powerful mechanic in this deck. And when you do the math, look, with this deck, with the discount of Tramp and with that Circle of Life, look at the amount of ink things that Josh managed to do on his turn with 4 ink in play. He played a 7-cost Tramp. He played an 8-cost Circle of Life. Then he got the Lady. I'm no mathematician, but there's almost 20 ink worth of things that he managed to do on that turn with 4 ink on the board.
No mathematician, but yikes is what I would say. I would say to when my opponent passes the turn, I'd say, well, that was a lot. But either way, Tyler's being measured here. Now, Tyler is a player. When he played in Texas, I had the honor of casting that event. And I told him at the end of the event, I was like, it takes a special kind of person to play. At the time he was playing Ruby Sapphire, I was like, because you have to lose all day before you win. And it was a deck that you do. You come from behind the entire time. And I feel like he's used to that. And he's playing this deck knowing that stay with it. He's going to go ahead, drop down this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, put 1 damage on across the board, and just say, stay calm. Because he knows that Joshua has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but Tyler is not new to the patience game. I saw him be patient over and over again and go all the way to a first place. So here he's going to go ahead and do the math of where is the most value on these challenges, how can he conserve as much value.
Yeah, and Tinkerbell, if there's a card that can right the ship here or hold the ship, Tinkerbell is the one. Because it does do damage across the board, but importantly, it makes you think twice about exerting any characters for either singing, which is something that Josh wants to do in this deck, or questing, because she does do 2 damage upon banishing another character in a challenge. So there's not a lot of wide removal in this format, but Tinkerbell is a version of a 2-for-1 that allows you to very efficiently clear wider boards. So it is happy to get it down there. Now Tyler taking a look at the board and figuring out what he wants to challenge into, if anything.
I imagine Tyler's thinking about one of the reveals this week that can get rid of low-cost characters and going, can I please get access to that card right now? But instead he doesn't have it, so he's going to go ahead and say, I'm going to keep my cards upright. It's not time yet. Patience is the name of the game. Yes, Joshua's deck is scary. It's got a lot of teeth, but it can run out of gas. It didn't last game, but it is possible. He's going to go ahead and start with another peek and then says, hey, listen, it's just one card. It's just a simple Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. I'm just going to do some shenanigans on your board. And now Joshua has something scary in front of him. He knows there's a giant 1 damage coming across the board, followed by, if he exerts anything, more pain. So he's able to deploy the Lady Decisive Dog and go, all right, I'm not turning anything sideways. Oh, and that's menacing what we just saw there. He can't play it quite yet because now he doesn't want to ink that Tinkerbell. He has to be patient with it. But Vincenzo's another Mega Bomb, able to drop 3 damage when he comes into play. So here he is doing the math of how much power can I do when I drop this?
And here's the thing, like Tyler doing the math here, because Josh has, if nothing's removed, and we know there'll, yeah, we'll clear the Lady, I think. Oh, no. Okay. Kept the Vicenza. Okay. So if you look at those ladies, they do get, they can quest for 3 if the right conditions are met. And so Josh has a scary amount of lore on board, I think 13. But here's that Vicenza coming down. You talked about why you love him earlier, Katie.
Boom. You know I got dynamite, and I, put the dynamite, boom. And then that's boom we got, because boom is just a simple 3 damage, put wherever you want. And now we have this very large and in charge man with 3 lore, a 2-8. 8 is a lot to deal with without a certain tramp card. Now, Under the Sea is something we might be thinking about. But either way, we're getting a much more healthy board on his side.
Look, I built the bridge. It took me like, what, 10 seconds?
I built
11 tops.
I built board control. Took me like what, like that second?
I rebuilt your board. I removed the enemies there.
I'm sorry to Vincenzo fans everywhere. This is the best we can do under these conditions. But look at that art also. The walking away from he's not walking away from an explosion, but it will explode. Here we go. We see Lady Nobody. And that's something you don't want to see. Lady is known for having a little friend come with her. She is a family dog. But we still have a pretty impressive board over here, and he's still keeping it upright, saying, I'm not necessarily afraid of you. And I hear you counting. I'm hoping you're about to tell me what's on board.
Well, no, so this is, I know you talked about these decks stalling out a little bit. I mean, Josh had a huge hand last game and hasn't quite, after doing that initial huge play on the earlier game, kind of stalled out of card draw. Now, the thing is, Josh has, I think, 14 lore on board if he manages to get those ladies up to 3 strength, which is something that you can do by playing 2 characters. So if he strings that together, all the way up to 18 in 1 turn. And I think, clearly his plan here, don't want to be susceptible to that Tinkerbell, so just leave everything up and hope to build a winning board state before Tyler can find a way to remove anything else. Pleakley now going to send a card to the Inkwell.
Yeah, Jasmine said, you got me. Jasmine went ahead and got Pleakley, and then Pleakley said, well, Jasmine, you're now Ink. And then we get Pleakley on board. So just another kind of more robust character on the board. And everything's staying upright. And the war continues. Tyler has to be respectful of Tramp coming in. There's a 2-cost Tramp, which, excuse me while I get his second name, because there are a few Tramps here. But the Tramp comes in, and based on the other numbers...
Enterprising Dog.
Enterprising Dog. I always have to want to double check because I always want to get it wrong. But basically, when you play this character, Chosen gets +1 for every other character you have in play, which, looking at the board, that would be a simple 8. So you suddenly could make that Ursula a 9/3. So they're both respecting the cards that they think might be in each other's deck. And it's kind of crazy watching it because neither of them are doing anything because they say, I know you have a card that could hurt me very badly. In this case, Clarabelle, not the scariest one.
I keep counting. I think I'm seeing 15. Again, it's 15 lore if you manage to trigger those ladies' extra lore.
So I think we just saw a smash being drawn. Now that smash, like I said, it deals 3 damage. It's just a simple action, not a song. It's just good old-fashioned damage. Now, as far as what you target with that, there's no one card that's extremely...
well, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, he's got a lot of options here.
Yeah, no, I think you said it right. Yeah, three ink to remove something, but there's not a lot that's super threatening. You can't remove that Street Smart Dog. You could remove the 2 lore lady, but then you put it in the discard pile where it can be recurred.
Yes, exactly. You can get rid of anything for a moment, and that's kind of annoying too. So once again, we see Tyler doing all permutations of 30,000 dogs that could happen, but he'll start with a draw and a discard, which is always a nice place. And my best friend's back.
Vicenza.
I love it. And then suddenly we're like, you know what's better than Smash? Smash with a big old guy with it. So that is going to be in his hand here. He does have enough ink to play it, so who will he put it's a little less scary now because he can just go ahead, pick somebody. He's going to go with the one for Quest for 2 of Lady Family Dog. And now we got 2 Vincenzos, a Mulan, a Tinkerbell, a Pleakley, and a Mari, and they are still in the stalemate. And who is going to get the big answer first?
9. I mean, Josh is just trying to build up the winning board set here. Oh, there's a Scar. Heartless Hunter. Now, this is, again, you said it earlier, it has Ward, and it does allow you to draw a card every time one of your characters challenges into another character. So now Josh or Tyler punished extra for exerting a character.
But I believe it has to have damage on it.
Oh, it does have to have damage on it.
And so that makes it tricky because they're both saying, I won't do it, you do it. And so it's a very interesting situation.
Look at this, though. Look at this. So Josh saying, okay. Yeah, I'm going to take a lure. You want Bobby? Come take him. And leave your character exerted so that I can challenge into it with something. So a sneaky
cheeky
way to get an extra lure out of this. I love this challenge here. So this is a fun little bait. Now, of course, it is open up to the Tinkerbell, so the Tinkerbell able to do a 2 for 1. But Josh saying, you know, if you remove 2 of my characters and I get some card draw out of it, that's fine with me.
You can tell. I mean, and you can tell. Anyone who's played this game, you want to draw cards. It's quite nice. You like to draw cards. You like to get lore. In this case, he got a little lore, and maybe if he could... hope that Tyler plays it in a way that, like you said, plays into his hand here. But Tyler is saying, okay, well, what can I do to make sure that does not happen and I don't waste this very powerful Tinkerbell effect? Because, like we said, there could be that Tramp around any corner that if a very powerful card, now Namaria is very powerful, all of them, except for Mulan, that can do a lot here. A Tramp could be menacing. So it's a difficult one to think through.
Is there, and I forget, Twitch chat knows, but we're not watching. Is there a Surfer Stitch in the discard pile? Oh.
Now, Beyond the Horizon is and it's being sung here to conserve as much ink as possible. So we're going to go ahead and just get 3 cards off the top. So Vincenzo, not too afraid here. He quests for 3, which is nice, but he also has 8 willpower. Is that a strength?
It is a strength and a smash. Oh, no, it's Jasmine.
Yeah, Jasmine, Mulan, which could be anything.
True.
But that Jasmine will go ahead and come into play, and then we will go ahead and we can actually skip swinging strength if we don't want to right here. Yep. And he will. He says, I'll just pay 3. You don't have to sing song, guys. You can just play him as an action. He'll go ahead and do that, and
accidentally sending that Jasmine to the discard pile. Tyler, a little chuckle. Josh pointing it out. And I think we will see this Tinkerbell probably come in. We already have the Vicenza vulnerable, so there's 1, there's 2, getting rid of that lady, and now the board swinging drastically the other way. Josh so the thing with Josh, if he was able to find there a Circle of Life to pull a Surfer Stitch out of the discard pile, if there's one in there, or find a Surfer Stitch, like he's all of a sudden back in this game, but top decking a number of turns there and just not finding something to give him that little bit of extra reach, and now things seem to be swinging pretty significantly the other way. I think would love to find, Under the Sea here would help a little bit.
Yeah.
but certainly not clear everything off.
Now, I do think he keeps understanding, because he did quest with the second Vincenzo, I believe. He didn't challenge with that one, so he went ahead and got the 3 lore. So I think he's keeping in mind that, hey, you might not have Vincenzo forever. And so in this case, he knows that there's going to be at least 1 card draw due to the ability of that Scar. And so we do see some damage placed on the Tinkerbell with Ursula. However,
Presented game on board, by the way, Tyler.
which is incredible, right? Because, I mean, it took him so long with that stalemate. So now he has to respond, and it's going to be hard because 2 8s, unless you have Under the Sea, are very hard. Tinkerbell is huge. Pleakley is 3/4, and then we have Namari, which is Infinity over 5. So we're going to do some cleanup. He goes ahead and puts 1 more damage with that Clarabelle, Clumsy Guest. And now what else can we do to go ahead and not lose as much value as possible? Because he doesn't have infinite cards in hand. He certainly doesn't have Under the Sea, which would be a powerful move here.
But he has the Into the Woods.
Yes,
and so
half.
He's got to preserve enough to sing the Under the Sea, though, if he draws it. So I think with the Scar and the Vanessa, we have 1 more draw potentially with the Lady that'll allow us to find the Under the Sea. And if he does, the double sing could almost do it. The Namari, I think, would be left standing because the discard pile is pretty healthy. But let's, oh my goodness.
And it's hard, right? Because in a lot of these decks, the combos are expensive. I mean, we have Lost in the Woods plus since the, Lost in the Woods plus Under the Sea. We have the ability of the Rockstar. So she's looking at his discard. He's trying to say, like, listen, I don't have a lot of time. Like he said, we do have game on board. So he really has to say, what's the best way to do this without making it where the next turn I'm still in a deep, deep recovery? And he only has 4 ink, by the way. That is insane looking at the board where we have 9 ink on Tyler's side. Josh just has a lot less resources here.
Yeah, and let's thinking through the lines here. I think, if I'm thinking about it right, I think there is a decent up, but it really is looking for that Under the Sea. Clarabelle into the discard pile here.
Let's go ahead and dig for 2 more cards here and build that board wide with the Lady Miss Park Avenue. He's going to go ahead, look at that discard, and say, okay, what is the 2 most important cheaper characters that I have? He gets a Bobby Zabrewski, and a Lady goes ahead and puts that in the hand. Does some challenging to clean up because he needs to get at least 1 character off the board here. And let's see what he does with his remaining Ursula, Vanessa, and Scar. At this point, he does...
Oh, fascinating. So, okay, so he's setting up for the next turn. He took enough off the board to prevent game this turn. So Tyler, though, able to go all the way up to 18, leaving his characters ready for the moment. We don't know if he'll at the end of the turn, he may choose to do something with them, but for the moment, they're upright, leaving his Under the Sea ability to sing alive. And he pulled out from his discard pile. I did see him pull a Bobby.
Yes.
I didn't see the other one, but these are cards that will allow him to dig a little bit. So he's got, what he did was he set up the Lady on board, which can sing Lost in the Woods, and then he pulled out cards to filter to allow him to dig for that Under the Sea. So setting up to try to wipe the board next turn, but knowing that the cost is that Tyler's going to be able to go all the way up to 18. So yeah, setting up for his big out next turn.
A card I think I just saw draw was a Robin Hood Unrivaled Archer, which is insane because it's one of the first promos that was ever printed. And this is another one where he's kind of hoping that Joshua keeps drawing cards, and Joshua has been, because it is going to allow you to go ahead and draw a card on play if he has more cards on hand. But it is more answers, and it's not looking super... He's still getting more answers. Now, here we go. We're looking at... we have the Vincenzo the Doc and the Mulan here. He goes ahead and keeps from the quest off of that Mulan. He keeps Vincenzo, who honestly MVP of this game, I would say, at least for game 2. So he keeps that Vincenzo with the dynamite.
Vincenzo. That is huge. That is huge.
And that really deters his mega master plan here.
Oh, that narrows that and that closes the door. That's it. The line was you had to have enough for the Under the Sea and the Lost in the Woods. That's Singer 12. And so Josh needed all of his resources to play the cards to allow him to find the Under the Sea. Losing 1 character left and out, losing 2 characters shuts the door.
Now, I will let you know that we are jumping in here to turn 1. So both characters have inked in play. Obviously, Joshua is on the play. So we have a Lady Decisive Dog and a Mulan where he drew and discarded a Strength of Raging Fire. So just letting you guys know, we're jumping in a little quick here. But then we do see the Singer strategy coming back online with Ursula Vanessa right there. But there's Tipo right on time. A turn 2 Master of Ramp, getting him to his answers quicker. And there we go. We see a Pleakley right behind him. So Tyler's got the recipe for pain here in his hand.
He also has Smash Some Removal, which will go into the inkwell. And we have a Tinkerbell there as well. That's a card I think he loves in this matchup. And Josh, yeah, setting up that singing line again. But Josh on the play this time. So probably feeling a lot better than game 2. We'll see the Bobby come down here, building the Leaning Tower of Chiza, and also drawing and discarding a card, putting Surfer Stitch in the discard pile, and we've seen what that can do. Now, Surfer Stitch, with that Circle of Life, that's one of the combos it seems this deck is built around, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he's got the ability to do it, I think. 1, 2, 3. Yep.
Yeah, and Circle of Life is a card that we haven't seen. I mean, it's interesting to see it played because Surfer Stitch is a card that goes in set 1, reprinted and fabled. I helped reveal it. And it's a card that, I mean, we don't see because it's kind of expensive and there's easier ways to draw cards, but there's not much easier than free with free. So I can definitely see why you're comboing it here. Now, Tyler is responding because he's seen the Joshua Storm. He's seen the dog song storm that has happened here. But we are going to quest, which means Pleakley's coming right on time to go ahead and get that elusive double ramp and get the resources he needs to do the very punishing top-end things that he wants to do.
I didn't even notice, like it completely passed by me that the strength was picked by the Ursula, so huge impactful play there.
Well, I believe he did discard that.
Did he?
Yes,
did
I believe
okay.
when the Mulan in
so
turn 1.
Okay.
Yeah, because the Ursula, I don't believe
So in that case, heads up play, discarding the strength, knowing that Ursula might be coming.
Yeah, he said not again.
Not
like
again.
a D23 Ursula coming for my strength. Not today. But either way, the strength is not in hand, and he does not really have a way to get it back. We do see Beyond the Horizon, which can be some gas to get him out, because we know that with the docks that Beyond the Horizons, he is very desperate to make sure he keeps getting answers, as is Joshua, but Joshua has been a lot more successful at card draw in this matchup here. So this is that very impressive moment where this is when the deck takes off. I mean, the first 3 turns are quite literally you get a 1-drop, then you go ahead and ramp, and then you go ahead and eat that ramp, and then you go ahead and ramp again. And there is our favorite card so far. It is our Tinkerbell Giant Fairy coming down, starting the party, putting 1 damage on everything, and saying, hey, you can exert, but guess what? Tinkerbell loves to challenge, and she loves to give 2 additional damage after she goes ahead and banishes that challenger. But there's our second favorite play here of Tramp.
Well, here it comes. Now he's looking for that Circle of Life. That's what he wants to find. You'll be able to sing it, pull the Stitch back, draw 2 cards. Now that Tinkerbell makes it a little worse because you'll have to exert your characters to sing, but that card very cheap now, being discounted for every character on the board. And now Josh able to draw and discard equal to the number of other characters on board. There's 2 more Stitches heading to the discard pile, and Under the Sea heading to the discard pile, and another Tramp heading to the discard pile. That's interesting because oftentimes you want to keep that second Tramp because now it's even more discounted next turn. So what did he keep in his hand?
Scary things. That is, and because we know he's kept some devious things, we go ahead and King Jasmine. And we go ahead and do Beyond the Horizon, which allows him to draw 3 cards, and he's debating.
He thought about it. So what did he kept the Lost in North and Under the Sea.
Incredible.
He had the combo set up and discarded with Beyond the Horizon. You saw Tyler think about it. He was like, I'm not sure. And then the subtle point, and Josh nods his head and said, okay, I kept these for a reason. You're making me send them away. He does get 3 fresh cards, but we know there's another Under the Sea already being discarded in order to keep that one. He had 2 and had kept the combo. And that Beyond the Horizon, huge.
Incredible. And it's once again,
oh my goodness.
It's just as important as that second Ursula play, where basically you have to have the courage to do things. It doesn't always pay off, right? He could have had 2 silly cards, but he said, based on the way you played, I know for a fact it is one of the most devious things here. So we're going to go ahead and get a Robin Hood here, and then we have Jasmine coming in as well. So we will go ahead and see this board go wise. That has to be absolutely devastating for Joshua, who's very excited to do that play that he very, very, very carefully set up. And we're in that situation we're in the last game where they're building a wider rider board, but you might notice a power level difference between the 2 board states.
Yeah, yep. Robin Hood unraveled card trick coming down, drawing a couple cards. And here we have that Tramp. He did draw into one again, playing it for, I think, free here, and is going to draw a significant number of cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Draw and discard, able to find the exact card that he wants. Now, Under the Sea, not super impactful without that Lost in the Woods. And I don't even know if there's another one. There may only be 2 in this deck, and if that's the case, both of them in the discard pile at this point. Probably love to find a Circle of Life, but Tinkerbell making things so dangerous if he chooses to quest or exert anything. We'll see what he chooses. Oh, there is another Under the Sea. I see it in his hand.
So he's like, ah!
Oh, yes, a 3rd.
Well, and that's, he's going through... Yeah, so he's able to go ahead and find more answers. And that's the thing. I mean, that's showing that, dropping that in Lost in the Woods was a little funny here because you can tell sometimes players are so excited to see what they needed here. But is he able? Does he have both? Did he have Lost in the Wood and Under the Sea there?
I don't know. He at least has the Under the Sea. And
oh, I saw Lost in the Woods, right? That's his hand. It's so funny when he's going back and forth between the two. I'm like,
but here's the problem. How many did he have in his hand when he played that tramp? Because if he did only have one, he can only keep one.
yeah. So. So we go ahead and we have this wide board here. Now we're able to Under the Sea, but it's a bummer because like you said, he was only able to keep one. And as a result, he's only able to Under the Sea just a tiny portion. And so there we go. We still have Tinkerbell. We still have Pleakley. We still have Robin Hood, which is a little bit, but it's not the power combo we were hoping for with Lost in the Woods and Under the Sea. That was the big dream taken by Tyler and Beyond the Horizon.
And choosing here to be aggressive. He knows that the longer this game goes on, the more power cards Tyler's going to be able to draw, and he just hasn't been able to string things together. Also knowing that perhaps all of his big outs now, maybe there's only 3 Under the Seas, all of them now in the discard pile. So the longer this game goes on, if Tyler's able to establish a bigger board than his, the door is going to be shut. So Josh choosing to go for it here, clearing off a couple challengers. Now Tyler has 3 available. He has got 4 characters able to be removed with that Tinkerbell when he chooses to challenge in. But those tramps also, their ability is great, but also very well statted. Difficult to remove, so likely to stick around. And it's another Tinkerbell. That's going to be, super impactful because it's going to put another damage across the board. 2 characters removed. That feels really bad if you're Josh.
It does, and I mean, Josh has done a great job at replaying. There's so many cards where there's one he's like, well, let me take this from underneath round 9. I had one under here too. So we just keeping that pressure on, and that Tinkerbell is going to make the decision here of whether she wants to exert and ping that 2 damage by go ahead and selecting someone to deal that 2 damage if they go ahead and banish another one in a challenge, which she's very, very able to do. So Tyler's just thinking this through. He doesn't have infinite cards on his hand. He knows that Joshua has been absolutely menacing with 3 ink, by the way. Look at the things he's been able to do with just a simple 3 ink. You too can play 4,000 cards on a turn.
Absolutely.
Now, that being said, I mentioned this earlier. I watched Tyler lose for an entire day, but he actually won the whole tournament because that is how some of these control decks work. You just have to stay with it. Believe that your good cards are coming. They're just going to do flashy stuff. You can be patient. So we're going to go ahead and challenge in with that Tinkerbell. Go ahead and get rid of the Lady Family Dog and then challenge in again. And with the Pleakley and the Robin Hood. Now, there is 3 damage, so we know about Scar if that comes down. That could cause some card draw on Joshua's side. But in the meantime, he's done a very good job of going ahead and getting rid of what was a pretty menacing board state using pretty minimal resources.
Yeah, Josh now just drawing a card, leaving everything upright, passing the turn.
Which that is pretty menacing, and there he is. Boom,
Vincenzo.
sad boom sounds here. And okay, the double combo of Vincenzo Santorini dealing 3 damage on his ability, and then Strength of Raging Fire for 5, and we just can go ahead and quest now because we're at the point where Tyler just had to be patient to make sure he had as much resources as possible to do the control aspect, and he's pretty much at that critical point. We saw some very devastating things go to the discard this turn, and I'm sure Joshua will think about all those times. But there we go. This is exciting here where we do have the Scar coming back down, knowing that anytime there is someone challenging into a damaged character, you're able to draw a card. Now, that being said, the characters that happen to be sideways at this current moment or exerted, they are a little big. So, yes, you can draw a card, but you're going to lose whatever you challenge into. But he's so desperate for cards that he will go ahead, double challenge into the Robin Hood. And, yes, there is damage in there, but he did get 2 cards off of that. So, you know, it wasn't his favorite turn he's ever had, but he is doing a little bit of cleanup work with the resources available. We see Beyond the Horizon there. We'll see what the sequence is here, but he goes ahead and inks the Jasmine, sings Beyond the Horizon to keep as much ink upright as not possible, and try to see what he can do with the cards he draws. We see a Pleakley, a Mulan Disguised Soldier, and he'll go ahead and use that first to get a giant Namari at this point. He discards the Pleakley, plays the Namari on the board, knowing that she is a 400,000 over 5.
And Josh, you know, at the in a moment earlier in the game, he had the game in his hands with the combo he needed to wipe the board and be aggressive. And just watching it now, just slowly slip away. And both of these players here, I mean, on 18 points, you really need to keep winning at this point, to stay in it. And that at the end of this game, one of these players will have a shot still at moving on to the top cut. One of them will have a very, very narrow path in. Josh here looking for cards with the Yzma. He's going to draw, he's going to discard, try to find something to keep him in it. Just playing it through, trying to see if there's anything he could find to keep himself in this game. There's the Ursula going to take a look. It's nothing. It's another Tinkerbell, a card that's been so menacing and so devastating in this matchup.
And so exciting to see her back. Some of these reprints were thrilling because some of these
there's
cards,
a handshake.
and there's a handshake. And honestly, that was one of my favorite games I have seen in the past. I mean, this is round 9 in the past 9 rounds. This is one of my more favorite ones I have ever seen. And we're going to go ahead and take a moment and then cut to a quick break while we get the second game up. But I mean, Liam, do you have thoughts on that match?
No, I like. It's hard watching these matches sometimes. Like that was a beautiful game. And, you know, in this game, you know, what are paintings? What is art? Art is assembling, you know, a series of materials, whether it's paint or a sculpture or something to have, to do something and to make an impact and to build something, you know, beautiful. And both of these players are artists. They're both players who are so talented, and what this game represented for them was just months and months and months of prep and building something that they thought would do a thing. And we got to see both of them do the thing that they wanted to do, and,
Yes.
and we got to see them both express the skill and the art and the combination that they envisioned expressing when they came here in a moment where, in this really emotional moment where they had to win and get in. And this game for these players, these winning in games where everything's on the line and months and months and months of prep all coalesce into this one moment. There's emotional highs, there's emotional lows, and you can just feel in this match, you know, Josh knowing that he has the game in his hand if he holds these two cards, and if they're gone, you know, that he likely loses the game, and you just feel that with these players. We don't see, you know, oftentimes in these tournaments, the months and the years sometimes that go into prepping for this, and it all comes together in these moments. And that game was an expression of art and creativity, and it was
courage.
and courage, and it was beautiful to watch.
It was incredible. And Joshua Paltry, winner of the first DLC in North America. So, I mean, seeing him be able to come back and on stream and show us the power of his deck building and seeing the meta in a way that nobody else sees it, and having the courage to play things that, you know, might not work in the hands of another player was beautiful to see. So shout out to Joshua for bringing an incredible deck, and shout out for Batsu for having the patience to navigate around that wild storm of cards.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, and so I can't wait to talk. We're gonna go find
Game
him. So
2.
quick break. We'll come back and we'll have game 2. But wow,
It's
what
gonna
a
be
game.
awesome. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the booth here. It is the first round of day 2. We're going to bring you a second game in this round. The first one was incredible.
Yes.
I think I've made clear my feelings on this.
Incredible, as they say. But yeah, I mean, the highs and lows. I mean, so Liam, you've been casting since, DLCs have DLC'd. And that was a match where the stories there are incredible. I mean, we've casted both those players several times. So it was very exciting. So now we have another match that I bet is going to be very boring. Who knows what's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. No, it's going to be a very exciting match. So we'll go ahead and jump right into that gameplay and see what kind of shenanigans we're up to. And here we go. We have Panda on. The Panda, I don't believe that's their name all the time. Do they always go by Panda?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
And so on the left here, Panda playing in a win-in here. Both of these players on 18 points. And we know Panda. Panda is a content creator in the community, so very out there supporting the game. So wonderful to see her here at the top table.
Okay.
And then on the other side, Benjamin Weiss on Amethyst Steel. This should be a really interesting matchup because look at Panda's colors. Emerald Steel, again, not a color combination that we see terribly often in the current meta. It used to be very popular, now not so much, but it does have very aggressive lines. We did see one yesterday, Spessy, a.k.a. Joseph Curley, running that deck and doing very well with it, and Panda here running it as well. So let's see how she chooses to handle this. On the other side, Amethyst Steel, a deck that everybody knows, and my pick to win this event early on.
Amethyst Steel is such a deck that is such a deck, and that my insight on that.
It is a deck.
But it's a deck that kind of
exists.
does the things it always. It's a very. I don't want to say I have any kind of bias against a deck, but it's a deck that kind of drives down the middle of the lane. It's like I'm going to draw cards, I'm going to do removal, and I'm going to get some lore, and it does all those pretty well. But it does look like on Panda's side, she's like, I'm going to get lore pretty fast. And that's been kind of the interesting identity shift of this Emerald Steel. Emerald Steel, for so long, it was, Emerald Steel discard, right? Emerald Steel discard. And there might be a couple discard cards in here, but I would guess, based on what we saw with Joe Curley's deck yesterday, that it is probably going to be on the aggressive side. And I saw some Cursed Merfolk in there, so we're probably going to see some fast questing. Will we see any kind of fishing poles in there? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore after yesterday. And after that last game, we have learned very quickly that you can make day 2 by using the element of surprise.
The element of surprise.
So this is going to be interesting. Now, steel mirrors can be interesting because it does end up being a kind of removal off. Who's going to find those docks, Bold Knight? Who are going to find those Strength of Raging Fire? But we're going to start off strong. I'm going to guess, is there going to be a Merfolk right away? Because we got a Captain Hook being inked and a Merfolk, which is an excellent way to start any kind of aggressive, especially on the play like Panda is. And she goes ahead and passes over to Benjamin, who's going to respawn in turn and probably try to put as much pressure on possible now that he knows this might be an aggressive style deck.
Here we do have that turn 1 Palace Guard. It's an illusion, but it's well statted. 1/4. It'll be able to take care of those Merfolk handily if he so chooses. Now, the Amethyst Steel decks in this meta really run like a... Let's talk about the game plan for this deck here. There's a 3-phase game plan for these decks. On turns 1 through like 3 or 4, you're doing some board control. You're putting it up. Oh, and that illusion ability, that vanish ability there taking effect. Only 2 damage by that Fire the Cannons, but once it's chosen for an effect by your opponent, that Palace Guard will be banished. The downside to those well-statted illusions. But to go back to the game plan for Amethyst Steel, in the first few turns, it wants to control the board, establish a character on turn 1, 2, and 3, and able to put pressure on your opponent to prevent them from running away from the game. Panda going to toss her pen across the table there, get it back in short order. That's the old pen toss technique. Became famous. I don't know. It's,
Panda made famous in day 1.
And day 1 of made famous in day 2 here of DLC Milwaukee. In the second part of the game, the Amethyst Steel wants to take advantage of its card draw, the genies, the Dumbos, things like that. You don't want to be going to dock too early. That's a missing turn 2 here is huge for this deck.
Yes.
And then on the last part of the game, you're going wide with all of that card advantage that you drew in the middle part of the game. So the game plan not on track here, not able to get that Palace Guard to stick on turn 1, nothing on turn 2. It won't allow him to apply the pressure and the control that he wants to apply here on the draw. You'd love to see a Calhoun on board at the very least if you're an Amethyst Steel player in this scenario.
There's that critical thing that we saw Spessy use, and that thing I'm referring to is Emerald Chromacon, which says, hey, you're a steel deck and you love challenging. Are you sure about that?
Look at that beautiful Dumbo. One of my favorite enchantments in the whole game. Sorry.
The most expensive ink in the game.
When I say it. But here we have White Rose coming down on turn 3. a turn 3 play. It's a 3-3 on turn 3. We'll gain a lore off of it, but finally managing to get a character to stick, and that'll deal with one of those. But now this Chromacon makes everything trickier because there's all sorts of shenanigans you can pull. You have to sequence everything properly because one of your other characters may not last on the board once you challenge one of your opponent's characters and banish it in a challenge, or banish any character on their turn. So the other thing that the Chromacon is good for in these aggressive decks is bouncing your own characters, maybe because you have an enter play ability like Doc that Panda will use there to draw 2 cards, or a high lore character that you want to protect. So look at this, all of a sudden, on turn 4, Panda going incredibly wide and establishing the Chromacon. This is looking really good so far.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the things you want to do with these kind of steel matchups is just go wide, but make sure you're in lockstep. Where if they're going wide, you're going exactly as wide, over and over and over again. And I would say Benjamin is not keeping lockstep, as we see 5 characters on play on Panda's side, and Benjamin with his 1 single white rose. And so obviously he did struggle in the beginning to have those 1 drops, and now he's getting to the point where he doesn't want to do that anymore. He wants to play his cooler, more expensive cards like his Genies and soon to be possibly an Elsa Fifth Spirit. So he has to make a decision at this point. Do I stick with the normal game plan, or do I look at what Panda's been up to over there and start responding now before things get out of hand, knowing that, I mean, if he takes care of the most heavy quester on the board, he's going to have to discard a card. So it's a lot of choices here. Now, the good news is that Panda did, while she had a dock, she just drew 2 cards. Now, will there be another dock in there? I don't see it. But there's a chance she will run out of that elusive gas, or rather resources, to keep going past these turns.
Benjamin thinking through sequencing here. Now, if he wants to challenge, he's going to want to do that before establishing anything else on the board, unless he wants to trick Panda into bouncing what he just plays. But Panda will have more options if one of her characters is banished, if Benjamin establishes anything else. So trying to think through his turn here, figure out, you know, what I'm going to do before choosing whether or not to challenge with that white rose. And it's something he may want to think about doing because Panda already up to 8 lore with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore showing on the board. And it's important to mention Fred, although he only has 1 lore, if he is challenged, Panda will gain 2 lore. So now able to establish 2 more characters. Tiny Adversary coming in, singing Strength Give Raging Fire with that white rose. The turn 3 character is so important in this deck because on turn 4 you want to be singing Strength. Going to remove that dock. And again, that dock, not the best challenger, doesn't have a lot of lore, but one of the reasons you challenge Doc in this scenario is because of that Chromacon.
Exactly.
It's exactly the reason you get it off the board, so Panda cannot recur it, and then you leverage it again to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons where the Emerald Chromacon can be very overwhelming if you're not prepared. Because, I mean, if you're not prepared and you sequence it where you are playing a character and then you challenge, or you don't think about the fact that it's not just something where it's used to bounce into the hand of a certain opponent. You just have to be very careful, rather. And so it can catch the element surprise, but we are here on day 2. So I'm imagining at this point he has seen a Chromacon or 2, but we see another character that we don't see all the time, Goofy, coming right onto the board. And you get a giggle. What's making you giggle about this, Goof?
I love this card. So this is very similar to Cusco. It fills the same slot in the deck that used to be run I loved running Cusco back in a Amethyst Emerald tempo version of this deck back in sets 1 through 3. I even ran it in set 3 because it is a closer. It has ward and it quests for 3. So when you get to this point where you're within reaching distance of the finish, and all you need is that last couple lore. If you drop a high lore character with ward, oftentimes your opponent has no way to interact with it, and you can close things down. And not only does he have ward, but whenever he quests, he gives another character ward at the start until the start of your next turn. So a card that really helps you close down games when you're playing a very aggressive strategy. I love this card in this situation and in this deck.
Yeah, and I will say, I mean, we started day 1 a little differently mentally than day 2, because day 2 I've just been looking and going, how fun is this that we have seen such cards that we didn't expect. I mean, this is not a Blurple Mirror match. I think people thought today would be only Amethyst Sapphire all day, and it simply isn't. We're seeing other decks here, and decks with cards that we don't normally see, and choices that are difficult, because we just saw Benjamin say, listen, I'm going to get rid of that Merfolk because I need to get with this Goofy now here with 3 lore. I need to do something. So he is going to go ahead, and this is a combo here where we have that Madam M Tiny Adversary and Jafar coming in and saying, I'm going to put pressure. Don't worry. I just need to pass a turn, and I can turn this corner, but the time is clicking as we do have 5 lore on board, which can take Panda up to 17 this turn.
Mr. Arrow being drawn off the top deck here. He does have resist, but he quests for 2. Importantly, I think we're going to see a quest here. There's Fred going in for 1. Mulan going to sneak another one, and it looks like that Goofy may stay upright.
Yeah, if she doesn't need to, she doesn't need to, because with ward.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and no, now we're going to see the quest all the way up to 17 now, and let's see if we can get an indication of where that ward will be going. It will go on the Mr. Arrow. It makes sense. It's going to stay upright, and now we won't be able to choose it with the Strength of Raging Fire, another card. And now Fred, again, remember, Fred, if he is removed in the challenge, Panda gets 2 lore.
Yes. So it's kind of a lots of, it's like, okay, well, Benjamin has to say, okay, well, if I go ahead and challenge Fred, that's 2 lore. Now, if I go ahead and go after Goofy, then I need to understand that, I mean, I'm going to have to put a lot of resources in there. Now, he does have cards that can pump up. We have a Jafar that can add some strength there. Possibly the Madam Mim is adding strength as well, but it's just there's not a lot of good choices, right? There's just a situation where he has unlimited resources and he has to deal with most of this board in order to make it where she does not win on this next turn.
No, I mean, it's really problematic. I mean, even if we had strength, that Mr. Arrow has ward, so that Mr. Arrow is probably pretty safe for the rest of the turn, so that's 2 lore. And now that means Benjamin has to remove all 3 of these characters, and it's just really... It's a really tough spot.
It's the kind of math where you're like, maybe I can do it. And earlier I referred to as Jafar. Jafar Aspiring Ruler can come in and give a challenge or 2 to a character when he comes into play. So, I mean, there's things that can change the math. But here we go. We're starting the party, going after that Goofy. But still, we're looking at a total of 4 on board. And so he has to do a little bit more, knowing that that Chromacon is still a problem. No matter what he comes up with, the Chromacon's there to say, hey, you know that's a problem for you too, right?
It's so frustrating because, look, if he exerted 5. If he does have that bell, without that Chromacon, Jafar challenges in, has, is that the bell or the Elsa? I can't see. I think it's the Elsa.
It's a scoop, unfortunately.
It's a scoop is what it is. It was the Elsa. Yeah, it is a scoop. Not able to do much. That Chromacon really making a difference there, getting established. And, again, that Goofy shipwright is a fun way to close the game. So, man, Panda off to the races there. We see the game plan.
We
it
do.
Is go.
The game plan seems to be, I mean, I wish I could call it aggro puzzle. Because I just feel like she said, I'm going to make a puzzle. You solve it, Benjamin. And Benjamin said, I'm going to try, but wow. Because the puzzle seemed very rough. I mean, you have between the Chromacon, discard, Fred, you basically say, you have to pick how you're going to do this, and there's lots of wrong answers. So we know now, Benjamin says, you know, that option where I played a 1-drop, lost it, and had nothing on turn 2, that didn't work out against that deck. So now he's going to want to, yeah, that was not the plan against this very, very aggressive style deck. So that cannon was very, very key for Panda. As we know, against illusions, they hate to see a cannon because whether that cannon says hit for 0 or hit for infinity, it does not matter. And so he's going to go ahead and do a full 7.
That, yeah, is huge. No, so he had the strength, he had a turn 1, but look, a great hand drawing into. I didn't see if he got a 1-drop, but he got a Calhoun. He did get, now Calhoun better, I think, on the draw, but Calhoun, he did get the Calhoun. He did get a strength, I believe. And what this deck wants to do, like we talked about the 3 phases of the game, but there's a critical opening sequence in this meta that most steel decks want to do, and they want to play strength on turn 3 or 4. So you want to drop a character on turn 4 and then sing strength with your 3-drop character. Now, Amber wants to do it by going wide. Generally, you want to go 1-on-1, 2-on-2, potentially, and just really flood the board. You have to be a little bit more reserved in Amethyst Steel because you can burn through your hand. And so generally, it's a 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3. And then on 4, you hit the Genie, and then you're able to sing a strength for 4 and give yourself a lot of momentum by controlling the board. And if you can do that with something like a Calhoun or something else on turn 3, which also shuts down questing, that's kind of what you want to do. So Benjamin, a full send away there, trying to make sure he has that 1, 2, 3 line. And I do think he found the strength, and so that'll be very, very good if he can get that. If you can get that 1, 2, 3, 4 sequence.
But will we see? There's this lady. She's a bit of a witch, if you ask me, which is very apropos for the season. Will Ursula come and do what she's been doing these next few games and ruin this beautifully crafted plan? Because she's been doing that. She loves, it's a card where she used to be just an auto-include. And I remember me and you, we did a tournament like 2 months ago, and we said, are you running Ursula? And a lot of people said, no, I'm not running Ursula. Why would I run Ursula?
Yeah,
and as the season went on, it's like, I need Ursula right now. And so we're going to go ahead and get started with the Royal Palace card. I'm looking at her, and I think I do see an Ursula. So watch out, Ben. She's coming for you. Will she use it? Probably, because it feels like people are being very, very cautious and knowing how powerful that card is. But we also see Fire of the Cannon, so we might see a replay here. I don't know if she'd turn 1 cannon. That's pretty bold. But turn 2 possibly. Nope.
Ursula into the Inkwell, okay.
And
establishing the
Merfolk. So now does she have a second Ursula? Whenever I see a card being inked like that, I'm like, but what about second Ursula?
What about second breakfast?
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead. She does have the patience here knowing that she can cannon, that the Royal Palace card can stay upright, or not Royal Palace card, just a Palace card in this case, can stay upright, can quest, and can do whatever you want. It doesn't necessarily matter because she can cannon and play another 1-drop. But here we go. We'll put the pressure on with the Calhoun. So unlike last game, there is somebody there. If we lose our Palace card, we have somebody. So he'll go ahead, quest for one before he loses him possibly, and go ahead and go to pass.
Here's that turn 2, drawing into another cannons. It is uninkable, so shutting down options a little bit. We're going to flip that Ursula over finally. For 1, looks like we will remove that Palace Guard. Again, that Vanish ability means whenever it's chosen by your opponent, it will be sent to the discard pile. That cannon is fired and that illusion goes up in a puff of smoke, or sand rather. Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, heading to the Inkwell, and we will see Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist, come down. Challenger 2 will be enough to get over that resist that Calhoun has if it chooses to challenge in. And now a decision, do we quest for the Merfolk? And here's the thing, like on the draw, when your opponent has some extra cards, that card draw doesn't, that card discard that you have to do when you challenge into the Merfolk doesn't feel as bad. But on the play, when you're already pressed for resources a little bit, that discarding that one card can make a huge difference.
Yeah, and something I'm trying to think about is if he has that Giant Cobra, sometimes people will play Giant Cobra to sing, or even a Genie Stratified Dragon. She has a Secret Cannon. Now we see White Rose here, which is not an illusion, so we don't have to worry. But if he does decide to do anything with his Calhoun, she can come back with the hook on the next turn. And then if he decides, the White Rose protects his plan a little bit, because my fear here is that he'll lose his beautiful, beautiful singer he needs. But I do imagine that this Captain Hook will be coming for Calhoun expeditiously.
And Benjamin will gain 2 lore. Whenever Calhoun banishes a character in a challenge, you gain 2 lore, so up to 4 there. But look at that! Look at the impact of that one discard off those Merfolk. Here comes another Captain Hook into play. It's a ship of hooks, and now Forceful Duelist, as you highlighted, Katie, will go into that Calhoun. And back over to Benjamin. He has established a 3-cost Singer, but not many other characters will put the Yzma in play. It's a fantastic card to play in this scenario. The White Rose will quest. Now, Yzma, a card that allows you to draw up to 3 cards. And so if it sticks around till the next turn, which it's likely to do, because that cannon's not enough to remove it.
Yeah, she's got a strength, she's got a cannon. Is that a second strength? That is an obscene... It's an obscene hand for somebody trying to do aggro-style activities, because we have 2 strengths, a cannon, and it looks like possibly a dock, which is nice, but generally you want to empty your hand. So she'll start the party here by going ahead and inking one of her 2 strengths, paying 1. Probably, she was like, I don't know, that's not exactly what I wanted to use it for, because wouldn't a cannon be better for literally anything other than just dealing 2 damage that you don't want to? Now, she could fire the cannon and go ahead with that Captain Hook.
I think that's also a decision here. That Yzma is so devastating. That's 3 cards. You have the tools to remove it, but it's going to be expensive. You have the cannons and the strength. And those together in this scenario would allow you to remove that Yzma. And I'm not sure if that's the line she's thinking of, but it is one that would prevent Benjamin from drawing 3 cards on his turn.
But man, is that an expensive way to get rid of one character.
And that's what we're going to do. It's 3 cards is a lot. If I can use 2 cards to keep you from drawing 3, that might be the line here, and it looks like that's the one. Because I'm not mistaken, Katie, but is that a dock on the other side?
Yes, so she's just saying, I'm going to try to get as much value as of these 3 cards I can.
Play.
And then playing dock, going ahead and saying, I don't have to discard anything, and getting rewarded with a Merfolk off the top and just enough ink to go in and play it. So that was a scary turn to navigate,
sequence.
But worked out incredibly in her favor.
Very low on cards, but a great sequence. Now, that Captain Hook, if he's challenged into, I believe, will draw a card.
Yes, yes, that is. And whenever this character is challenged, draw cards. So it's not even banished. So if he has to double challenge like he would at this point, now Diablo is famous for not being able to challenge unless he has some kind of tiny adversary helping him. So that Hook is feeling pretty good right now, and strength is looking a little less exciting with the current math on the board. So we're in a situation where he has to be mindful. He has 3 ink left, 1 card in hand. I believe is it still the strength? It might be, and that losing that Yzma was incredible. That was an incredible call on Panda's side, because he was saying, "Listen, I just have to survive 1 turn. What are the odds that she has 2 strengths in a? What are the odds she has 2 strengths in a cannon?" She said 100, and now he says, "I don't know what to do. I'm in the same position I was in last game." Now the good news though is the next turn. This is something people don't love to do, but you can go ahead and take Diablo and. Oh, in this case, he does go ahead and say, what, I'll go ahead and pay full price for Strength of Raging Fire and get rid of that Hook. It's not a challenge, so that's quite nice. And now we have 2 modest board size again. So
she did have to challenge him, or he did have to challenge him with the White Rose, so Panda did get a card off of it.
Oh, so 1 card, yes. So there we go. 1 card off of that, and then go ahead and finish with that Strength of Raging Fire. So still not ideal. And then we get a Go-Go, which is kind of funny, because in this case, Go-Go could get 1 lore. She pays 4 for it. But we also have a warded Prince Philip in hand. And then the third, is that Louis, possibly? It's tough to say from this angle, but more answers are more answers here. And we'll go ahead and put Prince Philip, who very, very wonderfully has ward and quest for 2, right onto that board.
And this card saw a lot of play around World's time frame.
Yes.
Worked into a lot of decks. That ward, very impactful in that meta, and it's seeing play in, I think, every Emerald Steel deck that I've seen. in the tournament so far today, of which that number is 2. But in both those decks making an appearance, it does quest for 2, and that 3 strength allows it to do what you need to do most of the time in the early and mid game. So Panda now questing for another 2.
Yeah, and I mean, she just needs to keep the pressure on. I mean, that Go-Go is nice. It could get nicer because, I mean, if you were able to go ahead and put a little bit damage, 1 is the minimum value you'd want to get off of a Go-Go. Right now, there's not a lot of bodies that can carry the damage, but she has that dock. She's like, you know what, I'll go ahead and quest while I have it because maybe she will get a chance for a challenge back and then get more damage. Genie is exactly the card you want to see off the top. Going ahead and getting 1 card here for card draw and keeping the dream alive. Will he fly that Diablo in just to get some card draw?
Yes, sequencing super important here because here's the deal. He drew the card before he chose to challenge the Merfolk, which would have forced the discard, so had to ink that White Rose if he wanted to keep it, otherwise would have lost it to the discard.
Yes.
So it's, again, not sure if that was the plan all along to ink that card to get up to 5, but sequencing, very important. Definitely want to challenge in, discard nothing before drawing that card.
Yeah, and that's something that you can see, you know, the difference between, you know, like a set champ versus day 2 of a DLC is people are very vigilant. Like, he did that sequencing so fast that you might not even understand why he was like, I gotta do this right now. Because like you said, if you, once it's down, then you have to follow through with the implications of it. But we get another Curse Merfolk, which is very annoying. Less annoying when you have no cards, though. And then a Go-Go Tamago coming down for a, not full, did she go ahead and pay 4 ink for that, or just the simple
Just
2?
the...
Just the 2?
Just the 2.
So a no-go Tomago, if you call it.
No go.
And then we're going to go ahead and challenge and say, you know what, draw a card. I'll clean up your board because I know you have strength, and I do not want you to do it.
I do not care for it.
Oh.
Drawing another Genie.
Incredible.
At this point, does feel good to establish another one. Drawing into a Cobra, which will go into the inkwell promptly for a dock right on an empty hand. You love to see a dock into an empty hand. And having 6 ink feels pretty good for next turn. I think a Satisfied Dragon being drawn there, and I don't see the other one. But at this point in the game, once you get here, now Panda at a pretty good lore total, but not high enough to shut the door once Benjamin gets a lot of his removal options online. Elsa becomes problematic, allowing him to exert ready characters, rush right in immediately, paired with a Bell following next turn. So at this point in the game, some of the top end removal is fully unlocked for Benjamin if he can find it.
Now, it's tricky here because he's seen 1 Go-Go, so it's tempting to be like, well, Genie can take out Prince Philip right now. He's warded. I can end it. But then, now you have a Genie with 3 damage on it. So it's kind of one of those like, okay, what are the odds she's got another Go-Go Tamago in her hand? She doesn't have a huge hand size, but it's something you have to think about is how much damage do you want to carry on your characters. So he goes ahead and gets rid of the ability for that Go-Go to be bounced on her own by some kind of Emerald Chromacon action, puts that in the discard, and says, please don't have one in your hand. She does. Audience, she has one.
Yeah. It is an evasive character. Well, yeah, he has evasive Genies, but getting that Go-Go off the board now, we were just going to say that Go-Go for cost to allow her to play the Ursula as well.
But get 3 lore, so that 3 lore was not there.
Nope,
before that.
Oh, sorry, she did take the full. There it is, yeah.
Yeah, so she said this. We had the no-go, we have the go-go. And any lore helps in this kind of aggressive style deck. Now, this Ursula is interesting. That's not necessarily your favorite top deck. It can be nice because you get to see what they have, and it is a card that you can play. But but another Genie, the 3-nie. You know I love a 3-nie, Liam. And he has his 3rd Genie in hand. And we're about to see it come down for more card draw.
Yeah, it's not a great card to have in the scenario. You'd like if he does hit a dock and draws 2 cards, the end of the turn into an empty hand, you know, you can possibly pick a strength, but at this point, probably just a body. But Benjamin getting the card draw going with these Genies, this is mid-game, and this is the go-wide strategy this deck likes to do in the late game, and there's that Genie coming down. We have 4 Genies of various types.
Yes, of various types. So yeah, we have now you're like it's not 3 Genies, it's a quadini. Either way, but it's enough to start cleaning up because I mean we talk about what's the play clock here. We have 4 lore on Panda's side, but the lore on Benjamin's side is steadily gaining here with a total of 8, and so we're gonna clean up without having to necessarily lose some characters. As far as he has no cards in hand.
Yes, I believe.
Which that makes it perfect. Curse Merfolk hates to see an empty hand, and he'd love to have cards, but it also feels good to get to the point where you're like, fine, Curse Merfolk, I will do what I can.
He would love to have cards.
Yes, he would love to. It is a thing that players, we talk, every interview I have, they say, you know what, I would have loved more cards. But now we have Panda saying same thing.
What was the key to victory in that game? More cards.
Cards and lore is my favorite part of my deck.
Oh, it's a shipwright, okay.
Which, as you said, that's a game ender in some ways. Now she has to be patient and hope that nothing bad happens.
6, 7, 8, 9. It is a game ender, but now Benjamin's sitting on 9 lore. Panda will go up to 14, and unfortunately, you know, Benjamin likely to clean up that go-go to avoid any shenanigans, but able to put game on board this turn, so Panda will have to respond, and just kind of out of reach of that shipwright right now, well, by a little, by another shipwright, by another 3. So Benjamin now taking a look and trying to do the math here. I'm not sure what he drew, but it looks like he'll be able to threaten game.
Yeah, and it's tricky because that
Genie.
that go-go, sometimes I'm tempted to keep something upright because I'm like, you know, if I don't need to, but she doesn't know if there's any cannon. I mean, go-go's extremely cannonable, so it's one of those things where I should just get that value while I can, and she does, even though she loses it in a challenge. But we still have the Goofy, but it is kind of scary here because he definitely does not have evasive. He just has ward, and so the minute he turns sideways, it's the last time he will do such thing.
Well, and really importantly, getting that 3 damage Genie off the board, a go-go top deck would have won it. And even here, with that 2 damage on the white rose, 1 out of reach, so the Mulan would have allowed her to dig, but 1 away with the go-go, so really heads-up play, getting that Genie off the board to get that 1 avenue to victory over or out of the way, and now taking game 2, Panda will be on the play game 3.
Yeah, so this is very, very, very impactful here because at this point, we are going to see that Panda, we saw her zoom in. She zoomed very hard with her deck, and we see 2 Merfolks in hand and a Fred, so she's already like, send back cards. Why in this count? So she only sends back 1 card because she's like, I see all my favorites here. Now Benjamin, as we saw, he does want to get those 1-2 costs. Calhoun can do a great job at keeping pressure on. But yeah, Panda, I think, is feeling pretty happy with those 2 Curse Merfolks right off the bat. Being able to get that pressure on early and at least a little bit of passive card draw, as long as Benjamin basically, because he doesn't have cannons or things like that. Which cannons, it can be, it's so interesting how such a tiny card, a 1-cost uninkable that does only just 2 damage, can be very, very impactful in this meta. You see that do some very disturbing things. Oh, I see a cannon. So there's one there. Spoiler alert, there's a cannon. But it's tricky, though, because fitting it in on curve when you have 2 uninkable Calhouns, not easy, because you'd much rather have a Calhoun. So it might be something where he might do a turn 1 cannon. I'm interested to see if he does that.
Yeah, let's see. Really importantly, again, if he mulligans into that or alters into that 1, 2, 3, 4 line he wants.
Yeah, I see 2 uninkable Calhouns and a cannon and a dock. So those are the 4 I saw.
Calhoun is a brutal card to see if you're Panda on turn 2. When you're on the play here, so
Palace Guard is there as well. So it's interesting, right? Because I mean that Calhoun is famously uninkable. So is Doc. So is and it looks like
there is a lot of uninkables in there.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, and she has to make a same kind of painful thing where she has to go ahead and ink that strength, but she does know she's going to go as wide as possible, likely next turn dropping down that Curse Merfolk and a Fred. So first turn right off the bat, we will go ahead and do what I like. Yes.
Boom, cannons right into the Merfolk.
No discard today. Now, no 1-drop either, which is kind of a bummer, but we know that, I mean, he has other options and other things to get to that are uninkable. So we'll start that pressure here, and she's looking at that go-go, deciding, inking the go-go, saving. Go-go can be valuable, but in this case, ink.
Yeah, really big play there. I mean, for a couple of reasons. One, getting that Merfolk off the board before it can do some shenanigans. I know we're going to see 2-on-2 here. I call this the Mo Shamlin special from World 1-on-1, 2-on-2 in Emerald. But back over to Benjamin. But also that cannons is uninkable, and so there is an option to ink. Maybe the Forceful Duelist play the Palace Guard and control that Merfolk the old-fashioned way with a little bit of challenging. But then you're stuck with that uninkable cannon in your hand. So definitely keeping more options open here and keeping that pressure off. Let's see. We'll probably see the Calhoun here. Nope, we're going to see 2, allowing him to clear 2 cards. The 0-1 and the 1-1 able to be handled in sequence by both the Palace Guard and the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist. So this seems...
see 3 Calhoun. I keep feeling... No, I think I see a Genie, a Doc, and 2 Calhouns. Because if there's 3 Calhouns, that is egregious tomfoolery. But are those...
But now a lot of uninkables.
Yeah, there's a
Genie,
very...
couple Calhouns, and...
So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to prioritize playing those 2 inkables, knowing that he needs to draw ink next turn. Now he can technically just play Calhoun next turn, but that is a very interesting situation he's in, where he's kind of saying, "Don't worry, ink will come." And I will tell you, it does not always come. But here goes. There's Chromacon. She sees the writing on the wall.
Great card to play here. Now we're going to quest for both, and now the Chromacon, he can challenge in with 1, and something else will be bounced. Now, if he establishes a character before that, both characters, you should be able to. Well, no, because he won't be able to challenge. So yeah, really, we'll be able to protect 1 character here. And either discard or give a bonus to lure with that Fred. Let's see which way he chooses to sequence this. Again, sequencing so important once that Chromacon's on. Always important, but even more important when that Chromacon's on the board and your opponent has some agency on your turn.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, I keep thinking, I'm like, it's this is the most puzzly of all the aggro decks I have seen. Now, it is notable to say when it's banished, so if he has any kind of, I mean, most of his are going to be banished. Sometimes in other matchups, there's things you can get around where you put it to the bottom, you put it in the inkwell, things like that. But I mean, that's generally what Amethyst Seal does, is banish the card. So Chromacon makes it extremely frustrating. We saw it in game 1, so it's very smart of her to say, well, I liked it the first time, I'll try it again. And you can see Benjamin sitting with that decision. And I didn't see if he got that inkable card he needs to continue his curve.
I think I caught a brief glimpse there. I think he drew a strength.
Ooh, which is a painful thing.
I think. So we're going to see a quest with the Palace Guard.
But then discarding a card. But he goes ahead and
discard the Genie.
Yeah, and then the Chromacon trigger. She picks.
So it will be the Duelist. So an interesting choice here, because now you give him an Inkable.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know, of course, that he's sitting on that Inkable problem. But that Forceful Duelist, much better in the Inkwell at this point than on the board. So a little bit of a gift there, I think.
And I want to mention, so yesterday I casted a match with you about it was Joe Curley, Spessie's match, and I saw they didn't do a Chromacon trigger, and I said, what was the story there? Because it's a May, so why didn't you? And he said, based on the way they were playing, I didn't think they had inkables, and I wasn't going to give them a single piece of ink. And so it's interesting there because we saw why that can matter, because we know Benjamin's sitting there going, I need ink so bad right now. Now, he went ahead and inked the strength anyway and deployed a Calhoun and a Captain Hook, but it's very interesting to note that, I mean, when you have that Chromacon, it's a May, you get to pick what you were going to go ahead and return to hand to wear. So very interesting. It's a card that you have to use correctly. And here we go, 2 more hooks to play to go ahead and get some pressure. Not the aggro pressure that she likes, but at least a little pressure that she can go ahead and, and a cannon, but an empty hand.
Every game we cannons that guard.
No, the Palace Guard's like, I quit. This is a terrible work environment.
All right. I'm not having a ball over here. We do draw an Inkable. It is that 5-cost Elsa. You'd love to save it, but at this point, you gotta get to the ink to play her. I think we have the uninkable Calhoun in hand, and the other one a Doc. Let's see.
And it's interesting in this case because, as we know, aggro decks can be aggravating because what happens is they just keep getting lower and menacing and menacing and menacing. But Benjamin can get to a point against this Emerald Chromacon where he goes, I don't care what you're up to over there. If he can get to the point, she has no cards in hand, it gets to the point where it doesn't matter what that Emerald Chromacon says, he just quests to the moon. Now, he has in his hands, it looks like an Elsa Fifth Spirit, Genie possibly, but is he in another unequal situation?
Did we see a bounce off the Chromacon there?
For the Fred?
Yes.
No. But he does go ahead and play 2 ink for the Calhoun, and then go ahead and play Doc, draw 2 cards. But you are correct. The Fred was challenged, and she gained lore off of it, but it does not look like she activated the Chromacon.
Yeah, may have missed it, but not.
It's a May, so I will say there is.
It's a May.
She could be a little kind of fast and loose on it, but it's so tricky in these situations. It's one of those things where it's up to the players. I mean, it's a May, and a sound doesn't go off on the card, unfortunately, when those challenges happen. And now she has to decide how she wants to use these hooks. The Calhoun obviously is a great trade in her favor, but this is not where her deck wants to be at all.
No,
she has 1 hook in a Chromacon, and now the Chromacon becomes less and less useless the more narrow her board and the wider Benjamin gets. Ooh.
Dumbo being established here. That'll pay off next turn. No evasives to leverage it with this turn, but going to get a quest here. 3 not feeling the pressure really from that single Forceful Duelist over there. And would love to draw into a Doc here. I don't think we see it, so Mulan will come down, allow us to draw a card, discard a card. We do have a Louise. That's a fun card to play, or ink, and get that Mr. Error on board, discard rather, get that Mr. Error on board. Is it 1-2 evasive, or I'm sorry, with resist. Ugh, I just cycled through.
I know, right? You're like,
you know,
and it's interesting
spin
because
the wheel in the brain.
While Lewis would have been interesting because forcing a challenge when you have Chromacon on board can be kind of nice. Mr. Arrow, she could play this turn, and I think she's just very desperate to say, I need to keep tempo up because this board is getting wider. In an Emerald matchup, you want to keep as much lockstep as possible. So she's doing as much cleanup as possible. But like I mentioned, I mean, this Chromacon that's sitting there is a 3 cost that's just not able to do much. Especially Benjamin's getting to the point where he can kind of start using that Dumbo, gaining lore, drawing cards, and just keep going wider. I'm not sure what that card is right now, but I don't think Panda wants to be in this top deck mode that she has entered. And depending on what this card is, it's definitely going to tell her how the rest of it's going to go. And it is Elsa.
What a cold play. Going to exert Mr. Arrow there.
And now make sure we do all of our challenge. If you choose to challenge, now is the time to do it. Or sorry, quest, now is the time to do it because we have this Mr. Arrow exerted. But like the minute we banish that Mr. Arrow, oh, hello. Hi, thanks,
wave to the
Panda.
camera. Hi, Panda.
Hi, Panda. She can't see us, but we see her, and I love when they look at the camera. Rob is another one that does that, a favorite player of mine. But now he's doing that. He's doing that thought where he's like, I've danced with the Chromacon before, and I won't get burned. So we'll do that quest out here. He doesn't even draw a card off the Dumbo. He just goes ahead and does a nice quest here.
Yeah, no ink available, unfortunately.
Yeah.
If it's going to get bounced, you may as well get some lore out of it, and that's exactly what happens. Heading back to the hand now.
And it's safer in the hand, right? Because I imagine she pulls out a smash card or something like that. That Dumbo might not ever come back. So in the hand, it's safer. And now we get that Lewis that we talked about. She went ahead and sent it back last turn, but he set something free. If it comes back, it was meant to be. So there's Lewis. She's deciding who to target and keep the pressure on of the Chromacon. I talked about how it's not as useful, but she's found ways to make it where you must engage with my Chromacon now.
And it looks like, I think the hand indication was the Palace Guard getting the Reckless there. So being forced to challenge in.
The classic Reckless marker of Pooh Honey Wizard regulation. That is from the League kit, which is one of the more exciting things in it. Pooh Honey Wizard forever and ever, yes, please. So he goes ahead and draw. We have a White Rose in hand along with that Dumbo that she returned to hand with the Emerald Chromacon. Now, Dumbo becomes a lot more valuable because if he plays Dumbo now, Elsa can be exerted to draw a card. So Dumbo is always a lot better if you can play it after you have an evasive on board versus just no evasive on board. But he's making the decision. He can play White Rose and gain 1 lore now. He knows that Lewis challenge is coming, so he needs to make sure if he's going to do all the Dumbo shenanigans, he does it before any challenging, so he doesn't kind of lose that ability to do Dumbo business. So here he goes thinking through how he's going to do this whole turn. And he will go ahead and quest in with that Elsa. It's not do okay, so he's not doing the Dumbo plan here, knowing that he's questing with that Elsa.
Yeah, we're just sequencing everything perfectly. So there comes the hook. He's going to challenge in. Lewis is going to be removed, and Panda here able to.
Oh, he's hoping that he bounced. She's like,
yeah,
you know what you could do, and she chooses to bounce her own Mulan.
Okay, that's another. Benefit to the Chromacon in this scenario. Now Mulan, a card. Not only is it protected being upright, but it'll allow her to draw and discard when it enters play. So able to look for another card there. Doc will go on a quest. That Dumbo will come down. And Palace Guard, nothing to challenge into. We'll just sit there and be reckless.
Yeah, so she will go ahead, choose and discard that card. She has that Ursula and then a Fred. So not two of the greatest cards in the end of a game against a board that is growing. Knowing that Dumbo can either do some lore shenanigans or card draw shenanigans, it's really up to him. And a White Rose as well in hand with 1 lore. So she goes ahead and gets rid of the Ursula Deceiver, plays the Fred, and says, you know what? Maybe I'll make it. I'll pass my turn.
And it's back over to Benjamin. 1, 2, 3, 4 lore showing on the board, but now has that Dumbo online. Elsa sitting on the board, 2 cards in hand. I see a White Rose there.
And Dumbo's so interesting because we know how powerful he is, but it's funny because it's not the kind of card that drops and we scream. I've never played a Dumbo and I go, oh, we got a Dumbo, the game's over. But it's so powerful because it's like that suddenly you see a fire lit and the deck is now engaged. And like you said, online is such a good way to put it because now the limit's been raised. The card draw, we see that Elsa being exerted, gaining a lore here, and he gets more options. Meanwhile, Panda doesn't have those options. She just has to fight for everything at this point forward.
White Rose will come down here, give an extra lore to Benjamin. Now 6 lore away from victory.
Oh.
And Doc with an empty hand. When you got it, you got it.
And the thing is nothing's funnier than 2 players playing Doc because they know.
Look, Panda, a content creator, knows how to play to the camera here.
Yeah, knows, and she knows the pain of a Doc because she's had good Docs, and now there's Doc hiding, and she says, I always tell people if you want to know who lost a game, look at the person looking over at the top cards of their deck. That person didn't win. They did not win.
That's right. So fantastic day for both players. Congrats to Benjamin on the win, and a well-fought day by Panda with a very aggressive Emerald Steel deck. Not a deck that we see too often in the meta these days, but it has made an appearance. It made an appearance actually top 8, I think, in Bologna, and several players choosing to bring it in here. So congratulations on an outstanding performance by both players.
Yeah, and I mean, so fun to see some of the cards these players have chosen to do. As we know, Amethyst Steel is a deck that we've seen all season. That is, it's good. It does. It's one of those cards where you talk about what are the 3 things you want to do. You want to draw cards, gain lore, and get rid of stuff. And it does all those pretty okay. Now, some decks accelerate at others, as we saw. Panda's deck accelerates spectacularly at gaining lore, but it doesn't draw cards super well. And so it's kind of interesting watching the balance of these different decks. And in this case, Panda showed us her deck is something to be frightened of, but Amethyst Steel just drove steadily down the middle of the road. And
that's what it's been doing all.
Yeah, it just goes,
like,
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the thing. Amethyst Steel was my prediction to win the event yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. They didn't tell us that I was going to have to do those picks. I was put on the spot, but my gut said Amethyst Steel, so that's what I went with.
It's a good gut reaction
so
after this season.
We'll
it's
see
like,
if it pays off.
Well, Amber Steel, if you're out there, Amber Steel, keep going, okay, please. That is what I said, and so I don't think my fantasy team's going to win, but maybe my deck can win. But incredible 2 games. The first round of day 2, round 9 is done. Liam, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, and everything's on the line here. I mean, the lane into the top cut is very, very narrow in this format with this number of players, and so really you want to be sitting on no more than 2 losses, and so every single game, every single match today, every single play, every single draw matters, and these players are playing for the culmination of months of prep, so every game is important, the emotion is real, and it's top-tier Lorcana. You're going to want to be here all day. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a quick break, but then we're going into the lounge, and we're going to have a little bit of fun, and then back to more Disney Lorcana gameplay.
Couch.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the wonderful Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I'm joined by two members of our star-studded casting team. We have the wonderful B-Squared Brandon. How you doing, buddy?
Doing
Good to
awesome,
see you.
doing awesome.
And we have the incomparable Katie. How you enjoying your debut, Katie?
I am loving it. This is
bet
like
you are.
the hey now, this is what dreams are made of kind of weekend for me. And so I've loved it every moment, from like literally walking across, food, all of it. All is great. So, and I'm excited here in this room.
Excellent. I'm glad to see that. And you may see strategically placed behind Katie because they want me as far away as possible from it. We have the uncut sheet. This is a thing of beauty. These are available on the prize wall for those that are able to assemble enough tickets.
They look so good.
I might
And
get
of course,
it.
top 4 and top 2 will be going home with foil versions of this. What a souvenir. What would you do with this, Brandon? Where would this go?
Oh, I'd absolutely frame it, and it'd be in the wall on my bedroom, so that every night before I went to sleep, I just got to stare at this beautiful wall of uncut
What a way to
cards.
drift off into a beautiful sleep, right?
I'd wear it like a sandwich board everywhere I go.
I love that. I love that. But you know what else I love? The whispers that are coming very soon into the Disney Lorcana trading card game. Very exciting. Set 10 will be coming very, very soon. Whispers in the Well. We're going to take a quick look at the beautiful marketing art. And I don't know about you guys, but the moment I saw this piece of art, I knew we were in for something special. Katie, we'll start with you. What's something from Whispers in the Well that has already been spoilt that you're excited for?
Well, I mean, I love the exciting part. Every time there's a new mechanic, I'm excited because you know the team's known about it for longer than we have. And so knowing about Boost, knowing that the game is going to change, it changed big after rotation and it's about to change again. And I can't wait to see how it's developed into decks we know and love and how everything's just turned on its head. What about you, Brandon? Is there anything you're excited about here?
I am loving the theme of Whispers in the Well, and especially around the time that it's being released. I'm liking the gargoyles, the headless horsemen, all the spooky things that are happening in this set. I can't wait to collect those cards, search for those enchanteds, and then display them.
It's looking like it's going to be the most impactful impact on our metagame since Rise of the Floodborn, and a lot of very stylized. I love the Whisper frame. Of course, the pre-release for Whispers in the Well is going to be at November 7th, with the full release coming November 14th. So that's going to be very exciting for the future of the Disney Lorcana trading card game. But living in the here and now for a moment, we showed you at the beginning of the day the day one meta breakdown, taking into account all of the players in the room, and I'm pleased to inform you we do have that breakdown ready for day 2. So let's take a look at that, and I'm not going to say anything. Katie, what's the first thing that jumps out at you when you look at this breakdown?
There's some blurple happening here.
There's some level happening.
Yeah, so I mean, we talk about conversion rates, and I don't believe that it was at 40%, which shows me that the people who brought this Amethyst Sapphire deck had a pretty good day yesterday. What are you seeing, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, that 40% definitely sticks out to me. Amethyst Sapphire obviously converting super well. Everything else seems to be relatively in order from day one in regards to its representation. I'm not exactly sure how the percentages change a little, but I think it's interesting that they're all in the same order. The only difference that I see immediately is that Amber Sapphire and Amethyst Emerald both have kind of swapped places. They have the same percentages as well, but interested to see what that Amber Sapphire deck is cooking up.
Yeah, to be honest, I did hear some rumors about this. I got a message from someone in the community saying, hey, I've got a friend, they're in day 2, they're on Amber Sapphire Princesses.
Ooh.
Fair play to them, making day 2
Yeah.
of the DLC with that. I also must make a very biased shout out. There are 4 absolute legends in the room today playing Ruby Amethyst. I got very excited getting to cast one of those matches yesterday. I am ever hopeful that we will get to see some more. But yes, that is our day 2 meta game. I'm just excited to see more games of Disney Lorcana.
Well, one thing that's
Absolutely.
really shocking to me is, I mean, we saw a friend of the show, Joseph Curley, coming in with
Absolutely.
that Emerald Steel. And I was
The
like,
ultimate specimen.
Yeah, the ultimate specimen. And I was like, okay, he's, a mad lad with a mad deck. And then we saw it again in round 9. And as we saw, I mean, there were several players that had great success with it. So it kind of shows sometimes in the later times of these metas, people kind of look at it and go, nah, they haven't figured it out yet. There's more to come.
I think Joe is one of those people where he could lose his deck, and if you found it, you would be able to identify that it was
Yeah.
Joe's. He gave me a look through it the other day. I was like, yeah, this seems like the sort of thing that you would build, but fair play to him. He's having a fantastic run. And also shout out to Kawa from the European team, who's had a fantastic run as well, made day 2. I do believe that his run has come to an end, but I gave him a hug. I was like, dude, you had such a great run. You should be very, very proud of himself.
Definitely.
So a shout out to the European casting team for coming over and performing. However, there is something that I would like to fill a little time with right now. Something we did in Bologna. That was an awful lot of fun, and I think I've picked the right 2 casters to come and join me for it. Katie, how are your artistic skills from on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, I've made 40,000 Disney Lorcana cards. I have not. I'm so scared. I've never drawn anything that anyone's ever recognized in my life, but today I'm ready. I can do it.
And how about you, Brandon? Are you confident with your artistic skills?
I mean, I doodled a lot in class, so, you know,
okay,
that'll probably help.
There's some training there for sure. I do feel like that this game is very similar to karaoke. Like, the worse you are, the more entertaining it is for the audience at large.
It should be really entertaining, then.
Absolutely. But hey, they've said this. They're now going to draw like a Picasso absolute masterpiece. But yes, we are going to play draw the card, guess the card. Now, I know what these cards are. I'm not playing. I just get to observe and
Big brain.
either laugh or just be very entertained. Now, I'm going to be a little bit kind. I've got 6 cards here.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 1 veto.
Okay.
But there might be something even more. If you veto a card, the one that you then pick up, you have to choose that one. You don't get to say, oh, no, I prefer the first one.
Okay.
If you veto, you have to go with that second card, okay? So if you do choose it, at your own risk be it. Okay? Katie, you are in the artist seat, so I'm going to ask you to make sure you don't show anyone. Don't even show the audience. You're going to pick one of those and you're going to take a look. Now, what's your first opinion? Is this one that we're going to give a go, or would you like to use your veto?
I'm not afraid.
You're not
I'm
afraid
going to do it.
to take a stand
I know, I'm
and
afraid
draw
of
a
you.
card.
I'm afraid
All
of
right.
you, Brandon, because now it's your turn. I think
Okay.
I can draw it, but can you know it? That's
Okay.
what I don't know.
All
I
right,
believe,
so
I
yeah,
believe.
Brandon needs to guess it. We're not going to put a time limit on it. I'll just sort of vibe and see if we think we're taking too long. But
All
let's
right.
get on with it. Hope you guys are playing along at home. Let's see if we can guess what Katie's going to
All right, we
draw.
got-
Right, let's go for it. Brandon, comment as she's drawing. Talk us through your thoughts.
Is it Powerline? Max Goof? Hercules? Oh, okay, we're on there. We got a Hercules-ish card.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. I wish I knew what type of card this was. This is definitely just like Hercules, the only thing that I'm seeing.
It's quite good.
You know.
It's like a dude flexing.
And that's where, we got some stuff.
We got some pillars in the back.
All right.
What am I missing? What am I
Okay,
missing?
we'll get some, can I draw ink symbols at this point?
Sure, you go ahead.
Okay, good. We got the, I don't know by memory, but,
Okay,
we
so
got,
uninkable.
no.
Oh, no, this is inkable.
Kind of like, the more,
Oh, man, what?
I think she's done quite well,
Oh,
actually.
are we doing an ink symbol? Okay, so this is steel. Steel, okay.
And then,
Oh, is it
wait,
like
we
one
got-
last
we
hope?
got-
Okay, we've
So,
The detail
You-
going
you-
into this.
I'm telling you how it works.
It-
There's this
the-
guy,
okay.
and then these.
okay. I have no
he
idea.
This one helped protect these.
Bodyguard. Okay, is it a Hercules bodyguard card?
That's good
Can I
enough.
win?
That's
Can
more
I
than
win?
enough.
Okay,
I'll be
okay.
honest, all you needed to do was say Hercules, which
Oh
you
my
did.
gosh,
but
okay.
I wanted to see the rest of the drawing, so I was like, let her cook. All right, there you go. Why is the sub name for that one?
It is a beloved hero, and I'm like, I
Go on,
can
Okay,
give the camera
okay.
a close up. Give it,
Here you go,
there
here
you
you
go.
go.
There it
I
is.
think that was pretty good. I
That was very good.
I think absolutely
You're right,
marks for
switch.
Katie. Right, Katie, I'm going to ask you to take that, to rub that off. I think we were given an eraser. And while you're doing that, I'm going to give Brandon his opportunity. So remember, you get one veto if you want it. So
This one-
choose
this one's calling out
wisely.
at me. Okay.
Okay,
I
how we
think,
feeling?
I think we definitely
You
have
confident with this one?
We have this one.
All right,
easy,
excellent.
easy.
Right, Katie's rubbed that off. Let's
Okay.
have you two swap places, and then we're going to get a look at Brandon's drawing skills. Katie, come and join me. And as Brandon starts, please just talk us through your thoughts as to what you're seeing, and give us some guesses, and just cook, basically.
Okay, all right.
I will not get cooked. I will be cooking, and you will be cooking. Okay. Maui's fish hook. No. Just in time. No. We're feeling Maui energy for sure. Mario House Shark.
She done it. There we
You
go.
got it, you
There
got
we
it.
go. We didn't even have to get to the end of it. Whoa. So is that a sign of you being a really good artist or you just knowing this game?
I am sicko at Pictionary. I literally am like born for it. That's my calling in life.
Since that was so
I'm
quick,
so sorry.
I will. This isn't a good thing, but I will draw one and
Yes,
see if
okay,
you two
awesome,
can guess
awesome.
it. So
Yes,
let's
yes.
swap places. Again, I know what they are, but I will still pick one at random. But again, if you watch Bologna, then hold that firm for me. If you watch Bologna, then you'll know that I am not exactly an artist, but we will do our best. As long as you guys can get it, then I will call that a win.
I think we
collectively can do this.
Shuffle those up for me.
Okay.
Shuffle those up.
All right. Well, you pick here.
Uh,
All right, you pick the card here,
Okay,
and then don't look at it though.
Okay.
Yep, okay,
So
right.
it's going to be Baker's.
Oh, goodness me. Okay.
Does
right.
Baker get a veto?
All right, okay, I'm going to do my
No
best. I'm
veto
going
for Baker.
to put the mic down, so I'm handing over to you to fill the space, okay?
Okay. All right. So we got to figure out what Baker's doing very quickly.
I'm ready. I've never been more ready in my life. I'm a sicko
Okay, we immediately
at
have
this.
2 lines.
All right, we're looking here. Second start to the right.
Oh my gosh! You were so fast on it. I had no idea.
I didn't have to draw any more of it. Yes, fantastic.
That
There we
was-
go. So we got first-class artists here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We take our artists very, very seriously, but don't worry, I can promise you, none of us are going to be drawing any official art for the game. Just before we go back over to our wonderful casters, Brandon, anything you'd like to say to the audience? Any shout-outs? Just take a moment.
I mean, it's been an amazing weekend so far. Seriously, like sharing the booth and the casting gig with all of you guys, being able to talk to all the people out there. It's nice for everyone to be in a building together again. It feels like it's been a little while. It's like a big family reunion. I'm having the greatest time.
And same to you, Katie. Any messages, any shout-outs, just anything to say to the community?
I'm so excited to be the first qualified player for Disney Lorcana Pictionary. It's really exciting to really take this. But no, it's been wonderful. It's been as magic as I had hoped it'd been, and it keeps getting more exciting. Every match I'm like, ooh, wait, there's more. And so I can't wait to just watch more and see what
Love
happens
that.
next.
I feel like if we keep this up, we need to get to a point, maybe at Nationals or Worlds, where we have a couple of the actual artists come and judge
Yeah.
our work.
Oh, no.
That would be great.
Ravensburger, I hope you're listening.
Get them
That's
involved.
$1 million idea right there. And I'm just very glad I didn't have to draw anymore.
That's very obvious.
Thank you for joining me, guys. We're going to go back over to the casters. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
Hey!
Hey,
All
there
right.
they are.
I did the enjoy art.
Oh,
That's amazing.
hey,
What y'all think?
look at that.
What did you think of our drawings, guys?
Okay, listen, I was there in Bologna, and I saw how that went down. I tried to take the marker away from you, but this was much better, Baker.
Thank you. I
Much
think-
better.
It's
And
beautiful.
I was watching that live, and I'm telling you right now, I told Rebecca, I was like, Katie's about to crush this. She is absolutely
Crush it.
OP at this game. It is insane how good she is at this.
Yeah, and also, I just want to say, JD and I knew it was the bodyguard Hercules. We
Right
knew.
away, right away.
We were, yeah.
Right away.
We were on it.
Immediately.
We were locked in.
Yes.
Right, you've heard it here. JDZ and Rebecca are going to be the next Pictionary contestants.
I'll beat
But
'em.
for now, they've got some work to do casting some Disney Lorcana. Let's send it over to you guys.
Let's get
Hey, we are ready. We
I'm
are
ready.
ready for round 10, JDZ.
it. Let's go. 10 rounds of Swiss is underway, and I'm
Yes.
telling you right now, Rebecca, the action on the floor is completely sweaty as these Illuminaires are fighting with everything they have
Everything
to
they
make it into that top 32, to get that invitation to the national championship. That's what it's all about, Rebecca.
Yeah, there's so much on the line here, so many amazing prizes, and I am ready to dive straight into these matches. So let's get to it.
Let's do it. Let's do it and
We
get to it. As
We are. I'm so ready. Are you?
I'm ready. I'm super excited as we got Shane Bradley on Amber Steel. A little bit of aggro versus Andy Rodriguez is going to be doing their thing, playing some Amethyst and Steel. Who do you like in this matchup, Rebecca? Just based on the
you
colors.
know, okay, listen, I love Amber Steel. I
Yes.
really do.
Okay.
I've been playing it this set. I really like it, but I feel like Amethyst Steel might have a little bit of an edge here, and I might give it up to Andy. We will see how it plays out.
For sure.
These players both are sitting here at 27 points, and yeah, what do you think?
I think I would tend to agree with you. However, Amber Steel does have some plays that they can make if they can get lucky, if they can get their Tiana set up, if they
Yeah.
can sing that Strength of Raging Fire, if you don't get hit with P. There are things you can do to kind of even the scales a little bit, but if Andy's going to come on in, he's got Skater Mims in the deck, you got Calhoun's, you also have Strength of Raging Fire, you are going first as well, which seems like a great advantage. So I am giving it the slight slightest of advantage to the Amethyst and Steel. But Shane is here at this spot with 27 points, so of course you're going to have to play against your bad matchups, and you have to figure out a way to convert those back, as you know.
Yeah, it really is. So we got Steel versus Steel, so it really comes down to those Amber cards versus Amethyst cards, which are going to be stronger, and yeah, who's going to find those cards? I wonder if it will come down to who finds Strength of Raging Fire first, really.
For everyone watching at home, keep the count of how many Strength of Raging Fires are played and what are the effects of that. If you take out something, if you get a 4-cost character with it, or even a 3-cost character sometimes, that could change the tides. We get the Diablo down to the Inkwell, followed up by the Captain Hook, the impressive reprinted Captain Hook. I love seeing it in the game still.
Andy, the dice roll here, it appears, going first. Shane, back over to him, or to him first turn, and we are seeing, wow, he's taking his time here. What's he gonna ink? You know, oftentimes what you ink makes a huge difference, right?
Absolutely.
That is such an important decision because you're not going to see that card again. We have an Aurora holding court here, which is a fantastic card, and getting ready to hopefully set up that Tiana, like you were saying earlier.
For sure, that is a super powerful play, exerting the Aurora, playing a Tiana very early, getting your 3-cost stinger set up. However, your Aurora will be vulnerable. It'll probably get taken back down with the Captain Hook. So maybe Shane is going to have to try to take some time to build a pretty significant board and then bring the Tiana in a little bit later. That might be a good way to counter this matchup, as Andy is going to continue to also expand the board a little bit, hitting the perfect curve with the hook into Smee. Probably going to set up a Stinger next turn.
Yeah, Mr. Smee, Steadfast Mate. He also has evasive on his turn, which probably won't, you know, will help him in this particular matchup, but a really great character there.
Absolutely.
And we have Mulan coming down. This is, unfortunately, didn't have that Tiana maybe, but able to filter through the cards here. You get to draw one, and you have to discard one. And you do get to play that for free, but he didn't.
Right, he elected to keep that Aurora up and active to protect her in order to, you know, get your board wide, because you're going to need the Strength of Raging Fires. We talked about the Fire the Cannons coming down.
The cannons!
Taking a little bit of that tempo back. Mr. Smee is a great card, but that 2 willpower is going to be one of the hinders. You send him to the discard early, and keeping your characters up. I think you got to build a board to get that strength ready.
I think you're exactly right. And Fire the Cannon is such a great card. It's been around since the first chapter. It did get reprinted and Fabled. Just a 1-cost action, deal 2 damage. What's not to love about that?
I love it. That's another card added to my list of cards to just stay in digital Lorcana throughout all time eternal.
For all time, yes.
One cost,
for infinity?
Bring it. For infinity.
And beyond.
That's pretty good.
And we had a Genie come down over on the Andy's side of the board. That's that 3/4 character, the Satisfied Dragon that also has evasive on his turn.
And we are going to go ahead and finally exert that Aurora, like you talked about earlier, Rebecca, and bring that Tiana out at a discounted cost. So that might be an indicator. What is your hand? Maybe you don't have that ink to play an equal there.
Yeah, Shane not inking on his turn. That is. I mean, I feel like, though, with the Amber Steel, that you can actually do a lot on a little amount of ink.
For sure. Especially when you got Aurora to be able to cheat and bring down a character a little bit early. But now you do have that very threatening 3-cost Genie on board, which will allow you to sing. So if you can play 2 1-cost characters or multiple 1-cost characters, you can then sing, but electing not to do that, just playing another Genie. So 2 Genies down, Genie Wish Fulfilled on curve. So far, Andy hitting the perfect curve, but you just don't have a viable target for your Strength of Raging Fire, so you can elect to hold if you have it. Maybe it does indicate you don't have it.
Maybe not. Yeah, we haven't seen strength from either of those players yet. I'm trying to look and see what's in Andy's hand. It's kind of hard. Oh, these players, they're not giving it up. They're not, you know.
And I love how we always try to see their hands. We're like actively leaning over to try to
Yes.
see it.
If Twitch chat could see us, it's like we're looking at a 2-dimensional object, and yet we're still leaning over.
Actively leaning, trying to see.
Ooh,
and there it is.
Double daisies, JDZ. I yelled about this yesterday. I love seeing a double daisy. She's so good. I have been scared of that little duck ever since she came in Shimmering Skies, and there was that strength that we were talking about, able to take care of that Genie Satisfied Dragon, and then challenging with Mulan into Captain Hook.
Powerful turn coming in from Shane. If you're going to win this matchup, this is exactly how you want to do it, and we talked about it earlier. Who's going to play the most strength, the most effective strength, taking down a 3-cost character with 4 willpower on a nice little curve and keeping a nice board presence in the process. Now the Tiana lock is slowly starting to establish as we're going to slam the Palace Guard into the field of play. 1-4. He is a Vantage character. Also, Calhoun backing him up with a dock.
Oh, dock. There we go. Play out your entire hand. Put that dock down. You get to draw 2 cards. Excellent from Andy. The other thing with these daisies I want to say is that not only did Shane establish a board, he was able to play his strength, but now when those daisies quest, any action that Andy might want to deal with Shane's side of the board is going to go to the bottom of his deck, so really taking those answers away.
Absolutely. I would have loved to see that Jeannie sing a Strength of Raging Fire with
Yeah.
Tiana in that spot. I think
Yep.
that would have been a great rebuttal, but you do clap back with a nice board as another Tiana
Let's
comes
get
down.
it.
This is a lot of lore pressure and a lot of defense as we get this Daisy Duck will trigger. Adding the Dumbo, nice one of Universe to the hand.
Not a bad card. Not a bad. I hear that people like that one.
Yeah, he's pretty
You know?
good. I was the biggest Dumbo hater for the longest time. And
Were
I've been fully
you?
converted. I was.
Okay.
I was.
You're gonna have to tell me later
I'll have to-
why.
okay, I will.
But
I will.
I'm glad to hear that you are a Dumbo believer. He
I
is
have
the
been
ninth
converted.
wonder of the universe,
The whole
JDZ.
universe. I have been converted. I am a Dumbo supporter now, as this board is getting massive. But on Shane's side, it's getting out of hand there for Andy. You got to start
Yeah.
figuring out a way to clean some of this stuff up. You need to find that Strength of Raging Fire almost immediately because you get a double. One Tiana's bad enough.
Oh,
two
two is
a problem.
terrible. Two is terrible. It's the terrible twos.
Yeah.
We got double Daisy, we got double Tiana, and Andy has double Genie Satisfied Dragon in his hand, which is probably not the card that he's looking for at this moment in the game.
For sure. But you do have that giant Cobra in hand. He is a vanished character, and he does have that 4 strength. So if you can manage to get through a Tiana and then still set up the giant Cobra, maybe you can potentially get through the Tiana as we get the Calhoun down to clear that
Wow.
Tiana, paying tax.
double taxes. Yeah, he used all 6 of his ink there to challenge into Tiana. I think, you know, with having both 2 Tianas on the board, if he had the ink to take care of one of them now, you might as well do it.
Absolutely. I think that is correct, but does that Palace Guard, should he have some damage there, I believe?
He should have 1 damage on him, yes.
Okay, and there it is, right away. So Palace Guard does take the 1 damage. Calhoun notably will not. She does have Resist, the Space Marine Sergeant, quite strong. I think that card is phenomenal. What do you think about Calhoun, Rebecca?
Calhoun, she's so good. I mean, I love her in the movie. She's from Wreck-It Ralph, which is such a great movie. But this card, yeah, Calhoun, getting you extra lore when she banishes a character is such a fantastic card. I think she's really vital, especially in this Amethyst Steel deck. And she did some work there.
For sure. And you gain
that Resist you.
And we do get to the Strength of Raging Fire finally, taking down that very threatening Calhoun while also setting up more questing power. So this is looking pretty good for Shane, who's calm and collected here with that 27 points, as Andy is still trying to find a way to get around this corner. Even though you started this thing first, Shane hit the gas pedal, and you've been on your back foot this entire time.
Oh, Cobra. Man, Andy. Andy, where's that strength? He needs it. Of course, but if he had pulled it, it would have gone to the bottom of his deck. Now we still have that 1 Tiana. We have 2 Daisies, questing for 2. There's a lot of lore over on that side of the board.
Yeah.
He is 8, and he is sitting at 11. Shane is.
Ton of hand cards for Andy, but it's just not enough to really get through this board. You're gonna you can't afford to really take another turn cycle off
take care of Tina.
to start to double challenge the Tiana again, because those Daisies and that lady are just gonna continue to run away with this game. As we will take a little bit of time to establish this giant Cobra.
Oh, he has 3 Cobras in hand.
Yeah, I'd pay. Just keep. Maybe that could be an alternate win condition. Maybe just keep slamming these Cobras and get enough time to potentially get back into this thing. But that was the story of the game. 2 strengths versus 0. I think that is something that we talked about earlier as well.
It is. And playing a wow, he played a giant Cobra, discarded a Dumbo to gain the lore, and then played another giant Cobra and discarded another Dumbo to gain the lore. That might be the way that Andy's thinking he can win this game, is just that uncontested lore. Let's race it out. Can I win before Shane does?
And that is such a good point, Rebecca, because me as a player, sometimes I just focus on what my opponent's doing so much, focus on trying to engage with their board, and I'm like, hey, maybe I should just try to win and put the onus on them to do something to me. I think that's a great strategy that Andy is deploying here. Let's just win the game strategy. I think that's the simplest way to do it. Get to 20.
Yeah, get to 20. Shane only has 8 on the board. That would put him at 19, and Andy would take the win next turn, sitting at 15 lore, and he has plenty of lore on the board. So game is on board here. So Shane only has these little characters, though. Daisy and Tiana only have 1 strength. He has that little lady with 2 strength. What is he going to do?
This is a great spot. I love that recognition. That was a great
Cobras.
They're good.
That
They're
was
good.
that. I think those 2 Cobras coming down was what Andy needed.
Absolutely, and just save the game too, because you didn't get those Cobras. Just imagine if you had to play those Dumbos ninth Wonder of the Universe, how much poorer would your board position be? I would say significantly. So that's one check mark in the Dumbo hater crew.
And Shane says, I cannot do it. I'm going to scoop. Let's go ahead and go to game 2. That was, gosh, that was just back and forth, back and forth. And I
Yes.
really do think that it came down to those Cobras getting that lore, put them ahead.
And I think, again, just based on what you said, the recognition of Andy, understanding what your lure was at, getting to those Cobras, being able to just hit the gas pedal and stay on it and not get off and go on to victory, I think was a heads-up maneuver. As now Shane, who is not rattled, you do get the opportunity to go first here, which is what this deck wants to do.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
telling you right now, this deck, if you're new to Lorcana, if you want to do something super unfair, playing Amber Steel and winning a dice roll and going for it first is one of the most unfair things you can do.
That's how I like to win.
That's how you like to win.
That's how I've liked to win lately.
That's a great strategy.
You know, did you see me in Bologna? I gave Baker a run for his
The
money.
business. We're not going to talk about that because I know Baker might sneak in here and have something to say, but I saw you gave him the business.
Yeah,
Put the screws on him.
Andy altering opening hand. He put back 2, it looks like. I didn't see how many Shane put back. Of course, this altering your opening hand is one of the key parts of Disney Lorcana. And if you're a new player, I think that can actually be one of the most challenging
Yeah.
skills to master
Yeah.
of especially because it's okay in this matchup, knowing what I know now, what we played game 1, I know what's coming. Now I'm altering my opening hand so that I know I can win this game, set myself as best as possible. And Shane is off to the races here.
If we are going to start Aurora, and that is a very, very valid point. I guarantee you that is the biggest skill expression in this fabled meta is who can identify matchups quicker, who can alter their hand better in that very forgiving alter phase that we have in Disney Lorcana. Getting that advantage, I think, is super critical. So that is a very, very fair thing. As we are going to go for a Troubadour, a great card on the play. We're talking Strength of Raging Fire. This is a guy who can sing it quite early as he is a singer for Resist. Again, resist being a very crucial keyword in this Amber and Steel versus Amethyst and Steel matchup.
Yes, he is the musical narrator, and he narrates the music very well,
Yeah.
I will say.
I love the addition of Troubadour in this deck. I took a little bit of time to figure that guy out, but getting him in there has really accelerated this game plan of what they want to do. As we're going to kick back on over, it looks like we're thinking of potentially getting after the hold up. Looks like they're having a little conversation of how we're going to a little conversation just being had about the Aurora Mulan situation, but I believe
Yeah, he played 2 for Troubadour and then quested with Aurora to
Right.
play Mulan for free. For free! I love anytime you can do something in Disney Lorcana for free, I'm doing it.
right. It feels
Right,
like
JD?
a little discount. We'll take a little
It's like you
discount.
got a coupon. This is
Yeah.
Disney Lorcana coupons.
free?
Who doesn't love coupons? Mr. Smee coming down. I was wondering if he's going to play Palace Guard, but yeah, I think Smee is a great choice here with that 3 strength. Maybe can take care of some of these characters.
And you were able to get a little bit of tempo back from that, Mr. Smith, with that fire the cannon was so effective last time. Let's see if it's going to be just effective this time, and there it is. Shiver me timber as
So
Mr. Smith
sad.
with another fire the cannon. I wonder how many copies Shane has a fire the cannon, because I think that is another phenomenal card in this matchup, just in this deck specifically, especially if you're playing Mulan. You can use Mulan to send the fire the cannons to your discard early in the event that it's bricked in your hand. But just being able to just keep the strength of Raging Fire Singers down, it's a very vital tool.
Yeah, Mr. Smee is a steadfast mate, but he has not been very steadfast for Andy in this match.
He's been getting stead blasted by these fire the cannons.
Yes, he has been.
Stead blast mate. As we do.
Tiny Adversary. The Madam M Tiny Adversary going into the Inkwell. But, man, I love that card so much.
That is a good one. I'm surprised that Andy's going to elect to put that into the Inkwell, because that is a card that I think is the breaker in this matchup. Getting that Tiny Adversary down, being able to turn your genies from a 3 strength to a 4 strength is enough to get through those Tiana. So it's very interesting. It might tell a little composition about Andy saying maybe there is an inkability crisis, or maybe you have more copies of that card.
Yeah. Oh, there's that strength. So we played down a lady and then able to take out that genie that he Andy had just established on the board. Shane really, like you said, going first for this Amber Steel deck. Always able to stay one step ahead, and Andy not able to maintain the board presence.
And now you're in a very problematic spot because you are going to take back that tempo. You're able to quest while keeping the board clear. So another Strength of Raging Fire here to take down this Genie. And I think it's going to be a very, very uphill climb for Andy as he's hoping that Shane doesn't have it here in this spot.
Does he? Do you have it, Shane?
Do you have it?
Do you have it?
Do you have it? But notably, Shane isn't questing for too terribly much right now. You got the lady, you got the Troubadour, all one question. It could be much, much worse. If there is, it's going to be like more
double dock feels terrible. That is when you are playing this Amber Steel deck or any deck where dock is instrumental. The one card that you do not want to be discarding is another dock. Unfortunately, Shane having to do that here. I didn't see what 2 cards he picked up.
Yeah, some would say that was a pretty drastic measure.
Did you like my
That was pretty good.
Questing here with all his characters. Oh, and we saw Jim Deere coming down.
Nice.
That's 0 Bodyguard, a fantastic card in this deck. I love a good Bodyguard in an aggro deck, and even though he doesn't have any strength, that 4 willpower is huge. And yeah, he is a beloved husband, a beloved bodyguard. Love to see it.
And sometimes that 0 strength actually helps you out a bit because there's a card. Her name is Belle, the Accomplished Mystic. If you do have that damage, you can put it on and then send it to another character. So him having 0, I mean, it's not the worst thing. It does come up, and just taking a little bit of time challenging into the Gym Deer with that 4, you have to send so much energy into that, and then the entire board remains unscathed. So I love what he's doing for this deck as Andy is looking at the contents of the hand, looking at this board, and just trying to figure out a way to solve this puzzle. And it is looking quite difficult to do.
He has a Calhoun. He's playing her down. I did see a Tiny Adversary in hand as well. And hey, there she is.
There you go.
There she is.
And we are going to send that Diablo and
Genie.
And so just imagine you had 2 Tiny Adversaries there. You'd be on your way back in. But I think keeping that or playing that Calhoun and the Tiny Adversary together might be the way that you can get right back into this thing as Shane, I believe, is rubbing hands right now. Top deck.
He is, yep. No cards in hand. That double duck was so sad.
Yeah.
Thinking here about what he's going to do.
Docks come in flocks, I said.
Docks come in flux.
I don't think I've ever drawn one dock by himself.
Right?
He
He always has a friend with him. All those dwarves, they stay together. Questing out here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, going up to 17.
17 is a lot, and another Mulan is going to come on down, probably electing, going for the trigger. And that's a great trigger. Look at that, getting that 1/16 wolf off the top of the deck and into the discard pile.
I want you to, so players watching at home might not understand what just happened there, but Mulan has an ability where when you play her, you can draw a card and then discard a card. Shane doesn't have any cards in hand, so JD, talk about why Shane would want to choose to trigger there.
I think Shane would want to trigger there just to get another card. Your next card is always your best card, okay? So you pull, you draw a card, and then, hey, I think my next card after this card is going to be better than the one I have. And it just happened to work out because I would love to see a Daisy Duck come in instead of the Rhino because you haven't seen many Daisy Ducks. So maybe I personally think it's a cool play to do that, and it just happened to work out. It could have backfired tremendously there.
Could have.
But it didn't. Okay, so now you don't have to worry about drawing this. 1/16 Wolf wouldn't be the worst card in this situation, but there are some very high impact cards you can get here. A 2 Quester or another resisted carry. Even the Troubadour wouldn't be the worst thing, as we are going to start to do a little bit of board clearing, taking down this dock, keeping that Calhoun healthy in the process.
And as a reminder, we do have that Tiny Adversary on the board, giving all your other characters Challenger +1. So Andy able to, even if he wanted to use the Diablo, he could into something.
And
a strength.
We are going to hard.
Is he hard cast? Yeah. Oh, onto the Troubadour.
Notably, his resist is only 1, so it's not going to be strong enough to take down that 5 strength of a Raging Fire.
Oh, I didn't see. I missed that there was a second Tiny Adversary. So everything has Challenger +2 right now.
Yeah, so you can pretty much clear this entire board relatively effectively. Just Andy thinking about how to sequence these challenges to get the most bang for buck, and maybe even sending that Diablo into the lady. I think that is a heads-up maneuver, getting a chance to draw another card. Now you got that another Cobra. We saw effects of those were in game number 1. Can it be enough? Can you get there? I think this
I
board.
think he could clear everything except for the readied Mulan if you wanted to,
Yeah.
right? Shane at 17, so he does choose to take care of Aurora as well. He has the one Mulan.
So now now if he draws a 2-quester right here, you're a genius for the Mulan play.
That's a poker face. I could not get a read on that. I could not get a read on Shane.
And it's a 2-quester. It's the penny. And you're going to give a little bit of resist to the Mulan. So heads up maneuver. A lot of people might be saying, why Mulan there? And it worked out great. You gamble and it pays off. But now you just have to avoid another strength of range of fire on this penny. And you.
Yeah, so he should be at 18 lore now, I believe, because he quested with Mulan. Andy, what do you got? We got another genie. We're going to draw, see if we can find another answer. That's a Smee. He has a Cobra in hand. I can't remember what the other card was. And Andy says, that's it. That's it.
Those are the
fun games, JD.
I like it. I like it.
Okay, so now we have both players, both Andy and Shane, have won their games on the play. Andy in game 1, Shane now in game 2. It's going back over Andy, and he'll be on the play. Do you think he's going to take it? How are you feeling right now?
I'm always going to be in favor of who's on the play. I think it is that critical. However the cat is out of the bag. You know what your opponent's playing. You know what their techs are. You know what they're trying to do. You know their style. You know the fire to cannons. You know the strength. You know what's happening now. So I think Andy, armed with that information, should have the good lines of play. If the altar goes well, I'm leaning towards Andy. However, Shane played that incredibly well last game.
I see Andy's putting back 5 cards. Shane just put back 2, I believe.
Oh. Now I might have to change.
No, wait, 3, 4. Shane put back 4. Those are 2 big altars.
I know, so maybe both of these Illumineers have very volatile hands. They like to alter very aggressively because this Amethyst and Steel deck, it can curve pretty nice. So you can kind of alter very aggressively, looking for those curves. You're trying to go 1, 2, 3, single string. That is what this deck is trying to do. And then from there, reestablish board control, and hopefully you're going to still survive before Shane can turbo you down there.
Yeah.
So I think heavy altar is not the worst.
It's not the worst. And then Shane, of course, is looking for Aurora Tiana.
Yep.
Right? So if we can get that Tiana out established early, that's going to put him in a good position.
And we didn't see, did we see any Nala? I didn't see any Nala coming in from Shane. That's very interesting.
We didn't. You're talking about the new one from Fable,
yeah,
Undaunted.
Lioness?
Lioness.
I believe that's your name.
Yes, Undaunted Lioness. Such a great card. That's a 2-cost uninkable, and she is a 0/2.
0/2, but she has resist when she has no damage. And we are going to lead
there's a Daisy
with no 1-cost character coming in from Andy. That is a slow start.
Wow.
You wish you had a 1-cost there to help set up that 1, 2, 3, so you missed the vital piece of your start there.
And then, of course, he just drew that Captain Hook, which doesn't help on turn 2.
And here he is. If he gets fired to cannons here again,
oh my goodness.
Trouble.
Andy's going to be raising a fist to the sky. No, fire the cannons.
Please, Smee,
if he does, though, I will crack up if we see Smee get fired about the cannons again.
But if he doesn't, I think that Smee has to be able to check this Daisy Duck because
he's going to do it.
No, not like this, please.
Yes, he
no,
is.
Mr. Smee, please.
Oh, steadfast mate.
No.
Win another Daisy. This is putting Shane in a really great position. Andy was on the play, but not having that 1-drop and then losing Mr. Smee, really kind of putting him on the back foot here.
And just like that, all the way as soon as turn number 2, you've taken all the initiative, Rebecca, and it seems as if Shane now is in the driver's seat as you have 2 of 1-4, 2 questions in play. Andy now, who started this game off, we talked about how being on the play was so important. You have faltered. Your board position has been completely compromised, and you only have the 3 ink there to work with. So the Genie coming down now, that's not bad.
It's not bad. I mean, Daisy has 4 willpower there. That's the problem, right? Andy doesn't have anything on the board that can take care of those Daisy. There's 2 of them, and something like a strength that he would want is going to be put to the bottom of his deck if once Daisy is questing and triggers her ability.
For sure, but you cannot quest these daisies though because of the fear of the tiny adversary. You just cannot do it because you quest these daisies here, and you give your opposition the tiny adversary, you're going to be in another problem. You're going to be in a pickle because you can just send the Genie. It's the doc. you can send the genie into the daisy, and I guess you're just trying to run the race at this point. So
You
maybe
know,
questing is the right answer.
Questing, and maybe it's because he has 2 on the board, right? And so he says, okay, if you go, sure, tiny adversary, you want to put your genie into one of them, that's fine. I have another, but you're gonna, I have another one. Plus, I have Tiana, and she's gonna be making you pay for it in the future.
Yep, and I think that's absolutely correct line of thinking. As obviously Shane knows what's going on, and that's why I'm here, and Shane is there with 27 points. So he clearly knows.
He clearly.
But I'd be so afraid of the tiny adversary there because losing my daisy. But the captain, you don't have it. The captain coming down. The Diablo coming
flood
down.
the board a little bit here. Is that what's going on? And a
coming down.
Calhoun.
Do you got the strength?
So he must.
The strength is
on the
huge
Tiana.
here.
Yes.
That is a phenomenal play, as Shane does have to a little look up and to the right, a little sign of tilt, because that does not feel good, as you are going to get hit with a very powerful Strength of Raging Fire in that spot. We talked about how important that card was in this matchup.
Yes. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. It's. I'm sorry. I had to.
Sorry. We did see a Nala in hand, so
oh, there it is. Okay.
Do you just try to just?
Oh, we're gonna filter. We're gonna filter through. Milan's gonna trigger. Take a look, and he's deciding what he wants to get rid of. Man, losing that Tiana is too bad for Shane. Have you ever been so scared of a restaurant owner before?
I'm telling you. maybe there is some. Bam, kick it up a notch. Remember that guy? I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, I love the fact one of the most favorite.
Choosing to. Sorry, I had to interrupt, but the discarding the Nala, that was interesting. Troubadour coming down.
One of my most favorite things about this Fable meta is that the fact that Tiana is now a meta-relevant, playable, card
yeah, she's been
here
around
at top
for a
tables,
while.
and she's one of my favorites, if not my favorite Disney princess. Seeing her in the field of play, I think it warms my heart every single time. Even though I'm feeling tortured when I'm staring down an exerted Tiana. But here we go. So electing not to exert here, I think you can't do it. You're probably gonna have to try to establish these really wide, silly boards. Sometimes you got this
wide, silly board.
I call them wide. I call them wide, silly boards because sometimes, Rebecca, there can be 10. 10 to 12 characters on board. It's just silly. And I think that's kind of where we're going to get into as we get into these long standoffs and try to quest. Look at this thing. It's getting a little bit silly for Andy right now.
And then a dock there at the end. There was a double dock in hand, unfortunately. But
Docs come in flocks every single time.
Every single time. And we're able to play out another character, a little Diablo there.
And the silliness continues.
Look at this board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters over there. Shane has 2 cards in hand. He's going to draw for next turn. Maybe he's going to do the same thing. Say, I see your 7 glimmers. I'm going to raise you a few more. And is it going to come down to a race here at the end? I guess the question here is, with that Calhoun and all these characters, with the tiny adversary, is if Shane turns his character sideways, Andy's going to start challenging, right? So that is the question of, a lot of people say, oh, Ember Steel, you just play cards and you turn them sideways. No, you need to win. When do you turn them sideways?
That is, if you can solve that puzzle, you will also have 27 points, because that is a very, very critical thing, a super skill expression of knowing when to exert your characters in what situation. And right now, I think Shane is running the numbers right now, seeing Andy's board and how massive it is growing. And I think the plan, you just have to continue to establish 2 questing characters to the board, keep them ready for as long as possible. You're at 6 lore, get 14 on board, and just try to 1 quest it down. Or you can set yourself up in a situation to where you can potentially 1 quest once and keep enough characters around to potentially quest again. So I think that's what Shane is running now, running those numbers and seeing the hand. So if you can get a flood, you're doing your own flood, end it with a dock, potentially, you can potentially do that again yourself. You got the singer established. But interesting turn here coming up for Shane.
Yeah, 3 cards in hand, and Shane really taking his time thinking here. And probably this is the exact thing that we're talking about, JD. Do I turn my card sideways here, or do I wait? Shane does have 6 lore on the board, Andy at 2. So Shane has a little bit of a lore lead, but the cat can change is very swiftly here.
And we saw that on display in game number 1 with those giant cobras. They came up very huge, and they were able to just burst for that last bit of lore over the top. And we're going to take a little turn off to hard play the strength of a Raging Fire, and we're going to send it probably after this threatening Calhoun.
Oh, he is thinking about it. Yes, okay.
These are this is a decisive moment. Like, this is the game here, and it's so important to get this thing right, as we are going to go ahead and take out that Singer, as Genie is going to find himself.
And it's second one, and we're taking out the tiny adversary. That's so interesting. I am curious about his decision to not take out Calhoun, because in game one, I think one of the things that won Andy the game was the uncontested lore, right? Just gaining lore from the Calhoun for challenging, gaining lore from Cobra. So it's interesting that he's leaving the Calhoun there, maybe thinking.
I think he had to prioritize that Singer. I think he got to get that
the
Singer.
Singer.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
And
yes,
also the Mim, because
the Mim had to go.
The Mim had to go.
Tiny
the
adversary
had
to say goodbye.
For sure. I love that decision for Shane, because you cannot allow a song to be sang here in this spot and allow your opponent to be able to keep that tempo up. As you're going to see, you have to hard play the Strength of Raging Fire, which is still bad.
There you go.
But not as bad as a free Strength of Raging Fire there.
I believe it's a Cobra that he has in hand, if I recall correctly. And I do wonder if he's kind of holding on to that. But, well, now he doesn't have a card to discard even to trigger its ability.
So just holding it, maybe get another card in hand, or maybe you're thinking about potentially, you don't have the ink to play it now.
What is he going to choose here? He is thinking about, what is your choice here, JD?
I'm taking 2 lore off the board immediately.
Yeah, with one of those daisies.
Snap Daisy out of here, and then I'll send some challenges into this Troubadour.
I would have picked the other daisy personally.
And Doc was the last card in hand.
It was a Doc.
I personally always like to pick my opponent's foil cards. If they have a foil version,
oh, so sad.
I always go after the foil version. As Captain Hook, and wait a minute, that should have a resist. So
that has
double
resist. Oh, double challenge. And right, yeah. So, and of course, the sequencing here also important, because we need to make sure that we can see what's going.
Okay, sorry for a moment. We're just having a brief technical issue. No worries, no worries. We'll be right back at it again with a little bit of action. And there it is.
I think the stream was fine. It was.
Sorry.
Oh, we have a handshake. We have extended the handshake there. Shane unable to come back from that wide board. 1, 2, 3. We ended up with six characters on the board. Andy just. A flood of glimmers, and Shane said, I am drowning in all these glimmers. I don't have a way to come back. And then Andy there taking the win, taking game 1 and game 3, and going ahead to keep making his way up to hopefully top 32.
That was a great matchup, and we called it the Strength of Raging Fire, how important that was. But we got more action coming your way here in round number 10 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. So we're going to take a quick break. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back with more action.
Hello, Lumineers. We are back, ready for more round 10. What a match that we just watched.
So
that
good.
was so fun. I cannot wait to see what's next. I know we have some spicy decks coming up.
love it.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready, Rebecca. I think it's time to just jump on in there and
Let's
see
do
what's
it.
happening as we have another high-profile feature match coming your way. A player on your left that you may recognize, someone who's very committed to community, a great player in his own regard. We have Dan Arnold, who's going to play a little bit of Amber and Emerald. Wow, who we got on the right there, Rebecca?
This is Nathan Gonzalez, and he is playing that deck that we have seen quite a lot of. It is Amethyst Sapphire, that Blurple deck with that 40% representation here on day 2. Did you see that in the meta breakdown?
That is a lot. That's a bit more than I thought, but it is the meta. It is a very solid and competent and capable deck, but if I'm looking across the board and I see a color that is Amber and I see another color that is Emerald, I'm a little bit terrified if I'm holding a Sapphire and Amethyst card in my deck.
Yeah, I think when you look at this matchup, if you are an Amethyst Sapphire player, the deck that you don't want to see is Amber Emerald. And if you are an Amber Emerald player, you're like, I want to see that. I will face Blurple all day.
Send it my way. But we have seen some really spicy Amber and Emerald strategies being deployed here in this event, and I haven't seen the version that Dan is playing. I know Dan pretty well. I think, like I said, he is a content creator, but he's also a phenomenal player, and I did speak to him last season. He didn't get the results that he wanted. I think he's going to pin his ears back and try to get one of those golden Mickeys this season. I think that the time is here. The time is now for Mr. Arnold, and we're going to get that go-go down to the inkwell.
Yes, the time is now, and we are going to start off here. Dan on the play with a Daisy. I like starting off with turn 1 Daisy. I don't hate it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. And a bit of a power play, too, coming in from Dan as you show both colors to really strike fear and panic to your Sapphire and Amethyst player counterpart. As Nathan does wince a little bit because you don't want to see it, as that Daisy Duck is a very oppressive turn 1 start. Checking the hand. Look like you got that Lilo. Maybe you can get that down on 2. Keep that curve train running. But you're just trying. It looks like Dan is playing the dog. What do you like about that dog deck?
I love dogs. I think it's great. We saw it in action in Bologna. Another community member, Melissa, she had a great run with dogs, but dogs was going great all day. I think it's really great choice in this meta, especially when you know how prevalent Sapphire Amethyst is. And I have a question for you, which is, if you are Nathan, if you know you're facing a super aggro deck like this, because this deck, Sapphire Amethyst, it can get behind, and your opponent can run away so quickly. So what is Nathan's strategy in this matchup?
I think Nathan is trying his hardest not to get outflanked. When I say what I mean by that is this dog deck is going to get very wide very quickly. There's going to be a lot of characters on board, so you need to establish some bodies very quickly and doing no ramp.
No turn 1, no turn 2. JDZ is over here in shock.
I am in shambles because looking at Nathan, I feel so bad for this Luminaire because missing ramp, if you're going to win, you got to have bodies on board, and you got to put another ink in your wink, and this is it.
Wow, look at this. Daisy, Lilo, Pluto, Cursed Merfolk. My goodness, we're getting a Bell Accomplished Mystic off the Daisy trigger there, but building out this wide board, like you're just saying. Plus, Pluto has that wonderful ability where you can exert him to pay 1 less for the next character. We also know that the dog deck has that Tramp Street Smart Dog coming that can. But Nathan missing, I think, I've talked to players. Oh no, tell me it's not true.
Rebecca,
tell me it's not true.
Rebecca, so the game plan is ink, pass, ink, pass, ink, pass.
That is not a good game plan.
If that's your line, Rebecca, you can't win. Okay, I don't care what you're playing against. I don't care what's happening. As Dan is just got to be absolutely loving
Basil,
finding a one-cost
there's that
character.
one-cost character. Boy, you know, missing turn 1 on that deck is bad, but missing your turn 2, and I've talked to Sapphire Amethyst players who say I can miss turn 1 and still come back with a turn 2 wrap. Nathan's saying no way, I can't miss 3 turns in a row and come back from this like wide array of characters that you have down here on the board.
And that's one thing we got to point out, that Nathan really didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't.
Okay, sometimes it's going to go that way. You're going to what we call bricking in the TCG. One of the terminology we call it bricking, when you just don't get the cards that you need and your deck is not favoring you. And you are going to do it again?
Don't do it again,
Come
Nathan.
on, Nathan. Let's shuffle this deck because you are missing ramp again.
You didn't see anything? I didn't catch what was in his deck.
We sent 7. Rebecca got back 7. That's 14. and you didn't get another ramp card again, and you could just tell by his face, like, this cannot be happening to me live at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. You gotta be kidding me. I got these 24 points. Help me out, deck. Give me a favor. As you're gonna be on the play, you do get another draw phase, so you will be able to look for it, but it looks like you sent 7 again, and you don't have a T-Po, no sale. That is brutality incarnate. Dan's gotta be loving this.
That I'm sure, but man, that's got to feel bad. And I know in these decks there's multiple ways that you can ramp, and to not find anything is just. There's that fist bump there to start us off. I could see Magic Feather. That's a fun one. The Magic Feather will not help us, but it's going into the Inkwell and a Rafiki. We do have a turn 1 play, so that's okay, but the ramp, that's what we need.
Send all your
look at that, 2 Monstros,
Nathan.
we have 2 Monstros. I think I saw Bell Accomplished Mystic in there as he's shuffling around.
There's a Dumbo.
Magic Feathers.
Please, everyone in the chat, if you're watching at home, please send Nathan your energy for a Sell the Azurite Sea or a T-Po Going Sun off the top of the deck. The hand is still not really doing too terribly much, even if you do get the ramp. But if you don't hit a ramp card here, it's going to be really, really, really difficult to get back as we ink Go-Go again.
Yeah.
And we'll send that Daisy again.
Donald's Date and another Monstro.
No.
Not what you want to see at all. We do have a Basil, so we have another 1-cost character, so at least you could put another body on the board. And it's like, okay, sure, why not? Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, that is devastating. Not getting turn 2 ramp in 2 back-to-back games.
Oh, it is a Finders Keepers.
Matchup is absolutely abysmal as Dan is still locked in, showing no reaction. Still, you got to finish the drill. I say finish the drill because no matter what happens, what your opponent's doing, you just have to play your best possible game, and you can't really.
100%.
Sometimes they're going to get it, sometimes they're not going to get it. That shouldn't affect you at all. So Dan's not having any type of reaction. I like that professionalism, just showing like, hey, you got to play it all the way through. No free games. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, you never know what's going to happen, right? Something wild could still happen. Dan wants to play this like, you know, he's playing for top 32. Both of these players are, right? So you have to play every play like you're going for that top 32 spot, getting that NA invite, and making your way to a Golden Mickey and hopefully that champion title.
And also, just making a name for yourself, too. I know Dan has a storied history of playing trading card games for a long time, multitude of different games, having great success all across the board, playing different things, but he really wants to.
He drew a Hades. He drew a Hades off the top there. I was trying to see what he drew. Oh my goodness. And having to pass here.
Man.
Nathan has just, I saw he just made, a heavy sigh.
Yeah.
A big feels bad here. I cannot imagine what must be going through his mind right now. And this deck is something that it's one of the reasons why players love playing this Sapphire Amethyst deck is because of how consistent it is. And there's so much variance, though, in the game, and sometimes it just doesn't hit. And we unfortunately are seeing that right now here in round 10 for Nathan.
Yeah, and I believe Frank Carson wrote a beautiful article about this very thing and the numbers and what it takes. He's a mathematician at the end of the day, and it's very unlikely that that's going to be something. I'm talking like in the 90%. Chance of that not happening, and it happens to you 2 times back-to-back. You have to really go buy a lottery ticket or something after this, because that is just very unfortunate. But again, showing a smile, not giving up. There is stuff that you possibly can do to get back into this thing as Dan is continuing to expand the board ever so slightly. That's what this deck is trying to do. Get a super wide board, get that tramp down, Singing Under the Sea, or just quest heavily as we bring the Lilo back.
Yeah, he was thinking there whether he wanted to or not, and he did. Last turn he played down at Tramp, the Enterprising Dog, which is not always one of the tramps that we see in a dog deck. Really fun. If you have a character named Lady, you pay 1 less, and when you play, you give extra strength. One of your chosen characters gets +1 for that turn.
And we are going to go for that Pluto. I love that tramp.
Hey, and there's
Pluto makes the tramp even less to bring down.
Yes, Tramp, that street smart dog. He will get to draw 1 card for each character in play, and then you also have to discard that many cards. Really being able to filter there through his deck, find the cards that he wants to keep in hand, and I mean, Dan has got to be feeling so good right now.
You got to be feeling elated. You got to be feeling on cloud 9. But you don't want to show that to your opponent because you don't want to be like, he's got to be feeling really good in this position. Just knowing your opponent is kind of, his position is starting to falter a bit. He had a very struggling start there, and you're just kind of getting everything that you want. If we can get to a turn where you can potentially sing that Under the Sea, which is that can do very well, I mean, you're going to be so far ahead that it's going to be a very, very difficult thing for Nathan to crawl back from.
Yeah, I think Dan definitely in ahead. I don't know, maybe like what could Nathan find? He does have that Dumbo now on the board. He could pay one and exert to draw a card, help him find something else. But at this point, it's like, what are your outs here?
I think you would need to get to Elsa the Fifth Spirit
Yeah.
into a Bell.
Oh,
And that's a crazy Heffalumps and
taking
Woozles
away
there.
that Basil. One of the reasons why people put that in there is for the support, which of course is a keyword in Disney Arcana, where when that character quests, you can add their strength to one of your other characters. But with that Heffalumps and Woozles preventing him, what was it? I missed it, JD.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. It was a sale the other
It was a
as
sale.
well. So the hits just keep on coming.
Daisy. Not Nathan's perfect date.
No.
She might be Donald's perfect date, but not Nathan's.
Oh, that is brutal. I mean, if you got Elsa here, maybe you can Elsa exert the lady potentially. Take that or take the Pluto. And just do a little bit of board maintenance here. Send that Basil, trade in with all these characters, and hope that might be something decent. Then you go into a Bell next turn. Then you can get to an Hades. You got the Into the Unknown.
Into the Unknown is there. Yep, we're going into the Pluto. Of course, that will leave Basil unaffected because Pluto has 0 strength.
Yeah.
Rafiki is going to go into something it looks like taking care of the Tramp Enterprising Dog. Doing a little bit of work here.
Yeah,
or do we sing Dumbo? No, we're going to... Take
down
out Lilo.
Okay, so you're kind of doing a little bit of board maintenance here.
I'm going to pay for Into the Unknown.
I think you might have to save that Into the Unknown for the potential Tramp being exerted, because I just don't think you have the strength to get through that Enterprising Dog, unless you just want the lore going down.
I was going to say, you'll take care of Daisy, so yep, take care of that 2 lore.
Get another Magic Feather down to the England. So that was actually a pretty nice turn, Rebecca.
I feel like Nathan did what he could do. That was like the best he could do there. Maybe even at the tables a little bit in his favor, but he still has a long uphill battle to climb here.
And I think going into that 6th ink turn, had you be going into your 7th ink turn now, I think you'd be a bit more comfortable in this spot. But you do have one more turn that you have to survive. So maybe this could be the turn that you could do some Dumbo stuff. But I think you're going to have to keep these characters engaged if they elect to exert again. But maybe Dan might enter into stand-up mode and just hope that is going to be good enough to just expand a little bit more and just keep the board wide and just let him recover for one more turn instead of going for more challenges.
Yeah, I think one thing that is in Nathan's favor right now, at least, is the fact that Dan has not been able to quest for much, right? So, because that deck can quest very, very quickly, but he only has 3 lore on the board. So if he had run away with a huge lore lead, Nathan would be in a much worse position. But being Dan is only at 3, it's not quite as bad as it could have been.
Oh, for sure. So it looks like Dan is spreading that discard out, checking those 1-2 cost characters, possibly thinking about a shift, Lady Miss Park Avenue, I believe, and making another push for more 1-cost characters. And it looks like that might be potentially what's happening. She's just going to shift on 3 onto this Lady. That's why I thought that Lady would have been a prime target to get out of there, because that's just this inevitability of this shift here.
There she is, Miss Park Avenue, making her way down. A fantastic character. She also has a great body, 4 strength, 4 willpower, and she quests for 2. So even without her ability, she's a great character. But when you play her, you can bring back 2 characters from your discard that are cost 2 or less. And so, yeah, a fantastic card. And she's beautiful. This was actually, I don't know if you remember this, JD, but she was the very first art that was revealed that kind of hinted at dual inks coming in Disney Arcana, and everyone was like freaking out about it. I know I was. I was like, it's coming.
I remember that very vividly. She sent the community into a spiral when they revealed her, and I remember that moment. It was a super cool time in Disney Arcana, as we are going to actually take the opportunity. I love that play coming in from Dan, electing to not quest, but let's go ahead and fight back and just clear down your board. And now you have all the momentum, all the energy, all the willpower. You have this very problematic Lilo that just keeps returning, but you have that Monstro. So if you can get to that 7 ink, like we said, this turn is going to be another slow one. But if you can get to that, if you can get to that 7 ink, you're going to 6 right now. You got to do something cool. All that ink should be ready. You haven't done anything.
Okay, I think he has a bell in hand. No. Oh, right.
Yeah, and we will send What happened there?
He paid because he paid 5 ink for the Finders
Oh, he
Keepers.
played Finders Keepers. I'm
Yes,
sorry, I
he
missed
played,
that part. I
Yes,
missed
he
that
played
part. Okay.
Finders Keepers, and so he didn't have any ink left to
Gotcha.
do. But he got some good stuff. He got the Monstro. He still has the Hades in hand. He picked up a Bell, and so if that Dumbo stays alive, which he will because he's evasive and Dan
Right.
won't really have anything, he'll be able to bring Bell next time and move that damage onto one of Dan's characters. Maybe take care of something here.
Nice. Okay, so this is actually still not a perfect situation, but it is semi-salvageable as you did kind of drag this thing into 7 ink, so you can go Hades next turn, take some more
another
off.
Street Smart
Oof,
Dog.
The hits just keep on coming. But you're looking at this Monstro, the Monstrous Well, and he's just spooling up in your hand. If you get to 8 ink, maybe you might have enough cards left to be able to use this Monstro's ability. However, that Dumbo's not going to be able to draw and play Monstro in the same turn on curve, unfortunately. Are there 2 Hades there?
There's
Just
one
one.
Hades, one Monstro. There's a Tick-Tock
Yeah.
and a Bell.
Okay.
4
so,
cards in hand.
So that Bell is actually also representing the ability to move, so
Yep.
you can clear that Lilo again, but that annoying Lilo is going to continue to return, and every time you Hades a card, you're going to free up more ink to make that Lilo decision a little bit easier for Dan. Arnold, who has to be feeling great, now you're able to start to quest a bit as well to get that lore total moving, putting the pressure on Nathan to make something happen. Getting to the 7-8 turn, it's got to be time to scheme, or maybe you go for this Bell the Accomplished Mystic.
Yeah, tough choice here. Nathan really thinking, what is going to be how can I keep Dan back from taking this game from me, keeping me from my golden Mickey?
I like that. I think it might actually, no, you can't even do that. I was thinking about if you go Bell to remove the damage off of the Dumbo onto the Lilo, but now you got nothing to challenge with this Dumbo because everyone is so insulated with their massive stats.
And everything quests for 2. That's the other problem here, right? These aren't just questing for 1. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 lore on the board between those 5 characters. That's putting Dan at 19 next turn. He will take care of the Lilo. With Dumbo and Hades the lady. Okay.
I actually like that play a lot coming in and just using that Dumbo to challenge in because there is a card that Dan does have access to in the name of Go-Go Tamago, and every time you have enough, Go-Go will win. So getting that damage off the board without using the Bell and keeping the up-tempo Hades, I think, is a fantastic decision, trying to make something happen here. But one Hades alone against this wide board is a problem as we're going to get even wider.
Sure, let's put down some more characters at Quest for 2. Why not? Quest, quest, quest. That is how we win here in Disney Lorcana, going up to 15. Nathan.
Monstro can do it.
Monstro
can help.
Monstro could come down and do some work here. Let's see what we can do. We have Hades going into Lilo, taking that 1 damage. Monstro
is
there
here.
He is. He only has, what, 1 or 2 cards in hand?
He has got 3.
Oh, he has 3 cards in hand. Okay.
So there's the Bell. We're ready. Monstro again.
Into the tramp.
Come on, Monstro.
Street
One more
Smart
time.
Dog. Thinking, he's serious. Are these cards more? Is it more valuable to me to get rid of this Daisy Duck with Monstro? Is it more valuable for me to keep these cards in hand?
I mean, Go-Go is probably going to be the end of you anyway, so you
And
might
we
have to
are.
just go for it and get this thing off the board and try to keep the more damage on this Monstro is actually probably better to get him off the board in the event that you can't get the damage off in time with Bell. You're going to continue to bring that Lilo back, adding that.
Is it a Go-Go off the top? That's the question
every
here.
time? It's never not Go-Go in this situation.
Oh my gosh, it was Go-Go off the top for the win here for Dan, taking it 2-0. Oh my goodness, Nathan just unable, unfortunately, he did not have the cards he needed. He missed his turn 1. He had turn 1. Sorry,
he missed his turn 1. He did not ramp. He missed turn 3 on game number. It was just
that's right.
But I think honestly, kudos to him for being able to fight back and never give up and continue to maintain that prepare to win attitude.
You got to try everything. Try everything. Sorry. Well, we are going to go back to the Illuminators Lounge in just a few minutes, so stick around. We have more Disney Lorcana coming for you soon, and we will see you in a bit.
Hello. Welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the wonderful Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, I was going to call security, but we got it all in check, and the card
You were meant to be watching my back, Katie.
Well, you know, I want one myself, so it's every man for himself.
Oh, okay, so you had to sabotage me. I see how it is.
Saboteur.
Just like everyone else, but welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. What a day it has been of Lorcana action. We are getting closer and closer to the end of the Swiss round before we proceed to the top 32, single elimination. All of those people that transfer to top 32 will be invited to the national championships, and they get to keep playing, Katie.
Yeah, and I mean, it is incredible. Walking out there is my favorite time because everybody's talking about the things they've seen, and I think there's been a lot more surprises in this room than we anticipated, by far. And so I cannot wait to see where it is. We saw the meta this morning, and now I can't wait because every time it changes a little bit. Will Purple make the same in the top cut? We don't know, but we'll find out, and I'm excited. Are you seeing any surprises?
What's the deck that you would most like to see make it to top cut, or at least for top 32? What's your underdog or overdog, I guess?
I mean, speaking of dogs, I got to watch Joshua Paltry's mat. I don't know the number deck rather, and that is one where it was a Amber Emerald Circle of Life deck, and I didn't
Circle of Life?
Yes.
Okay.
And it moved us all really.
Shout out to Color is Law. She's a big fan of that
I
card.
know. Somewhere in there, she's going, woo! But it was so wonderful to watch. I don't know if it can make it in, but I'm a amethyst, or rather sapphire steel convert after today. I see the vision.
Absolutely.
And I think it's only going to get scarier. After the reveals we saw, we might talk about more, but I mean, I think that deck's only going to get scarier and scarier. What do you think about that?
I think you're absolutely right. I think it's very well positioned. I think a lot of the American community had the right idea about how to tackle this deck. Now, don't get me wrong, we saw some players doing very well with it in Bologna, and I, very biasly, I'm a big fan whenever I get to see a Scar card and the Finally King card. It is no doubt very powerful, but it's probably a little bit too slow, and again, by the time you get it down, your opponent is either going Hades or they're going Elsa and then challenging into it. It's not got the greatest amount of willpower, so even though I really like the Scar and there is absolutely a high roll there, it's maybe not the most consistent strategy, whereas people seeming to be playing the Jasmine engine, playing Pleakley to double ramp yourself, just to get towards a 7-cost character, probably Hades, or even people playing things like Arthur, and then playing the Beyond the Horizon. Just again, we saw about 40% plus of the day 2 conversion is Blurple. So if you are built to beat that deck, I think you're in a pretty good position.
Exactly. And I mean, it's hard not to think, because I mean, this is the end of the Fabled meta, and it's been very fun. Very, people who are winning like it. People who are losing might not like it as much. But I will say, there's one card I keep hearing people say is wait till the spooky card.
Spooky card?
Yes, the one that is the 6-cost uninkable that gets rid of your characters into the inkwell that are 2 costs or less.
Oh, we're talking about Whispers now.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying, is that's what we can't stop thinking about, because people could be going, just wait, you'll rue the day.
I'll tell you what then, just for you, Katie, since you're so excited for Whispers in the Well, I think now's a good time to do a little recap. We looked at some of the cards that will be coming in set 10 at Whispers in the Well yesterday, and why not? Let's take a look at them again. And you were just talking about Spooky Sight. Let's get that up on the screen. Katie, break this down for us.
Well, first off, this card got me so bad, because I saw it and I went, oh, because you look at it, and the first thing you say is, that is so fun. And then you're like, okay, I'll read it. And then as an Amber Steel player, I go, oh no, because that is most of the characters in any Amber Steel deck in the current format. And so, and then you look at it again, this got me again, because you're like, I want that. I don't want that. I don't want that anywhere near my deck. But it's going to be a huge meta changer. Suddenly, Tiana, our favorite restaurant owner, is going to say, we might have to close down for business soon.
Yes, probably. The bills are due, but let me run a curve by you, Katie. Turn 2, T-Po or Sail. Turn 3, the new Cinderella that we're getting, the Sapphire one that allows you to ramp straight into Spooky Sight. What is the aggro deck doing if you do that?
I mean, I'd like to go to game 2, please. No.
I think that is
I'd like
perfect.
to see you in game 2.
That is perfectly reasonable. But yeah, I love that Spooky Side card. And again, we've got the enchanted version and the normal version, where you get in the different perspectives. One from the perspective of our wonderful Headless Horseman, and then of course the perspective of Mickey and Friends. And that was something as well. I had the pleasure of being part of the main stage in the Discord not too long ago with the narrative team. An absolute pleasure to get to speak to them. I know you're a big fan of the lore and the story as well. So that was an awful lot of fun. And it was great getting to see some of these cards that are showing Mickey and Friends sort of exploring the Inkwell Cavern, and maybe seeing some gargoyles, obviously a run-in with the Headless Horseman.
I don't want to go there. It seems terrifying.
I'd love to go.
Yeah,
I think the Inkwell Cavern could be brilliant, but here...
Look what's there.
There there he is. Here is the horseman himself. He is a Ruby 5-cost uninkable 4/2 quest for 2 storyborn villain, the terror of Sleepy Hollow. We'll start with the second ability. During your turn, whenever an opposing character is banished, each of your characters get +1 strength this turn, and we do, Katie, seem to have some interesting card synergies with cards that have 5 strength or more, so that could certainly play into that. And then, of course, the leaves no trace. When you play this character, banish chosen opposing character with 2 strength or less. What do you think of this card, Katie?
I'm scared again. I mean, it's one of those situations where, you know, we lived in a meta where we said, be prepared's gone. Sorry, right? May he rest in peace.
That was completely unnecessary, but continue.
Yes, the attempt on his life was too much, but I will say this is a way to really, we got removal back, and I think that's one of the things we hear.
Sure.
It's been a very challenge-heavy meta. We have Elsa coming in and saying, if you don't want to challenge, Elsa Fisphere is going to make you challenge, and in this case, it's another situation where even if you're trying to avoid that, you're going to have some removal options, which I'm sure Ruby fans are taking a sigh of relief that they say, or some people, I can't tell by your outfit, but you might be a Ruby fan, but it must
I've been called worse, I will tell you that much. But yeah, it's great to have some more removal. Obviously, we lost Brawl, which was like one of the most popular cards for Ruby. Just an unnecessary evil, shall we say,
Yes.
because so many important characters do have that 2 strength or less.
Exactly.
And indeed, the dreaded boss, Madame Medusa, who could banish a character with 3 strength or less. So I am super excited for this Headless Horseman. Ruby stands, we're going to be eating. But I think we've got another card to show you. What's next, production team? What have you got lined up for us? Oh, Katie, I know you're a fan of this. Talk to me about this card.
And this card, I mean, this is perfect for the week we are. We're leading up to Halloween here in the States, and it's a 3-cost inkable, which I love to see an inkable card here. And you get to draw a card, starting with the 3 best words in Disney Lorcana. Draw a card, best. But then after that, there's more. You may banish chosen Dumbo. Wait, I'm sorry. It says you may banish chosen character with evasive, and that is very exciting. It isn't a song, which, you know, normally, Amber, I'd love to see a song, but honestly, it's inkable. You can use it when you need it. It's ink when you don't need it. And then also, I need it because look at it. It's just, it's
absolutely stunning. I'm in love with this art. It's inkable. It's super cheap. Just as you just said, Katie, draw a card, 3 of the best words that you can have on a card in Disney Lorcana. I'm banishing a chosen character with evasive. This is the sort of ability that we've been looking for in Disney Lorcana. We are currently living in a very heavy evasive meta. You mentioned Dumbo, and of course, Genie Wish Fulfilled, who has been having all of his wishes granted when it comes to evasive strategy. So this Horseman Strikes is definitely going to be very impactful in the metagame. Nice for Amber to get some removal as well. I know they've got the world's greatest criminal mind, which obviously I'm a big fan of, but a bit more for Amber.
Exactly. I mean, I do feel like we are going to see, there's a certain half shark, half man that was around for a while, and he went away. We haven't seen a lot of him out there, but I do feel with some of the cards we've seen revealed that we might see him come back, and I'm keeping that card on me just in case, because he doesn't look evasive, but that man can jump, and he's a problem if you don't have the tools on a deck that's more aggressive.
You're absolutely right, but Katie, another one to talk about. I think it's time to get down to business because we have a new wonderful card coming from the Mulan IP. We've got Li Shang, seasoned strategist, 3-cost inkable, 2/4, quest for 2. Now, Katie, I asked JD to do a dramatic reading of the flavor text, and I'm going to put you all the way on the spot now and ask for your own rendition whenever you're ready.
The sound of hoofbeats filled the air. Li Shang moved his men into position, ready to turn the tables on their pursuer.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm pretty impressed with that,
you.
Katie. I think this card is very interesting. It's cheap. It quests for 2. He's a captain and a hero, and there could be synergy for those particular characterizations. But the thing that excites me about this card is I feel like, Katie, we are building towards a particular villain that we have not yet seen in Disney Lorcana from Mulan. Shan Yu.
I kept looking at the screen because I was hoping, is he here? But I'm kind of hoping we get, like, sometimes when they tease a little bit, we can get his falcon. And then the next time we get him, I'm ready.
We've had his sword.
Yeah, we've had a sword. We can get a falcon. And then we can get now all of Lorcana knows you're here. And then the next card is here.
Love that. Yo, points for lore there,
Thank
absolutely.
you. Yes.
So I'm very excited for that one. But overall, Whispers in the Well looking absolutely incredible. I think we've got at least one more that we can show the people at home. Let's see it, production.
No.
Katie,
No.
here we go. Break this card down, but she's running away, guys. She doesn't want to look, but I'm going to make her. Go on, Katie, break it down.
You know, sometimes there's cards that leave you speechless. You say, this is going to change the game. This one left me speechless because I just couldn't read any of it. I kind of stopped. Who knows what any of the stats are? Now the thing is let's cover up the Duckman horse. Let's cover that up. It's like this is quite a card. 5/10. I'd love to pull this in some kind of limited format because that is a card that's a problem. He's challenging. He's being around. He's questing for one if he needs to. 6-cost inkable, but. What is going on in the show, DuckTales? I don't know if I want to watch it anymore. I was going to, and now I'm scared.
If anything, I am more convinced to watch it.
Yes.
But yeah, it is very interesting as the Lorcana trading card game progresses. You know, some characters that maybe had certain stats in earlier sets, we're seeing like maybe a similar cost, but those stat lines are increasing over time. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this is going to impact the Lorcana meta game. But I'm just happy for a lot of more spooky things to come into the game.
Yes, it's perfect. Whispers in the Well, and it's fall is going to be spectacular. We are going to have some very exciting cards, and it's coming just around the corner. We're going to be able to get our hands on packs very soon. I believe November 7th. We're going to be able to get them in our local game. No, there's more. Are they saying it's time for us to go?
Yeah,
or is this the next card?
They want us to get
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a sign or a reveal.
They want us to get out of here, but before we do that, let's break this down as well. I'll take this if you don't mind, Katie, as a Ruby stan myself. We've got time to go. 3-cost inkable action. Banish chosen character of yours to draw 2 cards. Yo, Ruby having the biggest identity crisis of its life. Are we singers? Are we drawing cards all of a sudden? What is going on? If that character had a card under them, draw 3 cards instead. We drawing cards, Katie.
Yeah, and normally people some people, I don't know who, crazy people play a Ruby with an Amethyst, and they have enough cards, folks. They have enough cards, but they always say, why not more? So I think that's going to be a very interesting card, and I love Gaston anytime he's there messing around.
I don't think it's enough. If anything, I want more card draw, but I am quite greedy as a villain, as you'd expect.
Who cares? No big deal. I want more.
We've got more Disney Lorcana action. Yo, can we, casters, I summoned thee.
From the region beyond.
That was villainous magic.
Goodness
That
me.
just came in out of nowhere. That was crazy.
You've got us in stitches over here.
Absolutely. Now, guys, we just had a breakdown there of Whispers in the Well. What of those cards is one that jumps out to you? Let's start off with you, Liam. What's a card that we just spoke about that you're excited for?
Oh, I missed something, but I did catch the Headless Man Horse. It's a card that makes me happy. Like, I don't know what's going on with that card, but well statted too. Did you go over the spooky, the board wipe one with the Mickey and Friends? Did you talk about that one? Oh, that card, the art is just fantastic to me. I love the board wipe effect. I also love the art. Like Mickey and Friends in that old style classic animation look, it's brilliant.
It looks amazing.
What about you?
I'm excited for all the Ruby cards. The Headless
Oh,
Horseman,
you
time to go.
you
Like,
Ruby
I'm
stands,
there.
like-
I'm there. We're struggling this set. We need some more cards. I'm excited for the Headless Horseman.
You
Just
had
like the
9
aesthetic of
sets.
it all. Then we get all the card draw with time to go. Like, keep it coming.
You had 9 sets. You had 9 sets.
Brandon, we are kindred souls, you and I. We're going to have a wonderful time with Ruby next set. That being said, as exciting as Whispers in the Well is going to be, we have more Disney Lorcana action. So I'm going to use some of my villainous magic, and I'm going to warp me and Katie out of here and leave it in your fine hands. Be gone!
And there he is.
And they're gone.
There he
Disney
is.
magic
Just like
right
that.
there.
Just like that. Villain magic in action. Here at DLC Milwaukee. Welcome back to the booth. You've just watched some incredible rounds of Lorcana. We're going into round 11 here. Going to see some outstanding matches. And here's the thing. Like, if you're watching today, you know that every one of these matches matters because pretty much everyone that you're seeing is a win and in for these players. You really need to go about 10-2 in this 12 rounds of Swiss to make the top cut. And even then, you could bubble out. So every game is really important, and you can see it in these players' faces. Months of preparation going into these games.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of tension that I can feel around the top tables because, like you said, it's down to the wire, especially for the players that already have 2 losses. We're going into 12 rounds. Anybody that gets top 32 has that invite to Nationals, which I know everybody is looking for. So these games are cutthroat for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some very talented players queued up for you here in this next match. Do you want to jump right into it?
Yeah, let's get into this first match.
Let's go. Oh, if you were around Lorcana, these are 2 players that you might recognize. Let's start off on the right there. You have Christopher Carrasco, also known as Kevin. He's a well-known Disney Lorcana content creator, talks a lot about the game, and so you might recognize his face. If you do, that's why he's familiar to you. Why don't you tell me about the player on our left, Brandon?
Yeah, we've got Scott Marcuson, a familiar face, at least for the North American players, who's also at Worlds, I believe, and so very talented Disney Lorcana player. There, we talked earlier in the day yesterday about how stacked this room was of world-class players, and so this is another one.
Absolutely. Scott, I've been told in other TCGs, or certain other TCGs, was one of the top-ranked limited players in the whole world. Very, very impressive feat, but also very good and constructed, as he demonstrated last season, I believe, taking second in a DLC in order to get that Worlds qualification.
You know, one of the things that I really like about limited gameplay is that it definitely tests your knowledge of fundamentals for any particular game. And so I love playing limited, love going to the draft and seals, especially around the beginning of a set. I know that like the pre-release for Whispers of the Well is coming along. There's going to be some limited stuff for that at the game store that I go to. So I'm a big fan of limited personally, and I can definitely see how the skills that you would need for limited can transfer over to constructed.
Yeah, both players also doing a pro move here. You sometimes see matching their sleeves to their tops. It's a move that gives you a little bit of an edge in competitive play. You might see some of them do it, and we're getting that here. But we're going to go over to Scott here. Scott is on Emerald Sapphire. It's a deck that has grown in popularity since the start of this meta and been in the top 4 in a lot of the most recent events. Heads held high going into the Inkwell there in first turn. No turn 1 play, and it's over to Kevin with his Amethyst Steel build.
Yeah, I imagine these players probably have an idea of what each other are playing already, but seeing a heads held high going into the Inkwell is a pretty quick tell for Christopher on what he's coming up against. That can help him decide which cards he's wanting to play, especially in these 1-drops, 2-drops, 3-drop turns coming up, because probably scared of something like a heads held high under the sea upcoming, and starting with a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist for turn 1.
Yeah, I'll talk about this Amethyst Steel game plan a little bit. Typically, the game plan is to go 1-on-1, a 2-cost on 2, a 3-cost on 3, and then on turn 4, you want to drop that Genie, ideally, in most scenarios. Sometimes you're going to go something like an Iago into an Amethyst Mirror, but after that 4-drop turn, you're then going to sing a 4-damage Strength of Raging Fire with your 3-cost character. That's the line that these decks generally want to pursue. Gives a little board control, and then you can move into the mid-game where you're trying to draw some cards and out-resource your opponent, having done that bit of control.
Very important for Scott here. He did find ramp through Tipo. Being able to put an extra card from his hand into his Inkwell. Doesn't even have to be inkable, can also be very helpful. I see a Shift Baymax in hand as well, so it's definitely telling me we're playing some sort of under the sea deck. Something else to note is whoever goes first in this matchup can be interesting as well. We don't have the Clarabelle shift line for Scott here, but if we did, knowing that Christopher wouldn't be able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire before Scott could shift that Clarabelle can be a real game changer for this. So if Scott is able to find a Clarabelle to play before we get to that shift line, that could be important, but we'll see what he decides to do on his turn.
That's a great point. Most of the steel decks in this format want to do that strength on turn 4. That's what they're building into, but strength on the draw and strength on the play mean very, very different things.
Yeah, and this Calhoun's going to slow down Scott from questing with Tipo or anything just yet. Calhoun having an amazing ability where when she challenges, if she banishes another character in a challenge, you can gain 2 lore. Definitely an anti-questing card at the very least.
And there's the 4-drop. There's Donald Duck. Perfect gentleman, I believe. A gentleman he is, because he gives both players a card at the start of Scott's turn. So a little extra card draw there. And it's a card typically we see paired with Clarabelle, because if you're going to draw cards off your opponent's hand, why not give them a couple more?
Yeah, I really like this card in this deck because it just helps you dig a little bit faster. You can see you very quickly get low on cards, especially for playing something like Tipo, where you're putting an extra one out of your hand into the Inkwell. Scott only having 3 cards in hand right now, so it makes it so that you can make up that disparity just a little bit. And like you said, you don't mind giving your opponent cards in hand either, because you're playing a lot of cards like You're Welcome. You're playing characters like Basil usually that can bounce things back to their opponent's hand, or Hades to get rid of things. So it's not usually too terrible to be giving your opponent extra cards, especially in a matchup like this where Amethyst Steel can be a little bit more mid-range, and so you're not too worried of giving your opponent like 3 daisies or something, you know.
And now on turn 3 here, we will see that Cobra, that giant Cobra. It is an illusion, so easily banished by anything that can choose it, but well statted at 4/4. It does have the ability to allow you to discard a card for lore, but Christopher not choosing to use that option, and it does look like Christopher's going to get that extra card. It's a May, I believe, but Christopher absolutely choosing to take advantage of that to draw an extra card there, and Scott will draw one as well.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't hurt to draw extra cards, especially while there's no threat of a Clarabelle in play right now that Scott might have been looking to shift on this turn, with Clarabelle Light on Her Host being a 5-shift character. So the 5 ink turn for this deck can be a little bit odd because there's not usually very many 5-cost characters that you're looking to play. So you're looking to usually just play another 4-drop character, or maybe set up a little bit more ramp by playing like a Sail and a Tipo or something like that. So interested to see what Scott decides here.
Yeah. So thinking thinking through this. Trying to, I got a brief glance at his hand earlier, but Scott clearly taking time here to think this through again. This is basically, I mean, you need to win this game to have a chance at advancing.
Yeah, this can be a difficult deck to know what to put into your Inkwell, just because some of the cards might end up mattering later, especially if you're playing up against an Illusions deck. The Illusions can be can have a lot of stats, and so certain cards you want to keep to be able to remove certain cards. We are going to see the Baymax shift onto T-Bow.
There we go.
It has a an ability that lets you shift on top of anything, and so we're going to see the Baymax challenging into that Captain Hook there, only taking the 1 damage. And then Scott's going to pass over to Christopher.
And now Christopher, again, this is the turn you'd like to drop that 4-drop. We do have the Genie in hand. I don't see a Strength, though. Now he can challenge into that Baymax. Both players very deliberately thinking through these lines. It isn't, you know, talking to players in this meta, I do a lot of deck interviews with players trying to analyze the way different, you know, very, very good players think about the game. And one of the questions I love to ask is, what is the turn in this deck where you can figure out whether you're going to win or lose the game? What is the pivotal moment in this deck script? And in certain decks, it's obvious, like the ramp on turn 2 with pretty much any Sapphire deck in this meta. But it's surprising the number of players, and it's pretty much all of them, that says that turn 4 is like the pivotal turn in this deck, because it's when you want to start doing certain things. It's when you want to play your strength. It's when you're shifting your game plan. It's when certain cards turn online, and that turn, it turns out, is incredibly important, and that's the one that they're both thinking through here.
Yeah, something else to be very cognizant of for Christopher here is he's doing a great job of playing characters that get around under the sea by itself. The Giant Cobra having 4 strength, the Calhoun having 3 strength. Right now, Scott has the ability to sing under the sea with both characters in play, and so you definitely don't want to open yourself up to a board wipe. On the next turn, you'd have to be really careful of making sure that the opponent doesn't have heads held high. We do see that the Cobra's going to go ahead and take out the Baymax. As I was getting to, Christopher recognizes that it's important to keep characters off of Scott's side of the board to reduce the likelihood of him being able to sing some of those songs and create those big tempo swing turns.
Absolutely. And another character not susceptible under the sea here, Pluto coming down, and on its face he does 0-1-5, but he gets +4 strength whenever he has no damage. So a nice little 5-5 sitting there bodyguarding that Calhoun.
Also notably, that 5 strength can be really important. A lot of characters in this Emerald Sapphire deck have 5 willpower. Sort of the goal of this deck is to control a little bit and then play big bodies. You're playing characters like Scrooge McDuck, Baymax, Giant Robot, even Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman here having 5 willpower, and it makes it difficult just for the math of how the game kind of works through what characters people are usually playing and how much strength they have. That 5 willpower can be enough to make it awkward for your opponent, but Pluto having that 5 strength here means that he can pretty cleanly challenge and banish into something if it ends up turning sideways.
Scott thinking through his lines here. He did draw an Under the Sea there off that Donald Duck. I think the other card, I didn't see what the other card is. I think it was that Sail that he just inked. And so now 6, that indicates that there's a John Silver in hand. That might be what's coming down here.
That's what comes to mind. I believe you had a big Clarabelle in hand earlier. Yes,
there it is.
So you do see the John Silver. It's going to give Reckless to Calhoun, which means Calhoun must challenge if able on the next turn.
And cannot quest.
Cannot quest.
So must stay upright if nothing's available to run into, which is out of character for Calhoun. I feel like she's always charging into danger.
She certainly likes to challenge with that ability of hers, getting 2 lore when you banish somebody in a challenge.
Mm-hmm. So Christopher thinking things through. Plenty of cards in hand. Usually this Amethyst deck, it can burn through cards fairly quickly. It wants to start using Genies and Dumbos and other things in the mid-game to draw cards, but not a problem when Donald Duck is handing you a gift every turn.
Another critical thing to be thinking about for Christopher here is, like, you know, how much do you try to dump your hand versus just play on curve? I feel like Amethyst Steel is one of those decks that you are just usually looking to play on curve. As we mentioned earlier in the stream, a 3-drop on 3, 4-drop on 4, 5-drop on 5. When you do that, you still leave a decent amount of cards in your hand, especially like you mentioned when you're drawing extra off of Donald, Perfect Gentleman. Knowing that Scott is moving to 7 ink on the next turn, though, I'd be a little bit concerned about a big Clarabelle potentially coming into play, and then Scott only having, you know, 2 or 3 cards in hand, allowing him to draw back up to where you're at.
No, it's a great point, and there's a really fine balance you have to walk, because if you are emptying, oh, it's fun, Pete, games referee coming down there saying no actions on Scott's turn. He's going to shut that down. But it's a fun thing worth mentioning, because normally, though, when you're dumping your hand, you're dumping smaller statted characters, which are susceptible to that under the sea. So it is a fine line to walk. But speaking of that, none of these characters here without a heads held high are susceptible to that.
Yeah, I have a feeling Christopher that's what he's thinking through in this moment, is saying, I need to get extra cards out of my hand. I also want to be careful of a heads held high under the sea being played, because right now Scott has enough characters in play to sing that under the sea. He has Sync available to him, so if he had that combination of heads held high and under the sea, he would be able to play it, were it not for this Pete games referee coming into play on the last turn. So Christopher hedging his bets against that. Just to get some more characters in play. And building a wide board, not terrible.
And there's that Clarabelle. This is where we're going to see the payoff for all of those cards Christopher drew. And actually, Scott not getting many off of them, because to your point, playing 2 cards last turn, where if he'd played on curve, he would have had 1 more. So minor benefit there, but that Clarabelle will be online until Christopher manages to find a way to do something about it.
Yeah, and Christopher set something up interesting here, where if he has an Elsa the Fifth Spirit, maybe anticipating this Clarabelle coming into play, he has 2 Calhouns that he can use to challenge him to the Clarabelle and banish it, ensuring that Scott doesn't get any extra value off of the Clarabelle, because if he has anything like a You're Welcome or a Stop Chaos in its tracks.
He does have a You're Welcome.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, you could potentially be putting more cards into Christopher's hand and giving Clarabelle some of that value.
And unless he inked it. I actually think he had both, interestingly enough. So something to keep track of. Stop Chaos in its tracks, a card that can send 2 chosen characters with strength 3 or less to each player's hand. And then You're Welcome, of course, sending a card into Christopher's deck and allowing him to draw 2 cards. So stringing those together with the Clarabelle usually feels pretty good. Unless he inked one, Brandon, I think he had both of those earlier.
I definitely remember seeing at least 1 You're Welcome. As we get to Christopher's turn, though, we are going to see this Genie Wish Fulfilled being played. So an invasive character, 2 lore, Great Quester, also allows you to draw a card when he is played. It's a good card that replaces itself, and also is easy to start getting lore with. Scott doesn't have any characters on his side of the board. There's usually not any characters in the deck except for the occasional Robin Hood that maybe gets played that would have evasive to interact with any evasive characters. So Scott would have to rely on something like You're Welcome or Under the Sea, some kind of removal to get this Genie off the board.
Christopher thinking things through here. And this is what you see in this meta these days. You building up, and there's a tiny adversary coming down. Oh, yeah, and it does have the strength. Okay. Another reason to go wide here. Turn that strength online now with enough to remove that Clarabelle. And with that off the board, Christopher's going to send a bunch of characters off questing. That bodyguard Pluto will guard everything else. And now we do have the John Silver able to answer. But that strength of Raging Fire pretty big.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough board to navigate for Scott here. As you mentioned, the Pluto stopping John Silver or Donald from challenging anything else. The only thing that can banish the Pluto currently is John Silver, and then the Donald actually doesn't even have enough strength to banish either the Calhouns or the Pete.
No, and also that Madam Mim does give Challenger 1, I believe, to everything,
yes.
not the +1 strength, so that is only available on the challenge.
I see a Donald Perfect Gentleman go into the Inkwell. Oh, there's
the
the heads held high being sung. And the Under the Sea! Scott has it. Wiping Christopher's board.
2.
All of his characters are going to go to the bottom of the deck. Scott gets to choose the order if he wants to. So Scott saying, might come down to it. You never know. We're going to put them back in this order. All of those characters go to the bottom. And now Scott has completely flipped the tempo on this game.
That was one of the combos that's key to victory in this matchup. Kevin choosing a moment to go a little bit wide. He does have some reserves, plenty of cards in hand to kind of rebuild here. But, oh my goodness, getting that combo off really turns the tables here. And then he has 4 lore on board to boot. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Scott to be in at this point, because now he's completely taking control of the board. He has that John Silver in place so that anything that Christopher plays on the next turn, John Silver could quest, give that thing reckless, force Christopher to not be able to challenge into it, or sorry, not able to quest and try to gain any lore lead that way. I also see a Basil in hand and a You're Welcome. Also, that might be another Clarabelle towards the back for Scott.
I think that's a Chaos.
Oh, okay, it could be a Chaos. So regardless, he has plenty of cards available to remove any of the things that Christopher is choosing to play.
I could be wrong, I think. We'll see.
We're going to see a Pluto and a Giant Cobra being played by Christopher here, trying to build that board back up. This is the scary part of the game for Emerald Sapphire, if you're playing against Emerald Sapphire decks, because Scott has 8 ink available to him, all of those expensive characters that you can use to take control of the board or keep control of the board are available.
And
It's going to ink your welcome. We see 7. There's the Basil
there's
being
the
played,
Basil.
bouncing the Pluto back to Christopher's hand, questing with John Silver, giving to the Giant Cobra Reckless, since John Silver is exerted, unless Christopher has a song to sing with Giant Cobra. Giant Cobra will have to challenge into that John Silver.
And this just feels particularly bad. And over on the other side, I do think that's a Stop Chaos. I can't quite see, or is that? No, that's a. You know what that is? That's another Clarabelle, actually. I'm pretty sure. And so that's the Clarabelle, I think, underneath, followed by a You're Welcome and the Hades there. So some decent control there.
Yeah, this is where the control part of Emerald Sapphire really takes hold, because as we could see from Scott's hand, he has plenty of options for whatever Christopher decides to play this next turn. Also, Basil has a unique ability where when he quests, it forces your opponent to discard a card at random. We see Christopher's down to 2 cards at this point. Inking the Dumbo, yeah, just getting rid of those cards out of the hand. Challenging the John Silver with the Giant Cobra because it had Reckless. And then Christopher does opt to draw a card from the Donald Duck trigger. Basil's going to go ahead and quest.
And draw a card, discard. I think he discarded the same card he drew. Happy going off the discard pile there.
Now Scott has plenty of options for how he wants to handle this board. Go ahead and exert 7. I imagine a Hades is going to come down. Oh no, he found another Basil. Must have drawn a Basil. Going to bounce the Pluto back to hand, and then quest with both John Silver and Donald Duck, gaining 4 lore, giving Reckless to that Jafar Royal Vizier.
And this is just tough. If that Basil stays online this turn, which we're going to have the choice to remove it, forcing 2 discard every turn. And let's see which way Christopher chooses to go with these. We're going to the Donald Duck. Says enough of that card draw. That resist 1 will allow that Calhoun to survive. And getting 2 lore off the Calhoun if we sequence that properly, which I think we got?
Yeah, I believe so. I have to imagine that's what Christopher chose to do. Gonna exert 7 ink, play the Hades, get the Pluto into the Inkwell, and play that Clarabelle.
Basil. Questing for 6, Reckless on the Happy, forcing the discard, but nothing in hand. But top decking a Dock. Kind of what the doctor ordered here. If you're going to get your way back into this, more cards is better. So drawing the Elsa the 5th Spirit off the dock will exert the Hades. And I imagine we'll see some challenging here. Scott all the way up to 16.
Yeah, he
so
has
Jafar Royal Vizier.
Or 9 lore on board for Scott also, only needing 4 left for the game. Yeah,
yep.
Christopher says you got
not
it.
enough, yeah, not enough at all.
Pick up his cards and go on to the next game. Scott takes game 1 in this 11th round.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. Tough, Matt. That held so, you know, we lost the Be Prepared, the most popular board wipe, the only real board wipe last match, unless you assemble. And so people said, you know what, let me build a board wipe. You know, as Katie was, I'm going to put the Heads Held High together with Under the Sea, and yeah, that'll do the trick.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point of this Emerald Sapphire deck, is having access to that Heads Held High and Under the Sea. As we mentioned earlier, sometimes we see Stop Chaos. I haven't seen one in Scott's deck yet, so I'm not sure if he's playing any or not. But those are really your only options for gaining tempo back. So we saw, I mean, like, that game is won or lost on whether or not he has that Heads Held High Under the Sea and completely flipping the tempo during that game. We saw Christopher had 6 characters on board, you know, lots of lore being built and plenty of cards in hand to follow up with. Scott only having 2 cards from the last game in play. So without being able to completely wipe Christopher's board, you know, Scott might have been in trouble.
Yeah, I think looking at Christopher, I think that was a full 7 mulligan too. If not, it was a 6. But certainly, I didn't get a good look if he stashed one beforehand. But at least it was 6, if not 7. So clearly digging for something he needs in the early game here. I didn't see Scott's altar, but it looks like, if I was seeing correctly, it looks like he kept most everything. So a little bit of difference on the initial draw here. Let's see what Christopher managed to snag. There's a Happy going down, and we will get that Palace Guard on turn 1. It is an illusion, well statted for turn 1. It's a 1/4, but susceptible to being banished by any choosable ability. And you don't see much of that in this Emerald Sapphire deck, but certainly a
No.
danger against Steel.
The only thing that I really think of that that might matter is the heads held high sometimes can be used in a scenario where you're usually not in a great place, where you can just choose the illusions for heads held high and banish them. But we are going to ink the Clarabelle, play a Bobby. We're going to draw a card and then discard a card. Choosing to discard, you're welcome.
And there we have the 1-on-1, 2-on-2. That Jafar coming down here will get a quest with the Palace Guard, scoop up a little bit of lore. Bell going into the Inkwell there.
I didn't catch whether Scott had ramp when he showed his hand previously, but that will be vital in this match. I do see, okay,
Yeah,
so I
it's
see a
little
Tipo
Tipo
there at the top.
peeking up in the camera there, just a little bit. A little bit of his head there.
Inking another, you're welcome to play the Tipo and ink a card. Not something you love to see for Emerald Sapphire. You're welcome. Like we mentioned last game, it's a great card to remove a card off of your opponent's board, but also give you extra value if you can get a Clarabelle in play. I think that is a stop chaos.
It is a stop chaos. And the Visions of the Future down at the bottom, we have a John Silver and a Clarabelle. And Scott, you know, pro player giving us that little bit of the caster tilt. Giving
We
us a little look.
appreciate it.
We do. We do.
It's nice to see what the players are cooking with. Speaking of, what's Christopher
We're gonna-
cooking this turn? Going to play a dock, choosing not to do his ability, of course, to discard the hand.
Oh, and that's a tough play this turn.
Yeah, that must have been his only 2-drop available. He didn't have a 3-cost character to play.
It's a tough play. I mean, not using his ability is what it is, but you want to set up that 3-cost Singer. You want to have that strength available. That is usually pretty critical in this deck, and so not having a 3-drop this turn feels really bad, and you can tell, you can see it on his face that he's kind of off script here.
He even has the strength in hand, too.
Unfortunate.
So just missing that character to set up, as we talked last game, how important that turn 1, 2, 3, 4 is. Although Scott didn't have a 4-cost character, yeah, so he's just going to have to result to a Visions this turn. Looking at the top 5 cards of his deck, he can choose one to put it in his hand, and then the rest go on the bottom.
I always love to see how quickly they snap a card from these. You know,
Yeah.
If it's what they're looking for, or if they have to think about it for a moment.
Sometimes, you know, there's a little bit of mind games that gets played on that too. Sometimes if there's like a specific card that I'm looking for playing this deck and I find it immediately, sometimes I'll just take a couple seconds to pretend like I'm looking at this card so I don't give away too much information to my opponent.
It's also, you know, important to memorize, if you can, what you're sending to the bottom of your deck, because those are certain outs or lines that you probably won't see the rest of the game. So also, you know, good point, taking a look there sometimes and making sure you remember what you're sending away.
Scott choosing to ink the John Silver and then just passing the turn on that. I think we found a 3-drop Clarabelle off that Visions, by the way. Probably trying to set up the Clarabelle shift. Yeah, there it is. Delicate Wallflower in Scott's hand there.
And we do have the Genie on 4. That's what you want to do there, but not having that strength line available. And you might, oh, he does have the strength, so not available this turn. Of course, not a lot of amazing targets, but all of those targets, there are universal shift targets, and they're things that can contribute to Sing Together. Not uncommon to use Tipo as the little extra voice to get one of your higher cost characters over the top to sing that Under the Sea. So.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fastest lines in this deck is 1-drop character Tipo, then shift the Baymax onto your 1-drop character. Then you have 8 characters in play to sing Under the Sea if you wanted to. It would do lots of damage on this board right now.
Absolutely. And so had Scott have the Under the Sea and that line available, just the work strength would do to clear off that Tipo and prevent that line is pretty big. There's that Clarabelle you pointed out, that 3-cost you found off that Vision, setting up that shift. We know he has the big one in hand.
Yeah, and this is where strength can be super important. Christopher having that in hand, I imagine we're going to sing that and play
oh my goodness.
Onto the Clarabelle.
He had 3 docks.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and we do see Genie singing the Strength of Raging Fire, removing that shift target. All 3 docks is brutal there.
Yeah, it's
being stuck in the hand.
A clinic of docks, I think we call that. That's what I'll call it.
They either come exactly when you need them to, or in duos or trios.
They travel together. So there, I didn't see if we got the 2 cards off the last dock. I imagine that we did.
I think he did. I think you drew. Or actually, I'm not sure because he played the docks and then played the strength.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So just dumping docks onto the board there.
Imagine he has the 4th in hand. That's what the last card is. Start with a Bobby Zimmerowski, drawing a card, discarding a card. Getting rid of that Hades, an expensive uninkable card Scott's not really able to work with just yet.
And again, there is always in this scenario to take a look at the stats on these characters. There's a lot of them on board, and one less now, clearing off Jafar, the one character not susceptible to Under the Sea, but now cleared off enough characters that that shift Baymax into the Under the Sea is not available.
Yeah, I mean, I think Scott's just realizing there's so much lore on Christopher's side of the board, and he's gone so wide. I mean, Christopher's already at 7 lore. If you just allow him to continue to quest with characters, he can potentially run away before any board wipe will be very helpful. Yeah, we see Christopher just quest with everything, gaining 6 lore, going up to 13.
Oh, and a giant cobra. No discard there either, so not going to take that extra 2 lore, just putting that on the board. And Scott 6 ink is going to be 1 away this turn from the Under the Sea, which he does have in hand.
He has an Under the Sea in hand.
And so that shift, clearing off that shift target for that Clarabelle looms really large. John Silver will come down and give that Genie Reckless, the highest lore character on the board, but it's back over to Christopher, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available this turn, taking him all the way to 18, which means that giant Cobra could have been pretty impactful.
Extra lore, yeah. Christopher taking a second to consider what his best options are for this turn. Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and quest with everything that he can.
And oh my goodness,
Reminder,
everything is 2 strength or less.
The Genie can't quest this turn. Playing a happy. And the 4th dog, he did have it sitting in hand,
but
drawing 2 cards off of it this turn.
All 4 docks, and here we go. We have it in hand. I think we have an Inkable. It's going into the Inkwell. There it is, the entire board.
Everything except for the Cobra gets put on the bottom of the deck, though we can clean this Cobra up with the John Silver this turn just to get it off of the board.
Oh, but
I am so scared for Scott, though, because Christopher did draw 2 cards off of the dock. If he finds another Cobra, he has the card in hand to discard to just immediately gain 2 lore.
And look at him. He looks like he's pretty confident over there. I like looking at the face cam sometimes, but it looks like Christopher is just waiting. So we'll see. But critically, like, the John Silver now has to clean up that giant Cobra. Typically in this scenario, you would love to have it available to quest to give whatever Christopher drops Reckless. But because it can't quest, it can't do that. And now...
Oh, he did have the Cobra. Christopher's going to steal game 2.
You saw it on his face. You saw it on his face the whole time.
Oh, my gosh. I was so worried. Yeah, you were right. He looked way too calm in that scenario to not have it.
Yeah.
We're going to take a look at the alters for this game 3, though. Moving to round 11. Both players having 24 points.
Yeah. Yeah. He found, man, so many docks, and he found that Cobra off that dock. Like, and... Oh, man. Oh, man.
And we talked about the stakes that are at play here. Since both players have 24 points, I believe that means they are 8-2 at this point. So whoever wins this game, has a chance to move on to round 12 and potentially stay in for top 32. And whoever loses, unfortunately, won't have the record to make it into top 32, I don't believe. So we're in the game 3. The stakes are high.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the hand here. Now Scott on the play. Having taken game 1, I do see the strength in Christopher's hand. I'm trying to take a look. I think I saw some 1-drops.
See your strength. Also saw a peak games referee, which could be vital in this matchup as well. Timing it correctly, keeping Scott from playing that Under the Sea combo. It's going to ink a Clarabelle, light on her hooves, and just pass, not having a 1-drop. Not great for Scott.
Yeah, and the 1-drops do seem pretty innocuous in this deck, and you don't have to have them. But critically, what they do is they stack up a character for that universal shift Baymax line, which you love to have available. And so just having that character hanging out, again, not the end of the world not to have it, but it is a universal shift target.
Christopher just doing some calculations in his head, a couple turns ahead.
Oh, multiple strengths.
Inking a Captain Hook, playing a Captain Hook.
2 different art there.
I would have played the first chapter one. Which one would have you played?
I love Marcel Berg. I love the original art. Both art is good. But I have a soft spot
both are great,
in my heart.
yeah. But I just love the nostalgia of the first one.
Yeah, Marcel Berg, fresh out of art school when he got this job. This is one of his first professional assignments ever. Were the Lorcana cards that he did for chapter 1. So, fantastic art set of Germany.
It's actually my favorite art out of the D23 set as well.
It's very, very good. And we do have that ramp on turn 2 here. Speaking of critical plays, you don't need the turn 1, but you sure do need the turn 2. And luckily, you had Tipo there to send an extra card to the Inkwell. And let's see what else we have here. Clarabelle, Stop Chaos.
Yeah, we have the Clarabelle, Delighted Wallflower. I believe there's a Shift Clarabelle in the back there also, Stop Chaos. And I think that's a Donald, Perfect Gentleman.
Okay.
So we have some options. You could try and set up the Clarabelle shift line. And again, we talk about the play draw and how it changes things up. Scott being able to go first this game means that Christopher won't be able to establish a character to sing strength and potentially interrupt that Clarabelle shift line if Scott's looking for that. But Christopher could also try and empty his hand to avoid that.
And looks like that's the route he's going. 2-on-2. That is not a line that many Amethyst Steel players like to take if they can avoid it, because this deck can run out of cards a little bit. You like to do the 2-drop. Tiago, a player who's very popular with this deck, will say he much prefers the 2-drop because of the ability, because you can run out of resources.
Yeah.
But here, to your point, emptying his hand a little bit, perhaps wary of that Clarabelle, or knowing that a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman may be coming along here shortly. Let's see. Okay, so Clarabelle, interesting. So the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman was available. This is, I wouldn't say it's a gamble, but that Clarabelle has to stick around to enable that Clarabelle shift, and that's the line that Scott's pursuing here. So, you know, wondering if he has the strength. But he'll have to hard play the strength if he has it.
Yeah. I guess that's the thing. I guess that's another thing I missed on Christopher setting up the 3-1 drops is on turn 3 he can just hard play the strength.
Very
to
good
stop
point. Very good point.
Either Clarabelle shift line. But
Very good point. Like very heads up play.
Yeah.
Protecting against that quick cow.
Yeah. When Scott played Clarabelle, he was able to draw a card because he had fewer cards in hand. He found a Develop Your Brain, which he then played, allowing him to look at the top 2 cards of the deck, put one in his hand and then one on the bottom. I do see that strength in Christopher's hand.
These moments where you wait with bated breath to see.
I'm always interested in seeing what they ink, you know, because every single card, one of the intricacies of playing Disney Lorcana and where the great players are great and where maybe some of the good players lack is just knowing, you know, which cards are vital in any given scenario. So which cards you can afford to ink and which ones you can't. And we can see Christopher really struggling to decide, you know, it seems most of his cards in his hand seem really important.
Yeah, it's so you have a second strength, you have the Pete. I see a Genie there, which is uninkable, and I think maybe another Genie. So he's debating, I think, keeping the games referee inking that other strength, and he chooses the games referee. That heads up play there, playing those 2-on-2, allows him to hard play for 3. That strength of Raging Fire, getting rid of that shift target. Scott was setting that up, electing to play the Clarabelle over the Perfect Gentleman, which he played in game 1 to great effect, and doesn't pay off for him. It's back over to him now to see how he responds.
Christopher navigating this very well too. I feel like Amethyst Steel against this matchup, you're looking to like gain incremental lore as the game moves on. So just questing with these 3 characters as well. Just pushing that lore lead a little bit further. Scott really only having the Donalds to play this turn, it looks like. Choosing to ink one of the Stop Chaos. He does have another in hand. Playing that Donald Perfect Gentleman. Scott choosing to challenge the Happy with his Tipo. Both of those will be banished and go to the discard. And we pass back to Christopher.
Yeah, Elsa, Genie played here on turn 4. It's what you want to do. Again, this deck can, and you see it in his hand size, it's running a little low. Also, inkable is a bit of a problem. Christopher wanting to protect that strength if he can.
We're going to see both players draw off of the Donald Duck trigger. We get to draw at the start of your turn. You both get to draw at the start of your turn. Scott had some pretty expensive cards in hand. There was at least one Stop Chaos, a Clarabelle, Light on Her Hooves.
Yeah,
we get another Donald also.
We do have the other Donald, and it's not a terrible play here. It's difficult. Now, Christopher has plenty of low-cost cards. You want to get to 8. Because of Stop Chaos, because of Under the Sea, you want to get to 8, and that would be a very impactful card here. So sticking that other Donald, getting that math on the board. Now, Christopher, let's see. Okay.
I think asking if you can draw twice off of the Donald triggers.
Stack. Yeah,
which they do. They do.
So now you don't often see 2 of them in play. It's a lot of cards. So now, though, Christopher, if he's able to drop 2 cards, we're able to sing and clear off one of those Donalds that will prevent that Under the Sea line, and we see the Under the Sea in hand as well. So he has that strength in hand.
Yeah, definitely. It's very important to keep characters off of the Emerald Sapphire players' board to prevent the value of being able to sing that card for free versus having to pay the 8 ink for it, since it's so expensive and uninkable. It being uninkable means that while it's in your hand, it's going to sit there until it gets discarded, or you can play it.
Yeah, Christopher doing the math here. Plenty of time to think this through. But again, I see, okay, let's see, I see the Genie, I see a couple, again, I think that's 2 docks there. So we do have a line for that strength, but the cost is you're sending both of your docks to the board without using the discard, so you preserve the strength to get rid of that Donald. It's expensive, it's 3 cards.
Yeah. Okay.
And yep, and sing that to get that off the board there. And expensive play, I mean, he will.
But expensive play, it buys you another turn, though, to be able to quest. And now
Yep.
you've built up a very wide board with 6 lore. So, I mean, Christopher potentially on the next turn could quest up to 13 and start getting to a really dangerous point in the game. We saw he's playing multiple Giant Cobras. Amethyst Steel is great at closing out games through that instant lore game between White Roses and Cobras, as an example.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And it's expensive in terms of resource. If that 8 cost isn't there, if that's another character and we're not threatening Under the Sea, Christopher likely plays the other Genie, I think. Draws again. But that Under the Sea is so threatening that you have to play around it. Scott, considering we're at 7 here, next turn we will be able to play the Under the Sea for free. It'll be particularly impactful again because everything's susceptible to it on Christopher's side of the board at the moment.
In this point in the game, it gets tough to figure out what to ink and what to play. Looks like we're going to ink the Clarabelle, playing the Basil on the Genie, bouncing it back to Christopher's hand. We have a You're Welcome, Under the Sea, and the Clarabelle in hand. So we could use Donald to sing You're Welcome if we wanted to. I don't know that it's necessary on any of these cards, unless Scott just wants to keep Christopher from questing. Looks like he's going to go ahead and pass instead. Scott again having set up a potential Under the Sea singing opportunity with the characters on board. Tiny Adversary Mim going into the Inkwell.
Yeah, I think we might see, I didn't see if we had the Elsa. I think we have a Bell. But 5 ink exerted here.
I thought I might have seen an Elsa earlier.
Oh, it is an Elsa. Yep, there is an Elsa on the top. But here's the challenge. The Elsa is susceptible to the Under the Sea, and Christopher knows that's online. The Bell is not. Now, you don't get to leverage Bell's ability, but she will stick around through that Under the Sea. So I think that's the calculation here. Elsa, you know, you can exert, you can do a little challenging with those Forceful Duelists, clear off one of those characters, but then likely to be gone. So the question is, it is the Elsa. You're going to exert the Perfect Gentleman.
Now we can use the Elsa and one of the Captain Hooks to clean it up, potentially.
And that's what we're going to see, the double challenge here. Elsa will stick around with a couple damage counters on, but now Elsa's susceptible to Under the Sea. We do leave the Basil on board.
Does force Scott to have to pay for this Under the Sea, though, which slows him down a little bit versus being able to just sing it and then follow up with another character. Will do a lot of damage on the board, though. He has the Inkwells in hand to do it. Christopher going to go ahead and quest for 3, pushing up to 10, halfway to 20.
And pass it back over. And I think, let's see if, we have the Inkwells here, right?
Yeah. It's just whether, they're not Inkwells I would really want to be inking, but you have them and need them for the Under the Sea here. Going to go ahead and quest with the Basil, force Christopher to discard a card at random.
1, 2,
Choosing to roll a
3,
die.
6, a third card. That would
Discard
be
the
the
Bell.
Bell. Very powerful card, left with a couple Uninkables, but the Genie's not terrible to have there. Now, everything to the bottom of Christopher's deck. Scott not choosing to order him this time, saying, yeah, whatever, put him down there. Whatever order you want.
Yeah.
Now the Genie coming down will draw a card. I think Scott on back over to Scott. Just establishing that Forceful Duelist here. So again, resources running a little low. Luckily, those Genies will replace themselves, but
You see Cobra in hand for Christopher too, so if he can get a little bit closer to 20, that might be potentially helpful. This is where, again, the tides can change in this matchup. Scott having 8 ink available to him, which means he can play any character that he wants. That Basil in play can sing, potentially.
But that Basil, like Christopher down to 2 cards, and that Basil is going to continue to punish Christopher's hand on the quest. It's just so hard. Is this going to be a Hades? No, it's a Clarabelle coming down.
Yeah.
And the You're Welcome sending Genie back. Scott will draw 2 cards, and that'll be 2 more cards for Scott. Scott with an empty hand now.
I think Scott recognizes that he had so low cards in hand, he needed to try to refuel. So he doesn't mind giving Christopher some cards so that he knows he can also draw cards and hopefully find more of those big characters like Basil and Hades to continue to control this board, potentially more board wipes also.
Yeah, plenty of options now for Christopher. Let's see, another Genie. That Genie's still sitting there. But all of a sudden, the board starts to look a little intimidating. That Basil over there is well statted. Clarabelle is even better statted.
I think we drew 2 Hades for Scott also.
Oh, dear.
Just having 2 sitting in hand, that's not great for Christopher just because whatever he ends up playing, like this Genie's usually a great card. It being evasive, 2-quester, difficult to deal with, but now that Scott has reached his high ink total and is drawing cards, has the Clarabelle online, it's just very likely he's going to have ways to interact with it. Go ahead and play a Calhoun also, questing with the hook. Going up to 11 lore. We're going to pass back to Mark.
It didn't feel like a terribly scary turn for Scott. He is sitting on those Hades. Clarabelle's online, develop your brain. We're going to look at a couple cards here.
Ooh, we see You're Welcome there. I think it's another Heads Held High, which we already have one in hand. So yeah, choosing to take the You're Welcome. Heads Held High going to go to the bottom. The synergy between You're Welcome and Clarabelle is just too good to pass up.
Let's see if we see this here. Yep, we'll get the quest first. We discard at random.
Random card.
6, that third card again. It is a
Ooh,
Dumbo.
Dumbo.
Oh, very impactful card this meta.
Would have been helpful for Christopher to keep cards in hand. And just another evasive to potentially quest closer to 20.
Oh,
We are going to play
Hades.
the Hades on that Genie, putting it in the inkwell.
And now Scott feels fully in control here. We do have a dock in hand over there as well as the Cobra, but going to clean up that Forceful Duelist, and that board starts to look really scary over there. And unfortunately, in Amethyst Steel, I mean, there's just not a lot of good answers for very well statted characters. There are some, but you need to do it with either a lot of characters on board. There we have the Calhoun challenging in after shifting the damage over with the Bell. So there's an answer. Chris will get another couple lore off that Calhoun, sequencing that properly. Calhoun doing the final blow.
And every lore matters in this matchup. You know, Christopher just getting closer and closer to 20. If he can get just within striking distance, he's been holding that giant Cobra in hand for a long time. So any edge he's able to take.
And getting that Basil off. If we're protecting that Cobra, getting that Basil off the board feels particularly important. And the Hades going to come down.
Hades.
Been holding that for a while, and this board now completely in Scott's control. Azurite Sea will come down. Send a second Clarabelle down for good measure.
Yeah, Scott, I think at this point is trying to build as wide of a board as possible to reduce the clock that he has on when he can win. Going to go ahead and quest for 5.
That'll take him all the way up
to 9.
To 9, not enough to close the game next turn.
No, even with the Clarabelle shift, we do see the giant Cobra being played, discarding a dock, playing a dock.
Into another dock. Draw 2 cards. He'll love to drop another couple characters on board here. Yeah, we have a Fire the Cannons. That's not what you wanted to see here at all. Getting rid of that Clarabelle is just, it's fine, and I think that's a Pluto stuck in hand. So, oh my goodness, if he dropped 2 characters on the board, it would have felt a lot better, because then that puts him in Cobra striking distance next turn if Scott can't clear anything off, but just not enough. Now, Scott doesn't have the game this turn, but he's very, very close.
Yeah.
He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to 16.
We're on a 2-turn clock for Scott here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Go ahead and quest with everything. 16.
Even 1 character if he could have dropped it.
Oh, choosing to play the Heads Held High just to select the illusion of the giant Cobra, banishing it. He finds the strength off the top. Christopher doesn't have it. Scott's going to take game 3 and moving on to round 12.
Oh my goodness, what a fantastic match between these 2 players. 2 very well-known players, 2 very talented players, and 1 very, very good matchup. The cards, the cards weren't quite there for Christopher this time, but a well-fought match by both players, and I don't know, I enjoyed that very much.
Yeah, it was a great back-and-forth match. That's a close matchup between Purple Steel and Blue-Green usually, but we don't want you guys to go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to come back with even more Disney Lorcana.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Milwaukee. We are in the middle of round 11. We've only got one more round to go after that. These players have high stakes, trying to get into this top 32, earning that invite to North American Continentals, and having access to the rest of the prizes. We're going to jump right into this game where we have Reese and Chucky both playing.
Yeah, Chucky, I'll start on the right. Chucky there with their Lester's Possum Park hat on there. Some of you may recognize that from a Goofy movie. Chucky is a known player in North America, finishing 20th in the Dallas-Fort Worth Challenge last season and 70th in Seattle. So talented player, and he's on Blurple today, trying to get that invite to the North American Championship.
Yeah, both players have done well at DLCs in the past. Reese actually taking second in a European DLC last year also. So both players certainly worthy of being here. They're very comfortable being at day 2 of a DLC. As we look at both of these players going through their altars. Reese playing Amethyst Steel into Sapphire, Sapphire Amethyst, which is usually not a great matchup for Amethyst Steel. So I'm eager to see how Reese decides to navigate this matchup.
Yeah, it's so fascinating, depending on which Blurple or Amethyst Steel player you talk to, what they think about this matchup. I think the common wisdom is that it's a tough matchup for Amethyst Steel, but I did an interview with Lucas Marcelin, the winner of Bologna, the first DLC of the season over there in Bologna, Italy, and he said actually he doesn't like the Amethyst Steel matchup at all. He says that Blurple doesn't actually have any great matchups. He thinks they have some good matchups, but Amethyst Steel is actually one of the matchups he doesn't care for terribly much. So yeah, depending on the player, they have different opinions on how they feel about the matchup, which is fascinating to me.
Yeah, it is really interesting to hear how the players feel of the decks they usually play. We're going to see Reese inking a Giant Cobra for his first turn, playing the Happy Lively Knight. We'll have Evasive on his turn. Makes me think we're probably playing an Evasive version of Amethyst Steel, utilizing that Dumbo, as most Amethyst Steel decks are at this moment.
As we talked about earlier, this deck wants to go 1, 2, 3, 4 strength on turn 4. We do see that Dumbo go down. We see the 2-drop go down. Jafar, Royal Vizier, I believe.
Yes, Royal Vizier. Another card that gets Evasive on your turn, synergizing very well with the new Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe. Chucky, inking the Bell Accomplished Mystic, does find his ramp through Sail the Azurite Sea, lets him draw a card, then he can ink an extra card for turn, inking Magical Maneuvers, and then playing the Basil with that gives support. Very key card in the Blurple lists for this set. Reese inking that Strength, as we mentioned, the turn 4 Strength being very important for Amethyst Steel. Playing the Calhoun, not having a 3-cost character, but choosing to play Fire the Cannons on that Basil, disrupting Chucky, just trying to curve out.
Yeah, now back over to Chucky with the empty board. This is turn 4, or turn 3 rather, the ramp. Turn 4. I always do that with the ink. I'm like, it's turn 4. No, it's ink 4.
It's tough with Sapphire decks because, usually we can cheat a little bit and look at the ink to figure out what turn it is. But yeah, if Sapphire ramps once or twice, it throws that completely off. That's true. And Blurple, it's funny. Blurple basically skips turn 3. If you talk to Blurple player, they're like, we skip turn 3. There's no 3-drops. Yeah, they usually don't play any 3-drops other than, this isn't 3-drop, but they play Into the Unknown. I see Chucky has a couple in hand. Yeah, which we'll see played here. Is he going to play it on the Jafar? Yeah, so that's going to put Jafar into the Inkwell for Reese. It allows you to choose an opposing exerted character, put it into that player's Inkwell. Yeah, they don't run any 3-cost characters, so if they miss that ramp, it can be really difficult for them because they just usually don't have anything to do on turn 3. We are going to see Reese playing a very beautiful Enchanted Yzma, late addition to Amethyst Steel, but a good addition at that, a 3/3 character with 2 lore that has an ability that says when you exert Yzma, if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, you can draw until you have 3, so good for consistency's sake. Here on turn 5, that Elsa coming down. It is a typical turn 5 play. We're going to challenge that Happy, get it off the board. Won't be able to leverage, won't be able to use the Dumbo on it immediately if it's played. But that Yzma, yeah, threatening a pretty healthy card draw if Reese can get most cards out of his hand. We will see the White Rose come down. And that last card, oh yeah, here we go. It is a dock. Oh,
okay, well,
so
that's
we're just going to draw an extra 2 cards.
Yeah, we can get an extra card off that Yzma if we want. No, we are going to ink, so get 2 cards off. And this is setting up really well for the Amethyst Steel deck here. Yzma now going to trigger. We're going to draw 2. So many cards drawn from this Amethyst Steel deck through the dock and the Yzma. That's 4 cards this turn in total, choosing to quest the Calhoun there. And we see Reese already up at 7
lore with a pretty wide board, and notably Blurple doesn't have a great board wipe option until you get up to that 8 ink for Monstro, which we see Chucky is 2 turns off of that at least.
Well, if we have a bell here, that would feel really good. We're going to shift.
Oh, there's the Elsa Spirit of Winter shift.
Oh my goodness. I mean, some Blurple decks run this. Not all of them do. Not most of them do, I would say. But some of them running it, and here she is, flashing all the way back to set 1. She was reprinted in Fabled. Now, Chucky will get to exert or pick re-exert characters, but pick 2 characters that won't be able to ready at the start of Reese's turn. So shutting off some abilities. I imagine that Yzma, unless we're going to challenge into it, likely to stay.
Yeah, you can either choose the Yzma so that you negate her being able to use the ability. Okay, no, we're going to go with the White Rose and the Calhoun, so I think we are going to
clear
see that. Yeah, just get rid of it entirely. Not allowing the White Rose or the Calhoun to ready. Kind of stop. I think the idea is if you don't let the White Rose ready, you can't sing Strength, and you don't want Calhoun challenging back into your Elsa to gain that 2 lore and take a decent trade. So Reese only able to ready that dock for this turn.
There is another Elsa in hand.
Which Elsa?
5th Spirit.
Oh my goodness.
Which you could shift again. So really powerful turn here. So the Genie coming down here now for a little bit more card draw, restrung so many cards this turn, and that's what this Amethyst deck wants to do in the mid game. There's a 3-phase approach. Phase 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4 strength, do board control, and that frees you up to draw cards with things like Doc and Yzma. We're not going to let that Elsa stick around, challenging into it there with that Doc.
Just playing the Jafar Royal Vizier, trying to keep that relatively wide board for Amethyst Steel here, slowly climbing up to 20, being delayed a little bit from that Elsa Spirit of Winter because we're getting closer to the late game, which is where Blurple really likes to be. Chucky able to ink.
Oh, and
no, just... Yeah,
nothing.
it looks
We're
like
gonna
he's
hit
just
the
scooping.
There it is. Sometimes you scoop quickly, and there it is. You're seeing the writing on the wall. Now, I do see he had an Elsa Spirit of Winter, an 8-cost card, uninkable in hand.
Okay.
Depending on what else he had, if it was another uninkable, perhaps there's just nothing being done. And Chucky, if he had to take a whole other turn off looking for another card, just seeing the writing on the wall and saying, I don't think I've got it.
Yeah, I mean, this shows just how smart of these players are, right? These players still are timed, and sometimes if you know that a matchup is most likely lost, rather than playing it completely out, you're more willing to save a little time on the clock, go to the next game, so that you have a little bit more wiggle room in these other games that you can have a better chance to win.
Yeah, and you could tell from the start that Chucky wasn't on his ideal draw. There was a couple turns that were a little awkward, and here, though, let's see, we do have the ramp. We have the Tipo or Sail. Basil for turn 1, but not... Okay, interesting. So I've talked to a lot of Blurple players, and some are worried about playing a turn 1 on the play, unless they're against an aggressive deck, because that does... sometimes you run out of gas. They'd rather save that for ink. But here, we do see the turn 1 Basil. That does benefit you in the evasive Genie Wars. It allows you to augment Elsa or Genie on turn 4, but it does put a little bit more resource pressure on your hand, especially if you're leveraging a Tipo on turn 2. And here we're going to see that play. We're going to establish that Tipo, send another card to the Inkwell, and now down to 3 cards. We have the Genie for turn 4, but the impact of playing that Basil is, yeah, 1 less card here.
Yeah, it makes me think Chucky's got to have some card draw in his hand. We are going to see the Madame Mim, Tiny Adversary being played, so that's going to give Challenger +1 to all of Reese's other characters, making that Rafiki able to challenge for 4 at this point. Going to pass back to Chucky. He's going to go ahead and quest with the Tipo, and then 4 play Madame Mim Elephant.
Oh, there we go.
Bounce the Tipo back. Madame Mim Elephant, pretty decent into a more aggressive matchup, and especially mid-range with that ability of being able to move 2 damage counters at the start of your turn if she's holding any. Reese is going to follow that up with a Genie Satisfied Dragon. And passing the turn, just curving that 1, 2, 3 like we talked about last game.
And into the unknown off the top deck for Chucky there. Not something that'll help him now. That extra Tipo going in, turn 5. We will see that Elsa. Let's see which way we choose to go with this.
Choose any of these because we could quest with the Basil. Yeah, we're going to choose to exert the Genie, banish that, stop something like a Strength being played on the next turn potentially. We could use the Basil to quest, give the Madame Mim the support, and then that would give her enough strength to challenge and banish the Genie itself. Okay, choosing to do the Elsa instead.
So the benefit of that turn 1 Basil paying off here. You play him on turn 1, he sits there for 4, 5, 6, 7 turns until eventually he pays off. But now questing out and after the challenge, and everything's susceptible to a challenge now. That Elsa is evasive. No evasive answer right now on Reese's side of the board.
Yeah, I wanted to put that damage on the Elsa evasive so that the Rafiki couldn't clean up afterwards, and also leave some damage counters available for a potential Bell Accomplished Mystic if Chucky finds one or has one in hand. We are going to see that Yzma being played again by Reese with that ability of being able to draw up to 3 cards.
Yeah, so well on script now. Rafiki will clean up that Basil, not surprised. Back over to Chucky, let's see. I think another Into the Unknown draw if I saw very quickly.
Quickly play out a Genie to draw a card. Inking the Into the Unknown. Considering potentially playing another card.
Yep, one quest for 2. That also, of course, evasive. And the Madam M well statted. And that Yzma, of course, not going to be doing any challenging.
Yeah, even with the extra challenger for Madam M, we're still quite a few damage off of dealing with this Madam M Elephant. That's why it can be such a powerful card. It's just difficult to challenge and deal with. You don't want to put damage counters on it and give your opponent an option to do that. We are going to play an Elsa the 5th Spirit, choosing to not exert the Genie, but we're just going to go ahead and challenge into Chucky's Elsa the 5th Spirit.
That extra damage from that Madam M coming into play here, allowing the Elsa to answer that Elsa cleanly.
Also reducing any damage counters for a potential Bell. We are going to go ahead and play the Dumbo, and then it looks like we're going to use Dumbo's ability with Genie, where you can pay 1 ink and exert the character to draw a card and gain 1 lore. Very consistent card in most Amethyst decks, this format. Using the Inkatipo, play out a Rafiki as a 1-drop, going a little bit wide on the board.
So board state swinging here, and now Into the Unknown, sending that Elsa into the Inkwell. And Reese now, it's a little bit different than game 1. Hasn't managed to get that card draw off, although we do have that Yzma now, which will be active this turn, get some more card draw. But at this point in the game, last game, Reese had managed to crawl up to 7-8 lore, keeping that tempo online. And the opposite here this game, where Chucky pushing his lore total. So not only does Reese have to get control of the board, has to start getting some lore.
Yeah, and Chucky already having plenty of ink in his Inkwell also to work with, so a lot of stuff he's going to be drawing.
Oh, dear.
Oh, we're getting a second Yzma in play. Reese probably looking to get cards out of his hand so that he can utilize these Yzmas. Inking a Dumbo for turn.
And there we go.
Using
We're gonna draw
Yzma's ability, going to draw 2 cards, because I believe we have 1 left in hand.
any card that says, like, draw 3 cards is just, you know, if the conditions are
Certainly have to consider it. I think that's why these Yzmas were put into this deck, just because sometimes the Dumbos aren't the most consistent, or you don't have evasive characters to utilize it. We do have a strength that we found we can play to banish Chucky's Dumbo, which can be vital. I mean, Chucky has 0 cards in hand right now, and that Dumbo is going to allow him to at least draw 2 more between the Genie and the Dumbo itself on the next turn. So turning off that draw engine.
Oh my goodness,
we see
the
a
top
7
deck
immediately.
Hades.
Hades coming down to put one of the Yzmas into the Inkwell. We're going to challenge and banish the other one.
Oh my goodness, Hades off the top deck.
Completely shutting off Reese's card draw engine also.
Oh my goodness, there was a little head shake from Reese off that Yzma, I think looking for that strength to get rid of that Dumbo, finding it, chuckling to himself, and then
Oh my gosh,
goodness.
Reese just playing out his hand, finishing with a dock to draw 2 cards. Immediately going wide. That's a pretty decent follow-up.
It's a huge follow-up potentially, and that Pete. So normally you're like Pete, kind of innocuous, but now we will find the Dumbo, but kind of innocuous. But you do have this second star to the right condition on board, and so had Chucky top deck that Pete shutting that down, and now another Tipo going to come down here to get a little presence on the board. Nope, going to save it, think it through. But yeah, the thing about playing Blurple, one of the things you're always thinking about doing is representing the second star board state, because your opponent's always thinking about how to keep you under that. Now, not a lot of answers for Reese here. There's a lot of, you know, high-costed characters here that Hades, you know, singing in concert with any of these other characters. But that Pete would shut that down if you managed to find that. Chucky now pushing the lore total up to 13.
I think Chucky's trying to close out this game, considering the risks of pushing this game to finish it or keeping these characters ready for something like a second star.
And not having that Yzma here feels, you're feeling the impact of that. Right here, that Yzma, if that Hades isn't found, is a draw 3 cards, and you have 5 ink left to keep dumping cards on the board. You could have found another strength. You could have found another answer. But that Yzma being in the Inkwell is not where you want her right now. We are going to see some challenges. Get rid of that Hades there. A couple characters going in.
Remember, everything is Challenger +1. Also with the Madam M, Tiny Adversary, so that we can make slightly better trades than normal.
Getting a couple lore off that Calhoun there. Doing cleanup work. And it's back over to Chucky. That board's certainly a lot less intimidating now with just the Dumbo and the Genie. But both characters with evasive. So Chucky could choose to take 2 lore off the Genie, or he could choose to take the card. We'll list the Dumbo first.
Yeah, starting with the Dumbo first to draw a card. It's like playing a Visions. We'll look at 5 cards deep into the deck, choose one, and then put it into your hand. Great card for finding something specific that you might be looking for. Allows you to play, not have to play 4 of every card potentially.
This is
We have a Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand.
all right.
Okay.
We will leverage the card draw of Dumbo rather than taking the lore. So seeing another card going up to 15. And we will play another
Find a
Genie.
Okay. Oh, and we found a Hades after that too.
Oh, that feels really good right now. And now we're again representing second star, and
Yeah.
Reese says, nope, I don't have enough. I can't close this down. And we are going to go to game 3.
Yeah, Reese was only at 2 lore at that point in the game. Couldn't stick a wide board to try and get up to 20 quickly. Chucky just able to, having that card draw engine of the Dumbo in play and being able to go Genie after that, drawing a bunch of cards. Reese just understood that the likelihood he was going to win that game was small, so decided to go on to the 3rd game, see if he can't take it away on the play.
Trying to get a look at the hand here.
I am too.
It looks like we're keeping 2. Chucky's altering 5.
Wasn't sure how many Reese ended up putting back, but we do have a stack of cards sitting in front of him.
I did not see either. Chat saw, but it looks like a decent amount. It looks like quite a few were sent. But Chucky finding the couple cards probably had the ramp.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I see a Sapphire Amethyst player keeping 2 cards, I think you probably have a ramp card. Maybe you're keeping a 4-drop or a 1-drop.
Yeah, you shift as aggressively as possible to find the 2-drop. Talking to some players, they estimate about an 80% chance of losing the game if you don't find that turn 2. Which
well, we talked about it earlier. Like, these Blurple players aren't playing any 3-cost characters, so if you don't hit that ramp, then yeah, you basically are giving up an entire turn in the early game, which is not good for a control deck.
And a fun note for all you Blurple players out there, if you're tempted to keep the Develop Your Brain to look for that ramp card on turn 1, don't. You're actually better off shifting that Develop Your Brain on the altar to seeing a true 14th card than keeping it to look at 2 later. It was a fun note for you there.
Sense.
Yeah.
We're going to see Reese open up with a Captain Hook Forceful Duelist being played. Chucky must have some extra ramp because we see the Sail going into the Inkwell, playing a Basil after. I think one of the best openings or the most ideal openings for the Blurple players are Basil on turn 1, ramp on turn 2, and then 4-drop into Elsa.
I agree, and that is the line that's very, very difficult to beat. The turn 1 play, though, better on the draw than it is the play, just because the resource restraint it puts you under. But here on the draw, definitely great to have that 1-drop. We are going to see the ramp here. Magical Maneuvers heading down into Inkwell. Tipo coming down, and we'll see another card go in. And it's back over to Reese, who's managed to do the 1-2. We'll see if we have the 3.
See another Jafar enter the Inkwell, and he does, has the Genie Satisfied Dragon playing. Multiple characters right now that have evasive on Reese's turn between that Jafar and the Genie, so something like a Dumbo on turn 4, could set up for something. Sometimes they like to hold Dumbos to a little bit later when you can actually use the ability when it enters play. There's something to think about. Oh, we see a 1-jump ahead.
Okay, this is fascinating. So some people have started working a single copy of 1-jump ahead into their deck. You don't like to see it later in the game, but what that does is that the chance of finding ramp with 8 ramp cards is somewhere in the...
It's like 90%, I believe.
It's very high. The 1-jump actually only adds like 1 or 2%. It's very, very little. But that is, when you lose the game, basically, if you don't find your ramp, that extra couple percent actually is a huge deal. And so you did see the winner of DLC Bologna work it in, and you do see oftentimes Blurple players worth that 9th 2-drop ramp card in. So really neat seeing it here.
We do see that Dumbo being played by Reese here on turn 4, using the Genie Satisfied Dragon then to sing Strength and banish that Basil, taking away that opportunity that Chucky could have to play some characters or an Elsa, for example, to boost that Elsa up with Basil. I do like the 1-jump conversation though, because I was doing some stats before the tournament, trying to consider, you know, if adding the one jump or keeping it out, you know, is beneficial. And going over 12 rounds, you know, consistency is key. And so statistically, you're likely to miss ramp on, I think, 3 games without the one jump, versus when you play the one jump, it drops down to like 2 or 1, just to ensure that you hit it every game, you know, in these 12 rounds, because that's a really long time to be playing.
Absolutely.
We're going to see the Genie being played by Chucky there to draw a card, establish an evasive character, which means that the Dumbo may not be safe for Reese to exert, something like a Hypnotic Strength. We could use the Genie to banish the Dumbo. Reese deciding to take the risk, exerting Dumbo, paying the ink, drawing a card, gaining a lure.
He wants to find that strength. If he doesn't have that strength, he wants to find that strength, I think. Now we're going to see, again, card draw with that Genie. All these cards gaining evasive on Reese's turn.
This is where the consistency for Dumbo comes into play, just being able to draw so many cards. We are going to see Reese ink a Dumbo and then play the White Rose for turn, gaining a lure when that card enters play. And just going to go ahead and quest with the Captain Hook and Jafar, doing what Amethyst Steel likes to do, building up a wide board and just questing one tick at a time, one lure at a time.
And just Chucky, again, it feels like game 1 just not on his plan. We see a Spirit of Winter being drawn here, not going to help. I think we're a little short. And you really want this, you highlighted the idea line earlier. It's the ramp into the Genie, into the Elsa, into the Belle. That line is very hard to beat, and not having it here. Getting that Hades feels okay. You're going to send that Dumbo away, get a well-statted character on the board. Only leaving 4 lure available on Reese's side, but enough to go to 11 if he so chooses. Getting that Dumbo off the board, incredibly important, though.
Especially after just seeing Reese ink another Dumbo, you know, the likelihood that he has another to just play and keep drawing is a little bit lower. That Dumbo can be such a consistent card draw engine for Amethyst Steel. Not only card draw engine, but like you continue to gain the lure while drawing a card, which is just so valuable. Inking a Giant Cobra for turn. Could be an Elsa coming down, maybe. Yeah, Elsa the 5th Spirit being played, exerting the Genie and using the Elsa and the Genie Satisfied Dragon to banish Chucky's Genie, Wish Fulfilled.
Fantastic play there. Elsa, one of the best cards in the game. In fact, Luca Marcel, again, I did an interview with him. That's why I keep talking about it. But fantastic Blurber player. He says Elsa the 5th Spirit, one of the best cards in the game, if not the best card in the game for him.
Such a strong turn for Reese here, too. After the Elsa being able to play the dock with no cards in hand, drawing 2 cards, he drew into his strength, which then he was able to sing with the White Rose, banishing that Hades, reducing the board for Chucky.
Huge turn.
Huge turn, building up a wide board. We talked about how Blurple doesn't really have a board wipe. We're going to see the Elsa Spirit of Winter being played. We can choose 2 characters. If they're not exerted, they become exerted. If they and then they can't ready at the start of your next turn. But Blurple not having access to a board wipe outside of something like Monstro makes Reese's board stay right now look very good, especially since Chucky only has 1 card in hand, I think. So even if we drew the Monstro, unless that other card in hand is a 2nd star to the right, Chucky might be in trouble.
Yeah, choosing 2 characters there that are well statted, but also...
Oh, never mind. We have so many characters.
So
we can shrink the Elsa.
Oh, there's so many on board. Getting rid of that Elsa with the Strength of Raging Fire, that 2nd star to the right line, no longer available. And oh my goodness, this feels incredibly difficult for Chucky. Chucky...
I can't even think of what Chucky can have at this point.
Oh, no.
Oh, he did have the 2nd star just for it.
Oh,
and
my
he just has to shake. Reese is moving on to round 12.
Oh my goodness! Sometimes the difference between like winning and losing sometimes is like one card is the player having that 1 card that they need, getting that else. Now it was a narrow path to getting back in the game.
Yes, yes.
But certainly drawing 10 cards or 5 cards, and then drawing into your answers. He did have an Into the Unknown, so that's one. So that's one removal option that he had, and then being able to answer with perhaps another Hades and maybe another Elsa. Like, there were lines available, but oh my goodness, what a game! And shout out to both players, fantastic performance, and what a round.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how difficult the matchup might be for one deck or another, and which one feels favored. So interesting to see that, you know, on paper the Blurple players usually favored, but then to see Reese coming through and winning that. So very interesting things. We have one more round to go, though, going into the round 12. We're going to go for a very quick break, come back to the Lumineers Lounge, and then we'll have that Lorcana for you, to Disney Lorcana gameplay for you to watch. So please don't go anywhere.
Well, Lumineers, if you have enjoyed what you've seen here in Milwaukee, we hope that you join us in Richmond coming up January 9th through 11th in 2026. Tickets are going on sale for that event on November 10th, which is just right around the corner. So be sure to set your alarm clocks, get those devices ready. These events do sell out fast, but we hope you can join us there. And we also have a huge event coming up in March. Belgium is hosting Disney Lorcana Ghent with 4,096 competitor tickets available. Tickets are going on sale for that November 15th for the event happening March 6th through 8th, 2026. We hope that you're able to join us because these events are not to be missed. Wouldn't you say so, JDZ?
I agree. And I'm telling you right now, if you're on the fence, if you're thinking about it, if you're like, I don't know if I can do it, I don't know if I can do it, you definitely should do it because if it's anything like this event has been, it's going to be an absolute cannot miss spectacular occasion. I hope to see you all there.
Yeah, we really hope that you can join us. And We have been having so much fun, JD, and I thought it might be fun to have a little bit more fun
I'm down. I'm
with
down.
a little game. How do you feel about that?
I'm excited for it, Rebecca. I think I'm very competitive, but I'm ready to have a good
Okay,
time. And I got to say, before we go on, I want to say it was so much fun. This was our first time doing a
that's true.
broadcasted game together.
Yes,
And it was very great to be in the
we
booth
had,
with you.
Oh
It was
man,
so much fun.
same. Likewise, I had a wonderful time, and we had some great games too.
I know. We were lucky. We were lucky there.
All right, so this is a game that I'm really excited about.
Okay.
JD and I are going to play, and we hope that you will play along at home. And it's finish the lyric.
Okay.
And the rules are very simple. There are many song cards in Disney Lorcana. Who doesn't love a good song card?
Everyone does.
Right? And they feature lyrics and song names from some of our favorite Disney songs. And so you have to finish the lyric, JD. We're going to say the lyrics leading up to the name of the song card, and then you're going to have to name the song card.
I'm down. I can do this.
Okay.
I'm ready. Can you do this?
I'm ready.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Did you pick some cards for me?
I got some for you. You got some for me.
Okay. All right. Who's going first?
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Okay.
Let's see here. I picked some that are easy and some that are harder. I'm just gonna randomly pick, and we'll see how it goes. All right. I'm gonna choose this one. Okay. We're starting off with the easy one.
All right,
You should
easy.
for sure
Okay.
get this one. Okay. Ready? Yes, I've had the odd complaint, but on the whole, I've been a saint to those.
Poor unfortunate souls.
There we go.
There it is.
That
Okay.
was
Okay.
it. Poor unfortunate souls. See, I told you that. You
All right.
got that one.
I'll do you a favor. I'll give you some easy ones too, Rebecca.
Okay.
We'll go easy, and I'll get a little bit harder there towards the end. You might need some help. If you need some help, just ask for help. Okay. Here it is. Mine is.
Worried.
And maybe love is the reason why. For the first time ever, we are seeing it blank.
Eye to eye.
Let's go. There it is.
Go.
Rebecca nailed it. That's the layup, though. That's
got
the
it.
easy one.
That is
So
the
maybe
easy one.
it might
I
get a
like
little
it.
bit more challenging. We'll see as we go along. You want to do the second one?
Yeah, I do. Okay. Should I do it random?
Random? How do you
I like
do it?
random.
I'm locked in.
I like the randomness. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a short lyric leading up into this one. Like a reindeer in the sky.
You can fly.
That's it.
You can fly. Let's go.
That's
Let's go.
it.
Let's go.
You can fly.
Let's go.
You
Let's
can
go.
fly.
That was
You
tough.
can
That was tough. That was
fly.
tough. That was tough. Okay. I got another
All
for
right,
you.
next one.
Okay,
I'm ready.
This
I'm
one's pretty
locked
easy.
in.
You're
Okay.
loose. You're loose.
I'm
Okay.
loose.
This one's a
I'm
little
ready.
bit harder, but still, you're going to get to some
Okay.
relatively easy. Okay. If the winds in my sails on the sea stay behind me, one day I'll know.
How far I'll go.
Nailed it, Rebecca.
Yes.
2 for 2. Very
Ah.
easy. It gets harder. I promise. I got
Okay.
2 tough ones coming up.
I'm
I got
ready
2 more
for
tough
it.
ones. Okay.
I'm ready for it. Okay. All right. This one might be kind of tricky. Okay. So, I've trained enough turkeys who never came through. You're my. I've trained enough turkeys who never came through. You're my.
You're my color. Give me color.
Steel.
You're my one last hope.
One
You're my one last hope.
Last hope.
Let's go.
That
Let's
was
go.
it.
Let's go.
One
Let's
last
go.
hope.
Let's go. Okay.
JD, you're doing so good.
Hey, I got now. This one's a hard one.
Okay,
This
nervous.
one's a tough one.
I'm nervous.
This one's a tough one. Okay.
All right, I'm
okay.
ready.
Got a rough, indestructible surface, diamonds and platinum.
I found him a platinum.
Oh, that was not easy.
Oh,
That was way too
yes.
easy. That
JD,
was way too easy. I thought it was okay.
Listen,
I'm outmatched.
Encanto is like my favorite Disney movie.
I'm outmatched.
Okay,
I'm
That's my-
outmatched. Okay, I got one more after this. Okay, go.
Okay,
You got 2 more.
I
Okay.
got 2 more.
Okay.
Okay, this one. Wait, let me find the right one. This is Now I know you're my true north, 'cause I am.
Oh, I love it. I'm not gonna. You almost got me. Okay. I'm lost in the woods.
There it is.
Let's go. That's easy. That's easy. That's a
That
layup.
was
I love this
easy.
movie. I love Frozen 2.
Oh, Frozen 2 is so good.
I love Frozen 2.
I mean,
Okay.
Frozen is wonderful, but Frozen 2 is actually, I think,
It's nice. It's
I
good.
love
It's
it.
good.
I
It's
love
good.
Frozen
I
2.
love the story.
Okay,
All right,
last
all
one
right,
for me.
Here's my last one. Here's my last
Okay.
one. Come to you, Rebecca.
All
Okay.
right.
RESCUE Rescue Aid Society.
Oh, I actually don't know.
You
the
really
name.
don't? Come on. Think about it. It's all right. I'll give you a hint. It's a sapphire card. It's playable.
Head tail tie.
There it
Head tail
is.
tie.
Let's
There
go.
it is.
Let's go.
Head tail
Let's
tie.
go.
Okay.
Let's go.
You know what? I couldn't sing that one even if I wanted to.
Really?
You know, I do love the Rescuers, but it's been so long since I've seen that one, so I don't have that in my head. Okay.
That was
All right.
that was a curveball. I threw a
Last
curveball
one,
there. Okay.
last one. You for sure will get this.
Okay.
I know what it is. When I was a lad, I ate
4 dozen eggs. Let's go. A lot of protein there coming in for gas.
so much protein
I love
from
it.
those 4 dozen eggs.
Let's get it.
All
That was
right.
too much fun.
That was super
Hopefully you
fun.
guys got
Hey,
them all.
high
Hopefully
five.
you guys got them all at home as well, because I thought that was really fun.
That was
Thank you so
super
much for
fun.
playing.
Thank you for playing,
good time.
JD. A pleasure. And but I know that you're all here for not these games,
Yeah.
although it is fun.
Yeah.
But you're here for the games that are happening out on the floor. We just finished round 11. We're going into round 12. Now this is a very important round. We have the last round of Swiss before we're going into top 32 cut. And so we want to take a look at the standings going into our final Swiss round for the day. Some very familiar names here. Of course, these folks that you see on screen here,
Uh-huh.
I think they're locked in, JD.
I think these Illumineers are super locked in. You'll notice that your current and reigning world champion has went back at it again with another top 32 finish. Also, Frank Carson is the name that you'll recognize.
Yes.
Back at it again, DLC winner as well. But there are some new names in here. What are some names that are jumping off the page?
Yeah, Monica, I want to call out there, rank 3 going into top 32. Really happy to see her up there. And then I do want to give Diego a shout out. He is rank 1 going into 12th round. And so, yeah, I mean, Diego was the winner of Toronto, so it is a familiar name, but I'm excited to see him doing so well. So, yeah, we will definitely be seeing these folks more. We'll be seeing more of them.
They're
Okay,
locked in.
now the next page of standings, these are folks that maybe are going to be making it into top 32, but not guaranteed. So let's take a look at the next few folks. The names that are standing out here, we got... Any of these names standing out that you know?
I'm looking. I like Colton B. I like his opportunity. I like his chance. I like the way he's playing. He is a Luminary. I had the opportunity to meet at another third-party tournament, and he did very well there, playing an Amber Steel strategy. So seeing him in this position is not too surprising. Also, Dylan B. That's one of my picks there on the team.
Fantastic. Yeah, so I think these Illumineers are looking pretty good going into round 12. Let's take a look at our next page of standings. These folks are really going to have to work, I think, to make it into the top cut. So this is top 32 on the line. We have some more folks, too, going all the way down to 64th place leading into round 12. I see Zan's name there. That's a name people will recognize. Jordan in 64th, that's a name I think people are familiar with. So a lot of great players. And we are really excited to see how round 12 plays out. So much on the line, not just, the prestige of top 32 cut, but top 32 also means what, JDZ?
To that national championship, and that's what they want.
Invites.
They want to be back at it again. They want to get to those nationals, but also you want to keep that high seed.
Oh,
That's very
absolutely.
important because
Yes.
if you have that high seed, go first. And also something else, even getting to that top 64, getting that Simba Pride Protector, I think that's something that is going to be the new standard of coming to these events. Hey, I got my Simba. That's another major threshold that these players are trying to get to.
Yeah, well, we have our casters in the booth ready to bring you round 12. Who's over there? Let's take a look. Hey!
Oh, look
How's
at
it
that.
going, friends?
I
nice
love the
to see
booth crew.
I like how Katie's trying to bring out her inner villain here.
I learned
He'll captivate you sometimes.
This is my new minion.
Yes, hello.
I love it. I
I'm
love
recently
it.
up to no good. I'm trying it out. I love it.
We're going to get her a cape. She's going to have a wonderful time. I just want to say I had a flawless victory playing that song game along with you guys. I'm just saying.
You did.
Absolutely
Virtual high
flawless.
five.
Virtual high five. I'm just saying. I'm a little jealous.
Fantastic.
You started us off by saying you guys don't want to see this. I do. Let's go back to that. I'm joking. We've got Lorcana. We've got Lorcana. And just as you said, Rebecca, a super important round.
Yes, a very important round. So we're going to let Katie and Baker take it over, and we'll see all you Illumineers later.
All right, so welcome back, Illumineers, the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Baker, and I'm joined. This is the first time we've ever casted together, isn't it, Katie?
I think so.
What an honor for me.
It's very exciting for me. I feel like we're casting, but I'm casting with the Baker. So that's very exciting here. And they say he's a villain, but he's pretty nice, guys. I don't know if you know this. It's like a nice, okay, sorry. No, he's actually he took my lunch. I haven't eaten today.
I did take a lunch.
Yeah.
But we have the final round of Swiss to go. So after this, we will be proceeding to top 32. As Rebecca and JD was saying, if you get to top 32, you punch that ticket to the national championships. And again, the prizes are great. Obviously, the players would like to go all the way. They'd like to win themselves a golden Mickey. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? But at the end of the day, it's all about finding the next opportunity to play the game. So stamping that ticket to the national championship is certainly the next notch on the belt that these guys want to achieve. But then all the way to the World Championships. And whoever wins today, Katie, will secure that invitation to Worlds.
And that has to feel so good. Do it early, right? Lock it in, relax.
Lock it in. You can have a nice chill season.
Yeah, and so we're going to see some players playing, and sometimes people say, well, why are you still playing? Take it easy. You're probably going to get in the top. But top seeds matter. We've seen that in so many times, and so these players are playing it out. They probably feel pretty comfy, but they're going to play their hearts out.
100%. Yes, in top 32, the highest seed does get the play draw priority. We'll get to choose if they want to go first or second. I'm expecting most players to go first. And we have a very exciting final round of Swiss for you guys. On the right-hand side, playing Amethyst Steel, we have Alex Hendrickson. This is actually a new name to me, but we've been saying it all weekend, Katie. A lot of players keen to make their name and like really cement themselves in the Lorcana history books, and I'm sure Alex is one of those players, but someone who has already started to etch his name into the Greater Luminary, the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion from all the way back in Lille, Mr. Frank Carsten, a name that'll be very familiar to a lot of people, a writer for the Disney Lorcana official website, and just a seasoned veteran of trading card games anyway. One of the most respected people in the game, Katie.
And we're seeing something that I personally love. This is a man that is played trading card games, and suddenly you see this man wearing a Stitch shirt, and you love to see these people coming in and being like, I'm going to play Disney Lorcana, and then they're like, I'm a Disney adult now.
Katie, I'm going to flex on you. I sang A Whole New World with Frank Carsten on the Magic Carpet Ride at Worlds. Wow. That is a flex. I am showing off, but we're going to be getting into it. As you can see, this is an Amethyst Steel mirror match. Now, let's talk about the script of this match a little bit, Katie. Generally speaking, you want to play your curve. It's all about 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, and then establishing a 4-drop and singing one of the most powerful songs we still have in the Disney Lorcana trading card game, Strength of a Raging Fire. So whoever is on the play for this game, that is going to be hugely fundamental to the tempo of this game. And it does appear that Frank Carsten is on the play. He's going to ink that Hypnotic Strength that gives Challenger 2 to a character and allows you to draw a card. But perhaps more noticeably, Katie, is an easy answer to those illusions, such as the Iago Giant, Spectral Parrot. And speaking of illusions, we're going to see the Giant Cobra going into the inkwell for Alex, and he's going to match the 1-drop Captain Hook with another Captain Hook, the reprint that was printed in Reign of Jafar, Katie.
Yes, but with fun new art, which I love that we're doing that. New cards, new faces here. But both of those are cards that they don't necessarily love inking, but sometimes you do have to ink cards, and you say, don't worry, better ones are coming. But that is a fun card, a flying little fairy here. And she is a fast flyer that is evasive, but she's in the inkwell. But later.
Later, absolutely, yeah. This Tinkerbell, not a card you would always see in the stock Amethyst Steel deck list, but this Tinkerbell, very spicy, a 3-cost inkable, 1/3 quest for 2, and with that keyword that we've been saying a lot over the course of the weekend, Katie, evasive.
Yeah, and evasive is extremely powerful because you do have to have answer. Now, in this matchup, it's a little more annoying. We have Genie, Satisfied Dragon flying around. Sometimes we have Happy, Genie, Elsa. So the names keep going. So it's not so bad putting that down in the inkwell. But we notably see a Calhoun, which is perfectly sized for the challenge ability of a Captain Hook. But having more pressure there is just keep building. Now, he is questing and saying, how do you want to deal with that?
Yeah, so this is an interesting quest because obviously the opposing Captain Hook would be able to take out Frank's one and survive to tell the tale. But Calhoun is sitting there, the Marine Sergeant, 2-cost uninkable, 3/2 quest for 1, resist 1, and when she banishes a character during your turn, you gain 2 lore. So Frank basically offering up a pretty favorable challenge for Alex, but saying, I'm going to get you on the crackback with this Calhoun, and Alex is going to not take that bait. He's going to mirror the move for move with his own Calhoun and say, no, Frank, I see what you're trying to do, and I will not fall into this hole.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Imitation is the most sincere form of flattery.
Absolutely.
So sometimes I see what my opponent does, and I say, well, I'd like to try it.
That looks like a good move. I think I'll give it a go.
The difference is, you know, one person is drawing cards, so there's going to be that disparity. So at some point, Frank is going to need to draw some cards. We see that Dumbo enter the inkwell, which he would probably like to use after this Satisfied Dragon hits the board, or possibly even later when he's got some more evasives on the board. But however, we put him down in the inkwell and play that Genie Satisfied Dragon, which is a good answer to any evasive that might come down later.
Absolutely. This Genie Satisfied Dragon, such a well-statted card. 3-cost inkable, 3/4 gaining evasive during your turn. Fantastic fantastic. Again, evasive is very prevalent in our metagame at the moment, and this 4 willpower means it can quite often survive a challenge into something like a opposing Dumbo, and of course it's not too hard to boost this genie up, maybe with a hypnotic strength. Perhaps Frank Carson is playing the Madam Mim tiny adversary, affectionately known as Skater Mim by the community. So this Genie Satisfied Dragon is super good, but also establishing the 3-cost Singer, Katie. Oh, and this is very interesting. We are going to not establish a 3-drop for Alex. Instead, we're going to play a second Calhoun and fire the cannons, Mr. Smee, into the opposing Captain Hook. Yo, that's got to feel bad for Mr. Hook.
Yeah, Captain Hook is definitely going to talk to Mr. Smee and say, that was not what I meant. You're following things too literally there. But it does help break the stalemate. A lot of times these steel matches seem to be beat for beat. They're going to keep going wider and wider, so there's a point where somebody breaks the stalemate. And that cannon, while small, does kind of help make the math go towards Alex's side a bit. But we do see that Dumbo, who's been the star of this weekend, the 9th wonder of the world.
He is the 9th wonder of the universe. A fantastic new card that was introduced in Fabled. 4-cost Inkable, 3/3 quest for 1 evasive, and 2 abilities, breaking records that you exert and pay an ink to draw a card and gain 1 lore, and making history gives your other characters with evasive that exact same ability. So this is our 4-ink turn, so no way that we could trigger this ability straight away, but this Genie Satisfied Dragon will not be making history, not in the Dumbo way, but looking like we may be either singing strength or going on a quest. I would be expecting a strength here, which obviously the Calhoun has resist 1, but with 3 bodies we could still get over it. But no, it is just going to be a quest, and I do respect it. None of the bodies on Alex's board can deal with this Genie without a little buff, a combat trick, as very well-known player in Ed Chu likes to call it, something like Hypnotic Strength, or again, the Madam Mim tiny adversary.
Yeah, sometimes you'll hear in this matchup, you have to respect it, and it's something that takes a while to get used to, but that's just saying you don't necessarily know what they're going to play. There could be a tiny adversary that's going to come down that Madam, and we talked about Hypnotic Strength, like you mentioned. And they say you have to respect it because you don't know if your opponent's going to do it, but you have to respect it a little bit less if none of the characters have evasive. So it's kind of, you get a lot more comfort there. And so I think there's 2 wars. There's the card draw war, the removal war, and the evasive war. And so the thing with Genie is he only is evasive on your turn. So he is easily taken down, but with 2 characters. So 2 for 1's not so bad.
Yeah, I think if I'm Frank Carson, I am quite happy with that move there, losing both the Captain Hook and the Calhoun. Now the Calhoun, this was sequenced correctly, the Calhoun challenging second, so Alex going up to 2 lore there, courtesy of the level up ability, but still a 2 for 1. Every card matters in every matchup, this one no exception, and Alex going to bring his own Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, onto the board and passing back to Mr. Carson. We've not seen a Strength of Raging Fire yet, Katie, which is quite often the tempo swinger of the Amethyst Steel matchup, especially in the mirror.
Yeah, and this is definitely mirror, mirror on the wall. These 2 decks are identical right now on both sides, so it's interesting. I mean, they've definitely come to this deck board state on different paths, but they're both at 2 lore. They both have the same cards, so now it's just what cards are you drawing. The second war we talk about, we have card draw, and then the dock ability. So there's something of the, where is the strength, where are our dock, Bold Knight, and now we have our Dumbo. So it's just these puzzle pieces, and who's going to find them first and use them at the time that's most advantageous.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Amethyst Steel deck, as you mentioned, Katie, loves to utilize the Bold Knight. Drastic times call for drastic measures, so we do like to empty our hand as much as possible and then gain some advantage from dock, or indeed the Yzma Conniving Chemist, who can exert to allow you to draw up to 3 cards. I think this is going to be the breaking records ability Dumbo is going to exert. We're going to pay an ink. Maybe not, though. Frank says, let me think about that just a moment longer, but definitely on Frank's mind, and you've got to know if he does do it, the opposing Dumbo could answer it, but if I'm Frank, I don't mind that because my Dumbo drew me a card and gave me a lore, and then your Dumbo didn't do anything other than answer mine. And again, that's pretty good for Frank. He got a card and a lore out of it.
Yeah, and he doesn't know if there's going to be one character that drops and a strength sang by Dumbo, because that's another possibility. So it's kind of a now or never situation when you're thinking about strength. So it's kind of, he paused and said, well, I might not get the chance. And you kind of just have to play around. And White Rose is a classic card to just get a little bit more reach, as we call it, where you get just a lore for playing it. She comes in, she brings in 1 lore, and is a 3/3 that's just a nice body for challenging.
Yeah, we no longer have the Merlin Go. He's living in his best infinity life, but we do indeed have the White Rose, as obviously as a 3-cost character, and indeed I would expect to see Giant Cobra in. We know it's in Alex's deck list because he inked it turn 1. I'd be very surprised if Frank wasn't playing it. You went on play, you may discard a card to gain 2 lore. And that's the thing, Katie. Both these players need to respect the opponent's ability to play these lore burst cards. Once we get to 18 lore, you need to fear a potential Cobra. We're going to pass back to Alex. Looks like you found a Palace Guard off the top of the deck. A perfectly reasonable 1-drop. Sometimes against Blurple especially, it is your preferred 1-drop just because they don't really play anything on turn 1 other than a Basil or maybe a Rafiki. So the Palace Guard can say, well, I'm going to happily quest in your face. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're kind of looking and seeing they're not a lot of impressive, but we did see an impressive card get inked by Frank. That Elzapha Spirit can be a huge stalemate breaker.
Sure.
A lot of times these steel boards, they just stand up straight and they look at each other and say, no, you go, no, you go. And Elsa can be a great way to say, you know what, I'll go first. In this case, she is in the inkwell. I do wonder what the other card is. Whenever I see a good card go in the inkwell, I'm like, don't worry, they have a second. But we don't know that. It could be an issue where he just needs to get it inked.
Yeah, we just need to go as wide as we can here. We're building up our numbers for strength for a Raging Fire. And again, it's the core essence of what this deck is trying to do. The identity of Amethyst Steel is, we don't want a hand, but I want a hand. No, I don't want a hand, but no, I want to have a hand.
Yeah, and there we go. We see a strength and a dock in hand, so it does look like he's working and saying, I just need to empty it. I can only ink once per turn, and maybe I'm going to get another thing. So we're going to see how he combines these 3 cards. Is this the last time we'll see Dumbo, or is he going to go after that Calhoun? But he is going to kind of strategize here and see what order does he want to handle all these. Because he has also, he needs to make sure that he keeps the characters. For example, if he challenges that Calhoun, then strength is a little less powerful here. So he just has to make sure he uses these cards right before he goes into dock time.
Yeah, I'd love to see the strength sung by the White Rose initially to remove the Dumbo, or the Dumbino, as our friend JDZ likes to affectionately call our favorite big-eared elephant. Our Happy is going to go into the inkwell, a perfectly reasonable 1-drop, and it does appear that White Rose is going to be putting on his best rendition of Strength of a Raging Fire, and Dumbo is going to be banished, and then we're going to play a dock for good measure and draw back up to 2. But yeah, this Happy, perfectly reasonable inclusion, this Amethyst Steel. We see it every now and again. It gains evasive during your turn, which obviously is good for answering opposing evasives. Maybe we can boost it up with Hypnotic Strength, so we're hitting for 4, or indeed combining with our own Dumbo to just make some history.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see the 2 dwarfs together. We know there's 5 more missing, but maybe we'll get them in there one day. But now,
one day, playable Grumpy when? Question mark.
Now that he's at his strength fund, he does get to go ahead and decide what else he's going to do throughout his turn. He is going to go ahead and take advantage of the Dumbo effect, getting that 1 lore, getting more cards in hand. He had 2 from dock, but 1 more card is always better because card draw is extremely important to survive. And then he goes ahead and trades those Calhouns, so the Calhoun war is over. Whoop!
Oh,
I spoke too soon.
You definitely did. It turns as 1 Calhoun is eliminated. We're going to call another one up from the ranks to the front line. Yeah, this is looking super good for Frank Caster. And Alex with only 2 cards in hand, a Diablo and a Palace Guard. Not the most formidable board I have seen in my Lorcana career. Diablo, of course, will be allow us to draw a card when banished. So that's pretty nice, but we do not have the stats to be able to deal with anything. And this Dumbo is completely unchecked here. So I do see a Dumbo in Alex's hand. So he may be for all 6. Inking Strength is never great, but it appears we're just trying to empty our hand as much as possible. We're going to put 1 damage on the White Rose, taking 3 in return. Is this going to be a bell turn? I do think we're going to see the Accomplished Mystic, and that is another way to deal with the Dumbo, Katie. 3 damage moved from the Rule Guard, and suddenly Dumbo is banned from the circus.
Exactly. They said, please don't come back. And
they were really horrible to him in that film.
It honestly
I
is
don't know if you watched
heartbreaking.
it recently.
All
the clowns.
I don't know why people are mean to that card. Have they seen the movie? He's been through enough. But this Accomplished Mystic is such an amazing card. Because
broken. I think unreasonably good.
It is unreasonably good. And it's a card that was very slept on, I would say, because I mean, people were running a little, maybe 1 or 2.
I think it was respected. You would see it every now and then. It was like, okay, yeah, Bell's a reasonable addition, but post-rotation, moving 3 damage, I think is borderline bonkers, mate. We are going to see our first Genie wish fulfilled coming down, and the what comes next ability going to allow us to draw a card, and of course does have that evasive keyword as a 2/4 quest for 2 character. And yeah, if the Genie gun goes unchecked, it will start to run away with lore. We're going to put Doc into the Palace Guard, and we're going to finish the job off with Calhoun. So Happy, yeah, Doc taking 1 damage, but of course that Calhoun with resist 1 is going to say, ha, I felt nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, so much of these games we talk about, retaining value, having value and retaining
Sure.
value. And Frank has done an extremely good job of doing powerful things while retaining as much value as possible. That Palace Guard is able to, he had to do a 2-for-1, but it wasn't a 2-for-1 because he kept both characters. Palace Guard is gone. He got 2 lore out of the deal, and now he still has a pretty wide board. So he's been able to keep drawing those cards, keeping the board clean, and not losing too many resources on his side. And still has a nice 2 cards in hand. So he's feeling okay, but we still need to see what kind of dastardly deeds can happen on Alex's side.
I do like some dastardly deeds, and down comes that card you mentioned earlier, Katie. Elsa, the 5th Spirit, another card that was already very, very good, but post-rotation, absolutely setting the trend of the meta. We no longer have the board wipes we used to, so it very much is a build a wall and never turn them sideways meta, unless you're evasive. But Elsa will come down and say, I'm not so sure I agree with that. Let's start some challenges. And here we do see character exerted, and what is Elsa going to do? She could cleanly answer the White Rose, which I would be tempted to do because obviously that's another 3-cost character. We do have the Genie that can sing songs, but if the Genie's singing songs, we don't mind that too much because you're not questing for 2.
Exactly. It is ironic. Elsa was famous for not wanting to open the party doors, but it does seem in this meta she's always the one getting the party started. And now there's 3 damage on 2 characters, which is very scary that we've seen 1 Bell, because if we see another, that can be also very problematic. So Frank has, speaking of, you have to respect that. You have to respect that there's 3 ambient damage just hanging out, but it also may to your advantage. It makes it easier. That Doc now could technically take down that Bell on its own.
I would be extremely surprised to not see this Bell answered, whether with the Doc or maybe we've got a Hypnotic Strength to boost up the Diablo. That would be pretty good because, as you're saying, Katie, 3 damage sitting in an Amethyst deck is a dangerous thing. We are going to see the Genie wish fulfilled and drawing a card. If you're just joining us, we are in round 12 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Doc is going to take that trade into Bell, challenge, well, it is trade into Bell. Sounds pretty good. And the Genie going to finish off that Elsa again, really prioritizing making sure we remove all damage and don't give good targets for a second Bell Accomplished Mystic. To be fair, Katie, Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel, tends to not play a lot of Bell. I think 2 is generally the number that you would expect to see, but that means there's probably at least 1 more in Alex's deck. But who knows? Maybe Alex is on a thick account of them. We'll never know. Well, we might find out.
We have seen some very funny lists this weekend, because I think when the more established the meta is, sometimes people say everybody expects this, but they never expect that. So it's been interesting, but then sometimes you're like, oh no, that's exactly what I expected. But either way, Amethyst, you can never trust that they're always up to some
Amethyst
absolute
always
mischief.
up to shenanigans. But yeah, if you're just joining us, round 12 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, our final round of Swiss. 8 rounds yesterday, 4 rounds today, and then we will be proceeding to our top 32 cut. And you're right, Katie, Dumbo back for an encore, a repeat performance. But other than that, a rather underwhelming move. And going into Frank Carston's turn with 6 lore on the table, the potential to go up to 17, and then we're just a White Rose and a Giant Cobra away from game. Although we would need 3 cards for that: the White Rose, the Cobra, and the card that we're going to discard. What is going to be the first play here? It's going to be 5-cost Elsa. Going to exert down that Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe. I do think this is going to be challenged by the Elsa, and then probably finishing the job with Genie, unless maybe we have, well, even if we have a Bell, we don't have the ink to pay for it. So Genie will do.
Yeah, Genie will do. Just a nice get rid of that Dumbo that he was hoping to use. And Dumbo is such an interesting card because he obviously is important in these decks, but it's rarely a card that you're going to play in your opponent's scoops. Like, Dumbo's here, I can't beat that. But it's an important fuel, similar to like Rapunzel worked. But by himself, we saw that if he comes down and you have an answer, there's not much you can do.
Dumbo demands an answer because it can start to run away with the game, especially if again, a board like Frank Carston's here, if he's able to play another Dumbo, these Genies are going to be making history. But I think the writing is pretty on the wall here. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to count Alex out, but Frank Carston's board looking pretty formidable. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on board. So as our friend Joe Curley, Spessy would like to put it, story on board, and Frank Carston is going to grab that story star and take game 1. Commiserations to Alex Hendrickson, but he will be on the play this time. We would love to see a game. As casters, we love a game 3, Katie.
We do. I know. It's like players, they're like, yeah, I love the 2-0.
Oh, as a player, I don't want a game 3.
I know.
I want a 2-0 and get an early break, mate.
But as a player, if you're on stream, you should like a 2 or 3 game, because then both of you get to show, I can do it.
Nah, you without the stress, mate.
Okay, fine. 2-0, all right.
I get enough stream time. If I'm playing.
That's true. Get me out of here. Let me win and go go to the coffee stand and buy a $10 coffee, please.
Exactly. Let me win or lose quickly so I can get out of here with as much pride left as I can.
Exactly. Now, I really love seeing this match because Frank Carson is somebody who speaks very much about when to quest, where the value lays. And so in this mirror match, it really is going to be how are you using your resources. And this is a deck that it has some aggro-y type flavors. You're always going to see, like you said, a 1-2-3 drop, but it really, once you get to that mid-range, is where you're really using these very powerful cards. That's a Spell Accomplished Mystic, Fifth Spirit, and then the Genie. And so using those in the most responsible way is the key between winning or losing. And we see some pretty valuable tools here, some pretty heavy uninkables. So he's going to go ahead and choose to ink a Dumbo, which doesn't feel so good, but he kind of has to with those inkables in his hand.
I think it's the ink that you have to make here, because again, we must make sure that we're getting that 1-2-3 curve, and then into a turn 4 or 4 drop, or even a turn 4-3 and a 1, 2 and a 2. Obviously, Dumbo is fantastic, but it's not as important to establish in the early game. You wouldn't even necessarily curve into it on 4 in there. Like, you can, that's fine, but I think more often than not, you would prefer to be getting a Genie down on turn 4. But we're going to see the Diablo was the opening play from Alex into that Dumbo, as you said, and a Captain Hook coming down, the Forceful Duelist for Frank Carston, just to be able to answer whatever necessary, and it is going to be a Calhoun that comes down. And now we see the roles have been reversed, Katie. In the prior game, we saw Frank and Carston do something very similar to this, although it was with a Captain Hook, quested with that hook while he had a Calhoun on board and said, yo, you are more than welcome to challenge me with your 1-drop. And this time it's Alex's turn to say the same thing, except his 1-drop is a Diablo, which will replace itself, and then this Calhoun gets to swallow Captain Hook. So I like this.
And I love games that have these silly little cards where you look at them and you're like, that's just a silly little guy. Pegasus is another one where we say, that's just a silly little card. And sometimes people look at this Diablo and go, well, I don't want you to have a card, and you just quest for 1. What's the big deal? And then you end up letting it quest 2, 3, 4 turns. So we will see, because right there, Carson said, I don't want you to, I don't care enough. I'll go ahead and I'm not going to use my hook. I'm not going to fall for your Calhoun bait. You can go ahead and keep questing. Now, how long will he let that happen? We don't know. But that is why Diablo can be fun, is it's kind of a, what are you going to do about it card? And
here we see 2-cost Mr. Smee, Steadfast Mate. And a shout out to Steadfast, one of the original Lorcana content creators, someone I miss very much. A shout out to you, but I would like to talk about this Mr. Smee for a moment, Katie, because it's interesting. As a villain and a Jafar enthusiast, I have always I've said, yo, you should be running the Royal Vizier, because why wouldn't you? He's just cooler, right? However, if you're thinking a little bit more about it, I do think Mr. Smee is objectively correct to run over Jafar Royal Vizier. The pure reason being that these Sapphire Steel ally decks do include this Mr. Smee more often than not, because again, he does have that ally characterization. So if you can hide your Amethyst cards in the first couple of turns through inking and your 1-drop, then perhaps you force your opponent into think, well, not force them, but you leave the door open for your opponent to consider, oh, are you a Sapphire Steel deck and you just missed your ramp? That sucks for you. But I just think it's an interesting reason why you would prefer to run Mr. Smee over Jafar. But again, I'm never going to complain to see Jafar.
Well, speaking of Jafar, we saw one go to the Inkwell as Jafar Aspiring Ruler, which is another one that can kind of change the math. Both of these decks have cards that they put in that make you go, do you have it or do you don't? And there's another one that is surprising. We see Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, but that the Aspiring Ruler can give Challenger 2 when you play it to another character. So now, for the rest of the game, Alex has to remember he saw that and wonder if he's going to see it again the minute he turns something sideways. But either a Tinkerbell into the Inkwell.
Tinker 1, Tinker 2.
And then we have the Genie Satisfy Dragon, which is another fun little evasive tool. So if we get a Dumbo later, he is ready to be exerted to draw cards. But what else are we seeing here?
I think this is really interesting just seeing this Tinkerbell, right? Because we already saw in game 1 the 3-drop Amethyst Tinkerbell, which was very cool. Obviously, just a nice evasive character. But this Tinkerbell is more of a mid-range tool. These Amethyst Steel decks, they tend to be a little bit more aggressive, and they don't often play characters over 5 costs. But if you're going to run the 3-cost evasive Tinkerbell, then it makes all the sense in the world to run a copy or 2 of the Floodborn Giant Tink. She has the Rock the Boat ability on play. You do 1 damage to each opposing character, and the Puny Pirate, where you ban it when she banishes a character in a challenge, you may do 2 more damage to chosen character. She's just one of these cards that can really lock a board board down. Like, again, similar to cards like Calhoun, right, where it's just, well, I'm not incentivized to turn sideways because you're going to get more out of it than I am. So Tinkerbell is a great way of locking down the board, and now that it has been revealed to Alex, he's going to have to respect that all the more. If we go to a game 3, perhaps that will have an impact, Katie.
And how fun is it to menace with your ink? Because for 2 turns in a row, he showed cards that sometimes people say don't ink your cool little secret cards, because if you do that, then they know it's there. But sometimes if it's a card like this that changes your math, changes how you might quest, changes things it just changes what you sing, it can be very powerful. Because now for the rest of the game, he's like, okay, is there another Tinkerbell? Is there another aspiring in Jafar? And so he just has to know. And then he plays around it, and that can make you make some bad choices or good choices. But here we go, a hook into a dock with no dock trigger.
A signed dock at that. The artist for dock has been in the room all weekend, Katie. I will be honest, I did get my playset of docks signed, and I'm very much looking forward to repping them. And Alex, clearly similarly minded, but yeah, a dock for nothing. And what does that tell us, Katie?
It says I gotta play this card. Or you got another dock. That's how I'm optimistic. I choose to believe if you play one dock, don't worry, another one's coming. But I have heard some players say, sometimes you play a dock because it is a body. You could now, there's no singers on board, so that's not a great sign, but it is sometimes just saying I don't have anything better to play right now.
Sure, it's better to play it for no value rather than just establishing nothing, because again, as we keep drawing attention to, Strength of Raging Fire is such an important card for these Amethyst Steel decks. So just being able to increase the amount of characters you have on board, of course, Strength doing 1 damage to an opposing character for each character you have in play. So it's certainly important to go very wide.
Yeah, in some of these matches, I am an Amber Steel player, and even Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel, there are times where you are just going wider and wider and wider, and that's why Elsa is extremely important. And I think that if you've seen Ravensburger employees talk about how it's important because it does have interaction. There's times where you're both just staring and going, I don't want to do it, please. And Elsa can sometimes break up this tension here. But
exactly.
But we see here another Jafar. We talked about respecting it, and that Jafar can help with challenging, but you can't challenge if nothing's exerted. So, and with this 3 ink, it limits his options as far as fun things he can do.
Yeah, and not to mention something that we probably should have brought attention to, Alex missing an inking turn because he did go for, he was on the play, and we see him sitting there at only 3 ink. Probably another reason why we saw that dock, probably a bit of a blocky hand. We are going to play the Aspiring Ruler, who's going to give Challenger 2 to a character. Diablo going to go on a little quest, bringing Alex up to 3. Are we going to go on a quest with anything else? Of course, this Aspiring Ruler can quest for 2.
Yeah, and I mean, this Diablo, he's kind of saying, it wouldn't be the worst case if you came from my Diablo. I go ahead and I get a card, and I would really like that. But then Frank knows he wants a card. The difference between a good player and a great player is they play very heavily around things that benefit your opponent too. I get very greedy sometimes. I'm like, I'm going to quest with my Daisy because of course I want that 2 lore. But they're like, no, never, because you have to think about how desperate your opponent is. And when you see that they didn't ink, you see their board, you're like, I think they're pretty desperate, and I'm going to play a little bit differently, knowing that maybe I'm not as desperate as they are.
Yzma going into the inkwell, and down comes
there we go.
The Scar, finally. King,
yes.
I did not expect to see it, and we got a reader here. Alex taking a look. This is a 5-cost, uninkable, 5/4, quest for 2. All your allies get +1 strength, and the stick with me ability at the end of your turn. If this character is exerted, you may draw cards equal to the strength of chosen ally character of yours. If you do, choose and discard 2 cards and banish that character. And I mentioned earlier, Katie, maybe you would play the Smee just to trick your opponent into thinking you're Sapphire Steel. But in this instance, there's no trickery needed. We are actually benefiting from the ally characterization. I am very shocked to see this Scar come down, but I'm very happy about it.
And I'm very excited, especially, oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to tell you, we will not be seeing that ability for a Strength of Raging Fire. It has entered the building, and said Scar will not be playing any longer in this match.
Yo, Frank Scarston.
Yeah, that's Frank Scarston
is
now going, come on, man, I want to show how cool that card is. But that is the reason that this wide board was getting wide, is because it gives you that flexibility. So he did go ahead and we will see him again, but that was very exciting. And it does show that you get to use these synergies. The longer the set goes on, the more people say, wait a minute, this is power. This is something good. And he could have technically gotten 3 cards off of possibly That's Me. But
it demanded an answer.
It did. And he had to use that strength that he very much was holding on to as a valuable asset.
Yeah, 100%, because that just the +1 strength to all the allies. That's nearly every character on this board. Obviously not the Hook. He's not an ally unless your name is Mr. Smee. But the Genies and the Mr. Smee himself, lots of ally characters in this deck. And Scar can be a little little slow, but if he is able to survive a full turn, the card draw available could be very significant. So lovely bit of spice from Frank there with the inclusion of Scar finally king. Not something I was expecting to see, but I am loving it. Alex has gone a little wider though, questing with the Diablo, the Doc, and the Jafar. You got to think Jafar is going to be the main target of a challenge because it quests for 2. That being said, it does have 3 strength, so definitely going to look to avoid trades if Frank can. He would love to just make a challenge. That being said, Genie Satisfied Dragon could eat this Jafar quite happily and live to tell the tale.
Very satisfied indeed after that meal.
It is going to be the Jafar. I wondered if we'd go for something else just because obviously the Calhoun can get the clap back.
There we
it
go.
is. Tell us about it, Katie.
A Mystic, and then accomplished Mystic, and you can see why she's so accomplished because it's doing 2 things really. I mean, 4 things, not 4, right? I went too far, but 3 because we have, you know, a nice healthy 4/4 that quests for 2. That's great. Then we're moving damage to do removal, and you're kind of healing too because suddenly the Genie that could have been had something swing back at it and easily take it back is now fully at the full strength that willpower he was before that challenge. So it's doing so much, and now it's whittling away at Alex's board.
Man, this is super cool. So it seems Frank Carsten going for a much more mid-range version of Amethyst Steel. And you could definitely argue that the cookie cutter lists are mid-range, but again, they tend to only play their 5-cost characters only really being Elsa and Belle. Obviously, they play Genies, but a bit more aggressive, really. We don't go above the 5-cost, but we've got Bells, we've got Elsas and Scar, so a little more thickness into that mid-category.
Exactly, and it's exciting as we talk about mid-range versus aggro because you can technically make your opponent play a little differently, alter their hand a little differently because they're going to just make assumptions and say, well, I know these 2 colors are generally pretty aggressive, meaning they're the most powerful at the start of the game, but if you start playing a certain way and then you find out that it is more mid-range, meaning the middle of the game is when it really starts firing up, you go, I have miscalculated and used my resources in a way that I regret. We do see 3 cards in hand. I can't see entirely what they are. We saw 1 strength used already to great effect,
There's
but
Elsa. I think there's another strength. I think that's the far left card. I could be wrong. I'll need to get a closer look, but definitely an Elsa. No, it's not.
Something, yeah, I'm trying to see what that is, but I'm very excited.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate too much about it. There's a Belle.
Yzma looks like it.
And then so we got a Belle, an Yzma, and that Elsa. So a couple of options here, but the thing is, if we want to play the Elsa or the Belle, we would have to ink one of these cards, and they're all pretty good cards, to be honest with you, Katie. But the other thing, we don't have any evasive characters to be able to challenge into this Genie and then really benefit too much in the way that we would like to from the Belle Accomplished Mystic. It is going to be that conniving chemist, Yzma, coming down with the fear, the power ability.
Oh, and I do love seeing this card being in here because she is a card that I actually saw at National use to great in the limited that one of the players was able to get this in their super sealed and then showed how powerful it was. And we see because in these kind of games, card draw is the name of the game, and that's why Doc is so powerful. But this is one where if she can survive a turn, which is a big if in some kind of steel deck, she can go ahead and get you 3 more cards if you exert her. So it is an investment. You're kind of hoping that they're done with the whole removal, the Bells of it all, or even the Elsas, but she's here and hopefully going to help. But that was quite a lot of trading going on, and now we just have an Yzma and a Diablo, and now it's just to see, does Frank have the answer to get rid of this Yzma?
Yeah, I think a necessary move there from Alex to stem the bleeding a little bit. Again, he is ahead in lore, but Frank's board state was a touch more formidable, in my opinion, leaving Frank, though, with a Captain Hook, a Belle, and a Genie. So still some pretty tough characters that we need to get through. Alex holding on to only 1 card in hand. No, 2 cards, the Elsa and the Belle. So you've got to think next turn. I don't think there's a way we can hugely benefit from the Belle. I think it's far more likely we ink the Belle, we play the Elsa, and then we exert the Yzma for the feel of the power. But Frank Carson going to go even wider. Calhoun into Mr. Smee, into the Doc. Drastic times, drastic measures, and we're going to draw 2 cards. Raja into the Inkwell.
Yeah, and that is always very scary when you see your opponent do that because you're like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they keep playing the cards, and then when they drop down that Doc, you're like, and you draw 2 cards. Now, he looked at them rather quickly, which makes you believe he did not get a strength off the top. But I don't know with Frank because he's very good at playing very patiently, making sure he gets everything right in the right order. So we're going to see here how he plays this out with the challenging, or rather the questing of it all, knowing that Yzma was probably not too interested in any challenging right now. And Diablo, unless we get some kind of Jafar or a tiny adversary out there, is not too scary, but he is going to go ahead and quest with these 2 and then go ahead and clean up with the Captain Hook into the Diablo. You draw a card, but
I mean, to be fair, like that's another card. This Yzma wants us to have an empty hand here, right? So depending on what that card is that Alex drew, it could actually be more beneficial for Frank. And again, it is just getting another body off the board, another body that can quest, another body that could potentially add up our strength for Raging Fire numbers. But Frank Karsten looking to be in a very good position. Of course, if you're just joining us, this is round 12 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, as displayed at the top half of the screen for your convenience. And after this, we will be progressing to the top 32. Super exciting.
Incredibly exciting. And I mean, no matter what, I think we're going to see some Amethyst Steel. So this is definitely a match that we're going to want to pay attention to, because these players will have, I mean, we're going to see this kind of deck along with the ones we mentioned earlier, the blurple of it all, Amethyst Sapphire. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and start the party here with Elsa, who, like we said, is good at changing the math and saying, I'm going to go ahead and exert you. Now, Smee will go ahead and deal 3 damage back to the Elsa who rushed into her after being exerted. But now we're going to go ahead and see, is he going to use, ooh. It's no wonder that her name means
beauty.
Yeah.
Can't use it this turn, though, of course. The Captain Hook going to do 1 damage back to the Yzma on challenge. But yeah, we would much prefer to feel the power with Yzma, but we've got to slow Frank Karsten down, remove some of these bodies. Just here, we've got 2, 4, 5, 6 lore on board, 7 lore if you count for the Calhoun challenging the Yzma and gaining 2 lore.
Ooh.
I think Frank's running away with this now, playing another Genie Wish Fulfill, going to draw a card with the What Comes Next ability.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that that other Genie, who is very dry, he is able to challenge in and survive that challenge into that Elsa, and perfectly sized for 2 damage. Now, he's deciding, does he need to? Because you do get to the point where sometimes you get...
Use
so,
race.
Yeah, you can go, wait a minute, I don't have to. But he is playing a little bit more conservative here.
I prefer this.
Yeah, because, I mean, some people say, it's fine, and then they go ahead and explode with a very explosive dock chain. And this is a way where it's, listen, I'll just go ahead and mitigate that risk right now. He's deciding here to challenge in,
Yeah,
possibly.
he's deciding if he wants to do it with the Calhoun, meaning it would trade and he would gain 2 lore. Alternatively, the Bell Accomplished Mystic could take out this Yzma very cleanly and survive to tell the tale. It seems like Frank Karsten is eyeing up the idea of the Calhoun doing the job to gain 2 lore, and that is what's going to happen, taking us to 10, and then we're requesting for 3, going up to 13, and there's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on board. So this is representing game for Frank Karsten if Alex cannot interfere, and we're even going to play a Tinkerbell
There
for
she
2
is.
more lore, so we need to be able to remove 3 lore from the board, or this game is going to be over, and Frank Karsten will no doubt be proceeding, and that's it. Alex is going to extend the handshake, and Frank Karsten takes the 2-0 and will be proceeding into the top 32. Katie, how did you enjoy that matchup?
I enjoyed it very much, and judging by Frank Karsten's shirt, he's trying to get back to any kind of Disney property based on this shirt. He's like, I want to go back, and that play is showing that he's ready to do it this season. So
Frank
it's very exciting
Karsten
to see.
Was at Worlds, and he said, I quite enjoy this. I would love to come back.
I'd like another ticket, please.
I'll take another, please. But yeah, going already qualifying for the national championship. Absolutely fantastic. Again, if you're newer to Lorcana, Frank Karsten, a legend in the trading card game space, a writer for the Disney Lorcana website, and the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. What an incredible feat. And he's saying, that wasn't good enough, Baker. I didn't win Worlds. Did I win Worlds, Baker? No, you didn't, Frank. Well, we're going back there.
Job's
that was a lot of
not
fun.
done is what he
Job's
said.
not done.
And so there's a lot of jobs not done, but the jobs are still continuing for him.
Always.
And I
The
cannot
work
wait to see the
doesn't end.
journey. And yeah, what an exciting, that's round 12. And that means, what's coming up next?
We are going to be proceeding to top 32. So we've got a couple of things to fill some space. I think we're going to be going to the lounge in a moment. We may be taking a short break. I'm not sure what order those things are going to happen. We'll be going to a break and then we'll be going to the lounge. But please don't go any, or as JD would like, I'm going to do my best, JDZ. Don't touch that dial. Don't you go in it. You stay locked in and laser focused, because we got the top 32 coming to you very soon. We go into a commercial break.
Dismineers. We are here live in Milwaukee, Disney Challenge Milwaukee. I'm joined by the wonderful Liam.
Hi,
How's
Rebecca.
it going
Hi,
today for
everyone.
you?
It's going very well. The
Good.
energy out there is electric. There's so many friends out there, and I'm enjoying
Yes.
every second of this. I'm soaking it up.
Oh, I am sure. And you know who's really soaking it up right now?
Chip.
Chip is soaking it up. But also, it is our top 32 players.
goodness.
We have finished Swiss rounds. We are so excited that we have now 32 players who have played not just 8 rounds yesterday, but an additional 4 rounds today. That is 12 rounds of Swiss on a playing field of 2,000, nearly 2,000 players. And now each of those 32 players have earned their invite to the North American Championship.
What a
And
moment.
what else have they won, Liam?
I mean, the chance to play for some incredible
Yes.
prizes. It's so emotional for these players because it has been so long since the last first season DLC. Some of these players have been dreaming about this tournament and working towards it and training for months and months, if not a year. And to be here now and to make this top cut, I saw tears out there. Players are very
Yeah.
emotional, hugs. Every player who made this top cut and got this invite is super excited, and we're going to get to see some incredible Lorcana.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot to play for still, though.
Yes. So top 64, by the way, they didn't make it to this top cut, but top 64 players earned that foil Simba Pride Protector
Beautiful.
promo,
You're
which
not
is
lying.
beautiful, beautiful. And I just love the foiling on the cards this season. They look so good. And then our top 32 players also earned the foil Elsa Ice Maker, and that art on that card, I know you are a fan of the art, so these are our players that have made it to the top cut. Leading us off is Dan A.O. I'm sure that he is so excited. That is a name that people are familiar with. Monica has made it. We also see Frank Karsten, and our previous world champ, DKP, has made it to a top 32 as well. What other names stand out to you from this top 16 here in the standings?
Oh my goodness. Daniel A., I first have to say, Dan Arnold is one of the top players who didn't make a top cut last season, consistently earning Let It Goes. And so really validating here for him to get this invite. Diego Saz is a Worlds player and our champion from DLC Toronto. So a previous DLC winner there, along with Frank Carson, who you mentioned, who won DLC Lille. So both of those players winning challenges last season. Frank, namely the winner of the first challenge of last
Lille,
DLC season.
yes.
So super exciting there.
And then go
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
Did you have
I
something more on these players?
I do. I want to mention one other player. And so there's a lot of names that we mentioned. There's some that we don't. I want to mention Andy Rodriguez, our 3rd seed here, who split with Diego Saz in the last round. Andy is an example of a player who we don't know, but who finished, he did 2 challenges last season.
Okay.
And he finished, he did okay. And he said to himself, I asked him, I'm like, well, how did you get here? And he said, I told myself the moment after I finished that last DLC that I would make top cut next season. And I trained and I worked and I
Amazing.
fought for it. And he is here out of Arizona and a player that is just elated to be in such august company as we see in the top cut here.
That's incredible. Well, obviously, he did an amazing job so far. Can't wait to see how far he'll go. Let's see our other players now, 17 through 32. Any names here that are standing out to you, Liam?
Given it a quick list, there's a lot of names that I recognize. Hector is a player that I know very well. Fabian is a player that I've seen around. I mean, all of these players are great. But I don't see any other winners or anybody else there. But every one of these players, like, fantastic. To earn 30 points, 30 top 32 players after 12 rounds is no small feat. It means you have to be good. It means you have to have a little bit of luck.
Yes,
and
you
have to do
do.
all of the right training ahead of time in deck building. So every one of these players, absolutely fantastic, very talented. A lot of names that I do recognize from a number of challenges, and it's going to be quite the journey for any player hoping to get from the top 32 into the finals.
It really is. One of the things that I know that we've talked about before, Liam, is that in Disney Lorcana, there is so much variance and there's also skill. And so there is, like you said, a little bit of luck involved. But these players, like you said in the example of Andy, it was, I believe, that he has been training and play testing and really honing his skills. And so then when you have all those skills that they've worked on meets those lucky moments, that gives you opportunity to make it to this place. So now we have our top 32. I did want to mention down there in 32, Robert S. And going into the top 32 match, we're actually going to have our top seed and 32 seed, 32nd seed is going to be our first featured match going into top 32. And these players are actually two Illumineers that know each other. So
it is Rob. That's right.
Yes, that's Rob.
Rob, a very beloved player in the Lorcana community. Very talented player. Did very well recently this season in the Fabled meta at a big tournament down in Texas. So very skilled and again good friends. So what a fun matchup to watch.
It really
Heartbreaking
is.
for one, and one of them will be on their way though.
I know. It's so hard when you play again, especially when there's so much on the line, and it's like you want it so hard for yourself, and at the same time you want it for your friend. But yeah, we do have a head-to-head here for you for those two players. So this is Dan and Rob. Daniel Arnold on that Amber Emerald, which we have seen on stream. It's a Dogs deck, and then we have Rob playing that Amber Steel. So there is, I think. I know that Dan has been to more challenges played than just one. That's okay. Rob made it to...
And he's very public about that, like we all know. And look at that amethyst shirt there, too. So, yeah, very, very, very good players. Both of them, plenty of experience. This is not one of those scenarios where we have players who this is their first... Now, there are some players in the top cut who this is their very first challenge, which is amazing. But these two are not a group of them. They have been to multiple challenges. They are very experienced. It's going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, I do want to shout out one Illumineer, can we say? I think one of our top 32 is a young Illumineer, which is really exciting. So this game is for everyone, and it's really exciting to see. You know, we have it's an opportunity. Like I think it was JD who said at the very beginning of the tournament that the room was filled with hope, because it really is. This game is for everyone, and everyone has the opportunity to make it. So really, some really fantastic stories going on here today. I am excited for the top 32 match. What about you?
Yeah, I am as well. I can't wait to watch. I'm not going to be in the booth. I wish I was in the booth for every single one, but you're going to be, there's some amazing broadcasters who can be handling it. I'm going to be watching with bated breath off on the side, hoping to see who makes it on.
We do have deck lists for our first featured match too. Would you like to take a look at those, Liam?
100% I would.
So
100%.
I know
they would too. The viewers would too.
Yes, I'm sure. So now we are open deck list. So this is Dan's Amber Emerald Dogs deck, but I feel like there's some spice in here.
I'm taking a look. I'm seeing if this is the typical deck that we see. There's the Go-Go's in there for a little bit of reach. The Luis, you don't always see in the dog decks. But he's hanging out there.
I don't know that Merryweather is quite often
is sometimes played, not often. But I am looking. What I don't see is the Tiana variant. So this deck, the Dogs deck, very popular in Europe. Well, not very popular. It was the best converting deck in Europe, and you had two of them.
In Bologna. Yes.
Two of them that made top cut. Both of them running the Tiana package, though, with the Aurora on one, followed by the Tiana, and I don't see that here unless I'm mistaken. So interesting to see this version of the build, but clearly the right call. Under the sea there. So yeah, it looks fairly standard other than choosing not to run the Tianas.
What are your thoughts on the Lewis that we saw?
Lewis isn't always Lewis is a great anti-aggro card. It's great in the mirror, forcing a Daisy to challenge in perhaps. So it's a tech card in there against some very low to the ground aggressive decks. You'll love to see him in there.
Yeah.
It can also force a Dumbo to do some shenanigans. So it is a very good card. And actually, the Lewis first burst onto the scene when another very well-known player, Zach Bivens, brought it in to a tournament early on in this color combination. And ever since then, he's lurked on the fringes. Some people working him in, but Dan Arnold
chomping at the fringes.
Chomping at the fringes. And clearly the right call to bring it in because it's doing very well for Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel has been really crushing it, but let's go ahead and take a look at Rob's deck. Squeaking into the top 32, we have this Amber Steel, which I know is a deck that a lot of players did bring this weekend. I think this is pretty typical of what we see. It is fast.
And look at the consistency. 4 ofs across the board. This is a consistent deck. There's no 1 ofs, no 2 ofs, no tech. It is just straight gas. This is a deck that does rely on that Tiana. We mentioned it before. You see the Aurora into the Tiana line. These decks go fast. So I say they go fast. However, what these decks are not trying to do is win the game in the first 3 or 4 turns. It does rely on some patience. It wants to build up a little bit of a board state. An impossible scenario. I've heard some players, an impossible board state. I've heard some players describe it as, and it uses what a another well-known player, Sky, calls as a front line and a back line. You want to build up your high lore questers in the back line that are going to get your questing done, and then on the front line, you want to have Tiana, you want to have bodyguards, you want to have other characters which are going to protect those more vulnerable characters as they close the door on turns 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah, and then you also have cards like Strength of Raging Fire and Fire of the Cannons, which give you some options there for taking care of whatever your opponent puts on the board. So yeah, some really great cards here in this deck. I love the Amber Steel deck, honestly. I've been playing it, and it's a great deck.
A lot of uninkables, at least 20 that I'm counting, so if not more. There's a high uninkable count here, though. So those Fire the Cannons being worked in, so
I'm
it's
excited
fun.
about this matchup. What do you think? I do want to hear your thoughts, Liam. Amber Steel versus the Amber Emerald Dogs deck that Daniel is playing. How do you think that matchup is looking?
I mean, to me, I like Amber Steel into this deck.
Okay.
The Dogs deck does rely on building a wide board state as well. It relies on having characters on board to use certain synergies, especially building up a board so you can play Street Smart Dog for cheap.
Yes.
And what all the Steel decks want to do in this meta is to do a 1, 2, 3, and then sing Strength of Raging Fire on turn 4. To remove the most dangerous character on your opponent's side of the board, perhaps a Tiana, to unlock that back line. And to me, that's what gives it the edge, is that direct removal. And seeing 4 Fire the Cannons in this list to deal with some of the cheaper dogs also leads me to believe that the Steel deck, I think, has the edge in this matchup. But Dogs is capable of some explosive plays. So it's anybody's game.
It is anybody's game, and we do have 2 of our friends in the booth. Let's say hello to our casters,
Hi, friends.
if we can. Hello, friends.
Hi.
Hello, villain.
Hi, friends.
We are so excited to jump into our top 32. These players now are playing for that gorgeous, stunning Elsa foil playmat. Oh, yes, let's show that off. The one that Baker keeps trying to steal away. Don't let him. Brandon,
We
Brandon,
can't rip it.
Don't
We can't
let
rip
him
it.
steal it.
Don't let it go.
Don't. Liam. And with that, we're just going to send it on over to you two for our top 32 match.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am joined by the wonderful Brandon McMahon. It's great to be back in the booth.
Yes,
with you, my
yes,
friend.
of course.
We had a whale of a time at the World Championships, so I'm
Absolutely.
happy to run it back now with you in the top 32 here in Milwaukee, and we are sure to have an absolute banger. Must give a special shout out to Dan, #1 seed, making it to the top of the mountain, as it were. What a fantastic accomplishment for him. Huge shout out, but also Rob, a player that I've gotten to know very well over the course of Lorcana. One of the loveliest people you're ever going to meet, and he knows how to play a card or two.
Absolutely. I've seen both of these players at multiple DLCs from the previous seasons in the North American region. Both people have done very well getting into day 2s at previous ones as well. So both very talented people. Very interested to see how they navigate this match.
And they are both now qualified for the national championship, so that's got to be a bit of a weight off their shoulder, but I'm sure that's not enough for these guys.
They won it all.
They won this match. They won the Golden Mickey, and of course, if you go all the way, you make it to the World Championship. So let's waste no more time. Let's roll the action as we head into top 32. And here we see 2 beautiful faces, Dan on the left and Rob on the right. We saw just a moment ago the deck lists. Dan playing Emerald Amber Dogs, going up against Rob's Amber Steel Aggro. And as first seed, Daniel will have the choice to have, if he wants to be on the play or not. I dare say he is opting to go
I
first.
would be surprised if he didn't.
So let's talk about the script, quote unquote, of this match a little bit, Brandon. Obviously, Rob, Amber Steel is a deck we've seen a lot over the weekend, running a lot of high aggro characters. Generally, we want to curve our way into the Tiana, make sure that quite often we don't turn anything sideways until we can exert the Tiana. Sometimes you might, if you can get away with a cheeky daisy quest, then you might do that, as long as you don't mind giving your opponent potentially some cards. But really, you want to wait till that Tiana comes down so that she is putting attacks on your opponent, making challenges and basically making them make extremely tough decisions. That being said, though, Brandon, a card that's very interesting in Daniel's deck is indeed that Ursula 2-drop, who does, of course, have the ability to snipe songs from the opponent's hand. And we know that Strength of Raging Fire is a very important song in this matchup.
Yes, I think that Ursula we're going to see lots of play. As you mentioned, for Robert's deck, wanting to play a bunch of characters out, keep them standing, leading up to something, that being the Strength of Raging Fire. Dan's deck is doing the same thing, basically. You're looking to play a little bit faster, a lot of one-drops, trying to get that Tramp Street Smart Dog into play very quickly. There's also usually some shift opportunities with Lady Miss Park Avenue being played also, because I'm keeping my eye on that Under the Sea that we saw 3 of in Daniel's deck. That can be the game breaker in these aggro matchups, especially going against a deck like Rob's. Rob's has some answers against it. You can play your Calhouns, you can play the Rhino shift lines. There's a couple things that get around it, but if Rob's side of the board has strength of 2 or less, you can board wipe, then you have your huge board on Daniel's side, and you can just take away the game very quickly.
Yeah, 100%. As far as Daniel's concerned, the aggro is much cleaner on the bottom of Robert's deck, so if he can take advantage of that Undersea, he will certainly do so. Just to give a shout out to a couple of other very interesting cards in this deck, of course, there's the one-drop Lady, who's a 0-3, and when she's got at least 3 strength, she gains, she quests 4-3, gaining an extra 2 lore on top of the 1 lore pip that she already has. And there are a couple of ways of setting this up. She gains a strength for every character you play, so you can just play a couple of characters, or indeed we are seeing Merryweather, Good Fairy, who on play allows you to pay 1 ink to give +2 strength to another character. So you play the Merryweather, that's already 1 more strength for the lady, and then you trigger the Merryweather ability, and suddenly this lady is questing for a whole lot of potatoes.
Yeah, I can absolutely see where Tiana will come into play and be very useful for Robert if we can avoid a card like Under the Sea because of that reason. These dog decks have so many cards available to them that allow you to increase the strength of your characters through Tramp Enterprising Dog, or as you mentioned, like the Decisive Dog, just gain strength as characters are played. So Robert can't always very safely quest, but if he can get that Tiana into play, get the Tiana exerted, then these dogs decks usually don't have a lot of ink. You're usually only getting up to 3, maybe 4 ink, and so you're just not likely going to be looking to pay the tax that comes with Tiana. We do see through the altar, Daniel had 2 Ursula Deceivers in hand that might end up being very helpful in this matchup. I did see a strength being flashed on Robert's hand as well, so we'll see what Dan decides to play on turn 1. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an Ursula on turn 2.
Yeah, and it's always interesting about, if you know, again, it is open deck list. Both the players will have been given 5 minutes to review their opponent's deck list, and we're going to see straight away, fire the cannons, Mr. Smee, into that Pluto, who would have allowed Daniel to exert it and pay 1 less for the next character he plays. But those 4 copies of Fire the Cannons coming in clutch, and I did do a little count up, Brandon, 24 uninkables in Rob Zerb's deck.
Really goes to show how low to the ground the Amber Steel deck is looking to be, how aggressive it can be. The most expensive card being the Rhino at 4 costs, and after that there's a couple 3-cost characters. We are going to see Daniel follow up on his turn 2 with a Bobby Zimmerowski, drawing a card, discarding a card, and then following up with another Pluto, and then Rob following that up with a Calhoun. Great card into these aggro matchups.
Absolutely.
If Calhoun can challenge and banish a character, then you gain 2 lore. It's a great way to both control the board and progress your win condition.
Yeah, fantastic. And again, a benefit to Daniel just flooding the discard is the card you mentioned earlier, Brandon, the Miss Park Avenue, who on play allows you to return up to 2 characters of 2 cost or less from your discard to your hand. And down comes the Ursula Deceiver, and Rob is just going to straight away put that strength separate to the rest of them. We know that that's going to be the target. What are you seeing, Brandon?
We've got some interesting cards in Robert's hand. We do have that Lady Family Dog paired with the Nala, 2 cards that you really like to see come together. We also have the Tiana in play that we mentioned might be helpful in regards to keeping Daniel from playing some of those tricky cards that allowed you to increase strength.
We don't find
no ink, so we might have to ink the lady.
Yeah, we're going to have to ink that lady. Again, Daniel's deck, the dog's deck, can actually quite comfortably sit at only 2 ink for a couple of turns, because you obviously pay less for your characters depending on if you've got Pluto or indeed the Tramp Street Smart Dog. But we are going to see that lady go into the ink. Well, not a lot of choice for Rob. And he saw a little smile there of like, that's not really what I wanted. Well, it might have been what he wanted to do, but the choice was
maybe not ideal.
Taken out of his hand there, really. But establishing this Tiana nonetheless. And I also want to give a shout out to a good friend of Daniel's, Melissa, also known as Lizard Kitty. She's been playing this deck for a lot. I know Daniel in the past has been quite an enthusiastic Amethyst Steel player, so you've got to think that he's been getting a lot of tips from Melissa as to how to pilot this deck. And hey, come in clutch, #1 seed at the first North American DLC of Season 2. So the dogs certainly be cooking. They be woofing.
Obviously something working there. We are going to see Robert inking this Aurora, holding court. We've got up to 4 ink. We have the Nala and a Dock in play, a Daisy as well. Looks like we're looking to play the Nala out here. Very aggressive steel card. Robert, taking a second to think.
No, go on, go on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's considering playing this dock out, or if he's just wanting to do both the Nala and Daisy, hold it for a turn, and then maybe use the dock on the next turn.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think personally I'm going at Daisy Nala, but there's a reason that these guys are in the top cut and not me. But Robert seems to agree, going to hold this dock back for a moment, just 3 paid for these 2 characters, and probably going to wait a little longer before we turn anything sideways. Yep, which is going to be a pass over to Daniel. Again, just sitting at that 2 ink threshold that we were talking about, Brandon, which is kind of bonkers if you think about it.
It's crazy to see that he only has 2 ink, but then look at all of the characters he has in play.
These Plutos, man, they are friendly pooches, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely, and I was counting up the ink totals of the characters we have in play also, trying to see how close we are to that Under the Sea, potentially. I'm wondering if that's what Robert was considering, maybe holding off a turn. Nothing to really threaten it here. There's no shift option available. I do see a Heffalump and Woozles. It looks like Dan's going to play onto the Tiana, which means the Tiana won't be able to quest, stopping her from using her ability unless Robert decides to use the Tiana to challenge something, which,
or find a song.
Yeah, oh yes, or find a song. Could find a Strength of Raging Fire, for example, but it does look like Dana's going to go ahead and quest, I believe. No, yeah, okay, so we're playing the Tramp here. That's going to be discounted by 5, so only having to pay 2 for it.
And we're going to draw 5 cards as a result of that, and this is the point of this. It is a combo, like, it's a lot of aggro, but this is a combo deck, Brand, and looking to find those key pieces when we need them. Again, we're flooding our discard here, which is certainly going to help out the Lady Miss Park Avenue. We're probably digging for the Under the Sea, and an Under the Sea here would take out everything except the Calhoun Marine Sergeant. So Daniel looking to be in a pretty good position so far.
We're going to follow it up with his second Tramp. This is amazing for Daniel here.
This is bonkers, mate.
He's been able to dig so far into the deck. He's got to be looking for something. We saw a lot of one-drop characters entering Daniel's discard, but this allows you to filter through so much of your deck and establish 2 very big characters, these 2/6 Tramp Street Smart dogs, allowing him to have 2 options potentially to sing in Under the Sea if that's something he finds on the next turn.
Yep, and these Tramps from Arcasia's Island, dual ink cards, both Amber and Emerald. You need to be playing both Amber and Emerald to include these in your deck, but putting in a lot of work here. This Street Smart dog, I think, is really what's bringing this whole strategy together in the first place, just in its reach to dig and just play these big bodies for basically nothing. I am flabbergasted that we're still only at 2 ink, and only one of them has even been exerted.
Yeah, we've only spent 1 ink. Those Plutos.
That's just a bargain, mate.
Able to reduce the cost of that first Tramp, and so only having to pay 1 for the second. I mean, something that I'm thinking is we have such a wide board for Daniel here, and Amber Steel, I mean, you have a 1 or 2 board wipe options in these colors, but usually not ones that you're finding in these decks. Also notably, seeing that we have a Go-Go Tamago entering the discard, which could be pulled back later and used to close out a game. But with a board that's so wide, this is going to be a very difficult task for Rob to take over. We are going to see the Daisy trigger, finding the penny.
Yeah, a big prize for Rob Serp here. When Daisy quests, you look at the opponent looks at the top card of the deck. If it's a character, it may be added to hand, finding a Rhino 1/16 Wolf off the top here. So we've got a couple of options. We do still have that Doc Bold Knight. I expect we'll see it played this turn. Do we play the Rhino or do we ink it to, we're actually thinking about inking the Penny Bolt's person, who on play you can give resist 1 to a character. No, sorry, well, that is true. You may heal to up to 2 damage from a character and give resist 1. You don't have to heal damage to give the resist 1, worth mentioning, but irrelevant at this time. It's going to go into the inkwell. Is this Rhino going to be spent for 1 ink? Robert weighing up here. He's got to pay 2 ink for the dock, right? So
yes.
If he doesn't play the Rhino, then playing the dock would allow him 3 ink left, and he is going to make that choice. Yeah, we're just going to discard that Rhino. Rob deciding he would rather have...
we did find a Pete Games referee. This is huge.
Yes, it is. What does this Pete do for newer players, Brandon?
Yeah, so Pete Games referee makes it so that your opponent can't play any actions on their turn. Daniel having spent his entire last turn digging through, multiple cards in his deck, likely looking for something like an Under the Sea to completely wipe Dan's side of the board. That option is no longer available, at least on this next turn, to basically give Rob an extra turn to try to stay in this game.
Mm-hmm. And a couple of ways that Rob can navigate these challenges. Of course, the Calhoun is the hardest hitter on the board, can challenge for 3, and it's going to be a clean challenge into the Ursula, a beautiful D100 Ursula at that, Brandon, worth mentioning that. But yeah, going to take that out cleanly, gaining 2 lore for the trouble, and we have this dock is, the ink is wet. It was only played this turn. Tiana and Daisy potentially doing a challenge here, taking out the Pluto. Again, these are not characters that normally do do a lot of challenges, but you've got to respect this wide board from Dan and slow him down.
Yes, also notably a way to get that Tiana sideways. Tiana could not quest the last turn because of Heffalumps and Woozles, but now that Tiana is exerted, if Daniel's trying to challenge back, since he can't play Under the Sea this turn, he's going to have to pay 3 ink to do it, and Dan doesn't even have 3 ink available.
Yep, a Heffalump or Woozle's very wise. Wise. And it does stop challenges. It allows you to draw a card. And down comes another lady. This is not the 0-3 I was talking about earlier. This is a 1-2 who gains an extra lore if you have a tramp in play.
Yes, which we have too. The Elegant Spaniel. Just another very aggressive card. Another shift target for the Miss Park Avenue, potentially. We do see the Rhino
Power Hamster.
coming
Destiny's
down.
calling, Brandon.
Yes, Power Hamster coming down. Another great card to see in this, in the face of an Under the Sea. You know, before an Under the Sea looked really great, but now there's 3 characters that would still survive. It looks like Rob is choosing to quest out here with his characters.
Yeah, this Rhino can shift, but a hard summon here for 4. He's a 4-3 quest for 2, and the Epic Ball of Awesome, one of the best ability names in the game. While he has no damage, he gains resist 2, so he can be a brick wall to get through. You need 5 damage to cleanly answer this Rhino, and if you try and spread it across a couple of turns, perhaps the penny comes down, heals up the Rhino, or maybe your Rhino challenges something that has 3 strength, meaning you only take 1 damage, but then you lose the Epic Ball of Awesome, but then the penny comes down and you just cry, Brandon. I do anyway. I do. I cry a lot.
It's okay to shed a couple tears. I've shed a couple tears playing a card games before. Something else that's notable is, you know, usually these aggro decks have really low characters or low strength characters running low to the ground with more lore than anything, but now Rob has done a really great job of building up a board that can actually challenge into Dan's other board. We've got the Pete, the Calhoun, the Rhino now available in case we see these Tramp Street Smart Dogs exerted in some way, whether that's to sing a song or to quest. And so that Rob doing a great job of building a wide board on his own, shutting down, buying time through that Pete's game referee on the last turn.
Yeah, and despite the fact that Dan was able to go a lot wider, a lot sooner, only sitting at 3 lore compared to Robert, who has already gone to 15. You could say that Rob is all gas, no brakes with it. Know what I mean? I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm sorry, but I have to.
That's okay. That's why people watch Baker. They love to hear it. They love to hear it. So eager to see what Dan is has drawn for the turn and is planning to play. Because we have the Tramp Street Smart Dog, if we want to sing, we will only have to exert one of the Tramps and something else, which then gives us an opportunity. Oh, wait, no, I keep forgetting. We have the Tiana exerted. So even if we want to challenge anything on
the bill is due.
Yeah, the bill is due. You've got to pay the extra
ink. We have to ink to 3, which Dan has shown a reluctance to do so far in this game. And there it is. The seaweed is greener at the bottom of Rob's deck, but still leaving Rob with 3 characters. Not quite game on board. Well, technically it is, because the Rhino quest for 2, the Pete quest for 1, and if the Calhoun can banish a character, that would do it. So we do need to answer another character here, and we are going to do it. The Daisy and the Street Smart Dog taking out the games referee.
Thankfully, not having to pay that Tiana tax, playing the Under the Sea first, getting that below board. So now we have reduced Rob down to, even if we do challenge with the Calhoun, which I expect we will on the next turn, and quest with the Rhino, Rob is only getting up to 19 lore, which is still going to be dangerously close. And we do see a Lewis being played, giving that Rhino reckless, so the Rhino can no longer quest on the next turn, has to challenge if able. Still able to sing a song, but we'll see what Rob finds on the top here.
Yeah, this endearing alligator, super interesting. We're going to play both the Daisy and the Calhoun down again. Rob still very, very close to game. But yeah, we heard the lounge talking about this, Lewis. Very interesting card. I think if your opponent is playing Captain Hook or Rafiki, it's just bad and you just have to ink it. But certain other decks, I mean, Robert Serb, we saw the deck list. There is no Captain Hook. So I think it's a super reasonable card. Again, the Calhoun can swallow it up, but it would answer her in return. But yeah, Rob so far in a super good position, despite Dan's board in the early game seemingly being a lot more formidable.
Yeah, and after some challenges, Rob taking a second to decide where he wants to put this damage. Dan will still have a decent amount of lore on board, a lot of characters on board, and so Dan's going to have to survive at least one more turn of Rob with his Daisy and Calhoun, his second Calhoun in play, being at 15. The Rhino's going to have to challenge this turn. The Calhoun likely to challenge, so probably going to go up 2 lore up to 17. which would still be game on board with the Daisy and the other Calhoun by themselves.
I love watching how like the mannerisms of players as they get to this point in the game. I often bring up in the past like like, are you a pointer or are you a conductor with the sort of finger maths that players do? But here we saw Rob like. Clearly not an actual conversation going on here. Dan just looking straight down, but Rob having a conversation with himself about how he wants to play out these challenges. And again, Brandon, this is the top 32. This is absolutely the time to take some time to make sure you're playing out these moves properly. We've got plenty of time on the clock. So, you know, I think the pace of play has been very good.
Definitely,
some turns are very important to make sure we're sequencing properly. So, Rob taking his time, doesn't want to throw the game away just because of a slight miscalculation, right?
Yeah, as you get later into these tournaments and you're playing against better and better Disney Lorcana players, literally the best in the world, best in the region, so certainly don't want to make any misplays. A single misplay at this level of competition can be the difference between a Worlds invite or not. So definitely Rob taking his time, choosing to challenge the Pluto there and then banish one of the Tramp Street Smart Dogs. He did that with the Rhino not taking any damage because of that resist.
That's it.
And then Calhoun, and it looks like Daniel says, I can't make it. I'm just going to scoop. We're going to go to game 2. Rob takes game 1.
Yeah, despite being on the play, Rob able to play this out tactically perfectly. Again, Robert, a fantastic tactician in the game, taking nothing away from Daniel, though. He's had a wonderful career across Lorcana and first seed across the weekend, but Rob's skill really coming into play there, like just really knowing how to prioritize those challenges, knowing when, like, even on the turn where he didn't play the Rhino before docking, right? Just being aware of his deck and the options that were available to him and how that extra 1 ink could make all the difference to the turn. So hats off to both of these incredible players, but we move into game 2. Dan will once again be on the play, but Rob able to break serve, as Mr. Frank Carsten likes to put it.
Yeah, with both of these decks, most decks in Disney kind of like to be on the play anyway, but especially both of these decks being a little bit more aggressive, low to the ground. You want to get that edge against your opponent, being able to play your characters first, sing your strength first, sing your stuff first, quest first, all of those things first to get ahead. So Rob being able to break that, as you mentioned, is certainly going to be valuable to him. As these players continue finishing their altar phase, it looks like Rob sent 5 back and drew 5 off of that. I didn't catch how many Daniel sent back.
You got to think on game 1 though that heat off the dock was absolutely huge, like preventing Dan's UTS for a turn.
I wanted to highlight that play because, as you mentioned, the difference between knowing whether or not to play that Rhino or not, like that was it. Rob,
that was his out.
Rob knew his outs in his deck. Had he decided to play that Rhino instead, Dan very well could have won that game instead. We are getting into this game 2 though. A Go-Go's going to enter the Inkwell, starting with a Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, passing it over to Rob.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Brandon. I think most Lorcana players are in agreement to perform well at a DLC. Skill and luck need to shake hands, okay? There is variance, and you need to play to your outs. Again, we saw the example there. Rob finding that Pete was huge, but so you do need that bit of luck in your favor. But again, Robert put himself in the position
up for that.
to benefit from that, and that is the difference between day 2 players and not.
We're going to see Rob inking this Aurora here, playing the Rhino. Leads me to believe that Robert maybe has a Rhino shift or maybe didn't have the Tiana in hand. As we pass it back over to Daniel. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Baker. I think the best players set themselves up to be lucky. We are going to see an Ursula Deceiver being played after entering the Inkwell. We do get another strength like we did last turn. We have a Fire the Cannons in there, though, that we can play on any of the smaller characters. We do see a Pete Games referee in there as well. We saw how vital that was in the last game.
And great, interesting to see like Rob keeping the strength of a Raging Fire both games. I mean, maybe he altered into it, but again, not disviewed by the potential of a turn 2 Ursula, and we do get that repeat performance here.
Yeah, choosing not to ink the strength in anticipation of an Ursula, basically forcing Daniel to have it or saying if you don't respect it, then you're going to pay the price.
Absolutely, and again, we are a dot build, so even if we do end up losing some cards from our hand, we still have the potential to recur our resources, but we know how important these strengths can be. But that being said, it wasn't really that necessary for Rob in game 1. I think we saw 1 actually played. If that, we're going to ink that Lilo, the Escape Artist, and we are going to shift into the Power Hamster.
Yes, the Power Hamster, Rhino, now having 4 strength and that resist, being able to challenge and banish most anything that Dan plays in these first couple turns without taking any damage at that. Decides to keep the Rhino upright, though. Doesn't want to give Daniel the opportunity to play any strength shenanigans. We are going to see the Bobby Zimmerowski being played. Dan's going to get to draw a card and discard a card. We saw how important filtering through this deck is for Amber Emerald. There are key cards you're looking for to swing this matchup. So Bobby just helps you do that a little bit, one card deeper, choosing or figuring out which card he wants to put into the discard. Looks like he's holding a Lady Miss Park Avenue, Heffalump, and I can't see what that first card is.
Nope, I'd love to guess, but I don't want to speculate. It is
Oh,
the
a Tramp.
Enterprise, Street Smart Dog. Clearly a hard decision there for Dan. He is going to, so going up to 3 ink for the first time this match.
And then just deciding to pass. I think Dan has a pretty expensive hand of cards, which is maybe why he was considering discarding the Tramp here instead of keeping it. Because again, we see how vital that card is in this game plan for Amber Emerald as well.
Just goes to show you, like, how tricky the hand is for Dan, because this Tramp would have been able to draw us potentially 4 cards and unclog our hand of some of those uninkables. So real interesting decision from Dan there. I'd love a closer peek at his hand. I'd love to be inside his head, to be honest.
Rob going to play a Mulan, doing essentially the same ability as Bobby, being able to draw a card and discard a card. We're going to choose to discard a Nala in this case. Playing a Fire the Cannons on the Bobby Zimmerowski, getting that off the board, respecting the fact that Dan's deck can go wide very quickly, and also getting that uninkable card out of the hand. Rob considering maybe if he wants to quest here with the Rhino.
I'm trying to think of the risks for it, right? Because we could play a Tramp Enterprising Dog, would allow a +2 strength to a chosen character, so that would bring the Ursula up to being able to hit for 3. Not seeing a world where we could answer the Rhino, but Rob clearly has a line in mind where he doesn't want to risk this Rhino, so just going to be a Daisy Duck and pass back to Dan.
Notably inking the Pete Games referee as well.
To be fair, it could be... You could Enterprising Dog, boost the Ursula, hit for 3, so you only do 1 damage, but then you still can't even answer with the Daisy.
There's got to be something.
I'm going to have another peruse of the deck. I've tried not to look at the deck list too much because I want to focus on the game, but I am just going to have a quick look myself at this deck. To be fair, the Merryweather, I think that's might be what we're clearing there as well. Again, similar to the Enterprising Dog, but you could play a couple of Merryweathers, to be fair, if we inked again. Yeah, there are lines that would allow you to take out the Rhino. I think they mostly involve the Merryweather.
We are going to see a Lady Family Dog being played by Dan here. Does he have a 1 or 2 cost character to play with it? Shuffling through the hand, he does. Okay, so yeah, we had the Tramp Enterprising Dog in play there, which would have boosted a character for by 3 strength after playing the Lady.
Yeah, looking at the list, I think it's mostly the Merryweather that would have caused a potential headache for this Rhino Power Hamster, but we're going to establish a second one. Why not? You should always have 2 hamsters. They do like friends. And is this one finally going to consider going on a little quest? Just respect to Rob, like really thinking every single move through, is it worth the 2 lore, or do I want to, because again, these are characters that are avoiding the Under the Sea.
Yeah.
So if Dan was able to answer this Rhino through some challenges, then Under the Sea suddenly becomes a lot more formidable. But setting up 2 Rhinos is pretty good. Are we going to commit to the quest? Again, plenty of time on the clock. This is game 2. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot if you're just joining us, so go back and watch the rest. But we are in the top 32 of the first DLC in North America. Dan at the top of the mountain, first seed in Swiss, going up against Robert Serb, who sneaked in to 32nd place, but a very renowned, respected, and accomplished player in his own right.
We are going to see Dan play a Tramp Street Smart Dog here, drawing 4 cards, discarding 4 cards. We see the Lilo Escape Artist immediately going into the discard. That's kind of where she wants to be, followed by a Pluto and a Lady, Miss Park Avenue there, followed by a Bobby. Just a huge character to get on board, that Tramp, being able to be discounted for each character that's in play.
Again, game 1, Dan stuck at only 2 ink. This 3 ink threshold is the highest amount of ink that Dan has had. Just a little conversation with the judge there, making sure everything is above board. But indeed, you can play this Tramp a lot cheaper than 7.
And analyzing the board here for a second as well. These Rhinos are so tricky with that resist +2. Well, he has no damage on him. Most of the characters that Daniel plays only has 1 strength. As it passes over to Rob, I think he's considering playing this Lilo Escape Artist from the discard. You have to choose this before you draw your card for turn, so it can be a little bit risky.
Yeah, Rob, who's been on a fantastic run, went up against the ultimate specimen, Joe Curley, when they were both 8-2 and was able to get the dub. And again, shout out to Joe, who had a fantastic run over the course of the weekend. Down comes a Lilo Escape Artist for Rob, who, of course, when in the discard at the beginning of your turn in the set phase of Ready, Set, Draw, you may pay her cost to bring her in. Exerted was a very formidable card against the Ruby decks when they were all the range, against things like Sisu and Be Prepared. Just have that everlasting presence. I think that's actually the name of another character, to be honest, but nonetheless, this Lilo can certainly, again, when you're emptying your hand as aggressively as Robert is, this is just a nice way to be able to utilize some of that ink and just keep a recurring high questing character coming back to the board. And
I just have to highlight how methodical Rob is in thinking about the lines forward, because he drew Lilo for turn, and that's the only card in hand, but he took multiple seconds to decide whether or not he wanted to play it, thinking about all of the ways that Dan could potentially punish the Lilo being played before finally deciding, okay, yeah, I need to put a little bit of pressure on and playing this Lilo. I imagine trying to play around in Under the Sea, a lot of the times that's what's followed after this Tramp Street Smart Dog, because that Tramp has 7, is a 7-cost character. It's a lot easier to sing that song. We are going to see a Lady Miss Park Avenue being played. Allows you to pull 2 characters that are cost 2 or less back from your discard into your hand.
And she's a 4/4, which is one of the bigger bodies in this deck. Again, even the Tramp Street Smart Dog, 6 willpower is nice and bulky, but only 2 strength. So this lady is actually one of the better challengers in the deck if you so feel the need. Of course, Tramp Enterprising Dog and the Merryweather Good Fairy can help to boost other characters, but this lady, she's quite a big girl.
She is a big girl, and I think it's interesting to see the board state, like we're basically just staring each other down. Oh, we do find the Under the Sea off of that Bobby Zimmerowski, I believe.
Pretty good.
So we're going to sing with the Daisy and the Tramp. That's going to, again, send every character with 2 strength or less on Rob's side of the board to the bottom of his deck, leaving only those Rhino power balls, or power hamsters, excuse me.
Yeah, this Under the Sea putting in a lot of work. We find a Tiana off the top of the deck, but of course these Rhino power hamsters with their 4 strength able to avoid that Under the Sea. These Rhinos are kind of brick walls for this Amber Emerald Dogs deck, to be honest, unless you can really boost up. Again, with this wide board, an Enterprising Dog will be fantastic to build up. Like, it would be plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 strength if we were to play something. So Robert is absolutely respecting that here, knows how important these Rhinos are, and he may need to just keep them to check the opposing board until Rob can find time to draw some docks and things like that to try and build his resources.
I think that's exactly why we've seen him respect the Rhinos so much, keeping them readied. But yeah, because these Rhinos are basically the punish for after and Under the Sea. You still have these 2 characters you can challenge. Rob deciding to take both Rhinos to challenge the Tramp Street Smart Dog, getting that expensive character off of the board. As it comes to Dan's turn, he's going to go ahead and play this Lilo Escape Artist from the discard before he draws for turn, spending 2 ink to do so. As we pass over to him, he's going to draw for turn, look at 2, 3 cards in the hand, I believe. Now all the way up to 4 ink. We've doubled what we did for last game.
We are literally double the ink from game 1. But yes, Lilo, if replayed from the discard, does come in exerted. But with the wide board that we have here, you still, again, it's about making your opponent make tough decisions, right? It's very easy to play a character on 1 and quest it. It is a lot more interesting if you wait till the turn 4, 5, 6, when you can put the Tiana down, you can build a wide board, and you say, okay, now you have to make decisions about what you're prioritizing taking out, and maybe my quest get to survive those few extra turns. So this Lilo going to be a persistent presence. It's TikTok. That's the TikTok someday. Ever-present pursuer. There you go. I've been racking my brains since I said like, what is that card? I found it. I unlocked that part of my brain.
Yeah, I love Lilo Escape Artist for that reason, especially as these games go longer and longer. You're just depleting your opponent of resources to deal with these characters, and eventually the pressure can become too much, having to, at the very least, like, keep one of your characters that you'd like to be questing with, having to challenge. And as we take a look, I believe I see a Merryweather and a Tramp Enterprising Dog in Dan's hand, trying to decide which one he wants to play. He's going to choose to play the Tramp for 1 ink. He is discounted by 1 ink if you have a lady in play. Of course we do, and you can give something strength equal to the other characters in play.
4, 5, 6 strength to this Daisy, so she is hitting for 7, which is more than enough to break through the epic ball of awesome and send Rhino straight back to the storybook.
Definitely a very good tempo play for Dan here. Getting those Rhinos off the board is really good. The 2 resist and the 4 strength on that character makes it so that it can challenge pretty favorably into most of the things for Daniel, and it looks like Dan's going to challenge with the Miss Park Avenue lady there to deal, I believe it would be 2 damage, and then because the Rhino has damage on it, no longer has that resist, finishing it off with that Bobby Zamarewski, following it back up with this Merryweather here.
Yeah, the debut, the thing that we talked about her a lot, but the first time we're seeing her, it's going to be a Penny Bolts person off the top of the deck for Robert. But yeah, this Merryweather, the worst fairy, I mean the good fairy, if you know, you know. 1 cost 1, 2, and on play you can pay 1 ink to get +2 strength. But we've got rid of both the Rhinos now, so Dan in a much better position, and any under the seas that he's able to find will completely wipe Rob's board. If you forced me to make a prediction, Brandon, I would say Dan is looking pretty hot for the game, for this game too.
I would agree right now. You know you're in a tough spot when your Tiana is having to challenge this Tramp, just putting the 1 damage on it, not even banishing it. Both players are top decking though for the turn. Dan is going to choose to play this Lady Elegant
3, 4, 5,
Elegant
6.
Spaniel. That does get an extra lore when there's a Tramp in play. Dan's just going to turn everything sideways, start the race, put Robert on the clock. He does find a Doc off the top, able to draw 2 cards, drawing into a Calhoun, and then I missed what the second one was. It was another Nala, that's what it was.
Yep, no, Doc coming along just when Rob needed it, able to immediately just draw 2 cards. Doing some finger maths now, Rob having a conversation with himself. I love watching the players in these moments. It's super interesting to see the difference between how players navigate these situations. Penny and Tiana going to finish off that Tramp, which again, you've got to assume the priority of getting rid of Tramp is obviously this Tramp could potentially, well, to be fair, it's open deck list. If it was closed deck list, you would potentially be respecting the shift Tramp, the 2/8 that allows you to, the Dapper Rascal that allows you to draw extra cards. Of course, it is open deck list, so we know that isn't there, but still this Tramp is giving extra lore to the lady.
Right. Yeah, Dan just setting up the clock here, trying to decide if he wants to just quest out entirely. Looking at the willpower of all his characters, he's saying, yep, Rob doesn't have enough strength on his side of the board to take everything out. We're just going to quest with everything, playing another Tramp Enterprising Dog just to put more lore on the board, trying to get to 20. We're 1 lore away for Dan here. Rob finding a strength off of the top.
Okay.
Just outright playing it, going to deal 4 damage to that Tramp to remove it.
I imagine the Calhoun's going to go into the other Enterprising Dog, although maybe we prioritize the lady. No, it's going to be a double challenge into the Lilo, and we've still got this Calhoun. To be fair, I think either are always reasonable. If you take out the lady, she's no longer questing for 2. If you take out the Tramp, she's no longer questing for 2. So I think either is reasonable. But Dan at 19 lore now, going into his turn. He's going to ready, set, draw, and he's just going to quest it out and finish the game. And Dan takes game 2, so we will see a game 3.
Game 3. I'm so excited for these game 3s and these top cuts for the tournaments. I'm sure the players would love to just do 2, wrap it up, and go home. But I love it. Yeah, as the broadcast for the viewers, I love seeing the tension that's built in a 3rd game.
But we're going to see a change in tempo here. For the first time this match, Rob will be on the play. A benefit awarded him by breaking serve in game 1, able to take out Dan's on the play game. Of course, this is top 32. It is seeded. Dan was the first seed, the top of the mountain, so he got the choice to go first. Rob was able to win that first game, so Rob gets to go first here. So I wonder how much that's going to change the tempo of this game, Brandon.
I think it can be very important. It looks like Rob's sending back 2 cards, and Dan is only sending back 6, I believe. But Leah mentioned it earlier in the lounge, talking about how these Amber Steel decks really like to utilize the Strength of a Raging Fire. Rob being able to go first means that he'll be able to get the Strength of Raging Fire off before Dan is able to play something like a Tramp Street Smart Dog, or utilize or disrupt getting that Strength of Raging Fire, unless he is able to find those Ursula's Deceivers. We've seen in both games prior Dan respecting that Strength of Raging Fire, playing those Ursulas, so I'm interested to see if Dan found what he was looking for, having to ship 6 back.
Yeah, a heavy alter from Dan. I wonder if Rob will prioritize holding any strength. Well, we see it right there. Strength for a Raging Fire in the opening hand. He has already shown through games 1 and 2. He is perfectly happy to keep hold of that strength. And as you put it earlier, make Dan have it in terms of that Ursula Deceiver.
We do have the Rhino shift line in hand available as well. I think just trying to decide what we're inking here. Oh, is he going to choose to ink the strength?
He is going to do it on this occasion, and down comes the Rhino. 1/16th Wolf, who on play, you may choose an opposing character to lose 1 strength until the start of your next turn. Obviously not relevant for this board state, but this ability absolutely can come in handy. Words are hard, Brandon. I remember watching a CCQ that Sky was participating in, Skylar Duns, who is an expert at the Amber Steel deck, and pace of play was literally quick fire, except 1 turn with a wide board, and trying to decide where Rhino was going to target this -1 strength was like a 4-minute turn for Sky, because it mattered so incredibly much. We're going to see the Daisy as the response turn 1 from Dan. Back over to Rob.
It can definitely be something to consider. You know, we talk about how important the choosing each action for your turn is. You don't want to cause any misplays, especially at the top tables here. Something to note, this Daisy being played, an ideal 1-drop for Dan here. Avoids something like Fire the Cannons, but does not avoid that Rhino Power Hamster coming into play. So Daisy, even having 4 willpower, might not be safe to quest. Robert obviously can shift the Rhino early if he wants to and show that, but just goes to show the power of this Rhino and how important it's been in this matchup, as we saw in the last game as well.
And there we are going to see that turn 2 shift into the Power Hamster, as we saw in game 1. We know that this Rhino can be a brick wall for these Dogs decks. Again, Dan was able to answer them in game 2 after he'd built up a wide board of 6-7 characters, but that's going to take a while to get to. So this Rhino at the moment, perfectly safe. We are going to go on that early quest. No line that would be able to answer this Rhino at this point in time. Down comes Bobby Zimmerowski, dude. Yo, leading Tower Cheese or when? I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I would love to see it. Love to see it. I love all the Goofy Movie cards for sure. We are going to draw a card and discard a Pluto off of that, though, which leads me. I wonder if we're going to ink and play another 1-drop for turn.
Yep, that sounds like it would be pretty good. Again, these Dogs decks do like to go wide to lower the cost of the Tramp Enterprising Dog. And again, we are just a go wide deck because we have so much synergy between these particular characters, the Tramps and the Ladies, etc. Down comes a Pluto, courtesy of that second ink, and a pass back to Robert. No quest with the Daisy just yet. Again, just a heads-up play from Dan. It will be immediately answered by the Rhino. So what is the point? And we most likely be giving him another card. Let's maybe wait until we can take out the Rhino in some sort of fashion, and then hopefully our Daisy can maybe get 2 quests as over the course of this game. We are going to see the Lady Family Dog, or both players utilizing this Lady and Tramp cards, super goated in Lorcana.
I love this play. Being able to play the Lady Family Dog followed up by a Calhoun puts another character into play that's going to make Daniel pause, stop in his tracks, if you will, because the Calhoun can gain Robert lore if it challenges and banishes a character in a turn. Also a card that gets around Under the Sea. Rob respecting that card. We saw how it changed the game on changed the matchup on last game, giving Dan the tempo swing that he needed to close the game out, and being able to stop that Under the Sea in game 1 gave Robert the room to win that game. So as we pass over to Dan, he's going to Inca Lewis. Dan's going to play his own Lady Family Dog, followed by an Ursula Deceiver, looking for any songs available. We're not going to find any in Rob's hand. Rob only having the Penny and the Dock in hand. So likely Rob's going to be able to refill on the next turn with this Dock, depending on what we draw. And Dan taking a second to decide what he wants to do. I think he's just going to keep everything upright. Don't really want to give that Calhoun an opportunity to challenge, or the Rhino to challenge and banish anything for free. So pass it back over to Rob. He's going to draw a Rhino 1/16th Wolf. Could potentially ink that and then play the Penny and the Dock this turn.
Or again, like we saw in game 1, perhaps we don't play a character other than the Dock. We are going to see the Penny this time, but we saw in game 1 Robert choosing to keep more ink available to him. But perhaps we won't even play the Dock this turn. Maybe next turn Rob would like to draw hopefully an inkable, ink it, then play the Dock and have 3 ink available going into that turn to hopefully, again, leave himself open to that little bit of luck required to find something like the P and shut down the Under the Sea.
Yeah, it's all about setting yourself up for your outs, finding your outs, knowing what it is you have to do, what sequencing of cards, which cards you need to find in order to win the game. Rob is going to go ahead and play the dock, draw 2 cards after discarding his hand of 0 cards.
That's the best kind of dogs, in my opinion.
No ink left for the turn, though, but analyzing the board, trying to figure out if he wants to risk questing with any of his characters or leaving them upright, having almost a staring contest with each other between these 2 decks until we can break.
Yep, certain characters are very good at staring contests, and that's where we are. And once again, Robert seemingly going into his mind palace, thinking through these turns. Again, this is the top 32 of DLC Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the first DLC of North America for Season 2. This is top 32. We have just under half an hour left on the clock. This is Game 3. Plenty of time for us to come to a thorough conclusion. So do take your time, Rob. We want to make sure we're seeing the highest level plays possible.
I think that's exactly what he's doing, mapping out the next couple of turns, maybe analyzing what the risks are of what Dan could be playing on the next turn. Rob deciding instead to start the race, questing, excuse me, with the Lady Calhoun and Rhino going all the way up to 7, starting to put the pressure on for Dan here to react in some way.
Yep, putting on the gas a little bit, taking the foot off of the brake and questing to 7. So we are establishing the beginning of our race. Again, so many games of Lorcana these days are setting up a nice wide board, setting up your wall, and then finding the most opportune turn to start turning them sideways. Again, with Amethyst decks, you generally want to wait until you get that dramatic Elsa turn or a Bell Accomplished Mystic so that you can have a nice tempo swing, remove the important piece of the opposing board, and then start questing. And Robert's identifying in this matchup, this is the time to start putting his foot on the pedal.
As I look at Dan's hand, it looks like we have a Miss Park Avenue of Go-Go and an Enterprising Dog in play. So the Enterprising Dog, we could play this turn, boost something up with a lot of strength, potentially make a trade.
Don't forget, Pluto may exert if Dan wants to lower the cost of a character by 1. We have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cost worth of characters on board. So Under the Sea is on the table, but it doesn't seem like the highest value under. I mean, it's not bad, right? But you leave the Rhino, you leave the Calhoun. I think I'd much prefer to see a Tramp Enterprising Dog here, because then we would get a boost of 5 strength to any character and be able to deal with this Rhino.
Yeah, I think that's what Rob was trying to analyze on his previous turn, saying, okay, there's 8 ink of characters in play. If I get Under the Sea, how bad does that put me with just the Calhoun and the Rhino being able to respond? Should I just go ahead and quest with what I can?
I think it's right, because if Dan did go Under the Sea, then none of these characters are able to make any challenges, right? So I think that's a pretty safe quest for the Calhoun and the Rhino. Again, the Rhino could still be answered here with a Tramp Enterprising Dog, and that is going to be the play, that 2-cost character who's going to boost 5 strength. Dan doing some finger maths. It looks like Bobby Zimmerowski is going to be the recipient, not confirmed yet. Yep, I do think that is the recipient of that 5 strength. So we're going to trade very nicely into the Power Hamster, breaking the Epic Ball of Awesome, and the Pluto going to go on a quest. So we're going to play 1 less to shift our Lady Miss Park Avenue and return both of those characters to our hand. What a turn.
The Bobby's going to come back for more cheese.
Let's go. Mazer.
I love to see it. Dan still could ink for turn and play a 1-cost character that he brought back, either the Pluto or the Bobby. I believe those were the only 1-cost characters in hand. So he's going to go ahead and ink the Go-Go, play out that Bobby Zimmerowski, do another thing we've seen him do many times, draw a card and discard a card using Bobby's effect.
Go-Go Tamago, an interesting card that we haven't really had a reason to talk too much about thus far, but she's very dangerous. A 2-cost 2/2 quest for 1, evasive, and on play, you may pay 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on chosen character. Now, thankfully for Rob, doesn't have a whole lot of characters with a large pool of willpower, but Go-Go can be very dangerous, absolutely a game winner. I imagine she has gained a lot of lore for Dan, hitting things like Hades, like Blurple pool got plenty of big bodies like Hades and Elsa and things like that, but this not really the matchup for her. That lady, as we established earlier, Brandon, one of the bigger characters in our deck strength-wise, able to cleanly take out that Calhoun, and suddenly I would put the momentum on the side of the mountain.
Yeah, Dan being able to boost his characters with that Tramp Enterprising Dog and also finding the shift line with the Lady Miss Park Avenue, pull back those characters and get efficient challenges into that Rhino, into the Calhoun. We saw last game how important those characters above 3 strength can be for Rob in retaliating when Dan decides to exert his characters, whether they're to quest or to sing. And so now Dan's been able to build up this very wide board, and Rob is just left with some pretty weak characters in regards to strength. It's going to have a difficult time really challenging and banishing many things on this side of the board. Of course, I imagine he'll clean up the lady with something. We are going to play an Aurora, Daisy Duck, and a Calhoun with the 4 ink exactly that we have available to us.
Going kind of wide for Rob. I do want to mention, I'm pretty sure Bobby was played that turn because it was returned back courtesy of the Lady Miss Park Avenue,
yes,
and then replayed.
I believe so.
I don't think this Bobby was able to go on a quest, but we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully it will not be too significant to them. I mean, every law counts, right? But hopefully we get to a board state where clearly it didn't matter, but just worth mentioning that, yeah, the Cheese Kid doing some finger maths here for Rob. Again, that wide board there, going wide there with the Calhoun Daisy and the Aurora, not bad at all.
No, certainly good to match a wide board with another wide board, especially when you're playing a deck that doesn't have access to a board wipe. I mean, there is, I've been thinking this whole time about grab your swords before realizing, oh wait, that's no longer in the format.
Oh mate, if grab your swords was in format, we'd be seeing a lot more Tinkerbells, like things would be very different.
Yeah, so no availability to a board wipe. Very good to build your board wide as well to try to match Dan's here. Rob is trying to decide how he wants to take these challenges, whether he wants to use the dock to take out the lady that looks like what is going to happen, and then choosing to quest for 2 with that Penny. One of the great things about Penny is she can create a lot of value through giving those characters resist or removing damage from stuff, but also just a 2 quest character.
That was a tramp off the top of the deck there. Yep, and we're immediately going to throw that down. We're just paying a cost of 3 to put down the Enterprise, the Street Smart Dog. So there's a lot of tramps in this game, Brandon. Drawing 4 cards, and then we will be able to discard 4 cards. And I just said a moment ago that I thought Dan had the momentum, and then my opinion changed courtesy of Rob's turn there, able to go quite wide. But this tramp is exactly the return rally that Dan needed to keep himself in this game. Again, we're still at quite an early point in the game, relatively speaking. Rob only at 9 lore, but we know how quickly these aggro decks can zoom to 20.
Yeah, Tramp just offering so much value as a card, being a very expensive card that can be discounted and you can play early, but with the card being so expensive means it can sing expensive songs. Also just being a big body, having that 6 willpower, questing for 2, and allowing you to just filter through the deck a little bit, which can be very helpful. This is why the Amber Emerald dog set can be difficult to pilot, because you're drawing 4 cards, but you're then having to discard 4 cards. Dan only having 1 card in hand, you're having to know exactly which cards to keep, which are going to be most important for this matchup, but that is what has gotten Dan so far, being able to make those decisions. Dan is going to choose to challenge the Lady Family Dog there, getting it off of the board with the Daisy and the Ursula, then choosing to banish the Penny as well with the Tramp and the Bobby, being able to banish those characters without banishing his own, creating favorable trades for him.
A full crowd here in DLC Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You can hear the passion going off in the background, I'm sure. Seems silly to pretend to ignore it, Brandon, if we're being honest with ourselves. Yes.
That's why we're here, though. People are excited about the game, excited about the competition.
Absolutely, and of course, let's not pretend. You know, throughout the day, some games have been played a little sooner than others. We're trying to give you consistent content throughout the entirety of the day. I can assure you, though, chat, the finals will be completely live. So just to acknowledge that, guys, I think it's disingenuous for us to just pretend that that's not the case, but we want to be able to keep the Lorcana action coming to you as much as possible, guys.
So we want to give you as many games
as possible. Exactly. So some of these games, again, did happen a little sooner than you're seeing them, but the finals, we will be caught up by then, and that will be completely live. We're just prioritizing giving you guys as much Lorcana as we can, guys.
Rob taking plenty of time on his turn to decide how he wants to approach Dan's turn. A couple characters that he can banish here, having only 1 willpower remaining with some of these daisies potentially. The Calhoun, of course, being able to challenge and clean something up, gaining 2 lore by doing so, pushing Rob potentially up to 11, getting him past the halfway point there to 20, inching closer and closer. Again, this game is for stakes. Whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. The other one gets the top 16. The beautiful foiled Elsa playmat that we have in front of us here, and another chance.
The chance to keep playing Lorcana.
Yeah.
Calhoun going to answer that tramp. Super easy, not taking any damage courtesy of the resist 1, and that's going to be a boost up to 11 lore courtesy of the level up ability. Aurora also going to go on a quest. Her ability, when she quests, you pay 1 less for the next princess or queen. Not relevant at this moment in time, really. That's used to set up an early Tiana drop, but here, quite reasonable questing.
Rob may be considering questing with these daisies instead of challenging, pushing his way up to 16 lore at that point. And then presenting, the daisies having 4 willpower, Dan only having characters that can challenge for 1 other than the tramp in play, choosing no, he is gonna value and respect keeping control of the board.
Yeah, Daisy able to answer that. I think it was an Ursula that just taken out, yeah?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, and gonna just put this Lilo to the top because we do have the option to return it to the board if we so wish. We're gonna ready. We're now in the set phase, so we are going to pay that 2 ink to bring in that Lilo, Escape Artist, exerted, and now we shall draw. And it was a Bobby Zimmerowski, dude.
Bobby Zimmerowski, Leaning Tower of Cheesa. Yeah, Dan deciding to bring this Lilo out, just apply a little bit of extra pressure, bring 2 more lore to the board. We see 2 ink exerted and a card held in hand, so not the Bobby that we know he has from the draw.
Man, this is tense. And I know these guys are super good friends as well, so it's got to be feel the same for them. Dan really thinking this over again. We've still got 17 minutes. This is game 3. I think 17 minutes is plenty of time to be able to make our way through this and come to a conclusive winner. It is going to be the Enterprising Dog Tramp come down. Will give 4 strength to a chosen character. It's going to be the Daisy Duck, and she's going to finish off that Calhoun. Sounds good. This Calhoun also represents potential of 2 lore when challenging. The Bobby and the Street Smart Dog are going to finish off this Daisy. The Bobby does get banished, but that seems like a pretty good trade to me.
It's so intriguing to see both of these players running a deck that plays a bit more aggressively, doing so much trading back and forth, respecting holding the board state, understanding that without control of the board state, you're less likely to win. Of course, Dan only having gained 2 lore this game is very important for him to keep control of the board. Rob drawing a Daisy for turn, immediately playing it all the way up to 12, much closer and in striking distance to taking the game away, but only doing it 1 lore at a time, 2 lore at a time with these daisies.
Rob going back into his mind palace to think this through.
Every decision matters here at the top tables. Choosing to quest at the wrong time, on the wrong turn.
It's like these small micro decisions make all the difference, Brandon. Rob gonna flick out his discard, just remind himself of the options still available in the deck. How many docks have I gone through? How many strengths? How many Calhoun's, Daisies, these high questing characters or like high challenging characters? But we've got plenty of time. Rob is going to go on a quest with 2 glimmers. Daisy will trigger the big prize. And what do we get, Johnny? We get a lady for our trouble.
Pretty good card to have, too. Just Lady being able to, when you play Lady, being able to play a 1-drop or 2-drop along with her. Also, building a little bit of tempo on your side of the board. We're drawing a Lady Eloquent Dog for turn as well. Going to start with this Bobby Zimmerowski so we can cycle. Draw a card, discard a card, just in case the card that was at the top of the deck was better than the one in our hands.
A choice to be made here. It's looking like it's going to be the Lady guy going into the discard pile. Yep, Dan discarding that courtesy of the Bobby. We're going to pay 2 ink for a second ink for a second Bobby. Dan drawing as much as he can, fishing, and Under the Sea here would be pretty good. We don't have the ability to sing it. No, we could.
Yeah, we do with the tramp.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm going to shut up.
No, Baker, please don't shut up. Please. People want
shut my mouth.
People are here to listen to you.
Oh, man, this has been such a tense game, bro.
It is so interesting to me how every small micro decision leading up to these games matter the most. Whether or not you quest, which characters you challenge with, which cards you play on the turn.
Another lady going into the discard courtesy of that Bobby Zimmerowski so cheesy ability. And what is this tramp looking to do? Dan with his hand on it clearly has an intention.
Yeah, I think Dan recognizing that he has to keep control of this board. Rob being up at 15, presenting game on board.
Do we have the Under the Sea? Do we be singing right here? Because again, Rob is representing game, as you say, Brandon.
I think if we had the song, we would have sung it pretty quickly. It would have completely wiped Robert's board and changed the tide of the game. Yeah, just choosing to challenge with everything into a daisy, I believe.
Yep, it takes all three characters, but this does keep Rob off game, and Dan at only 2 lore himself has some clawing back to do if he's going to come out the victor. Little sigh from Dan there, and a pass. Rob's going to ready, set, draw, and it's a
Oh, he finds a Nala.
That's a pretty good card to find off the top of the deck, and now Rob needs to make a decision. Are we going to start turning these sideways now? Do we maybe wait?
Do we hold it?
Do we just hold it and like go for game completely next turn? I mean, you could quest the Aurora, and then you've still got 5 lore left on the board, and you'd be at 16. Or maybe we just bite the bullet and we go to 18 now and just say, if you don't have an answer for this Nala, I win.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the answers that Dan could have for one or the other. Obviously, something like Under the Sea would completely save Dan in this game state. If we decide to quest with the Daisy and the Aurora, potentially Dan could draw something like a Lewis, keeping the Nala from being played.
Closer to the Under the Sea, or it could
or
bottom
oh
the
my
Under
gosh,
the Sea.
imagine, yeah, if the Daisy finds the Under the Sea and puts it on the bottom. Rob just doing the calculations in his head, trying to figure out which line of play gives him the best chance of winning or closing out this game. Which one forces Dan to have, which one gives Dan the least amount of outs?
Yes, exactly that. We are going to quest with the Aurora. I think that was always happening, and he is just going to pass. Is that going to be punished by an Under the Sea? Do we have it?
Oh, we do find a tramp, though, off the top. Street Smart Dog, so we can dig very deep for an Under the Sea here.
We've got 5 characters on board, so we only need to pay 2
Oh, my gosh, here we go.
1. Well, are you going to do this one at a time,
Oh, come on, Dan. Come on, Dan, show it to us. He's just drawing off the top for us. That's the second card. We have 3 more to draw.
He needs to find Under the Sea here.
It's Under the Sea or bust. 2. One last card. Does he have it?
Oh!
Oh my gosh, Dan finds the Under the Sea, able to sing it with the Street Smart Dog and completely wipe Robert's side of the board, completely flipping the tempo of this game.
See that reaction from Rob, a huge stretch. The final card was the Under the Sea. Sebastian would be so incredibly proud. We are going to sing it. We're going to bottom all of Rob's cards. And now he's got 4 lore to find and no cards left to do it with.
He's only drawing 1 card per turn. There's not a single card in Rob's deck that would allow him to get 4 turns. Did he draw a strength? Did he draw something he can't even play? He didn't even play a character that turn. Just going to pass it straight to Daniel. Dan's going to quest out.
It must have been strength. There's nothing else that you don't play.
What a horrible
surely.
top deck for Rob here.
Oh, and Dan,
now Dan has completely flipped the clock. It's a Pete. He did find the strength.
And it turns out that Dan is all gas, no brakes, and he is going to quest for game. And Dan proceeds to the top 16 of DLC. Let's go!
Oh my goodness, what a game in the top 32 there. Dan moving on to the top 16, getting this Elsa playmat, having another opportunity to make for the win. I can hardly speak after that game, coming down to the wire, finding that Under the Sea in the very last card of that Tramp top deck. Oh my gosh, my heart is racing after watching that.
I'm getting too old for this, Brandon. There's a reason I've moved to host now, okay? I can't.
Breathe.
My villainous heart can't take it anymore. My goodness, what a match. Commiserations to Rob. playing that game expertly. The 32nd seed breaking serve in game 1, Brandon, and I really did think that it was going his way.
I did too.
But a huge shout out to Dan, knows the deck, knew his outs, played it expertly, and is now proceeding to top 16. Dan, you are taking home one of these. Not this one, I'm having that. But you're taking home one of them, and you are playing on. Oh, man, what a fantastic game. Guys, we've got more Lorcana. Brandon, send us home.
Yeah, we have much more Lorcana. We still have another top 32 match coming. We have a very short break. Please don't go anywhere. We've got so much more Disney Lorcana after this.
Absolute cinema.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Milwaukee. We had an amazing top 32 match there. Just a second. I'm still monitoring my heart rate.
I had to go get some sugar. I need a little something.
Had to get up, walk around a little bit, drink some water to
Yeah.
calm down from that one. But we do have another top 32 match to get into for this as well.
Oh, yes, man. What a day of Lorcana. What a weekend of Lorcana it's been. But, yeah, fantastic top 32 match that we just saw there. But the action does not stop. We are going to be going into another game, but we are just going to be showing you game 3 of this particular matchup. Let's jump straight in and see what we can see for this upcoming match. I do believe we have the deck lists available to see. Oh, we'll get the player cards first. So we're going to be having, on the right-hand side, we have Hector Haras on Blurple, Amethyst, Sapphire, going up against a lovely, incredible woman in the Lorcana community. We have Monica.
Yes, Monica, a content creator for Disney Lorcana as well, a friend of mine, somebody that I know.
Absolutely.
Both players having been to multiple challenges, as you can see, Monica being at 4, Hector being at 5. Hector having day 2, having a top 32 as well, so this will be his second, this being Monica's first. Monica has been going on a streak this today as well, but I do believe, as you mentioned, Baker, we have the deck list to look at. I'm eager to see what we're working with for this Amber Steel and Amethyst Sapphire deck.
I love breaking down the deck list here, and we do see we have Amber Steel once again, but I immediately see a couple of changes. We have 4 copies of Pluto Guard Dog, of course, not by no means a stranger to these Amber Steel decks, but we didn't see it that much in that first matchup where we just watched Rob, but this Pluto, a fantastic part of the curve. 1 quester, 2 quester, Tiana to protect, and then this Pluto as a second layer of protection. So this Pluto putting in a lot of work. Of course, there you see the Tiana, the card that's really making this whole deck come together. But look at Sven, Reindeer Steed, 2 copies of this 4-cost Ingable card, 3/3 quest for 2, and Reindeer Games on play. You can ready chosen character, but they can't quest for the rest or challenge for the rest of the turn. So you can protect one of your own characters, but maybe very smartly ready an opposing character, such as an opposing Tiana, Brandon. What else in this deck list jumps out at you?
I have my eyes on the Troubadour as well.
Yes.
We see how important Strength of Raging Fires are for a deck list like this. Having the Troubadour to be able to sing that Strength of Raging Fire on the draw or a turn early to really take the tempo away from your opponent could be vital.
And we are seeing those 3 copies of Pete Games Referee, who we did see in the previous matchup, but no means a staple in these steel decks anymore. Pete, of course, on play, stopping your opponent from playing any actions into the start of your next turn. So the majority of this deck following the script that we come to expect, but Sven being the sort of tech card there, and of course the Troubadour popularized by Sky as a great way to sing strength on the draw. But let's also take a look at our Blurple deck list, courtesy of Hector, another deck that is no stranger to the Disney Lorcana Challenge Set 9 format. Let's take a look and see what we've got here. 4 copies of Sail the Azure at Sea, 4 copies of Tipo, but that 1 copy of One Jump Ahead, which just gives us that 9th ramp card. And if you're wondering what's ramp, that just means we're putting extra cards into our Inkwell every turn, something that Sapphire does very well. And it does increase those odds of hitting that turn 2 ramp exponentially. Well, it's only a couple of percent, but as Liam was saying earlier, that can be really important, and especially across 12 rounds of Swiss Random, that is fantastic. I see just a one-off copy of Finders Keepers there as a nice bit of card draw, but also 2 copies of that second star to the right. A 10-cost uningable song. Chosen player draws 5 cards. Very rarely you're going to have your opponent do that, but yeah, everything here what you would expect to see. The Ursula Voice Stealer.
3 of them.
3 of them. I really like that, but let's not waste any more time looking at this. Let's go into the gameplay. Here we are, our wonderful players. This is another top 32 match, but again, we are only showing Game 3.
This is going to be the deciding match for whether Monica or Hector moves on to the top 16. So I cannot wait to see what happens. I'm interested to see how these Elsa the Fifth Spirit and Ursula Voice Stealer interact with the Svens. Monica is being played, sort of counteracting each other a little bit in that way. You know, the Sven readying characters, but Hector playing more than average, I would say, of these Ursula Voice Stealers, acting as maybe, you know, 3 extra Fifth Spirits in the sense of being able to exert her characters. You know, but if we can get something like a Tiana in play for Monica, and as you mentioned, guarding it with that guard dog, Pluto the guard dog, you know, exerting characters and challenging them could come at a cost.
I think one of the most important cards in this matchup is going to be Into the Unknown, that 3-cost inkable Sapphire Amethyst dual ink song, where you may put a exerted character into that player's inkwell. This is one of the best cards that Blurple can use to respond to Tiana, because then really this is a good matchup for Amber Steel, because Blurple is a much slower deck to start to set up. So if Amber Steel can have a real all gas no breaks nada means start, then that is exactly what Monica wants. And we want a Daisy into like a Bolt, into a Tiana, into the Pluto, and just too much for Hector to be able to deal with this Blurple deck.
Yes, I'm eager to see which player gets to go first. Monica would have had the, on game 1, would have had the ability to choose who goes first in that game because she had more points than Hector did. It does look like we're running into some technical difficulties. We'll get those sorted out very quickly, production backstage. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about, about this matchup. As you mentioned, it is a little bit unfavored for Blurple here.
Absolutely.
But Monica is running a slightly slower, I would say, version of Amber Steel, playing the Troubadours, playing some of the Petes, especially the Plutos and things like that. Into the Unknown could be the card, the difference maker here. Yeah.
Can we get a triple Daisy? That
would be ideal.
That would be one way to do it. But yeah, if our Blurple player does open with the correct tools, again, if we can open with something like a Basil, that detective who has the support keyword, which can be super good for when you come into the turn 4 Elsa. I say turn 4 because, again, we're assuming that we're going to be ramping on turn 2, and then you can support her, and suddenly she's challenger for 4 on that rush turn. That's pretty good. But I mean, again, you need to break through the Tiana lock. But here we go. It does seem like the Aurora was the first thing played, followed up by a Basil courtesy of Hector. Then that Aurora going to go on a quest, paying 1 less for the Tiana, and then we're back over to Hector for his turn.
Hector is shaking his head here. I'm not sure if he has ramp available to him. I do see that we have an Into the Unknown, but because he's on the draw here and this Tiana was able to get out. We do have okay, we do have some sort of ramp. He is going to play the Tipo.
We have both.
Okay, so maybe he was trying to decide which one he wanted to play and then having to choose which card he's going to put into the inkwell for the Tipo. He only has one of these Elsa excuse me.
Spirit of Winter.
Thank you, Spirit of Winter. That one's going to go into the inkwell. It's not going to do a lot of good in your hand this early in the game. Hector just doing a little bit of math.
Yeah, seemingly not the start he wanted, but I think this looks pretty good to me. Turn 1 Basil into a turn 2 Tipo. Not too much to complain about, and like you said, Brandon, we've got the Into the Unknown, but also the optimal start from Monica, I would say Aurora into the Tiana, and Aurora's perfect into the Basil, because normally your Aurora quest and then it's immediately answered by something, but Basil would also take himself out. So yeah, this is a super good start for Monica, who was on the play here. We're going to ink that Rhino, 1/16th Wolf, and what is going to be our turn 3 play here?
Can we get an optimal opening here? I did see a Lady Family Dog in hand. I'm not sure if we have anything like a Nala or a Daisy to follow up with it, but putting so much lore on board so quickly could be detrimental. We do see the Lady Dog and the Nala followed up with it, so that is a ton of lore being put on by Monica here.
Yeah, this is absolutely the all gas no break start that we wanted to see from Monica. In fact, I would call this the perfect curve.
Yeah, absolutely, because now Hector can't even challenge any of the characters unless he decides to pay the 3 ink. We did have an Into the Unknown, though, so I'm eager to see if we play it. We can ink before, we can play a 1-cost character, 1-cost card, and then ink and play the Into the Unknown. But we are going to play Develop the Brain, look at the top 2 cards of the deck, put 1 at the bottom and 1 in the hand. That was a very quick card put into hand by Hector here.
The thing is, Blurple doesn't play a lot of 3-cost characters, so I'm not sure what we can do here to utilize the 3 ink other than just playing a hard cast of Into the Unknown. Of course, we are Illumineers and we are ink casters, so if we're not having a character sing it, we will cast it ourselves.
And notably, as you were talking about, the Basil trade with the Aurora, having the Basil to give support to this Tipo so that Tipo can make the trade with Aurora, still surviving, but having enough strength that he normally wouldn't to banish this Aurora, getting 2 characters off of Monica's side of the board. But again, going to her turn, she still has this Nala and the Lady Dog, and we have the Guard Dog coming in play as well, protecting both characters, that Nala and Lady, representing 5 lore total, boosting her up to 9 and then passing the turn. Hector's going to have to find a way around this Pluto to get to the other 2.
Okay, so 2 cards in hand for Hector and drawing up to the 3rd. That's a second star to the right that I just saw there. Not a card you want to see at this point in the game. Of course, this is our 5 ink turn, 4 ink at the moment. We would need to ink something, and then we could put down an Elsa or a Belle, but this Pluto guard dog with bodyguard, if Hector wants to challenge, he must go into the Pluto first, and when this Pluto doesn't have any damage on it, it gains 4 strength. So this is a 5/5 guard dog. He's a very good boy.
Very good boy. Monica has put the gas on as well. And so Hector, you know, we talked about how Blurple has some of these slower openings. He really needs to be playing aggressively if he has to take a turn off to just develop some characters that may not be enough. It looks like he's going to use the Basil to give support to the Tipo, use the Tipo to challenge the Pluto. Pluto has damage on it, now no longer 5/5, just a 1/5, followed up by the Elsa 5th Spirit, able to finish it off in that challenge with the remaining 2 strength needed. Passing it back to Monica, this Lady and Nala are going to get to quest again, gaining 10 lore total just between these 2 cards.
Yeah, these 2 have put in an awful lot of work. And again, as the game goes on, Brandon, it absolutely favors Hector as he reaches this ink threshold where he can play Hades, and even there was a Monstro in the deck as well. But if Monica can cheat out as much lore as possible before that happens, then she's in a super good position to take this game 3 and proceed to top 16. The Aurora coming down and the Rhino 1/16 Wolf, I believe Basil was that? No, it must have been Elsa. Yeah, it was Elsa. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to do Basil because he's just going to quest and support her up. So -1 strength for the Elsa, meaning that she is capped at 3 strength this turn, even if the Basil goes on a support.
Right. Notably, still enough to banish the Nala or the Lady this turn. Hector taking some time to look at his hand, see what his options are. Monica going so fast, Hector needs to find a way to gain tempo back. Letting the Lady and the Nala quest twice has put Monica up to 14.
Yep, this is game on board, so we absolutely need to we can answer the Lady. We could support the Elsa, take out the Lady, and then we're leading 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. But a Shift Rhino would also represent game. So Hector absolutely respecting the potential for Monica to still win this game here. So that being the case, the thing is that the Elsa can't take out anything.
Well, the Elsa should be able to take out the Nala with the support of the Basil.
Sorry,
yes,
I was wondering if there was a world where we could challenge with both characters, right? So the Basil could go into the Lady, but then your Elsa doesn't have enough strength to do anything else. So
if we had something like a Hypnotic Strength or even like a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand to move this damage counter onto Nala, like there's so many options for Hector, and he just must not have them. Forcing himself to use Basil to support Elsa here, playing Ursula, the Voice Stealer, to exert a card, but I believe he's just passing immediately after. So
yeah, I think he's just saying that he doesn't have a because when this Ursula exerts a character, you can play a song of that character's cost or less for free. Very thematic. I'm a big fan of this
yes,
Ursula
I
Voice
love
Stealer.
it.
And again, like it shows the importance, Brandon, of being able to exert opposing characters and break that stalemate.
Oh, we do have the shift.
We did have it. So that would have been game if Hector had been a little slower. Fire the cannons into Basil, the Great Mouse Detective, and this looks like it's going to be a pretty simple quest for 4/5. That takes us up to 19. I think the writing's on the wall here. Hector's going to have to do a lot of work to keep Monica off of it for the rest of the game.
He's certainly going to need a miracle at this point to take out everything. I believe he can take out both the Lady and the Aurora, but he needs an answer for this Rhino from whatever he has in hand.
And we're not at the Hades turn yet either. We're only at 5 ink. We're capped at 6. Is his second star
is he
to
second
the right?
to the star to the right, singing it? Can he even afford to do that? He's doing some math, trying to figure out if he can find any out to do that.
The thing is, like, drawing 5 cards is super good, but then your only bodies on board are gone. You could play an Elsa from hand, but then what are you doing? He is going to do it, but I'm not sure if this leaves us an out.
Anything.
I don't think this leaves us, like, again, we can find Elsa, we could get rid of this Lady, fine, but Monica is sitting there at 19 lore.
Yeah, I think this spells out game. We don't have enough ink to play something like a Monstro to challenge into the rest of this into this board. We're going to ink a Tipo.
Even 2 into the unknowns is not...
Oh, he did find 2 into the unknowns. He's just going to be 1 answer short for Monica here. Being at 19, the Aurora's going to have the 1 lore available. She's going to ready and quest immediately. Monica's moving to the top 16.
I'm so proud of Monica. She is such a wonderful person. It is great to see her coming out on top here. Shout out to Hector. Again, a really experienced player at this point. Multiple Disney Lorcana challenges, multiple top cuts. And from what I heard, Monica she got her 3 wins yesterday. She wanted to just bail.
Yeah,
she
that was
like,
something her teammates were saying.
I've got my moolah and I think I'm good. And now she's in the top. Monica, this is yours.
Got a play mat.
Again, not this one. This is mine. Guys,
we're going to have to protect this. Make sure Vega doesn't run away with it.
You absolutely do. But bad gold, Brandon. What a couple of matches. What a pleasure to step into the booth. And we will be doing again later.
We'll be back
for top 4. But guys, don't go far. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
Thanks for hanging out with us today here on Twitch for the Disney Lorcana Challenge Milwaukee. I am here again with Liam, and that top 32 was fantastic. It's really exciting seeing these players get so pumped up and so excited about each win. Top 16, of course, they get that beautiful play mat, and there's a lot on the line coming up for these top 16 players because they are playing, Liam, for that golden Mickey Mouse. It's the Mickey match.
It is the Mickey match. It's something we started talking about last season. It's the one where you get to earn this beautiful card, 1 of 500, and that card will forever be tied to you because they're serialized. So that number will forever be immortalized in Disney Lorcana history as won by you, a player here at DLC Milwaukee. And what an exciting time.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we do have here for you the graphic of our top 16 players, and I just have to call special attention to a young Illumineer you might see there on screen. That is Aiden, a 10-year-old Illumineer who has made it to the top 16, Liam.
Yeah, a very talented young player. Wonderful story. Came in here with his parents. Lorcana is obviously his first TCG. Parents and the family got into gaming during the pandemic, decided to give Lorcana a try. They voted as a family on whether or not to pursue it, and Aiden voted
goodness.
yes, and they started going to set championships, and then here they are competing. And Aiden, a wonderful player, a fantastic person. The community loves him, and the support that we've seen out there on the floor for him is amazing. It's an incredible story, Rebecca.
I love that so much. Well, hopefully we will see more of Aiden, and I am really excited about all of these players. So many big names. We have some great matches coming up for you. I know that players are anxious to get right into that top 16 match, so let's go ahead and take a look at the players for our next featured match that's going in top 16.
We're gonna see.
Oh, okay, actually,
Oh no, we're waiting.
I forgot. I'm so sorry. We have interviews with our top 32 players.
Oh, that's even better.
Yes.
That's
okay,
even better.
so let's take a look at those interviews
You don't
right
want to hear
now.
from us. You want to hear from the players.
I think we're
Oh, we're
about
sorry, we're doing-
ready. I did get to talk with both of those players from the top 32 featured matches.
We're getting it rolling.
Yeah, we're going to get it. We are ready now. Thanks, Illuminators, for sticking with us. Let's hear those interviews. Roll it again. I am here with Dan Arnold, fresh off of his top 32 win, and what a win it was. Before we get into some other things, you have to talk about that moment in Game 3.
Yeah, Game 3, you know, we're just in the trenches. Both of us are kind of top decking, playing a little bit what we like to call war. And, you know, he put me in a position which was check, and he had five lore left on the table and said, figure it out. I drew a tramp for the turn. I played the tramp. I had 5 characters in play. One by one, we revealed them all. We paused for 5 because it was the whole game, and we hit the Under the Sea. Cleared the whole board, and then his next draw was Strength of the Raging Fire, could do nothing with it, and we just got there. It was crazy.
What a moment. Can you talk about what did that moment feel like for you, especially considering that in Season 1, you played every single challenge, never made it to Day 2, and here you are not only making it into Top Cut, but securing that top 16.
Yeah, this is my 8th DLC. I don't know many people that have played more than me. So it's really all of it, right? Like that whole feeling, that whole mountain of feeling is like, wow, we did it. We got there. We have a Nationals invite, which I'm so excited for. And, you know, just every tournament's a new tournament, and that's what this one was.
Yes, and you do still have more games to play because it doesn't end here, I know. Can you talk about how you're feeling, your strategy going into the next round of play?
So I'm pretty lucky and fortunate in a way, aside from the fact that I had to win 11 in a row, but I'm the 1 seed, so that's really great. I'm playing dogs, you know. Shout out to Melissa at home. Without her, this would not have been possible. So huge shout out to her. She's in Disney. She's upset, but you know what? We're here. We're top 16. Really excited.
She's in Disney. You can't be too mad about
She's
that,
mad.
right?
She's mad. She is mad. But yeah, we're just going to play our game, and every game at a time.
Great. Anyone else you want to say thank you to before I let you go, Dan?
Of course, the whole team. My wife, my kids at home, they are watching. They are excited. My wife is over the moon that we did this. And yeah, I'm ecstatic. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you, and good luck the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thanks, Illumineers. We'll be back with more Disney Lorcana.
And we are here at DLC in Milwaukee. I'm here with top 32 winner Monica, coming at it again with a top 16 finish. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations on your placement in the national tournament. And you're still alive and well, about to get this thing done. So first, can you talk about your strategy? What made you bring Amber Steel to this event today?
Shout out to Sky from Team Maelstrom. I took his deck that got him into nationals at CCQ Denver. So I took that same exact deck and took it all the way to nationals, I guess now.
Yeah,
so
let's go.
Shout out to that team.
So this set has been a little bit back and forth, a little bit swinging. Amber Steel is one of those very aggressive decks. You want to go first, you want to go fast. Is that your normal play style?
No, I was actually Ruby Amethyst.
Nice.
I used to like control, but you know, as things change and shake up, you got to shake up with it. So.
Right, you got to adapt with the meta. So talk to me about this game. You lock in, you got Hector across the table from you, you got the top seed. Are you feeling confident? You know the old Sapphire Amethyst at this point?
Yeah, I knew I was going against purple, so I knew it was favored, but Hector is such a great player. We're actually from LA area, so we know each other. We've seen each other play, so I was kind of scared because I know he's a really great player. And so we went to game 3, and I just clutched it out with like that one last lure, and I made it through.
Nice. So you are alive and well. You're going into the top 16. Are you excited? Are you just you're one win away from getting to that golden Mickey? Just talk to me how you feeling right now.
I'm so excited. I'm just so happy to be here. I thought I was going to 0-3 drop yesterday, so everything's just bonus at this point.
All right, Monica. Well, again, huge congratulations to you. I'll be cheering for you. I'll be rooting for you to get that golden Mickey. But right now, I'm going to let you go so you can take a quick break, and we'll be back at it again. We'll be watching for you in top 16.
Featured match winners. What did you think, Liam? Liam.
Standouts on. Oh yes.
What are you
Sorry.
doing, Liam?
Well, there's an uncut sheet here. I've never seen it before.
There is. Oh, I actually had not seen that they put that there.
Standouts on there twice.
These uncut sheets are incredible. These actually are available on the prize wall, but there are foil ones coming to our top 4 today, and then a foil rare uncut sheet going to the winner. So these uncut sheets are fantastic. I can understand why you wanted to come over here and get a closer look. An amazing piece of Disney Lorcana memorabilia.
I did. It's beautiful. It's so cool. All right.
Yes. Well, we do have those Mickey matches to get to now. Now we can take a look at our first feature match players. You want to see who they are?
Yes, let's go. I'm so curious.
All right, we have Justin Shaft and Chris Oyola. We have an Amber Steel, Amethyst Steel matchup. What do you think of this?
I mean, these are some of the colors that we expected to see in the top cut here. Amethyst Steel doing work this meta, really made a break in the early part of the meta, taking a number of big tournaments. Amber Steel, another deck that's been strong for a long time, but this is the more aggressive version here. So it should be a fantastic matchup. And both very experienced players we saw playing in 5 and 4 challenges respectively. Justin's list here, not as consistent as some of the others. Some 3 drops in there, but
yeah, 3 ofs. Yeah, Loris. Loris, Jealous Manservant is great. But that's one that we haven't seen. I haven't seen in a lot of Amber Steel decks, so that's really an interesting tech card in there.
And this is, so some decks in the Amber Steel side are running, well, nope. I'm just like, yeah, it's a pretty good list.
It's
a pretty
standard,
good list.
yeah. And of course we have Rhino, the 1/16th wolf leading into that shift, the Rhino Power Hamster, which is a really fantastic line in this deck. And of course the Aurora Tiana line that Amber Steel is known for. And then our other player, Chris Oyola, he is playing that Amethyst Steel deck, and a lot of 2 ofs, 3 ofs, even some 1 ofs in here that's just really interesting. A 1 of Yzma Conniving Chemist, and yeah, and even a Jasmine Fearless Princess. That is actually a new card from Fabled, and I love that that is included here in this deck. Great art, but a fantastic card as well.
Yeah, also a Finder's Keeper, 3 Finder's Keepers in here, which you don't always see in these Amethyst Steel lists. Pluto Guard Dog making an appearance. Other than that, we do have 3 of the Tiny Adversaries, which have fallen in and out of favor over time, but very good here. And that's a card that will definitely make a difference into in some of these lower to the ground wide board decks like Amber Steel. So it should be a fantastic matchup. Chris is a player that's very well known among the competitive Lorcana community, so this should be a fantastic matchup, Rebecca.
Yeah, and I know that our casters on the desk are very excited for this matchup. We have, hey, JDZ and Katie ready for their first Mickey match, and this is going to be a good one. Chris, we saw the head-to-head matchup, and I am really excited to see how this goes down. So Katie and JDZ, are you ready to take it away?
Absolutely, super ready, because this is the top 16. This is what it all comes down to. That golden Mickey, Katie. Have you seen one in person?
Yeah, and I want it. And the thing is like, I know Baker says that we can do crime. He says that, he encourages it. He said we're all allowed to steal something as a treat. But I don't want to do it. But to earn one? That sounds great. And one of these two players is gonna earn one, and I cannot wait to see how they do it.
And I know maybe these players already have one. I know that they went to the national tournament last season, so we got a very high-profile, high-impact match coming up for you guys. So if you're not locked in, if your seat back is not up in the upright and lock position, we are prepared to take off as we're jumping into our first match. Here in the top 16, we have Justin Schaff versus Oyola. Talk to him about these players, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, both these players are playing decks that we have seen in the season. And I mean, they're decks that were, from the very beginning, going to be considered they call them like the big 3 when it started. And then it went to big 4, and then it was like 5, and then we're like, I don't know. But these two decks, since the very, very, very beginning, were the ones that people knew were pretty good and doing very well. Now, that being said, there are some tech choices that, you look at this, and not every single deck is going to make the exact same choices. At this point, it is open deck list, so there's no surprises. However, they have just teched their decks a little bit different than the ones we've seen on stream. Are there any cards that stick out to you that you think could be a difference maker in this matchup?
What comes out to me, I love that Chris Oyola elected to go with this Jasmine. I think Jasmine is a card that typically Amethyst and Steel don't play because they try to stay a little bit lower to the curve. But that Jasmine coming in at that evasive, but she also can increase her strength and break through that Tiana lock, as Justin Schaff is known to be able to set up with his Amber and Steel strategy. So going first, I believe Chris Oyola is going to be that top-seeded player, and he's going to be able to go first, which is great because this deck does have a pretty generous and favorable matchup into the Amber and Steel. But Katie, I know you play some Amber Steel. Is there anything in Justin's deck that you're looking for to help maybe turn this corner a little bit and get a bit of advantage in this Amethyst and Steel match?
Well, he wants to get as much value as early as possible, but he also is looking for a card that we have talked about many, many times since it came out, that is Strength of a Raging Fire.
Right.
It is having it when you need it and then using it at the most valuable time. And now use my, well, when is that? Well, it depends. It's going to depend on what he plays, but it's going to be very valuable against a Calhoun that is stopping from questing. That's something that you can end up in where you desperately, desperately want to go ahead and start questing and do the more aggressive style things, but Calhoun's standing there and going, I dare you. So sometimes having that strength is the only way around it. So we're going to go ahead and see if he's able to get that strength, but then also make sure we get that Tiana online. The combination of the two can really be helpful in this matchup.
Oh, 100%. But both of these players are absolutely focused. They're no strangers to making it to top cuts of these events. As I stated, both of these players are nationally qualified to the national tournament last season, trying to get back at it again for another run as we're going to get that. I believe that was Captain Hook going down into the inkwell early. Mike telling the story about what Chris Oyola's hand is looking like.
Yeah, and it's interesting because so many of these Steel Mirror matches are going to be a situation where you're playing in character in lockstep over and over again, sometimes going 1, sometimes 2 a turn. And when you see the 1-drop going down into the inkwell, it's already saying, well, here's a little less pressure for you, Justin, and he might take big advantage of that because that means this Mulan is able to maybe quest next turn and go, well, I'm not so scared anymore.
As we will also put that Finder's Keepers down to the inkwell. Katie, that's another card that this strategy typically does not play. Hand Shuffle's looking pretty nice, and there is an inkability issue there that Chris is suffering from as he puts both hands on head, staring down. Justin Schaff might make a note of that, maybe giving a little bit more information away as we will go ahead and use that Fire to Cannons, just keeping that lore off the board.
Yeah, and wanted to point out something that's it's not always intuitive, but once you see it, you're like, oh, obviously, is that Mulan on turn 1, you're generally trying to get rid of maybe not an inkable you didn't want, but if you don't necessarily have something that you will kind of like all of it, Lilo is such a great option because it kind of serves as sneaky card draw later in the game. It stretches out the ability to go wider and wider and gives more answers. So I love that play of putting that Lilo right into that discard to say, I'll see you later, you little escape artist. You can escape back into play. But here we go with the Troubadour, who is a big sign that he is thinking about that strength line of play.
For sure. Troubadour coming in on 2 is a great card in order to be able to sing that Strength of Raging Fire. Like you said, Katie, that's going to be one of those mirror breakers. And that Lilo in the discard just sitting there waiting is going to be a card that you can bring back to help increase your Strength of Raging Fire in the event that you have cards set up. You can have that nice little cheeky character just hanging out for you. Hands looking nice. Strength is in hand. We also see that Jim Deere, a beloved bodyguard, just hanging out there. What do you think about that card? Do you play that when you play Amber Steel, Katie?
I don't play any bodyguards except for, actually, I do play Puto in my deck. But the Jim, he's interesting. He doesn't necessarily deal damage. Right? Doesn't necessarily mean he doesn't. Has a 0 stat line. So he is not my favorite thing in the world. However, sometimes in these challenge mirrors, it is nice. Now, here we go. That's one of my favorite things. He could have waited and played that. He could have played that strength right away because, whether it's 1 or a million, it is a illusion, which means he just poofed into nothing. But he did go ahead and play Tiana before doing it, just for a little extra poofing there, getting rid of that giant cobra.
A little extra dust coming in as you send that illusion right on through. Anytime they are targeted by any card, they immediately are banished. One of the downsides, but Giant Cobra still is a critical component of this Amethyst and Steel strategy as you now are going into your 4-ink turn, trying to break up some of that inkability issue that you might be suffering from, as Genie is a reliable 4-cost character, evasive, quest for 2, and he allows you to draw an additional card. So that might be enough for Chris to begin to start to stabilize and get more characters to the board. You have a certified singer set up, and Justin Shaft does not have the ability to sing Strength of Raging Fire on you right now unless he plays more characters.
Now, one thing that can be very tricky about these Amethyst Steel decks is the unknowability of things. We call it respecting. I don't always get, it's funny, you'll hear PCG players go, you have to respect it. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary. We're talking about Jafar Royal Vizier can come in and essentially change the math, where you might start going like, I'm not worried about this, but then you have these cards that add Challenger when they come into play. So there is some amount of that Chris or Justin Schaff might be worried about, but with one single Genie on board is a little less scary. But we're going to go ahead and put in Jim Deere, which is going to essentially double protect Tiana. You have to pay attacks, you got to get through Jim, and then a Daisy just add a little bit more sweaty.
Just an extra added character as Tiana is going to go on a quest. Sending that Strength of Raging Fire all into the discard pile, electing not to excuse me, electing not to sing it there. Now, I got a question for you, though, Katie. Where do you fall on the spectrum of better make them have it and respecting it?
I mean, it depends how anxious I am that day. And that's, I think, what makes a difference between a good card player and an excellent card one. You get that intuition where you're kind of looking how they play. It is insane to me the amount of times these really good players can look at their opponent, look at their hand, look what they played for the past 2 turns, and then it's about respecting it, but also being like, I know they have it. And is it magic? Is it just their survivor's bias? I'm not sure. But sometimes being conservative, especially when you have a strong line, can be the right move. It's just hard.
Absolutely.
It's a really
100%.
hard thing to do.
Me personally, I always make them have it. I never respect it. I think
never respect it. No respect from you.
Very disrespectful Illumineer. They always better have it because I'm going to send it, and then that's probably why they're in the top 16, and I'm over here as Justin Shaft's picking up speed on that hand shuffle a little bit, staring at this board. I can't quite see what cards he has in hand, but Strength of Raging Fire would be a nice one to play to clear some of these Genies, as Chris Oyolo is electing to get evasive. Speaking of evasive, the 9th wonder of the universe, Dumbo, is going to be revealed from the Daisy Duck. Jim Deere looking ready to quest potentially, getting these characters exerted effect, putting Tiana's effect back in play. Tiana, notably, you will have to pay 3 ink if you want to challenge your character. You have to do that each time. Nala, another powerful character being added to the board.
Yeah, and every problem is, sometimes in decks like this, especially Steel, you're like, okay, I can deal with 1 or 2 problems probably. I can maybe get around a Tiana if I have a strength, and you kind of do the math here. But here's something that's going to make it a lot harder, Justin having a strength first.
Strength of a Raging Fire is the name of the game. Amethyst Steel, Amber Steel, if they want to win, they're going to have to really manage their strength resources very well. Justin Shaft is doing that, playing them at quite a timely manner and timely positions, and getting rid of characters when you need to as you play another Genie. So Chris Oyolo continuing to be very aggressive, maybe evasive, telling the story about his hand contents earlier, determining the way that he played this game so far.
Yeah, it's just a kind of frustrating situation when so a lot of these Steel matchups, there's 2 cards. It's like, okay, who has a Dock and who has the Strength of Raging Fire? He's had 2 Strength of Raging Fire, and he also has a very impressive board, which means that pretty much anything that we're going to see Chris Oyolo play is going to be targetable. Now we have 2 down, which, this is open deckless at this point, but I mean, statistically speaking, they run on 4 because it's a really powerful card. So every Strength of Raging Fire, while it hurts, you're like, well, at least that's 1 less. But he is looking at, Rafiki can go ahead and hit for 3. Genie can hit for 2, maybe more if he plays that Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. But the math is just not in his favor at this point. But he's going to go ahead and try getting that Madam Mim Tiny Adversary down on the board, which adds a Challenger 1 to all the other characters.
And more notably, another character to play your strength. So we are fully entrenched. We are fully invested in a Strength of Raging Fire battles as both Illumineers are just throwing strengths at each other, trying to gain whatever advantage they can. As now that was a great turn for Chris Oyolo to start to turn the corner back in his favor over Justin Shaft, who needs another pretty dynamic turn to keep the momentum as your bodyguard is now down. You have your Tiana is back, but she's not exerted. So I think you may not be able to exert this Nala here in this situation.
Yeah, and that's where patience can be very hard. And that's one of the interesting things about aggro or aggressive style, which means they're generally going to be questing faster decks in this meta, is when you sleeve it up, you're like, I just got to go fast. And the answer is, well, sometimes. And so you have to know very much, and especially the minute that this Madam M Tiny Adversary comes down on the board, you have to say, well, now I need to be extra careful. Because sometimes even with this Tiana, you're able to have a situation where you can say, I don't care about the tax. So I'm looking at my board, and I'll just go ahead and do it the old-fashioned way, and then go and pay to get rid of that Nala. No, with no extra work, Genie suddenly can take care of that Nala if he go ahead and pays that 3 ink tax. But here we go with another Dumbo coming down. Anadoc, because he goes ahead and empties his hand by inking that Genie and says, I'll take 2 more cards and try to get 2 more answers.
Absolutely. And now you see that's probably why Chris is inking so aggressively. Sometimes this Amethyst and Steel strategy will stop at maybe 5 ink as he's going all the way up just to account for a potential Tiana double tax play as we're going to start to quest. And another thing that this Amethyst Steel strategy can do when you're playing against the aggressive deck, you can just start hitting the gas pedal. If your opponent's not going to quest, not going to exert their characters, well, guess what? I'll just start to quest and I will win this race in time fast enough. And if you do elect to exert, then guess what? Again, you're going to lose your entire board. So I believe Oyola still has what it takes to turn this thing around, as we are going to get another quest in with the Genie, as Justin Schaff is going to really need to find another stream. He's already played 3, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean, in tournaments like this, it's who has more strength and does he have the strength left in him? And he doesn't have a huge draw size. That's why we say the thing that's too important is the strength of Raging Fire and the dock. So the dock was very impactful here because now he says, I have 3 cards in my hand. And Justin, we're about to see how many he has, but let's go ahead and see.
I believe Justin's holding on to just 1, Katie,
yeah.
and that spells problem as your board is getting wider and wider. And notably, the Amber Steel, they want to just go fast. They want to exert, they want to quest, and they want to move this thing from 0 to 20 as rapidly as possible. When you put them in a position where they have to start to challenge, notably, look at the strength on these characters. They are scrawny. They're quite weak, and they can't really engage, especially if the characters are evasive. So this is a problematic spot for Justin, who's going to have to do some heavy lifting to get out of this spot.
And it's easy to look at that Tiana and go, well, she's got this. We call it a tax because you have to pay to go ahead and get rid of that -3 strength. But then we go ahead and say, wait a minute, Chris Oyola has been just luxuriatingly inking to the point where he can do that, and suddenly we have that Rafiki that is happy to challenge right into that Tiana. If you get rid of Tiana first, then it's a free-for-all for the rest. So he has to be very careful. He starts with the Daisy, and that is not what you want to see because now, no matter what, Tiana, you are in grave danger with Elsa here. So he says, I got to quest out because it's the last time I might see Tiana on this board.
For sure, and I think, and we put down the double bodyguard and the, we put out, Aurora and the bodyguard Jim Deer, and that might be enough to just really accelerate this gas pedal. You don't have enough. You may not have enough. You need, I think you need another adversary here.
Well, okay, yeah, because how much he has enough to pay the tax twice. So in theory, he could pay the tax to go ahead and have Rafiki go into that Jim Deer, to pay the tax again to have really Dumbo could if he wanted to.
Okay,
yeah,
I like that line,
and so
Katie.
then after that, then everybody else can just. But then the Tiny Adversary can take care of Nala, and it's not impossible.
Tiny Adversary can't get through Nala because she does know you have that resist.
Pump up a Genie there.
Pump the Genie. Get through the Nala.
So there's options.
You got options. You can do things here. So I see Chris Oyola is in the tank, and this is a very, very good time to take a break. This is the top 16, so you really want to make sure that you take the amount of time required to get this thing done as we get the Finders Keepers down to the inkwell.
Yeah, which kind of telegraphs to me that we're about to be paying some taxes here. And so he goes ahead and says, I will gladly pay 3 to go ahead and get rid of your bodyguard. And now we're going to keep following my cool plot line I came up with that is very...
I like your line, Katie. I like it. It seems quite good.
And the tax is gone.
And now, do you have enough to clear this board? Genie can clear the Nala. Okay, and then you can go Genie and Doc potentially take down the Daisy, and your position seems okay. Justin, I believe, is rubbing hands together, so no cards in hand, and then you may be able to get there. You have that ready Aurora. Is that going to be enough? That'll get you up to 18 potentially next turn.
Yeah, now that Madam Mim, she does have Challenger here, so she's able to do a little bit. Now, she, like you mentioned, she doesn't go ahead and get that buffing effect, or rather give her the enhanced strength here. But like you said, it was enough to go ahead and get rid of that menacing Daisy. And now we just have Troubadour and Aurora, which by themselves, it does represent 2 lore. I'd like to note that he is at 16 lore, but those characters are pretty famous for not being able to shift into anything cool. So now we're looking for things, I mean, in another world where it's a closed deck list, maybe.
A dock here is a mess.
Oh, yes, a dock here, please. A dock off the top, please. Can we please request one from the deck?
That's a mess, and you just go into the Aurora, so you
For
know
free?
that Elsa is coming, and that's it's just, I guess you got to force him to go ahead and use it now because that's one downside about Daisy Duck. You kind of know your fate before it happens, as the Elsa for sure is going to come on through and engage with this ready Aurora, and then you can clear the rest of this board. Oh, by the way, I'm going to keep questing as well, as there she is. The fifth spirit is going to exert this Aurora, and now it is Chris Oyola's time to really start applying some pressure as you're clearing this board quite cleanly, and you're going to have a few characters left over to quest.
And that is how you build up a very menacing board. I mean, this is my favorite part where I'm like, I'll just count really fast. And, you know, we have 2 genies here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 other cards. So that is, oh no.
Dumbo effect.
Yeah,
Instead of questioning the Dumbo, I like that play a lot too. Instead of questioning the Dumbo, just use that ink, especially if you're not planning on using it this turn, inking that Jasmine, taking the leap, and we're going to get another quest in with double Genie.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those things where he's just playing a dock and he's like, I might as well have got extra ink. And that's one of those turns where it's hard to watch your opponent because you're drawing 1 card at a time. So he goes ahead and he scoops, and that's why it can be very hard because he's like, listen, I know that you know that you have the game on board, and he's just waiting to draw that card, see if it's a magic card that's going to go ahead and win. But unfortunately, the Rhino was not what he needed. So he says, I'll go to game 2. I know how to go fast. I did not. He did, notably, Chris went first and did not play a card on turn 1. Yeah. So, I mean.
Or turn 2, I believe. He did not get a character into turn 2. He didn't play his first character until turn number 3, I believe. So taking it nice and he didn't play he played, I believe it was the turn number 3. I could be misspeaking, but he took it very slow, stayed patient, understand the game plan, played out of an uninkable hand, and it turned around. I think that's something that people can really learn from, because I know a lot of players, especially newer players, when they're getting to these ink crisis situations and they still want to play on curve, sometimes you have to say, hey, I'll sacrifice my 1 ink and then just and hope for better days, as I think that was a very heads-up thing to do. But now Justin Schaff back at again on the play. This time you'll be getting the opportunity to go first, set up, maybe you can get some 2 questions down, hit the gas pedal fast enough to just run that race and get this game done before Chris Oyola can set up.
Yeah, and I mean, that is, and like I said, I hate to say it, well, it comes down to Strength of Raging Fire, and it comes down to another one that we didn't mention, Fire the Cannons, which a very well-timed Fire the Cannon. For example, if on turn 1, Justin plays an Aurora, sometimes Chris will be so not excited about the thought of playing a Mulan and 2 other characters for free that he might use a cannon right off the bat and play no turn 1 just to get rid of that Aurora. And here we go. We'll see if he likes that plan, but we have an Aurora on the board, and that is very important because she can do a couple things. She can go ahead and provide discount to a Mulan, Disguised Soldier, and that can, you know, discard and look a card. If he doesn't play a character this turn, she's free to do that, but that makes it a little harder now that we have a Hook on the board. Yeah, but so later she can help with Tiana.
This time, Captain Hook is there ready to oppose the Aurora, so you're probably going to be very reluctant to exert this Aurora unless you have a 2-cost bodyguard. I don't think that is going to be in the deck. These are open deck lists, as we're going to think about what we're going to ink here before we move into our 2-cost play. Chris Oyodel 1 win away from obtaining that golden Mickey, and I think that's what he's thinking about right now as we go Aurora. We're going to exert here.
Yeah, so he says, I'll go ahead and exert, and he does it because he says, listen, I may lose this Aurora right now, but I have a very powerful card on the board very, very early, and that is a Tiana. So he's going to go ahead and see what Chris's response here, because there is a world where Chris desperately wants to do Strength of Raging Fire, and maybe he's like, I must keep this Hook under all circumstances. And there may be another world where he wants to go wide, but in this case, he's going to go ahead and ink and put down a Calhoun, which is definitely going to put the pressure, because Calhoun and Tiana can be a pretty bad matchup based on a lot of things we've discussed this match.
Yes, and I believe that is a pretty good challenge from that Captain Hook. Taking your plus values when you can is very important, but now if you want to re-engage with this Captain Hook with the Tiana, guess what? The Calhoun can now come back over the top, pay that Tiana tax immediately, gain that plus, and clear that character. Notably, Calhoun will have resist as well. So a little bit of gamesmanship, knowing when to challenge, knowing when to quest, taking the necessary risk is going to be a very important, vital part of this game. As Justin Schaff is no slouch to this game either. Qualified for the North American Championship last year and also had a pretty great run. So he understands these matchups very well. Chris Oyola understands these matchups very well. So if you're new to this game, make sure you're paying attention to these things.
Yes, this is a matchup that if you went to any set champs, you saw, and if you played these decks, you lived. And it is something that is very, very back and forth. It can be very swingy because you're looking, and like I said, I hate to keep going on this by these certain key cards, but they can really make or break the tempo. And this Calhoun here is a card that, like you said, and now suddenly Tiana's like, well, I'm a little scared because if he inks a 3 next turn, then I don't have an answer. My Tiana's gone, and that was my magical card that's supposed to protect me from everything. So now he has to be patient again. But meanwhile, knowing that Strength of Raging Fire gets all the way around that, and we have something we don't see every day, we have a Tiana saying, well, here's an idea. I'll challenge that Captain Hook and make it where you have to have a Madam M tiny adversary to go ahead. But I see it, so that might be a problem.
But now you can't play it because you have to pay the tax. And awesome, that was another awesome play, bringing in that penny to give some resist to the Tiana. I think that's a little bit of back and forth. We're talking gamesmanship. The Captain Hook takes down the Aurora. I go for the Tiana quest, and now I have the penny to protect the Tiana. So it's a little bit of gamesmanship, and now we have another very, very strong three-turn play or three-ink play of the Rafiki and the Madam M skater. So now you really have to be careful exerting your characters again.
And flowers for Penny as a card here because she is Bolt's person, but she's also somebody that helps change the math. It's very, very vital to, you think it's just +1 resist, it's not that much, but there's many times. I mean, she does do the remove damage. In this case, she did remove 1 damage, which was nice, but it also is quite nice to have that resist because suddenly it does make the challenging a lot. It changes the math, and that's really the most important part here. And so Benny is a card that I generally look at and go, she's very inkable, but she's very, very helpful. Not on turn 2 usually, but in the mid-game, she can really help protect you and get you to that next turn with your assets in charge.
And at the end of the day, she also just quests for 2.
Yes, and that's always great in this game.
Super important. If you look at your character and their quest box that quests those 2 lower pips, put them in your deck. I mean, Question for 2 is a certified way to win. JK, but Penny is a solid addition, and she showed up and showed out very well there, as it looks like Tiana is gearing up to potentially sing another ballad, that Strength of Radiant Fire in hand, geared to the front of the hand, and we will take out that Madam M tiny adversary, and then fire the cannons on the Rafiki. What a turn.
And then the Doc. Oh, no.
The Doc,
he's not done. He said, you know the 3 most important cards he said? Would you like to see them in a row?
What a turn.
Devastating, because now we see why they are the 3 of the most important cards along with Tiana sitting there, because look at what they were able to do. Clean up the entire board and set up a very, very bad situation where you just have a single Calhoun. And yes, we said you can pay 3 ink and get around what we call the cost to go ahead and challenge. But you need to play cards too, so you can't have it all. And so now Calhoun famously cannot sing Strength of Raging Fire, being 2 costs. So you see Chris sitting and thinking, because you're like, what is the way out of this very, very bad corner I found myself in?
That was a devastating sequence from Justin Schaff. I think you might have to take some time to think about how you're going to reestablish coming in at 4 ink. Maybe you could just get back into this evasive war if you can throw down another genie and just draw another card and put it, and he'll be a certified singer. But look at this turn. That's not too bad either. As we fire the cannons back on the Calhoun, send the Calhoun into the Tiana, gain that addition to Lord, keeping that resist off, and now you have a very problematic threat now removed who cannot sing anymore. So this game is phenomenal, Katie. These players are playing at their peak performance.
Yeah, and they're using every inch of the value they can with these cards because at the end of the day, it can be very difficult when you look at the board and say, because, I mean, we panicked a little bit. We're like, what are you going to do? And the answer is, don't worry, I got a cannon. And cannon is a card that can seem kind of not useful after the first couple of turns, but in this kind of situation where you're trying to desperately get around the math, but here we go. There's another. We're talking about math. This changes math. This is 1/16 wolf Rhino. And what is the benefit of playing this mid game?
So the benefit of playing this mid game, one, is going to set up that ever-present shift ability into the power hamster. But more importantly, in this situation, you want to get that Calhoun weak enough to not be able to challenge and banish your character. So now this Calhoun's strength is reduced by 2. So it's a 1/2 resist 2, and it cannot engage with this penny. So you're free and clear to quest along with the Doc as well. So Calhoun has been pretty much weakened, as you probably can quest with it this turn, as that effect will be reduced. But if you do, you will open up lines where you can send a Shift Rhino in, and that could be a problem for Chris.
Yes, yeah, that power hamster is powerfully, it's powerfully bad in a challenging type meta. Now, we do have a Genie, which is feeling a little less stressed because Justin Schaff's deck doesn't have evasives. It's just not a thing that really is going to be in these Amber Steel decks. They just don't have it. So in this case, we have an evasive online. Calhoun says, don't worry, I'll figure it out later. I'm not going to do anything right now because I'm kind of feeling weak right now at my 1/2 strength. And pass to Justin and say, you drew 2 cards, you play 2 cards, you have 1 card, you just drew cards. So he has 2 cards in hand right now. Please don't be the 2 most evil cards, and we're about to find out what they are.
Yeah, I think if you go for a shift here on this turn, I think I see it in hand as the hand shuffle is picking up speed a little bit. Justin Schaff, black shirt, black sleeves, looking at these hamsters, thinking about going for that shift and potentially questing for 2, and then putting that threat back on the board. Penny and big power hamster together. This is a tight spot. I think I sent it if I'm Justin. I think he's contemplating right hand on cheek, thinking about it. Is that Lilo, or maybe just trying to expand the board a little bit more, putting that Lilo escape artist onto the field?
Yeah, and sometimes it's nice to get that Lilo party started because, like we mentioned, the escape artist is very fun because she goes to your discard and you say, don't worry, the party will come back. Now, it is hard. When you only have 1 or 2 cards in hand, the Lilo, you do have to decide whether you're going to play her before you draw a card. So you just kind of have to, like, make that math of, like, is it better? And you're going to go ahead and start the party here and say, listen, she quests for 2, which is 1 of 2 characters that quest for 2 here. So he exerts that Lilo. And now it comes time to decide how he wants to divvy up these challenges.
Now, I think Chris Oyola might be running the numbers going after the lore or going after this shift line. I think you might have to respect that shift line and get after these hamsters right now, or you could potentially run the risk of getting a shift power hamster to take down your Calhoun, and then you have a heavy questing character in place. So these are decisions as we are going to go after the Mulan here and take down the Penny, gaining 2 lore in the process, keeping that resist, leaving both of those shift lines available. Interesting.
Now Mulan, is one thing about playing this deck. Mulan is strangely one of the strongest characters in the deck for challenging at 2 lore because you don't have a lot. Because he's like, I guess you don't have the shift. What are the odds you'd find it? Now, if he does have the shift, suddenly that power hamster is going to go ahead and swing in for 4. So it's a little bit scary here. But I guess as far as I see JDC getting excited, and I think he's about to say something.
No. I was just saying maybe he's trying to set up more damage for that potential Bell the Accomplished Mystic.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's excitement of the pain of a Bell Accomplished Mystic. And it's exciting when you have it. Not exciting when it's over there, but you were so right that carrying damage is hugely important.
That is so if you do go for the shift here and take down the Calhoun, you now, notably the Bell the Accomplished Mystic will be able to get through your resist. Even though the resist shield will be broken after you engage with this Calhoun, but you'll be able to finish off the power hamster if you have that Bell the Accomplished Mystic, if you're able to move this damage from the Elsa. So I'm certain that both of these players are thinking about all this stuff in real time, right here, live, under the brightest lights on the biggest stage, playing for one of the most prestigious prizes in Disney Lorcana, and this is why these games are so tight. I love it.
Yeah, because we see that power hamster in hand. So he knows that, so he's basically saying, you just telegraphed that you absolutely have a Bell.
Yes.
And so he's like, okay, I'll do it. But now he has to decide, what are we going to do? And he quests, because look at this lore total here. He's going to be able to quest for 4. That's going to get him to 17. And he's going to say, well, can you answer all of it? And the answer is, kind of. I mean, he's going to be able to possibly get some more damage. Now, not enough to... Neither of the characters on his board can carry much more damage. Now, that Elsa could get 1 more damage on it, putting 3, which would actually... That would take out that Rhino right away if that Bell comes in.
And there is the Bell, so we are going to go for it. And we are going to crack that resist shield. And then the Elsa can now take down the Rhino and keep the Elsa around. And now the Calhoun can come in and engage with the Doc, taking that down. I think I really would have taken that Calhoun when I had the opportunity and hoped for better days, but I guess it would have worked out the same way. And this is now all in favor of Chris. But you still have 17. You have 17 lore, and you still have cards in hand. So if you just establish a dock play, maybe flood the board a little bit, get a bunch of questing characters, get 3 lore on board every turn, and I think you might be able to run Chris Oyola out of resources.
Yeah, I mean, with the 17, that's when we start talking about the value of Lilo. Now, she does come in inserted, so that is a little bit of a problem. But if you get down a Lilo and the Tiana, that can help. Now, we are getting to the point in the game where we are seeing some of the more beefy characters. That is a 4/4 Bell. So suddenly, once again, we talk about how you can just pay the 3 ink and say, I'm not scared. I'll just pay 3 and then go ahead and challenge. We go and just put 1 penny, no effect down there because she's by herself. So we're just going to play 1 card at a time and say, I see you next turn, buddy.
Ooh, and we do go ahead and establish another evasive character, but notably it gets into another Bell the Accomplished Mystic, and there is damage all over this board. And now we're free and clear to begin to quest aggressively, really turning the corner, getting firmly nestled into the driver's seat. Chris Oyola is 1 win away from getting that golden Mickey as Justin Shaft is beginning to feel the pressure starting to close, unless you got to... There's no way to burst that lore going all the way up to 19 is what you're threatening right now.
Yeah, and that's why people run that Darling Deer card where you're like, all I need is Darling Deer. We see Jim, but his wife said, I stayed home today.
I'm not gonna be here.
Yeah, so you lose that little reach, and it becomes very stressful because Justin is looking at his hand. He's looking at that board and knowing that his ability to deal with all those cards is not good. So he just has to go faster, but he just knows. I mean, that Accomplished Mystic, we know it's there, and he feels it. He can feel it in the room because she's got that mystical energy.
Yeah.
So he's like, what do I do? I question's the last thing she does, and he says, I go ahead and say, you can have a golden Mickey, and that is so incredibly painful and hard and exciting.
And that is it. Chris Oyola gets it done as Justin Schaff could not get there, and he is going to take home a golden Mickey. I believe a second golden Mickey. I believe the Luminaire has already achieved one. Now you have two, and congratulations to you for going to the North American Continental Championship and also getting your golden Mickey as you achieved top 8. What an incredible matchup.
Absolutely, and it's very exciting because, I mean, that deck was doing everything it needed to do. He got the cards when he needed, and then, yeah, I mean, a Mickey for each hand. I think that's really what you want here. So speaking of two, we have two exciting games to show you. So we're going to go to a quick break and then come back and show you another exciting round of top 16. We are still in that top 16 rounds. We're about to see two more players who are saying, please can I have a golden Mickey? But they are saying it in a weird way. They keep on going.
I'm hearing a lot of barking. So if you like the dogs, go ahead and pull your seat back forward a little bit because you're in luck. We got a dog mirror in the top 16. Amber and Emerald making their way. And we have two phenomenal players again. Diego Saz playing Amber Emerald again, but in a different way. He is a DLC champion, winning DLC in last season in DLC in Toronto. Still sticking with those colors.
Yeah, it's one and then all the way down. He says, I showed up and I said, yeah, we're good here. I'm going to go ahead and take that Mickey all the way, the number one Mickey. And so he's like, I would like a second two. We love two Mickeys around here. So Tyler's definitely, he says he has been to challenges. So I think he's ready for his own golden Mickey. And so we're about to see which dog pack is going to be stronger here. But we're going to go ahead and start with Diego Saz.
So Diego, I mean, both of these dog decks are very similar built, but I'm looking at the tech cards. Whenever I see these dog decks, I look at the tech cards. cards. And the text cards I'm looking at there are going to be that Emerald Chromacon. So we got some Chroma Dogs coming in here. Emerald Chromacon could be one of the difference makers along with the Heffalumps and Woozles. That card is a super good card in this matchup because questing is going to be the way to win because these decks can get very aggressive. But Heffalumps and Woozles is going to be able to stop that questing. And it is a song that can be sang by the Ursula Deceiver or any of your other 2-cost characters. So this is a very, very unique card. Unique additions to this Amber and Emerald strategy. But let's take a look at Tyler's deck.
Yeah, and Tyler says, Chromacon, I don't use that here. Instead, I'm doing what some people call Tiana Dogs. That's because we have Tiana in, and we saw her in Amber Steel, and now we see her in Amber Emerald. Tiana is a restaurant owner, and today she is allowing you to bring your pets, and she is very fun. As we see, she makes a challenging situation harder in a different way than Chromacon does. And it's very exciting because we also see, both of them have Under the Sea, but the other card I was excited to see is a Rhino 116 Wolf, which is another card that you're looking at these two, you're like, oh, we're talking about Amber Steel again, right? No, they are using this card because they say, you know what, that -1 is enough to help with my Undersea, help protect something that I need you to not do anything to in the next turn. It lowers it, and it's just 1 turn, but it's enough to change the math to really be beneficial in Tyler's favor. And I'm excited to see how it plays out in this specific mirror match.
For sure. Having those spicy includes is what it takes to get yourself over the top, and these players are absolutely ready. Diego Saz, DLC champion on your left. Tyler Novak trying to usurp and take the role of King of Dogs here in Disney Lorcana, and we are underway. Diego Saz, I believe, is the #2 seed, so we will be going first. Going first, very important.
Yeah, I mean, going first kind of sets the pace. It's going to set your opponent in a situation where they feel like they may need to respond. Now, we mentioned Under the Sea. Both decks are going to go ahead and have Under the Sea in it. But one of the things that is going to be interesting to me is the Ursula Deceiver, because Ursula Deceiver, in some decks, there's a few songs to go after, and this one, a little less. Now, mind you, Diego has Heffalumps and Woozles and Under the Sea, but it becomes an interesting thing because turn 2 is they want to go wide because that's what the dogs like to do in general, is to be aggressive as possible. But if you have an Ursula, do you play it? Do you fear it? Do you save it for later? And that's going to be a very interesting timing thing for me.
That's going to be a great note to watch how these Luminaires use those Ursulas. I think you got to play it when your opponent is telegraphing that they're preparing to sing and Under the Sea. If they have the characters and the sing together ability, I think you got to start sending your Ursulas then. So maybe not playing them on curve in this matchup. Maybe when it's time to take an Under the Sea, that's probably when you're going to deploy those. So that's going to be the mini game within the game. And also another mini game that you can play at home is how wide will these boards get? I think they can go double row. Anybody double row takers? I think these boards can get massive here in this game.
Yeah, and we want that massive board because another card I wanted to talk about, but we were talking about the spicy cards, and this card's not so spicy, although there might be some spicy food in the kitchen. It's Tramp Street Smart Dog, and that is a dog where you get your board nice and wide, and then you pay 1 less for every character on the board. Then you're filtering for all the goodies, all those little tech cards that you want for later. So the wide board helps in so many different ways, and so, like you said, it's going to be interesting because we start with our favorite. They say, let's do it. It's a mirror, and we're going to start with Daisy Duck, Donald's date, which is interesting here, though, because do they want to quest with this and feed their friends?
That's what I'm saying. I honestly don't think either of these Luminaires are going to be wanting to quest very much at all because notably this deck doesn't draw too terribly much, and it does use the hand quite aggressively. So each time you quest with these Daisies, you're just inflicting more pain on yourself because there's more low-cost characters that they can play to the board then. So Diego opened up with a great line of Daisy into Lady Daisy. So you're just going to stack a ton of lore on board, and then you can just quest your characters all at once and win the game in literally 1 turn with a massive 1 swing. So let's see if Tyler's going to try to match energy with this with more 1-cost characters as that Improvise is going down to the Inkwell, and you will keep, a little bit of dexterity issues there, revealing some hidden information as the mirror continues as Daisy and Lady are going to be the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, one is enchanted, and that's pretty cool. But yes, they're both effectively the same card here. And okay, we're going to go ahead and do it again and say I have 3 of these enchanted Lady of Decisive Dog. Now, she is interesting because if you play a character, she gets +1. And then if you play 2 characters, as we just saw, suddenly that other Lady Decisive Dog has 3 strength. Now, she can also quest, but like we said, I mean, this is an interesting thing because none of these characters are very interested in challenging. But that one lady now on the other side, the other Decisive Dog, could swing back. So it might be a stalemate for a little bit longer.
It could be. And I think even if you do exert your characters, that Tramp that you talked about, there's a Tramp, the Street Smart Dog.
Yes.
I believe he can increase the strength. I believe both of these Illuminaires are looking to use that Tramp Street Smart Dog in their deck. So you can just boost your lady characters even more. And that 3 willpower will be able to resist a lot of the crackback on on that challenge. So exerting your characters is going to be at a premium. You have to ensure that your board is going to stay around. Or in Diego's case, since you're playing that Emerald Chromacon, you can then exert your characters freely. And if your opponent is going to challenge and banish your characters, guess what? They'll just get bounced back to the hand. So we are going to put that Tramp Street Smart Dog down into the Inkwell, and the warded Prince Philip is going to come into the field of play, questing for 2, 3 strength, 2 willpower.
Yeah, and I mean, both Tramps are equally menacing. Because, I mean, we have the Tramp Enterprising Dog, which is quite good to get around things like Tiana. So, for example, if there is a Tiana deployed at any point, Tramp Enterprising Dog is a menace to society. Because if you play that Enterprising Dog, he's going to give the chosen character +1 strength for each character you have in play. So, I say this because I've lived this experience. I said, I have Tiana. She's immortal, and she can do nothing wrong. And she was exerted, and that Tramp came into play. There's, like, about 10 characters in play, and my Tiana went all the way into the banished pile and into space. It was...
No tax required.
Yes, and so it's very, these cards synergize in a very sinister way. But what's more sinister than 3 daisies?
Ooh,
Okay, that's more sinister.
a daisy
He answered.
into the Tramp Enterprising Dog. You're drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and discarding 6. And now you have a very, very problematic situation for Tyler Novak, as you now have the ability to sing an Under the Sea. As you got there first, you don't have the capability unless you get to a potential shift on the lady, and then you can sing your own Under the Sea. That would be a power play if you can pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different ways they could take this, because, I mean, he would like it Under the Sea because that Tramp, while also being easy to play, the Street Smart Dog is saying, well, I'm a value choice here. I came in for very cheap. Then he himself can sing with all his dozens of ducks and dog friends over there. He can sing Under the Sea. But it's tricky here because on the other side, I keep looking at this. I'm kind of like, is there any answer on his side now? Because, I mean, yes, he could sing.
I think the answer right here that Tyler is looking forward to having in hand, you need to have that shift lady, and then you need to have your own Under the Sea. I think that would be a devastating crackback if you can pull that play off, because you have the Prince Philip warded. He can also harmonize with the Sing Together Under the Sea. The lady coming in at a 5. So those two characters together can sing, and you will lose this entire board on Diego's side. So Diego has to recognize that, but make him have it.
Oh, I just remembered. We talked about the beginning in my brain. I stopped for a second. Like, I know we talked about Ursula Deceiver Ball. It'd be very helpful right now. Yeah, I was like, we talked about it at length of how good that timing is. And this is the time that would be perfect, because you start seeing in this deck, and they stay upright very suspiciously. You're like, these characters are sitting very suspiciously upright. What are they hiding? And usually it's an Under the Sea, and he just looked for a lot. So I am wondering if now is the time he deploys that very valuable Ursula. If he has it, he just paid 2 ink.
And there she is.
I remembered.
Oh,
and
but
he says
it's
that I have
Ursula.
one. No, reverse Uno here, and saying I do have my own Ursula, which is good and
Yes.
bad. I mean, his board is still insanely big, and that Ursula was there just to come back. And so now Tyler's like, oh no, I hope he doesn't find mine if he has one.
And he didn't get to that powerful shift Under the Sea line. So now, if you are in fact holding your own holding your own Under the Sea, and you see that Diego does have access to that Ursula Deceiver, you're going to lose your Under the Sea, and that is going to be an almost insurmountable climb back if Diego can play another Tramp and find a potential Under the Sea. So this is a very, very problematic situation for Tyler there.
It is, and that's why Ursula, that's why I said she's so fascinating in this matchup, because when we say when it hits, which means when she gets her target, she sees the song she wants, and she goes ahead and gets it out of the deck, wow, you feel like you did it. You were the best Lorcana player in the world. But if you didn't, you saved a card, you played it, that chance is over, and you might get it back, and now so Diego's going to see if it's his turn to have it, and guess what?
And
neither of them get it.
He does not have it, but what he does have is that lady. So this is a problem for Diego now, because if you do have that line, if you can find it, and you have the Tramp as well.
And yeah, you have lots of problems there, right? You have the Tramp that can go ahead and get that extra boost on there. We have the Lady Miss Park Avenue, which if in theory one day something went to the discard, you can go ahead and get it back, which is that shift you referred to. So he has answers, but still, both of them are still staying 100% upright and saying, no, I don't want to, you go first.
Yeah, this board is absolutely massive. It is so, it's off the screen. I mean, there is nothing you can do because these boards are just humongous. I think we need to start working in 2 rows here soon, as we are going to go Tramp for Tramp, continuing to expand in a major way, drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards, discarding 5.
Yeah, and saying, I would like to find an answer, knowing a little bit more comfortable that Diego did deploy his very special D23 Ursula, and saying, well, what are the odds he has it again? It's somewhere between 100% and 0. And in the meantime, he's going to go ahead and slowly put down the cards he's going to discard and make sure it's the 5 and keep, we'll see here. I believe he had 2 cards, or he had 3 cards in hand prior to, or 4 because he drew. But either way, he's going to go ahead and discard a total of 5 cards and put that in his discard. But Lilo's a great one to put in there, like we talked about. She can come back later and help the tempo. But he's, I think, very.
That looks like the Under the Sea. I think you got to keep that Under the Sea for sure. And I think it might be beneficial to hang on to that shift if you can. And I believe that's the choice that you're going to make, keeping that shift, Lady Park Avenue, or Miss Park Avenue, and also keeping the Under the Sea. I think is a very, very valid choice. And you can play another tramp coming on down for free. And I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of coming
just
down
for a simple
for
cost of 1 ink, a discount.
Oh my goodness!
I once played against a player who was here that was on my draft, by the way. I've drafted him for this reason. I played against Joseph Quickly. He played 3 of those on 1 turn. He played 3 tramp street smart dog against me on 1 turn for just 2 ink total. And here we go. He's digging for more answers. And honestly, he might be looking for a second Under the Sea because he's probably like, you know what? I know you have a second Ursula, but we don't know 100% because he is just making sure he gets as much value as possible and gets more big bodies so that after he does that Under the Sea, he can just quest freely and proudly, and he'll just do it now.
There it is. And there is the Under the Sea. And Diego's like, if you get it's
you
done.
got it.
I'm just going to go ahead and scoop it up and save a little bit of time as we're going to get this thing on into game number 2. The dogs. Where my dogs at? Hur, hur, hur. Let's get loose as Diego is going to be going first again, as Tyler did do a great job of stealing that game on the draw. That is such a comfortable feeling. Going second and winning in the mirror match. You got to love to see it if you're Tyler.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about that Chromacon, and that is a very good card and has served this deck very well. In this game, as we saw, they had no interest in challenging. There was not a challenge to be had. They said, I will stay upright. In fact, he won without, I don't think anyone questioned that.
No one questioned.
They said, I won, but all I did was just play cards to the point where he said, I can't take it, stop.
That's how the dogs go sometimes.
They got that dog in them.
Sometimes the dogs got to stay on the porch, and sometimes you got to run the streets, man. And it looked like both of them elected to stay on the porch the entire time.
Yeah.
Only one got loose.
I'm scared.
You're going to stare down, and I think that is how this matchup goes. You're going to make these enormous boards, play a ton of tramps, get to the Under the Sea first, and just try to take out your opponent. So it worked that way as we are going to get that Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower, playing that lady again on 1. Not as good as a Daisy Duck.
Yeah, I mean, the lady's going to start the party because, I mean, like we saw, the synergy can be absolutely untenable if it keeps getting out of control. And this lady is something we're on. If she doesn't see anything that scares her on the other side of the board, she will get, if you go ahead and go wide and play 2 more characters, she can quest for a nice 3 on turn 1.
Which is not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
And
Also,
Bobby's not so scary.
Bobby really can't really do too terribly much, as you could also play that Tramp. Tramp can give this lady some strength and come in for a cheaper value as well. So that'll be another way to steal 3 lore, which is sometimes a pretty safe quest. We bring down this Go-Go on 2. I'm sure Tyler loves to see that. Go-Go is evasive, no damage, floating on the opposite side. And we're going to go and take that quest for 1. I think it's a pretty safe quest.
Yeah, I mean, he probably, I would not say that I predicted a Go-Go Tamago on 2 because I lovingly call it a no-go Tamago when you play it for just that 2 cost. And then here we go. We go ahead and we ink that Ursula and play Merryweather. Now,
Check that. That was not a safe quest, as Merryweather was the punish, giving Challenger because you have that Bobby Zimmerowski and you're able to pay that additional cost to take down that lady, but you will go ahead and lose that Bobby Zimmerowski in a re-challenge as you take it down with the Go-Go Tamago, getting into her combat bag. Man up, woman up, as it may be. Stop whining, but guess what? We're going to challenge this time, as this game looks a little bit different than game number 1.
Yeah, and Merryweather's kind of fun. We saw that in the Amethyst Steel deck where you have to respect the Merryweather now. You're like, how many are we going to see her again? There's only 1, so you don't want to respect it too much because, like, what are the odds? And the odds are 100%.
Yeah.
Merryweather came in and took your single lady, and now we have a Pluto coming in, which gives you that discount if you go ahead and exert him on your next turn. And then we have another nice little lady coming in, and this one is one we haven't seen yet in the game. This is the Elegant Spaniel.
Elegant Spaniel, and we got that Chromacon. The card we're talking about now, Diego feels very comfortable exerting these characters now with the Chromacon in play. Notably, when you play this Emerald Chromacon, whenever one of your characters is banished in any way, challenge or through card effect, you will be able to select the character on your opponent's side of the field and send it back to the hand. It has to be on their turn. So this card is really cool, and it's probably one of the cards in Diego's deck which helped him get to the position that he's in now. I love this as a deck choice in his deck.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen so many decks where, I mean, especially that Amethyst deck. If we're looking at Amethyst deck who love to just come at you with Calhouns and hooks, suddenly a Chromacon is worth its weight in gold. Now, in this case, we saw not a single challenge or quest last game, if we're going to be honest with each other. But it definitely will help the math a little bit. So he's going to go ahead and say, can I please? And right away, he gets it this time. time. He said, not again.
Not this time. Fool me once, shame on you. I'm not going to get fooled again as you play this Daisy Duck and continue to quest these characters. Emerald Chromacon also can notably pick up that Go-Go Tamago. The No-Go Tamago can become her full form of Go-Go Tamago as you'll be able to use her ability if you elect to send that card back to your hand.
Yeah, Chromacon is something where you think of it as a way to deal with your opponent, but you can use it, like you said, beneficially for yourself to say, can I have that back, please? And another one is that Ursula. If he gets to the point where he's like, I don't trust what's going on over there, you can go ahead and get Ursula and do it again. But Tyler has that same decision. How much do I want to play that Ursula? He does have a lady. It looks like Lady Miss Park Avenue, but he needs to get, does he want to get specifically those two characters back? Because you can get two cost or less characters back from the discard. But he's just going to make the choice here of what's the best way to take this. And he is going to go ahead and exert that 3 ink and go ahead and shift now to get him back because
yeah. I don't hate that play at all. I think you still have some ink available. You can put another 1-cost character down to continue to expand your board a little bit. Bobby Zimmerowski going to the top of the field there as we will check, draw 1, discard 1. Maybe looking like you're gearing up for that. Is that another Pluto?
There we see an Improvise, a Pluto, and
I believe that Ursula. I think you got to hang on to that Ursula forever. I think you need to use that Ursula for sure when it's time to sing. Just making sure that you're not setting up a potential out of nowhere shift sing RKO type situation as we're staring down this pretty established board.
Yeah, because I mean, like you said, that challenging is so frustrating because he's like, man, if you get that go-go, then suddenly me being sideways is a liability. Now, the good news is the biggest thing that can swing over there is 2, so go-go can really, I mean, but that being said, how much damage Lady could carry up to 3 damage. So he has to be very careful that Tiana helps the math. So it's really, it's like all the math here. Basically, we have Tiana making it where you have to pay in order to challenge. We have the Chromacon saying, but if you challenge, I could bounce. And he's doing that math right now and says, you know what I'll do? I'll just quest.
I'll just quest. And that is the power of that Emerald Chromacon. It really put Tyler Novak in a very precarious situation as you couldn't really challenge or you just completely lose very key components of your board there as you continue to expand. We go Lady into Tramp. Very cool as Lady is going to be able to play another character with two costs or less, and electing to choose Tramp I think is very flavorful and cool, but also that board is massive, and now you're going to be able to give a character a tremendous amount of strength and be able to clear whatever you want as Ursula.
Yeah, you just heard me go, oh, because yeah, I mean, having that there, it makes it with Tiana, you're like, I don't care. I have this 5,000 strength character on the board now that can go ahead and do what I want to get around that tax, and so that Street Smart Dog just goes ahead and takes care of Miss Park Avenue, which is actually very, very sad to see Tramp doing that to Lady. But we're going to go ahead and keep doing the math because we do have to say, okay, realistically though, how much do you have on board? How many turns do I have left? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that is a game. That is a game, what they call it. And this is my favorite mirror because honestly, these players, they know more than anything.
Yeah.
They don't need to be like, well, they played this. And he's probably, I would bet money, Tyler has had a Chromacon in his deck.
At some point, like, oh man, I wish I'd have left that in my deck.
That's how it works.
Oh no,
I left it at home.
And that is a great point too, is because sometimes, hey, 20 lore, you get to 20 lore in order to win the game. But sometimes you know when this game is over, and both of these Illuminaires are not about wasting their time, wasting their precious brain resources. Let's just get this thing over and force it into the game number 3 as the altar is happening. We're sending back 3 for Diego, so that's a pretty comfortable altar there. I didn't quite catch how many Tyler folded back into the deck, but he's still by making that decision right now.
Yeah, and I feel like the MVP right now is that Ursula. Like, we saw her be the LVP, the least valuable player, when they both said, do you have one? They said, no. And then you have one? No. But when it hits, you're like I said, it's the greatest. You're clapping. Everybody's standing up. They're like, I can't believe it. You did it, Ursula. You got that one. So we did see, I see 2 very powerful cards. I think I see both the Under the Sea and the Ursula in his hand. But we're going to start with Bobby Zimmerowski and the Inkwell and Pluto, which will help play some more characters a little bit faster. Depending on what Diego's plays, might not use that effect where you exert him to lower the cost of 1 ink for your next character. But we'll see what Diego deploys here.
I love Pluto being in this deck. I think it is some flavor too because he is a dog, and they call this deck the dogs. They know you have another dog being added to this deck, and it does work well because this dog deck or this Amber and Emerald deck, which you call it dogs because they play a lot of dog characters, so I think that's pretty clear. But the Pluto, this deck doesn't ink that much. Maybe he might cap maybe 3, maybe 4 ink if they want to use that go-go later in the game. They can play a lot of characters for free. So having that Pluto and being able to use his ability to cheat in characters, I think that is really, really cool, as we will not do it this time.
Yeah, because that Lady Decisive Dog said, yeah, you're probably not going to do that, because what if I play 2 cards and then suddenly Lady becomes a 3, and then that Pluto is gone. So in this case, we see another no-go Tomago coming down, and she's just going to be 2 costs. Now, like we said, she's evasive. That's pretty nice. And now we're going to go. I mean, it sounds like Tyler's hitting all the hits here, and he doesn't find what he's looking for, but he finds information, which is also valuable in a different, less exciting way.
And that is the Chromacon. You saw it again, but it looks like Tyler does have the ability to begin to just start to race the Chromacon opposed to trying to engage with it. And let's see if Diego elects to take a tempo turn off and establish this Chromacon. I don't think he can. I think you need to take this time to establish a few more characters on board before you get this Chromacon, and then you can start to quest. And these are the decisions right here. This could be the game. This could be a Golden Mickey decision right now. Let's see how Diego breaks this thing down, as Tyler looking pretty cool as a cucumber to be faced up against the DLC champion, trying to get their name etched in forever by winning their own Golden Mickey.
Yeah, and he says, you know what, you scared me so bad. And I don't know, and I wonder, like, he looked around, and was that him saying, oh, I want to understand, why would you look at me? Because he saw that Tyler or Diego had the Ursula, so I think it's that scary thing where you're holding them there, so you're like, please, please, please don't look, and there he goes, and he gets it, and now it is a little scarier, because these are 3 good characters. One can shift, one can quest for 2, but that Under the Sea is very, very necessary to do some very menacing things.
That was a devastating Ursula Deceiver to hit that Under the Sea there, because, again, you were threatening that shift sing line, which is a power play, to say the least. Diego has to be thrilled to have that Ursula hit. I think I might have saw a little emote there, a little pop-off, as Tyler has to maintain a little bit more focus, because tilt is a thing in this game. When things that are bad happening to you, you got to keep focused, and I think he's going to have a short-term memory for getting that happen. Now what are you going to do? You got the Pluto ability still available to you.
Yeah, I mean, and so now it just becomes the margins are a little tighter, because, I mean, obviously Under the Sea in this matchup becomes, like, I would say, the most powerful card. I mean, it is a board wipe. We talk about Be Prepared. We talk about so much that Baker, he literally sings it because he loves it so much. And Under the Sea is like a Be Prepared, but for this specific matchup.
For this matchup.
Now, in
or
the corner,
one-sided Be Prepared.
Yeah, one-sided. Be Prepared for you. And we're going a little bit wider. We have another lady on the board, and then in the corner, I believe that is a Transfix Track Dog, which is very, very fun, because he can say, okay, I'll go ahead and I'll draw 5 cards, and I'll look for a second Under the Sea, because I can find it. I have 3. You only took 1, but there's 2 more that I am happy to go ahead and find. And he has 1 card in hand, so did he find it?
And maybe Diego held on to another Ursula Deceiver, and that would be, man, that would be very, very good if you had another Ursula to potentially take a Under the Sea, because you know that's a card that Tyler is looking for. Both of these Lumineers are trying to play Under the Sea on each other, as we will be going ahead and challenge again with this go-go again to clear that Pluto off the board, and we will take some time now to go ahead and establish that Emerald Chromacon. I'll be interested to see if you start the quest here.
Yeah, the Chromacon makes it where you're like, wow, we'll see what you're going to do. And especially when you have that go-go, it makes the Chromacon a little bit more tempting, because you're like, well, it's just challenge anything. But in this case, he says, I'll wait. I have some cooler stuff to do. And that also could mean Tyler might be saying, are you going to sing? Because whenever I see characters staying upright, where I'm like, you could probably quest now if you wanted, and they don't, I go, what do you have? Tell me what you have right now. Ooh. So he's going to dig and try to find, because I think he's more scared than ever about what Diego is up to.
Oh, but Katie, we got a full presentation of that hand. I think you got to keep another tramp and wait another turn, and hopefully you can get to it, because there is no Under the Sea present for you. So Diego has to be clutching pearls here, thinking if you got the Under the Sea, it might be over for me, but you might not. He doesn't have it, but he did get to another tramp, though, so we will. And we did get a little bit of a dexterity bump there. Tyler might be experiencing the effects of some nerves. No big deal, as Diego is just
so many Lilos staring at the top of the pile, which is it's tricky, because these are things. This happened to me at my own set champ, where I knocked a card. Now it was like a single card, and it was a Rhino. And I was like, I guess it's okay if they let you see it, but this is more than 1 card. This is something you cannot unwind on yourself. And this is a good time to talk about calling a judge when you don't know what to do.
For sure.
Because it's something where in this match, obviously, this is a top 16, you're going to call a judge. But no matter when it is, if something like this happens, sometimes you get the urge to say, I'm so sorry, I'll go ahead and get this cleaned up. In this case, you call a judge and say, what do I do? And that's what they're doing here, and we'll go ahead and see how this works out, because one of the biggest things that the judges are going to talk about is what information did you gain, if any. So that is what we're looking at here.
When in doubt, judge it out. I think that is a very, very good point. A lot of Illumineers are going to be very reluctant to call the judge in these types of situations, but just do it. I think it's no big deal. Both of these players are obviously very good at the game, have a lot of experience, and these things do happen. This is why the judges are there. So they are going to take care of this in a pretty good fashion. We'll get right back to the game, as it looks like we're just going to go ahead and get this thing going. A nice little shuffle is going to be the decision, and I don't hate that. Just re-randomize the deck a little bit to just obscure any of that information that was not supposed to be gained. Maybe I can't quite hear, but that is what's going to be the fix of that.
Yeah, and he goes ahead and cuts, which adds a little bit more randomization, and it feels bad for both players at that point. It's one of those things, but this is something that will happen. You will see it, and even my favorite is when you have fresh sleeves, and those are the slipperiest sleeves of all. So we're going to go ahead and quest here, yes.
No, yeah, we will quest with one of those champs. Just gain some lore.
Yeah, because we don't, at this point, this could be the last thing he does. And he's already done the coolest thing he can do, which is go ahead and draw and discard those cards. So he knows that he's like, listen, if he has Under the Sea and he's able to do some shifting and singing, then that's what it is.
Yeah, but Diego does have access to that shift lady line into an Undersea of your own, and that could just be as devastating as what Tyler could do. So both of these Illumineers are riding the lightning right now, holding on, seeing who can do their powerful thing first. Tyler's at 2, Diego sitting at 1. Who is going to pull it off? As there is the Bobby Zimmerowski.
Yeah, which tells me he doesn't have everything yet. Whenever you see someone dig in a little bit deeper with your deck, and this is a card where you draw one, discard one, we've seen it a couple times, you're saying, please, can I get the answer I need? And that could be, like you said, he could have the Under the Sea and he's the Shift Lady. In this case, he says, I'm going to get rid of Ursula, which is scary.
Which is, kicking Ursula there. And the big tramp coming through, powering up. The Daisy's going to come through as well. So we're going to increase the Ursula just to take down that exerted tramp. Still have the ability to sing the Under the Sea, and you do have another tramp in hand, so you can potentially find one as we're going to start questing here.
Yeah, and I think it's a okay time to quest, because the same thing that happened to Tyler is it's like he has it or he doesn't have it. Now, the good thing is Diego has a little insurance here with the Chromacon. Now, Chromacon does not care about Under the Sea because it is about, getting a character banished. So Tyler says, I'm going to keep digging, and dig away he does where he plays just a short 2 ink to go ahead and dig for an Under the Sea. But
he doesn't find it again, Katie. And I know Diego has to be miffed to see a third tramp come on in, but that is like 15 to 16 cards, and you did not find another copy of Under the Sea. How many Under the Seas are in this deck?
There's 3.
You're playing 3. The odds are in your favorites, I believe. Running a quick JDZ math in my head, I think you should have good odds to find one, but you didn't get it done.
I mean, based on Diego's face, he thought 100%, but now he's smiling. He's like, I guess a 0? Because, if I'm seeing that, I'm going, oh, he found it, right? Obviously. And then I think Tyler's kind of telegraphing, well, and Diego's going, did you get it? Because it is hard when you're waiting. I think 2 of the hardest cards is Tramp, digging through 5 cards. Another one is obviously Visions of the Future, when you're like, please, just tell me right now, please, did you find that card you're looking for? In this case, he's just deciding, okay, which one of these cards that are fine am I going to go ahead and keep? He doesn't have any ink left to play because he can't ink that card. He's probably going to keep it. So now it's just, do I quest 2? Is that the direction we're taking here? Are you going to just race out?
I guess, because you really can't. I guess if you want, you can potentially challenge him with some of your other characters, but if you do challenge, the Chromacon is established now, and that's going to be bouncing something back to your hand. I wouldn't hate bouncing another tramp back to the hand as requesting for 2, but at the same time, it's not going to be a choice of yours, as Tyler is a little bit upset. You can tell by not getting that Under the Sea there, this game would have been completely over, but Diego has a nice breath of air, and you now have the ability to sing Under the Sea on your opponent because it is live, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, you have enough characters in play to sing it right now with your entire board.
An incredible chorus there, because normally we see these cards like in Blurple, they're like, we're going to sing a 10-cost song for 2 people, and here we're like, if I put all 7 or 6 here of my characters together, I'm so sorry, I can't count 7, we can sing this card. By the way, an 8-cost song. We need 7 characters to sing this 8-cost song, but it would happen. Now he's counting. Is that because he wants to know what the clock is? Because that's another thing, is you start to say, can I just quest out here? And that looks like that's the direction it was going here, because we are going to go ahead and play Clarabelle, the 2/3, which is one that is a 3-cost here. And that is notably not an Under the Sea, but he just keeps going wide, because at the end of the day, he's going to get a huge burst of lore here. They're both counting to see where we end up at, and then it's another situation, though. You have it or you don't have it. Statistically, he's got to be clean closer than Under the Sea, right? No, it's not there. I don't see it.
No, he didn't.
He did
get
not.
it. Diego is hands on head, just hoping. This is the hope phase right here. Improvise the Ursula, and it looks like Diego is just so holding himself in, just making sure that I don't get hit by the under the sea here as Tyler's rubbing those two cards together, hoping that they can transmute into something else. As we
Incredible.
toss him down in frustration, and Diego is going to get it done. Moving on to the top 8, getting another golden Mickey. He's got to be so happy and proud. Congratulations to him, the DLC champion in Toronto, trying to go for a DLC champion in Milwaukee.
Yeah, he says, you know, I've gotten a Canadian Mickey. I'm going to go ahead and go down to the United States and get a Mickey. And shout out to Diego Saz because, I mean, this is difficult. When you're in a mirror match like this, it is these tech choices. We talked about at the beginning. We saw how they mattered, and that Chromacon created pressure. And I'm sure Tyler's probably I can't hear him, but I just imagine part of what we're talking about. So Chromacon, how about that? And Under the Sea, that can't be right? It has to be in my deck, right?
All right, so all the dogs out there, if you're watching, and that just means, to translate for all the non-dogs out there, who the dogs, we out here. So that was a phenomenal matchup, Katie. I enjoyed every minute of it. How did you feel about it?
It was rough for Tyler, but, you know, sorry, I'm done. But it was exciting. And congratulations, Diego. He is one of those players that is an active member of the community that loves to share the knowledge. So I can't wait to see more from him, and he's going to have more because he's staying and going to move on to the top 8. And we are going to go ahead and do a quick break, go talk about where we're at in the tournament, and then where are we at?
Keep it locked. Don't touch that down. We'll be
it's
back after this.
It's time for that.
on a challenge here in the wonderful Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Baker and I am joined by B to the squared, Brandon himself. Man, what a day we've had. How you feeling?
It has been exhilarating. So
perfect word for
much energy in this room right now. Just a second ago, I was standing out there by the top tables watching what the players are doing. There's dozens of people out there.
There is
as
a
well.
humongous crowd out there watching a couple of our games.
Yeah, it's exhilarating. That's the only word that I can think of.
I mean, that's a perfect word. Thank you for joining us, whether you've been with us throughout the entirety of the weekend. Maybe you've been tuning in and out. You might be able to hear a round of applause going on right now. I'm keen to know what's happening.
Same.
But we'll find out very soon. But yeah, if you've been joining us this weekend, thank you so much for your time. We hope that you've been enjoying the gameplay. We hope that you've been enjoying the show that our wonderful casters have been putting on for you. But let's take a look at some data. We've got a wonderful graphic to show you. These are our top 8 players. I'll take the top line and I'll hand over to you, Brandon. First off, we have Dan Arnold, who was the top of the Forbidden Mountain, the tops of Swiss, first seed, playing the Amber Emerald Dogs deck, and we've seen him have a couple of bangers over the weekend. We've got Diego Saz, a Worlds player, a previous DLC champion, also on that Amber Emerald Dogs deck. Seems like Dogs was a fantastic choice this weekend, Brandon. We've got Chris Ayola on Amethyst Steel from New York, and an extra special shout out on Amber Steel, the 10-year-old Aiden, the absolute superstar that has this entire building talking. I've done a couple of walks across the venue and people keep coming up to saying, Baker, are you seeing what this kid is doing? Have you seen Brandon?
Yes, right before being here in the lounge, I was out watching Aiden play. He's doing spectacular. His family's out there watching him too. He's bringing so much energy to the venue. It's amazing. But I do want to move on to the bottom row of people as well. There's lots of Amethyst here. We've got Jonathan Williams on Amethyst Steel, a known player throughout the Lorcana competitive circuit of last season. Frank Karsten on Amethyst Steel as well, a previous DLC winner, the first ever DLC last year in Lille, could come through, potentially win the first DLC of North America here. We've got Carlos Franco on Amethyst Sapphire as well, and Dylan Brown, another Dogs deck, like you mentioned, Baker. That was a solid choice.
The dogs are woofing.
They are out here. The dogs are out.
And of course, something that really takes my attention, one Blurple deck in the top 8, just one. This has been the most popular deck in our Set 9 metagame, bar none. Both in Bologna, it was the highest represented deck. Here, it was very clear. I mean, a slight dip from Bologna, but still the most represented deck. 40% of the day 2 cut, but only one making it all the way. So it's super interesting to see 3 Amethyst Steel decks, 3 Amber Emerald Dogs decks, 1 Amber Steel, and 1 Blurple. How surprised are you to look at this?
I'm a little surprised. You know, Blurple was my pick yesterday going into the deck that was going to win the entire tournament, and I honestly was making the pick because of sheer numbers. I'm saying I was imagining that by far the most represented deck would be Blurple. I guessed correctly, and then it was 40% of the top cut, like you had mentioned, Baker, and I was like, surely somebody's going to make it through, but there's only one remaining, so I guess something's been eating it up.
I mean, if you have a huge target on your back, the way these Blurple decks have, I mean, again, no surprises to any players here that Blurple was going to be the most popular deck in the room. And hey, sometimes you really need to just have a very, what's the best way of putting it? You need to pick a deck where you think, okay, if I run into enough of my good matchups, then I should do well. Okay, maybe I take the loss to Amber Steel, maybe I take the loss to this, that, and whatever, but I know Blurple's going to be popular. If I'm going to build my deck to be able to beat it, again, a lot of these Amber Steel players deciding, hey, I should have a good matchup into Blurple, so this is going to do the trick. But Dogs seemingly having a very good matchup into Blurple and being extremely reasonable into a lot of the field. I would say that Amethyst Steel is probably the worst matchup for Dogs, but still the tools there to beat it.
Yeah, and Amethyst Steel, as you mentioned, the second most represented deck as well, having 3 in the top 8, 3 Dogs in the top 8 also. So,
and that was the case in Bologna as well. At least 3 of the top 8 Street were that Dogs deck. So that's pretty good. But let's take a look at the deck lists for the following matchup that you guys are going to be seeing. First of all, here we have Jonathan Williams with this Amethyst Steel deck, a couple of copies of Bell Accomplished Mystic and 4 Elsa Fifth Spirit, but that's about as high as we're going on our curve. Everything else super low to the ground. We got Dumbos, Genies, those Yzmas, nothing really jumping out to me as too out of the ordinary. 2 copies of Fire the Cannons is maybe a little bit high if you speak to someone like Tiago. I know he's not a huge fan of this card, but it can be super important. Popping the Aurora, popping these dogs, a couple of copies of the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, which I am a huge advocate for. I think this is a wonderful math fixer, sending your Captain Hooks into Dumbos to be able to fix that math, so helping to Genies take out Dumbos, things like that. So yeah, nothing really surprising me here. So no surprise to see this doing well, and Jonathan's a very established player. But let's take a look at the deck list for the opponent. We have Diago Saz. Tell me about this list, Brandon.
Yeah, something that is immediately coming out to me for Diago's list are those 3 Emerald Chromicons. We've seen various versions of the Dogs decks being played, a lot of them running Under the Seas. Diego is playing 2. We've seen how vital of that card can be in this matchup. Emerald Chromicon can help, especially against those purple steel, or excuse me, amethyst steel matchups that are looking to challenge a bunch of your characters. We only saw 4 Strength of a Raging Fire, 2 Fire the Cannons in the previous list, so those are really the only ways that they have to interact outside of challenging characters. If Diego can get this Emerald Chromicon in play, it could be very difficult for Jonathan to interact. We've also got the Tramp Street Smart Dog, as we've seen in multiple Dogs decks, being one of the key cards to dig through your deck, finding those key cards like the Emerald Chromicon and the Under the Sea as well. We've got the Go-Go Tamago also that could be used for closers for any of those higher willpower characters like the Elsas, hold it with 5 willpower on them, or the Bell Accomplished Mystics with the 4. So that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it looks looking good. I don't think you're going to be punished too much from this high count of Emerald Chromicon when there's not a lot of item removal in format. We're running the Bobby Zimaruskis to discard them. So, yeah, this looking pretty much to follow the script. But we're going to take you into the gameplay. Let's send it over to our wonderful casters. And there they are. Hi, Rebecca. Hi, Katie. How you feeling?
Katie, I hear something.
They're more dogs. We keep hearing dogs.
More dogs barking.
Yeah, the dogs won't stop barking. But they're here, and they're not going into a mirror match. Like they just said, the dogs are about to see a whole different breed of animal here, and that is Amethyst Steel, piloted by Jonathan Williams. And I mean, you were just out there. I mean, the energy is crazy, and it's ongoing.
It is crazy, but we are jumping into this game. We are actually in progress of Game 3, everyone, here between Jonathan Williams and Diego Saz. So Jonathan won Game 1. Diego took Game 2, so Jonathan was on the play here in Game 3. We're coming in the middle here. Let's see if we can get a handle of where we are. Jonathan at 6, Diego at 3. What are we seeing?
We're seeing a Chromicon, and that's the number one thing I wanted to see, because we know that Steel likes to challenge, and they like to do it on their turn. So it is an interesting thing to see if Jonathan Williams is going to be switching over to a more quest dependent type of deck. Because like Emerald Chromicon is going to change how this works, because Diego has the choice to who he's going to go ahead and bounce when you go ahead and banish a challenge that turn. So we'll go ahead and start that. We're going to go ahead and send Lilo into the discard and then bounce the Genie, which is interesting.
That is interesting, because Jonathan will get a card if he replays that. It's always interesting to me when, on those characters, when they have that on the play effect, do you decide to send that back to hand so they can replay it? And Elsa coming down here, and we're going to send maybe both those Elsas into Daisy, it looks like.
Yeah, and it makes sense, because, I mean, cleaning up Diego's board is going to be incredibly important, because as we know, his board can get unmanageably wide, and so, I mean, he doesn't see, if he's able to go ahead and clean up Diego's board and he goes able to make it where he's not drawing a lot of cards, then he essentially wins. He can keep going wider. He has more powerful cards, more intimidating cards, and in this case, we will go ahead and see how he's going to handle this particular one. But he goes ahead and quests.
He's going to quest with 1 Elsa. Let's see, he has got a Jafar going into the Inkwell. There is that Genie in hand, also a Calhoun. We are using the other Elsa to challenge into Merryweather. That's going to be banished, and then we have the Emerald Chromicon triggering to send that other Elsa back.
which can't feel so good, right? Because those are two cards that are not cards I like to see played again and again. I don't want him to draw them. I don't want him to play it. Now, Jonathan did have one little extra ink left, so he goes ahead and puts a Captain Hook because he is having a pretty good time, Chromacon or not, just challenging over and over. But this is a great card because we have a card that you're familiar with. You got to talk about at Nationals. It is Lady Miss Park Avenue. And why is this such a great turn for him?
Yeah, Miss Park Avenue is fantastic because when you play her, you can bring back 2 characters from your discard with cost 2 or less back to your hand. It looks like Diego has a couple of ladies in there. He also has a Lilo and the Merryweather that he can bring back, and he is bringing back both of those ladies.
Yeah, and the ladies synergize together very well. This is the lady where we were going to have the decisive dog is, I believe, what he kept. And this is one where if you're able to play more characters, she can go ahead and challenge for 3 if you want to, or quest for 2 more, which is also 3. So it'd be nice if he can get this on the board, assuming that he's able to go ahead and retain this Daisy, but he is not. And so
He is not, though. We do have another Emerald Chromacon trigger. That Emerald Chromacon, I talked to Diego earlier about his deck, and he's talking about how instrumental that Chromacon really is in this deck. Playing that Genie back out, getting to draw a card, getting another Genie. 2 Genies, 2 Elsas, and we're playing a Calhoun down. Calhoun is a card that Diego does not want to see because, of course, that is going to give Jonathan more lore if he is able to use Calhoun to banish a character because Calhoun is going to level up.
Yeah, and I would like to say that we didn't get to see game 1 or 2, but right now I don't imagine Diego's feeling super keen because we're at the point where Jonathan has some pretty great cards in hand. He's able to go ahead and challenge and not have a lot of downside on his side. Every time he challenges, he gets back a really great card. So Diego's trying to get to a point where he's able to put the pressure on in a way back toward Jonathan Williams, and I don't know if he can get to the point knowing how oppressive Jonathan Williams' deck is looking right now. He's finding ways to stay in the game, but here we go. We're able to quest with the Genie, get the 2 lore, get 2 lore off Calhoun, and then go ahead and bounce my Genie. I would love another card while I'm at it, and his board is clear, but it's going to be backfilled in just a moment. He's at 14 lore already.
Yeah, 14 lore, and Jonathan also has other cards that can help him gain lore, like Cobra and that Genie coming down now, which he does have a Cobra in hand now.
Yes.
Oh, that is probably great, feeling great for Jonathan there to get that Cobra.
Yeah, I mean, and we love the Cobra. We love the Cobra. Diego does not love the Cobra.
I mean, he's winning next turn now, is what we're seeing.
Yes, basically, yes.
Diego doesn't know it, but there is 4 lore on the board with those 2 Genies. He's going to quest up to 18 and then play the Cobra, discard a card, and gain the 2 lore to take this game. So Diego doesn't know that. Of course, he may suspect that there's a Cobra in hand. That this is an open deck list, so he knows that it is possible. We're going to draw for turn here.
And there we go. And it's difficult because I was like, maybe under the sea, maybe, but there's just not enough time. Yep. And this is a very short, now mind you, this game went a little bit longer. We jumped in on game 3 here, but we saw that we saw Diego on stream. He won with that dog set. So we saw how powerful it can be, but steel can be a menace to dogs that just want to run free.
The dogs do want to run free, but unfortunately they were kept in the kennel by Jonathan. They stayed in the pound. But Diego playing that deck very well. I know that Amber Emerald is a very ink pair that he knows very well. It's what he went to Toronto with. But Jonathan, I know, a really fantastic player, well known in the community, piloting that Amethyst Steel deck all the way here to top 8, going into the semifinals. He has advanced now to the semifinals, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, that is very exciting because we talk about like benchmarks in this tournament. Like the first one is I got my Mulan, and that is 3 wins.
Yes.
Then I made it to day 2, and those were lots of exciting Illuminators this morning. And then the pricing goes up. You're getting to that top 32, Golden Mickey, and now top 4. You're like, well, I'm getting pretty close. I could win this thing. And that's definitely what Jonathan Williams is thinking right now. And it's interesting to see Amethyst Steel do so well because I don't want to offend anyone. It's not that dazzling of a deck. It's not doing dazzling things. It's just driving, right? It does everything pretty well. Oh, you're dazzled. I'm dazzled.
I think that Amethyst Steel is kind of a dazzling deck. I think that it did so well in Bologna. It dazzled a lot of people, and we saw that the portion of the field of Amethyst Steel went up significantly between Bologna and now. So we are going to have more top 8 for you, although very soon. We're going to a quick break, and we'll have more Disney Lorcana. we are back here in our top 8 matches. We are excited to jump into this next one. Chris Oyola, who has been on stream before and who's actually won a Golden Mickey before, is here for his top 8 match of playing Carlos Franco, also known as Junior Franco. It's an Amethyst Steel versus a Blurple deck.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yes, and it's one of my favorite kind of matchups where one color is the same, but the other ink is different.
Yes.
And the other ink can make the difference. Steel is known for being oppressive and doing that challenging and removal.
Doing that
but-
steel thing.
Yeah, but, you know, Sapphire does that too, but a little faster.
Sapphire does things fast. It does. So we are ready to get into that match, and let's take a look. Oh. We are ready to show that to you very soon. Here we are.
All right, and so like we said, this is a matchup where we have 2 different flavors here of Amethyst. And we are going to go ahead and see how Chris Oyola plays us, knowing that he knows it is a Blurple style deck. So it's going to be a mulligan where Chris is going to be looking to probably have a little bit of the removal, because one of the things that's going to be vital is making sure that he removes any lines of play that enables Madam M Elephant. So things that like he's going to be looking for is fire the cannons, because he can go ahead and essentially eliminate the ability to do a Madam M Elephant on, with 4 ink. And he also, just in general, wants any kind of
Strength.
Strength is great. That's just a great thing in this matchup.
He wants some strength, but not a little bit of strength. He wants strength of a Raging Fire.
He's looking for the strength to play, and the most of it is going to come from strength of Raging Fire, which is, like, we've talked about it, you know, probably every time it's a match with Steel. And it's because you're going to be looking for these key cards in these matchups that are going to be where they turn the corner, so to speak.
Yes. The other thing with Ami Steel is it can play a little aggressively, right?
Yes.
It can quest quickly, and in some matchups, maybe you don't want to do that because you are looking more to control the board, but in a matchup against Blurple, Chris might be wanting to go a little faster here to get underneath that Blurple deck, because we know that Blurple is looking to ramp, and it's a little slower here at the beginning of the game. And so slow, in fact, we see that Junior has inked for turn 1 and did not have a card to play.
And the one thing I will say is, if you look at the top of the screen, we are in our top 8, which means I will guarantee all the money I have that both these players have played each of these deck types. So
yes,
their decks are teched, and they played, and they know to kind of how to get out of these situations. So Franco knows that turn 1's not the most important turn in a Sapphire deck. It's that turn 2. So that'll be the tail if he's able to hit that T-boat, hit that sail, and be able to start driving that engine forward to take off and essentially be the oppressive deck in this matchup.
Yes, turn 2 for Amethyst Steel is the ramp is a tale as old as time. Nothing from Chris either, though, which is, you know, that has got to feel bad for the Amethyst Steel deck to not have a turn 1 play. And there's that ramp like we were talking about, that all-important ramp, Sail, the Azurite Sea, that 2-cost action that helps you ramp up. And for new players who might be turning in, when we use that turn ramp, it means you're adding extra ink into your ink wheel each turn, because normally you can only add 1 ink. Junior going up to 3 ink now. Chris,
a lot of options are kind of leaving. So one of the things is I was like holding my breath here saying, well, I mean, there's an option where he's able to ink an additional card here. So he could play 1-drop, and then if he plays, we call 1-drop a 1-cost card. That sets up for the Madam M Elephant, which is a very powerful 4-cost character. But in this case, he didn't play anything. So not necessarily an optimal start here, but finally we get a Calhoun. But Calhoun also not super optimal because she loves to challenge little guys. She loves to challenge.
She does, and there's no little guys for her to challenge. And one of the things that I love about the Amethyst Steel deck, too, is that some extra lore that you can get in different ways, like the White Rose, like the Cobra, and Calhoun is a great one because when she challenges, you get that extra lore, but nothing for her to challenge. Genie coming down now for Junior, being able to draw him an extra card.
So now I'm getting to the point where we are moving into the 3rd turn here for Chris. And there is a moment in every Blurple, when we get the Sapphire Amethyst deck, where it starts to get momentum. And when I see that Genie, it really doesn't matter what he did. He hit the ramp, and the fact that he didn't have those 2 characters probably doesn't matter, because he is going to be able to start hitting some very heavy hitters. And those are ones we've seen all day. Those are the Elsa Fist Spirit, the Bell Accomplished Mystic, and the Hades Infernal Schemer. So if I am Chris, I'm going, oh, it's going to start soon, isn't it? Especially because, I mean, that Genie can sing into the unknown. Elsa can rush in and exert one of these 2 characters. So it can be very hard once you get to a certain ink total to really combat this Blurple deck.
Yeah. We did see that Genie Satisfied Dragon coming down over on Chris' side, which is a great answer to the evasives that Junior does have in his deck. Genie being a 3/4. We also do know that Chris has some Mims, Meta Mim, Tiny Adversary that could help boost their strength to take care of, Genie is a 4 willpower character. Genie Satisfied Dragon couldn't take care of it, but if we had a little Mim out, he could. There's that elephant that you were talking about earlier going into the inkwell. Now we do have that all-important 5 ink over here. We have Elsa, we have Belle that could be played from Junior's side of the board. I can't quite see what's in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the powerhouse of Elsa, Fitzspirit, and Enziano would be quite cool. Now, this is fine, too. Now, the only problem is that she has 2 strings, so we'll have to double send and go ahead and get rid of, say, listen, I know you just said Madam and Adversary could come out. I don't want to worry about it. I'll take the 3 damage, and that's going to set up very nicely because that 3 damage would fit perfectly with the Bell Accomplished Mystic.
Yes, and Calhoun, of course, has resist +1, so we're going to need to do 3 damage to her to get rid of Calhoun off the board. So now Elsa sitting there with that 3 damage would be perfect if he has a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand. Chris, now it's just 3 ink. He can ink for turn if he wants to. See a strength, but not enough characters on the board to do any good, really. I mean, I suppose he could hardcast it and get rid of Genie if he really wanted to, but really...
Yeah, he's trying to retain as much value as he possibly can with cards that just don't work so great together. Because we see that Dumbo, he is the 8th wonder of the universe. But
9th.
We see 3.
He's
sorry.
the 9th.
8, sorry. He got downgraded. He has recently been
downgraded.
downgraded. A note card just came in. So we do see through the plan of saying, well, Madam M, Tiny Adversary, let's just go all in. Let's go ahead and hope that we don't have any shenanigans. Now, Accomplished Mystic. Suddenly Calhoun, I'm not so worried about Calhoun. Dumbo is very Accomplished Mysticable. So
yes,
let's go ahead and see if that's what they have in hand. But there's some other shenanigans afoot. We do see it.
Are shenanigans. There's a Elsa Spirit of Winter, which is an 8-cost uninkable card. I don't know how long he has had that in his hand. Something you don't want to really get stuck with.
Oh,
there's the Bell. We're now choosing which one we're going to move the damage from. We're moving it from the Genie to get rid of that Dumbo. Yeah, we do not want, Junior does not want to let Chris get extra cards, so a perfect target for that Bell Accomplished Mystic. And Junior really being able to keep Chris in check and maintain that board presence.
Now wait till he finds out there's 2 more Dumbos where that came from.
Right.
It's a triple Dumbo threat. Now that being said, Dumbo is very best. If you're pairing your Dumbos with something for dinner, you're definitely going to want to make sure you serve him a evasive on the side because he wants to have something already evasive to get that value immediately. Because as we saw, if you give a chance to get rid of a Dumbo so that you don't get that effect, they're going to try their best to get rid of that Dumbo. And it worked very well here. And we still have another Elsa with 3 damage on the board. So it's kind of a sticky situation for Chris. Like, how do you get out of this while making sure that you do anything about Junior's crazy board over there?
Yep, and we are going to go ahead and play another Dumbo. Like you were saying, Katie, he has some more in hand. He said, I'm going to play it out. He needs more cards. He did not ink for this turn, which I think is okay. In an Amethyst Steel deck, you can do quite a lot. I think, 5-cost cards are the top of this deck, so of course valuing those cards in hand more than continuing to ink.
And it's honestly one of those things where he's like, I need these cards. I don't know if I'm going to see these Dumbos. The last one didn't seem to make it a full turn. And I also think that there is we talk about inevitability all the time, and the inevitability just is getting heavier every turn. It's only 3 lure on Junior's side, but I mean, he's sitting there and going, well, I got lots of great cards in my deck.
Yeah, and with that Sapphire Amethyst deck, the longer this game goes on, the more cards he's able to add to the inkwell, the quickly, he can get up to those top end cards like that Elsa Spirit of Winter that we saw in hand, like cards like Hades. There are some fantastic top end cards in that Blurple deck, and so the longer this game goes on, and we're bouncing back, Elsa with the Madam Mim.
Yeah, and that tells me a couple of things because, I mean, ultimately, Elsa Spirit of Winter, we didn't see it a lot ever until this set, but she can shift. She's a Floodborn character. She can shift on the 5th Spirit. In this case, he said, you know what's better than going ahead and exerting 2 characters? I'm going to go ahead, get that 5th Spirit back, and then I can rush her in and do it again. And then Chris has to play around that and say, listen, you're going to exert your characters or I'm going to do it. But you can decide because she's back in my hand.
Yep, and we did see Junior ink for this turn and putting an Into the Unknown into the inkwell.
Which is, I think, interesting because we know Elsa 5th Spirit does She's excellent with that Into the Unknown, but he does want to go ahead and ink because he might have something like a Hades that he's just very excited to go ahead and deploy next turn. So either way, his board is still looking very robust with that 3/7 elephant now. And Chris has been able to play 2 cards. One of them is Happy that has that evasive ability on your turn. So next turn he could use it with Dumbo as well as a Jafar. Royal Vizier. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and say straight for Raging Fire.
There it is. Taking care of that evasive genie.
Which is nice because, I mean, ultimately there was a time where Dumbo was like, there's evasive everywhere over there. And now getting rid of that Dumbo, he is the only character soaring around with that evasive currently. But there is a card that we know is in James's hand, Carlos's hand rather, that could come back out and change the math a little bit here. So we're going to go ahead and see how he plays this. But playing both the Jafar, Royal Vizier, and Happy does make it where Dumbo has a little bit of options, but I am not 100% sure if we will be seeing that Dumbo survive this turn, but we will see. With that Into the Unknown going to think, well, makes you believe there might be a Hades. I'm very curious to see, but he just
there's an Elsa Fifth Spirit that we know. There's the Elsa Spirit of Winter, another genie, and there's a 3-cost inkable card in his hand as well. I cannot see what it is, though. It does look like he's exerting 5, so perhaps bringing that Fifth Spirit down again, exerting one of those evasive characters possibly to remove it so that he can, you know, take away the opportunity for Chris to draw another card.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he did go ahead and exert that 5 ink, which makes you believe we're about to see Elsa's Fifth Spirit. If that 3-cost inkable is Into the Unknown, he inked one. I've told everyone this. Whenever I see someone ink a good card, I'm like, don't worry, it's because they have 2 of them.
Yes.
Because it is something that I just truly want to believe. But he is making a decision here because Chris Viola, he's not feeling the greatest he's ever felt as a Lumineer with this current lineup, but he's not out. He has he has a lot of great tools on his side of the board.
He does, and if, you know, the Dumbo can stay, if Jafar and Happy can stay, or even just one of them, you know, drawing some extra cards on his next turn might help him find the card that he needs to get back into this game. Junior only has 6 lore on the board, so yeah, this game is far from over, I think.
Yeah, but we're going to start here, and now we're going to find out very quickly if he has that Into the Unknown that we're both kind of, you know, maybe not, but the Spirit will come in. Now, what will we exert? It is something where when she comes into play, she has Rush and can exert something. He's looking at the board and trying to pick a tempting target and goes with the Royal Vizier of Jafar, who is a 3/2.
Yes, and of course, going into that Madame Mim Elephant, which is really great because the elephant can move damage, and so it won't stay there on Madame Mim for long.
Yeah, and that makes me believe, I hate to tell you this, but I don't think we had an Into the Unknown, which makes it extra sad that he had to go ahead.
Yeah, extra sad.
Now, that being said, the Spirit of Winter is a card that we saw played a lot in set 1, and we're seeing it played again on this level because her power is she can come in, exert 2 characters. They cannot ready at the start of the next turn, which could help, you know, add some tempo to get some bigger things on the board. And then now we have that Madame Elephant, which at the start of the turn you are allowed to move damage off of her and onto your opponent. So there are more options, and I think that Carlos knows that he has more options available to him in his deck that are kind of scary than Chris does. I mean, Chris showed his strength of Raging Fire, but what else does he have access to in his hand?
Yeah, he does. He has another Dumbo, which we knew. He also does have a Finder's Keeper. So if he wanted to play that, draw 3 cards, see if he could find some better answers.
But you have to ink that Dumbo. So yeah, he would have to ink that Dumbo, which is kind of it's like he needs characters. It's interesting, right? He needs characters. He needs cards. Dumbo gets cards. Finder Keeper definitely get cards, but that's not another character.
That's not another character.
And so it's just very frustrating because he has to make that choice, and it's not necessarily a fun one, but he does want to do something impactful on this turn because like we've said many times, the Hades are around the corner. He knows that Spirit, or he doesn't know the Spirit of Winter. We do.
We know, but Chris does not know. I mean, he knows that it's in there. The Elsa Spirit of Winter is a 1 of, so the chances of it coming out are small, but it's not. There's a non-zero chance.
But that Belle accomplished Mystic, she's accomplished that moving, and normally you want to move it off your own characters because it's kind of nice to go ahead and essentially heal. But in this case, there's damage on the board, and here we go. It's Revenge, where we move the damage off the elephant to prevent the damage moving on to something else, but then we took the damage off of the Elsa and then accomplished Mystic onto the Dumbo to finally get that Dumbo off the board. So Belle is doing some double bell ringing here. So there goes that Finders Keepers because he says, well, Dumbo's offline and I can't get any cards. So we're going to go ahead and Finders Keepers, get another Accomplished Mystic, a Hook, and then we have another Bell. So it's kind of a Carol of the Bells here.
Carol of the Bells, indeed.
So here we go. We're just going to do some old-fashioned challenging and then get 3 damage, which is a very important amount because she can move up to 3 damage.
Yes, and Chris also using that Calhoun to challenge, take care of Madam Mim Elephant and gaining that 2 lore, getting on the board. Junior, though, still ahead in the lore lead with 10 lore on his side of the board, and he has some big questers over there with Genie and Belle.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead, get rid of that Bell. So Chris was able to do some pretty impressive things. So we're at the point now where we have a nice, impressive 6 lore on board. Not necessarily enough where we call it the game on board. So he says the writing's on the wall. Let's go to game 2. I think I could go faster next time.
Yeah, I think that at this point in the game, you just want to save your time, right? Now we're in top 8 actually, so we are untimed. But I think Chris just said, I see the writing on the wall. We don't need to play this out. And let's just go ahead and go to game 2, and maybe I'll have a chance to come back. Chris, of course, will be on the play going into the next game.
Yes, and I think that going in the play, especially, so we talked about this, that this Amethyst Steel deck can play more aggressive style. We didn't really get a chance to see it. He missed turn 1. Now, I mean, more of the aggressive style cards, I mean, we don't have any. We don't have like the Curse Merfolks of the world, but I mean, even a turn 1 could be impactful here. Another card that could be impactful, we have a Pluto Guard Dog in this deck, and bodyguards can be important when you have things rushing around. The only downside is that guard dogs are always exerted when they're bodyguards, and that is perfect target for Into the Unknown. So there's just upsides and downsides, and there's no perfect answer. It's just hoping you have the right answers when you need to, and you can disrupt everything that Carlos is trying to do on his end.
Yeah. That Blurple deck, though, I think that it's just, if he can hold out in the beginning of the game and get that ramp, get up to the 5, 6, 7 ink, and it's just, I think it's more powerful on the top end. And let's see if Chris can navigate his way through this game 2 and see what he can do. Chris is off, looking here at his hand, inking a happy and passing, missing his turn 1 again.
Yeah, he did play a pretty mid-range match last time. We see that tiny adversary going into the equality. My goodness. And we said he's definitely going to play faster. And while it does visually look like he is playing faster, he is not playing that aggressive style deck that you would want to see. In fact, right now, we're like looking at Carlos's deck and saying, oh, I guess he's the aggro player because he's got Tipo on board.
He has Tipo. He's got Tipo. You know, I've seen games where Tipo stays out for a long time, and sometimes just one little Tipo can make all the difference. We do see a Genie Satisfied Dragon coming down 3-4, which I think is.
I think it's good, but we might be seeing an elephant.
Yeah,
we see her.
there's an elephant.
I heard the steps. I was like, I don't want to interrupt you, but I hear elephants stomping towards me. So that Madam Mim Elephant is so frustrating. That's why that cannon is so valuable, because he is able to go ahead and remove that Tipo. He could go ahead and say, you cannot play that Madam Mim Elephant. And there's not a lot of cool things he could do on turn 4. It's pretty much a Genie or that Madam Mim Elephant. So in this case, now he has a Genie Satisfied Dragon, which, as you mentioned last time, it has evasive. That's quite nice, but certainly a lot harder for that Genie Satisfied Dragon to take on Madam Mim Elephant.
Yeah, Genie will not be able to take Madam Mim on his own. The elephant in this case is much stronger than that Satisfied Dragon. Genie not feeling so satisfied right now. He needs some friends to help.
Yeah, maybe friends on the other side. Sorry, that's Infinity format, and that's coming later. But either way, he's going to go ahead and say, all right, guys, because he needs, and here we go. We talked about Pluto Guard Dog, but he's saying, I'm not going to guard because, Genie, we're going to stay upright and vigilant, because the last thing we need is to be exerted, because there's ulcers in these waters, and they are usually sending us into the unknown.
Yes, and Pluto, of course, is a fantastic bodyguard. I love this Pluto Guard Dog. He is only a 1/5, 1 strength, but when he has no damage, he gets an extra 4 strength, so he is essentially a 5/5 character.
Yeah, and so there's not, with the moving around of damage, that Madam Mim Elephant, suddenly Chris needs to be very careful, because all it takes is just a simple move of 1 damage, and that guard dog goes, oh no, I'm a 1/5 again. So in this case, we're going to go ahead, deploy a Finders Keepers. Just go ahead and get 5 cards and say, I need answers, and they better be good ones.
Yep, hopefully something good was in those 3 cards. He did have Bell in hand. I saw that. And over here on Junior's side, we see a TikTok coming down.
Yeah, and like this is very interesting to me because neither of these boards are doing anything super explosive and crazy. TikTok is menacing because he's evasive and he's a 4-7.
4-7. Yes,
and
it's a
same thing
big-
with Madam M Elephant. Like she's gonna just cluster 1, but she can move that damage and she's a 3-7, and she's keeping that Pluto and the Genie Satisfied Dragon upright. So both players are kind of saying, okay, when are your very scary cards coming? Because I truly believe there are very scary cards that will be coming, especially on the Sapphire side. So Genie says, I got 5 cards last turn. I drew one at the beginning of my turn. I would like one more, please.
One more, please. Yes, Genie, and he says, your wish is fulfilled. I grant you 1 card.
And is it what you need?
Really being able to stay one step ahead of Chris in this game.
Now, it's possible because of Bologna, people said, you know what, that second star on the right isn't very impactful, and if I expect the room is going to be mostly this Blurple matchup, then it's very important. But here we see a combo of some other cards that we know and love, that Elsa Spirit rushing in, Hypnotic Strength, going ahead and giving her some extra strength, and running right into that Genie, and we're taking him right into the discard pile. So very good combination of cards, and very economical. He drew 5 cards, which is very devastating. In any deck, 5 cards is a lot, but in a deck like this with an impressive top end, I'm shivering.
Right? Yeah, it's getting cold in here with all that.
All the Elsas.
All the Elsas.
And Hades. He seems chilly, even though that's fire is blue flames. But there we go. We have that Belle.
Belle Accomplished Mystic.
Yeah, and as we know, she is good here at moving that damage around. And we're going to go ahead. We have that Genie, which was able to challenge into that Elsa and go ahead and get 2 damage placed on him. And we have a TikTok just standing alone. But there are a lot of cards in hand and a lot of ink. Is it Hades time? Is it what kind of mischief is about to be managed?
Yeah, there's a Hades. If we ink for turn, we could maybe see a Monstro come down. We, of course, he is playing that 1 copy of the...
there we go. We finally got to see Into the
Unknown.
Which is a very...
There's
there
that
we
Hades.
double.
Yep.
We get both, all the hits. Now, the thing is those cards do send it into the inkwell. Hades, is there a downside to this? Yeah, the downside is they get ink. But he drew more cards. He has more scary cards in his hands, likely. I mean, look at that. That is at least 5, 6 cards in his hand. So Chris has a splendiferous amount of ink, more than he probably has in most games. But can he do enough cool things with it? And that's what he's thinking about right here.
Yeah, he does have 9 ink now to play with, which is a lot of ink, actually, for an
sealed,
Amethyst steel deck. He has a Doc. He has, I think, a white, he has a Dumbo, he has a Belle.
Yeah, and
which Belle could come down, move that damage, but when you have 2 characters on the other side of the board that have such high willpower, TikTok with 7 willpower, Hades with 6, it's moving 2 damage is not necessarily going to help you a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's something where he's able to do some incremental things. He's able to do some power things because we have that Strength of Raging Fire, which can do some damage.
Is that a strength there at the end?
I feel it. I feel it in my bones based on my corner card knowledge here. Now, that Dumbo...
Corner card knowledge, yes. I can tell from just the corner of that card what it is.
Deduction. And now the fun thing here is Dumbo comes in the best way possible with some evasive friends on his side. So he is able to get more that Doc in the hand. I don't need him because I'm going to be using the great Dumbo to gain lore, draw cards, and try to get more answers. And it's kind of slow going here. We look, it is 1 to 2, but Chris is slowly developing his board and developing his hand into some good answers. He can go wide here. Suddenly that strength can take care of a 3-6 that is normally pretty hard to do.
And another Dumbo to follow that first one down. More Dumbos for Chris. More cards, hopefully, in his hand to help him find more answers to deal with Junior's side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, and now he was able to build back up, and that is an impressive thing to do because, honestly, the pressure of knowing that it's Hades time on the other side of the board can be frustrating because everybody that has ever played against a Sapphire deck with Hades can say they travel in packs. It feels like they're always up here. Now, we do see some good old-fashioned challenging, which makes me think we might have an Accomplished Mystic coming in, and I see some targets.
There are some targets, and there it is. We're going to move the 3 damage from Hades and say goodbye to Dumbo. Now he is no longer the 9th wonder of the universe.
Yeah, now he's the 9th wonder of the discard. And we do have one still on board, just one single Dumbo who can use his ability on himself, which is notable. But that TikTok is menacing over there with his own 3 damage. Now Chris looks at his ginormous pile of ink, and like we said, a pretty healthy. We have a Belle Accomplished Mystic, which can move that 3, but not a lot of great options there with the... It could be for fun, and then you have a 4-cost the quest for 2. But he's just trying to say, what's the best way I can use these cards to prevent the absolute madness that's probably coming from Chris's 4 cards that are just sitting in the corner and menacing at him.
Yeah, we do have a Fire the Cannons in hand. I think it looks like that 1-cost uninkable.
Yeah.
From your corner card knowledge.
Yeah, yeah. So Fire the Cannon is one of those cards that it is, when you have it at the right time, when you're able to get rid of a Rafiki or a Tipo and disrupt a play line, it's great. But then later in the game, when you have these 4/4s, 3/6, 4/7, you're like, oh man. And Dumbo, he doesn't want to challenge. That's not his job. He's there.
Yeah. Does he have a bell in hand? That's my question. Because if he had a bell, he could move 3 damage plus do a Fire the Cannons.
I think it's a Rafiki Calhoun, Fire the Cannon, Strength, and that could be the last one is a bell. It's very possible the rose petals of a bell. Corner card knowledge coming in here. Now that being said, if you can combine it, you can. I mean, he's got so much ink here.
It is a bell. It is a bell that he has. We're exerting 1 to play Fire the Cannons onto the bell accomplishment stick on the other side of the board, and then playing that bell down with the 5 ink and moving that damage, I'm sure, from Tic Tac over there to Bell.
Yeah, and he had to make a decision there because I mean, he could have really done that to Hades as well, moving, well.
He would not, he could only,
It was pretty much, that's the most impactful one, knowing that it quests for 2. So getting rid of that bell is quite nice, but it's still.
Yeah, Chris really just on the back foot,
yes,
you know?
He's just responding
He's trying
over
to
and
catch
over.
up. Exactly. He's in reactive mode. Junior is leading us here. I mean, Chris has 2 lore, Junior has 1, but right now Junior has been controlling the board. We're playing a Finders Keepers now here over on his side to draw 3 cards. He has, I don't know how many cards in hand. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, between we had Second Star on the right, we have Finder Keepers, and it's so interesting because Finder's Keeper, when it was first printed, people said that's a crazy amount to spend for just 3 cards, but card draw is so important right now, and there we go.
I love that move right there.
It's
you know,
brutal.
Hades is such a fantastic card, and why not bring Hades back to hand with the Madam Mim Elephant so we can replay it again? I'm sure that Dumbo is going to be a target that Hades is looking out for.
Absolutely. So that is something that is so powerful about that Madam Elephant. We know she is powerful on that 4 ink turn, but in this case, she's also very. This is a tricky one here. He played that Cobra. The 2 cards in his hands are a Dock and a Strength, which are cards you generally don't love to discard. So he chooses to not and go ahead and deal 4 here with his Strength, and then play the Dock and be able to discard. Or sorry, just
we got another
those are
Strength.
2 good ones.
Yeah, I will take a Strength
And a Genie. That's more card draw, so he's still in this.
And we do have the Dumbo available that he could sing Strength if he wanted to. I think he drew another bell. Did he? I didn't quite see it.
It's difficult, and it's also crazy because this turn is wild, because to have this much ink, to have a total of 9 ink in oh, that was a bell. He said, yes, you're right, Rebecca. I will show you that it is a bell. Is something that you don't really see. This is not a lot of Amethyst Steel decks can pull off this much madness here, but he does know Hades is coming, but he made his board wide enough where he's like, listen, you have to pick which one you're going to Hades. It used to be pretty obvious, but now it's a little less obvious now that Dumbo does have a target, but if an evasive friend, but he can use the ability on himself. So it's not an easy choice anymore.
No, it's not an easy choice. And Chris building up a nice wide board here. And it will be interesting to see how the rest of this game plays out. And is this the tipping point here in the game where Chris has been able to kind of claw his way back, even the playing field? And is the game going to start tipping in his direction?
Yeah, I can't. I mean, he's drawn a lot of cards, so there's so many different answers here. I mean, we know Into the Unknown is something that can be sung by TikTok. We know that support on Basil, is something that's very powerful with Elsa the Fistbeard when she rushes in, but it's just great in general. So we're going to go ahead and start the party here by questing, getting 1 lore, giving that 2 to make it a 5/5, and easily challenge into that bell, put 4 damage, which is good for lots of reasons. Bell Accomplish Mystic, or the next turn when if it's still around, it can move some. And now we have, it looks like that was 4 ink that we deployed here, so we still have a nice 6 ink left to play around with. All right, so he is going to go ahead and use the remaining, sorry. It looks like he was using kind of the method where you slide your ring around. In this case, he will go ahead and exert.
There's that bell, like you were saying.
And she has been the VIP of this matchup, I would say.
I think so. I mean, she's just such a good card, and taking care of that Dumbo on Chris's side of the board. Now the scale's tipping back in the other direction. This is just so back and forth right now. Belle, I think, has just been really great from the start when we first saw her, and that accomplished Mystic has remained very accomplished, and there is not an Amethyst deck, really, that does not play with at least a few copies of Bell Accomplished Mystic
Which is
in it.
incredible, right? Because she's a card that has been around. She was reprinted. So, I mean, it was something she could have rotated out, but they said put her back in.
Put her back in.
And then people said in a world where removal is very difficult, suddenly she became more powerful than ever. But here we go. We're getting a little more damage because here she is. She hears us talking. She's like, I'm accomplished at making you guys talk about me. And we're going to go a little bit wider, more problems to have answers to. So we have that Captain Hook coming down, which helps, have more ability to challenge into whatever Carlos is up to. And, strength, if another one should arise, he has that as well. Now he has to decide, am I going to do any questing here?
Yeah, I don't know if you turn anything sideways yet. I think that it's a little dangerous. I don't know. Chris is a much better player than I am, though, but I think that's, we've talked about this before, that knowing the right time to turn your card sideways is what makes or breaks a game. And so Chris really taking his time here thinking, do I want to start questing at all? He has 2 lore on the board. Junior has quested a little bit over the last couple terms. Now he's sitting at 6. There's 8 lore on board.
So instead he says, I'm going to do a little bit of challenging. And it's tricky, right? Because when we talk about when do you quest, when do you challenge, but I guess a deck like Sapphire Amethyst, you don't know if you're never going to get the chance to do these things again. So it's kind of one of those things where, I don't know, you're going to have Elsa, you're going to Hades, you're going to Into the Unknown. So in this case, he says, I'm going to do some control. I'm going to take the steel part of the deck and drive around with it. And he does that strength and challenging, and here we go. That is the best way to use Hypnotic Strength.
Giant Cobra, of course, being an illusion, has that vanish keyword, which means if it is targeted by an action, it is banished. So the Hypnotic Strength gives a character +2, I believe, strength. And so Junior said, I'm going to give your illusion some extra strength, but because of that, it's actually banished. You don't get any strength at all now.
Yeah, it's Hypnotic Illusion of Strength.
Yes.
And so we're back to the swing of things here, where we have not the most impressive, but here we go. That's where the momentum starts. Hades, like we saw, he's giving Chris the most ink he's probably ever had in a game here. And there we go. We've got that genie also going into the unknown. More ink for Chris. Do what you want. You have all the ink in the world.
You have all the ink in the world, but he has no cards in hand, unfortunately. So he's going to be top decking here. Let's see what he gets. I did not see it. It is a Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. Okay.
Yeah.
So Rafiki then able to challenge into the Bell. Rafiki has Challenger +3, but because of Madam Mim, he is able to take out that Bell Accomplished Mystic because of that 4 strengths.
And this is scary. He just quested, which makes me believe another elephant coming in.
Yes, there is. Yep.
Terrifying business.
More elephants stomping into the room, and then a Dumbo coming down.
Yeah.
A cuter elephant,
And this is a miserable place to be in because he is in what we call top deck mode, and he has in his access 12 ink, and he can do anything he wants, and the only thing he can do is what the top of the deck gives him. Meanwhile, we have Carlos saying, well, I can do tons of stuff. I got so much ink. I got
so many cards in hand. Yeah, I can do all the things.
So it's just a wait-and-see game, and I think Chris knows that usually in a wait-and-see game against a deck like this, you're going to wait and see some pain, and this is Elsa, the Spirit, is starting that pain problem.
Yeah, that Genie could not stay on the board. Junior could not let that stay on the board because that was the Dumbo answer right there that Chris had. That 3 strength on evasive on his turn would have taken Dumbo out, but he wants to keep his little elephant flying.
Yeah, another Dumbo comes down because Dumbos and Bells are the name of the game here. And so we don't have a complete, game on board. And he has the ability here to go ahead and challenge into, he says, I'm done.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Chris says, nope, I'm not coming back. He was trying to tip the scales towards the win and see if he could gain back control, but Junior really just able to, every time Chris seemed to get a little bit closer, seeming to level the playing field, Junior was just able to bring it right back. That Blurple deck is being played for a reason. It's very consistent. There is only one, though, here in the top 8, but
it's doing good. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting with those Blurple powers. And so congratulations, though, to Carlos. I mean, this is very exciting to see. Chris Oyola has a Golden Mickey, and now they both do, and Carlos now can go forward to in the top 4, which we are not going to get. We're going to get you there, guys.
We're going to, semifinals is going to be amazing. We can't wait to bring it to you. We're going to go to a break, and we will see you soon. Hello, Lumineers. We are so excited that tickets are going on sale very soon for the next Disney Lorcana Challenge. So if you loved what you saw here, if you want to join in all the fun, then grab your tickets January 9th through 11th, 2026 in Richmond, Virginia. And those tickets go on sale November 10th. And then in March of next year, we will be going to Belgium. The Disney Lorcana Disney Lorcana Challenge Ghent is happening March 6th through 8th, and those tickets go on sale November 15th. And JDZ, I'm here with you. That event has 4,000 competitor tickets.
And Rebecca, I cannot stress you all at home that are watching. If you want to be here, you got to sign up early. You got to be there early when they go on sale, so don't miss out because this has been an absolutely magical experience. And we are getting down to it. We're down to the nitty gritty. We are going into the top four, Rebecca. Can you believe it?
So exciting. Do you want to see those players?
I would love to see those Luminaries who made it to the top four.
Let's take a look at our top four. We have Dan Arnold playing that Dogs Emerald Amber deck, facing off with Frank Karsten playing Amethyst Steel. That is a match I cannot wait to watch. And then on the other side of the bracket, what do you have, JDZ?
We got Jonathan Williams. He's already achieved the Golden Mickey as well, already went to the National Championship last season. Back at it again with another Golden Mickey, but he does not have a DLC championship, but he's going to have to face off against Junior Franco, someone who I talked to him before this, and he's like, I do not want to play against Junior because of that matchup. So it's going to be a very uphill climb
that
for
will be
Dragon
interesting.
John.
We do have an interview actually with Junior, so let's go ahead and take a look at that and hear from this player going into the top four.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I am joined by Carlos off of a huge victory. Nice to meet you and congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you, my friend, is just to let the audience get to know you a little bit. How long have you been playing the game, and what led you to today? Have you always been on the deck that you played today? Have those always been your colors, or have you been switching out? Just give a bit of history about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. I've been playing since set 4, and I started with Red Blue. I bought it because some of my friends were saying it's a fun game, and I bought Red Blue just to introduce myself, and I was like a Red Blue loyalist since then. Sisu's gone, so I had to pick a new deck, and my friends were telling me Blurple was the best. Fun fact, I went to Bologna, and it took me all 8 rounds to get a Mulan.
Wow.
So big difference.
That's a very dramatic change from you. Took you 8 rounds to get to those 3 match wins required for a Mulan, and now you find yourself all the way in top cut. You've earned your Golden Mickey. You've got your invitation to the North American Championships. Just how are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I feel awesome. I'm so happy to be here. I'm happy that I came. After Bologna, I was like, oh, it's not worth it. But then I was like, no, I have the time, and I love the game, and I came, and I'm glad that I did.
I love that, and we're glad as well. Obviously, you're going to be representing at the North American Championship. So you said that your friends led you towards choosing Blurple. How has your run been? Are there any particular rounds, whether it was yesterday or today, that are real standouts, something that's really worth mentioning?
I think the only thing worth mentioning, is Second Star is an insane card. And, the amount of times that I just play it and I can see the dread on my opponent's face and then, it's over. I mean, that's it. And
it's over. I've drawn 5 cards. It's over. Something else I want to ask you. We've had a lot of people joining the game as a Fabled, a wonderful jumping on point for people with rotation and all that. So I'd like to ask, do you have any advice to anyone that might be watching at home that maybe is interested in joining the Disney Lorcana community but maybe is a little apprehensive? What advice would you give new players looking to join the game?
I think that it doesn't have to be super competitive. You don't have to play these specific colors to enjoy the game. There was a lot of representation in the top 8, top 32, all of these very innovative decks, and you can really just play what you feel comfortable with. And I think that's what I love about Lorcana, is that there's no one meta, one win all. Everybody thought it was Blurple, and then look at top 8, there was what, one? Me. So
yeah, you are literally the lone soldier of Blurple among a sea of them. So that in itself is a huge accomplishment. Last thing I want to ask you, do you have any shout outs, any thank yous, any special messages for the community, your friends, maybe people that you test with? Just take a moment and say anything that you'd like to say.
Yeah, well, shout out to my family. I love you, Mom, Kim, Ariana. I love you guys so much. Shout out to my testing group, everybody in Houston. Shout out to the Bakers, always hosting, not you. But, but thank you guys so much for staying up and testing with me. I really appreciate it. Obviously, it worked out well. Thank you to everybody in Houston. Shout out to Cytex Gaming. I think that's everything.
Carlos, you've had a fantastic run. Congratulations, and we've got more to see from you very soon, and I wish you the best of luck. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon.
That was a great interview with Baker. You know, one of the things I love, JD, about these interviews with the players is just the joy that you can see on their face. You could tell that Carlos was just so happy.
And being the last Sapphire Amethyst player in the field, making it this far out of so many that showed up, you are the king of Sapphire Amethyst. I think that's a badge of honor that you can wear going for the rest of your life as well.
I think so. You know, we talked about that conversion with, the, and that 40% of the top cut was, day 2 was that Blurple, but only one. Only one made it to the top.
The sole remaining Sapphire Amethyst player.
Yeah, well, we are so excited that we're going to be bringing you the semifinals very shortly. We do want to take a look at the deck lists of our first featured match. Are you ready to jump in, JD?
I am ready to jump on and see what these Illuminators are doing.
This is going to be Dan versus Frank Karsten. Dan Arnold playing that Dogs deck. How do you feel about this dog deck? Pretty straightforward. It's a little spice.
This deck is a solid pick. I think it was a great decision to bring this deck for this field. It had a pretty decent run, and I'm loving that Pluto-friendly Pooch. That is a card that a lot of these Illuminators aren't playing too much these days, but it seems like it had great effects for Dan all day. Also, this card, Heffalumps and Woozles. Yes. I saw that in the Diego deck when I covered his match, but now seeing it here, it makes perfect sense because the aggro decks can just sometimes get out of hand. Sometimes even the reckless characters, when they quest, they give your characters reckless. Well, guess what? Heffalumps and Woozles will be able to stop that. I think this deck is very consistent. It has a nice game plan. You got some tech choices in there. This Lewis, the Endearing Alligator, that's another card this strategy doesn't play too often. I love how Dan put this deck together, and I like to see him in. I think he has a great position just based on matchup spreads in this top 4. Yeah, so we have this other deck, the Amethyst Steel, and you just said that you feel like in this matchup that he might have the edge with Dogs, but this deck by Frank Karsten is spicy. Oh, my
goodness. JD, this deck is so spicy that the cards are running over the Disney Lorcana Challenge logo because there are so many 1-ofs and 2-ofs and 3-ofs. He has so many tech cards, and I do want to call out this Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, and not just that Tinkerbell, but there's another Tinkerbell Fast Flyer that is a 3-cost, a perfect shift target for the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy. I love that shift line. It's one, I love it. I love to play it, and so I love to see Frank Karsten playing that here at Disney Lorcana Challenge in Milwaukee. We have a 1-of so many different things in here.
There's so many 1-of.
A 1-of Timothy Q Mouse, a 1-of Tiny Adversary.
And this is in typical Frank Karsten fashion. He is a DLC champion for a reason.
Yes,
extremely smart, intelligent player. Put this deck probably into the hyper geometric calculator and came out with this thing that you have on the board with just so many different 1-ofs. Scar, finally King, is finally in the deck at 1-of as well. You have 2 bells. You have Hypnotic Strength. How is this going to work against Dan in this matchup?
Yeah.
I like the Dogs a little bit, but this one might be a little bit spicy, Rebecca.
This is very spicy, and what I would love to know is, and I'll have to go look later, is that Scar finally King with that ally synergy. Is I'm curious on the count. What is the number of allies that are in this deck?
I can kind of see. You got the Giant Cobra. I know that's an ally.
Yep, Tinkerbell is an ally.
Genie's an
Dragon.
Ally. So I see there are some synergies there, and I guarantee you Frank has ran the numbers and determined that these are the adequate amounts to play that 1-of Scar and get that value and push this thing over the top. So I would love to see Frank go back-to-back, get another DLC win, but Dan is going to be a roadblock in the way. Yeah,
what's interesting, just talking about the story, the journey that these players have taken to get here, you have Dan, who is such a strong player. He was playing at every single DLC last season, never made it to day 2, even though he earned tons of let it goes, and then here he is coming all the way to the semifinals. On the other side, you have Frank Karsten, who was the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge champion at Lille in season 1, and then now making his debut here in North America in season 2, making it all the way to the semifinals. So these are 2 really great players, 2 fantastic stories, and I think we have some friends who are ready to bring us
Let's do it. Let's hop over to the booth.
Hey,
and-
there they are.
Uh-oh.
We have our favorite villain. We have B Squared, and we have a Stitch.
And a Stitch. This is the brains of the operation, this Stitch. And
Yes,
Brandon,
Absolutely.
Anything that I say
don't
is
doubt
smart
it.
is actually just coming from Stitch into my ear. That's all that it is.
100%. Guys, these deck lists, what is going on? So the Lorcana community are of the opinion that 4-obs, consistency, everything should be maxed out. But Frank Carsten, who is known to be something of a mathematician genius, consistently showing us that this is not necessarily always the way. He loves a few 1-obs, he loves a few 2-obs, and this is nothing new for Frank. We were seeing him do this last year too.
Yeah.
He took the lore book and threw it out. So he said, I'm playing by my own guns, and we are going to throw it over to you two to bring us these semifinals. Take it away, guys.
Let's do it.
Quite happily, Brandon. Great to be back in the booth with you for the
course.
semi-finals. It's great. Again, I'm so happy and proud of my new role as a host, but I do miss being in the booth, man.
It's so exciting to actually be casting the games, isn't it?
Exactly. So I'm so glad to be here. So I'm glad I was able to make it here for the semi-finals. And man, do we have some interesting stories. This whole weekend has been full of stories. Obviously, the superstar, the young Illumineer, has taken the community by storm. Every time I've walked across the venue for the last few rounds, people are like, have you seen the kid, Baker? Have you seen? Yes, I've seen the kid. He's better than me. He's better than you.
He's better than
all
most
of
of
us.
the people in this building.
Absolutely, he is making an impact. Commiserations to him, was eliminated, but what a story he told this weekend. So a shout out to him, but we've still got some fantastic players. We are going to be seeing Frank Carsten versus Dan. Dan, a very well-known content creator in the community. Top respect for him, and obviously Frank Carsten, the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. What a story that would be, Brandon, if Frank, who was the first ever champion of the EU Season 1, could also be the first champion of Season 2 in North America. Like, what a statement.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there's so many stories across the top 4 in this top 4. I'm very eager to see how Frank pilots this deck. I mean, I like to call Frank the man behind the math. As you mentioned, he's a bit of a mathematician. He even has written articles on the official Disney Lorcana website on how to build decks. So if there's anybody that knows how to do it, it's this guy. And you look at that deck list and you think, oh my goodness, there's so much going on. But I know more than any other player, I would be confident that Frank has a specific purpose for every single card in this deck.
100%, and I am loving this deck. Of course, Dan, as the first seed, the top of the mountain will be on the play, and I believe that was a 5-card altar for Dan on that Emerald Amber Dogs deck. And Frank Carsten, I think, just taking an altar of 3. And I'm in love with this deck list from Frank Carsten. We're used to Amethyst steel decks, like fitting a very similar script by and large these days, all looking very similar. Shout out to people like Zach Bivens and Tiago, who have like been experts of this deck list, and sort of we think we've solved it, but then Frank Carsten comes in with his one-off Timothy Q Mouse, who gets an extra lore pip if there's an evasive character.
There's
and
quite
of
a
course,
few evasives.
There sure are, and of course it's going to be no surprise to you, Brandon, to know that I am loving this Scar finally. King.
I know. I hope we see that card being played. I feel like the +1 to ally characters really can make the difference.
So much synergy. The guys in the lounge were asking how many allies. I can count at least 11 just from a skim down the deck, but we've got some really spicy stuff here. The Jafar Aspiring Ruler, the one-off Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. We've got the one-off Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, but we're off to the races, guys. An Ink and a Turn 1 Lady.
Timothy.
And we're going to say, oh no, so Timothy Q Mouse is off the table for game 1, guys. I'm sorry, but we do have Captain Hook. I do want to make a point of saying in Dan's deck, we have that tech card of Lewis, which seemingly definitely is putting some work this weekend. Dan's first seed, but with the existence of Captain Hook, I don't think Lewis is going to be a very live card in this match.
I'm going to be honest, as I look at both of these players' deck lists, I think Frank has quite the upper hand, having a bunch of characters, both that are evasive, but also that are going to do really well challenging into other characters. Daniel is not playing the Emerald Chromicon version of Dogs. He's mainly playing the Under the Sea, and there are plenty of cards in Frank Carsten's list that get around that Under the Sea, having more than 2 strength. So as we see here, Daniel is going to be going wide. I love seeing this Pluto-friendly pup. We've seen how vital it can be in the previous games. I love that it is an additional card in play, but also can discount a card, almost counting as 2 discounts for the Tramp Street
Street Dog.
Yeah, and
Street Smart Dog.
Absolutely, and we cast a game for Dan earlier up against Amber Steel, where he just stuck at 2 ink for the entirety of game 1, and that was enough. But you're right, Frank Carson does have some bigger bodies in the deck, and I think that's going to be the priority to play around that Under the Sea. Of course, the Calhoun with 3 strength, the Raja with 3 strength. I think if we can get down things like that Giant Cobra with 4 strength and Bell, and play around that Under the Sea to the best of our ability.
Yeah, and something that I noticed, I was counting up the number of illusions that are in Frank's deck, and I think there's only 7, but Dan only has the 3 Heffalump and Woozles anyway in the deck to target those, so the stat boosts that you're going to get out of those illusion characters are really going to shine in this matchup. We do see the Tramp Street Smart Dog being played here a little bit early, so Dan is going to get to draw 3 cards and discard 3 cards, which is a pretty typical lineup that we see for this deck.
Yeah, of course, this Tramp Street Smart Dog, you can pay 1 ink less for each other character that you control, so with 3 characters, that would make it 4 ink, but with the Pluto, who is a very good boy, we're only paying 3 to put down this Tramp, and we're just drawing through the deck, we're finding our key pieces. Dogs is it's kind of aggro, but it is a combo deck by and large. You want to see your ladies and your tramps, you want to be filling up that discard pile to be able to recur these characters with the Lady Street, Miss Park Avenue. So, yeah, I'm super excited to see how Dan is going to pilot this matchup. 1 Under the Sea being discarded straight away, and a Go-Go Tamago and a Bobby Zimmerowski.
We also saw Dan flash to the camera. I don't think Frank saw it, but he does have another Under the Sea in hand also. I do love seeing those Go-Go Tamagos in the discard, though, because they can be brought back later. And even if you know that your opponent's holding it in their hand, it really makes you have to second guess how you challenge into your opponent's board.
Absolutely.
How many, which characters you're leaving open to be challenged back, because that Go-Go Tamago has that special ability where you can play it, pay an extra 2 ink, and then gain the amount of lore of damage on another character. Could come into play later in the game for Dan trying to close out the game.
This Calhoun's going to take out this Pluto nice and easy and gain 2 lore. But yeah, this Tramp Street Smart Dog is going to be kind of tough to answer for at least a couple of turns. I don't expect it to turn sideways, and of course we could build up to the Elsa turn, but that big bulky 6 willpower is going to take a little bit to get through. We're going to see the Genie Satisfied Dragon coming down again. Amethyst Steel follows the script of 1-2-3 curve, opening up Strength for a Raging Fire. Of course, though, Dan does have access to that Ursula Deceiver, who can rip those song cards out of the opponent's hand. We saw earlier against Rob. Rob didn't really care. He was just keeping the strengths, wasn't inking, saying, yo, have the Ursula.
Yeah.
Play the Ursula. If you want to take this from me, you take it. So I wonder if Frank will follow a similar thought trail.
Not entirely sure. I'm trying to look at Dan, flipping through the cards in hand. I do see a Lady Family Dog. Looks like that's going to come into play. You can play a 2-cost or 1-cost character when you play Lady as well. We're going to see a Bobby Zimmerowski being played. We'll get another discard, or draw and then discard from Bobby's ability.
Yep, this Lady, a fantastic card, not only seeing play in these Lady and the Tramp style decks, but just a lot of aggro decks in general, being able to cheat out an extra 2-cost character. So she's being put to great work here, and of course Bobby Zimmerowski being able to continue to filter out. We're going to put a second copy of Under the Sea into the discard. There are only 3 in the deck. Again, this is open deck lists, the Lumineers, the semi-finals of DLC Milwaukee, and yeah, so 2 Under the Sea are off the table. There's no way to recur them, so at most, we will see 1 Under the Sea in this game 1 and no Timothy Q Mouse. I think that's a very important detail.
The Timothy
Brandon.
is in the inkwell. We won't see him in this match. Maybe in a future one, though. Interesting enough, I do love all of the evasive on your turn characters. I believe Frank is also playing the Mr. Smee that gives evasive on your turn, which would also synergize with that.
Absolutely. And earlier on, I was saying, I think that's a great character to play just to trick your opponent into thinking that you're Sapphire Steel. But then we later found out that we are actually playing that Scar, who of course gives +1 strength to all of your allies. And if he's exerted at the end of your turn, you can banish one of your. Well, you draw cards equal to the strength of one of your allies. Then you banish it. Then you discard 2 cards.
And this is going to be a difficult position for Dan. You know, I feel like these Emerald decks are looking to go very wide. You're trying to basically build a wider board than your opponent is, but as Frank continues to play characters turn after turn, we've got the Hook, the Calhoun, the Genie as well, all great challengers coming into this as Dan being on the play.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be an up the mountain stretch for Frank Carsten, pun entirely intended. But you got to think Frank might have seen a couple of dogs decks over the course of his 12 round Swiss run, and then top cut all the way to the semi-finals. If you're only just joining us, you've missed a lot. But welcome to the Disney Lorcana Challenge. This is the semi-finals. Frank Carsten versus Dan. One of these players will be proceeding to the finals for the chance to be the first champion of North America Season 2, and of course to earn that super coveted invitation to the World Championships. But of course, we're already definitely going to see both of these guys at the North American Championships, the top 32 earning that privilege.
We do see Frank playing that Yzma Chemist, the 3-3 for 2.
Conniving
Chemist.
Feel
Thank
the
you.
power, Brandon. Do you feel it?
I feel it.
Do you feel it?
I
Good.
feel the power.
She's a fantastic card again. These Amethyst Steel decks that want to play out as much of their hand as possible go super wide. Of course, playing Doc Bold Knight is a fantastic choice, but Yzma, another card that allows us just to be kind of greedy, Brandon, to be honest.
Yeah, Frank holding 3 cards in hand currently, but Yzma with that ability where you can draw up to 3. A great draw engine, a consistency card to allow you to keep resources in your hand. We're going to see Dan playing another Bobby Zimmerowski. That might be the 3rd that we've seen for the day, or for the game.
They've put in a lot of work for him, not just because they're drawing cards and discarding cards, but it's just building a wide board, right? Because we know there are cards like the Tramp Enterprising Dog who can give a character 1 strength for each other character you have in play. Of course, just having a wide board is also good for those under the sea numbers. So yeah, these Bobby Zimmerowski's putting in a lot of work.
Dan's holding an Ursula Deceiver in hand as well. That was the card he chose to keep over the Merryweather. We're going to go ahead and play it and see what Frank is holding, if there's any songs in there. It doesn't look like that. We've got the Doc Bold Knight, Mr. Smee, and Giant Cobra. All really great cards into this matchup. The Giant Cobra could help Frank gain a little bit of extra lore. Doc, of course, used to refill his hand. Frank could very easily on the next turn ink one of those cards, play one of those cards, play the Doc, draw 2 more cards, and continue adding pressure to the wide board that Dan is trying to build.
Yeah, board has gone super wide, and the Ursula Deceiver, just getting information as well, is super critical in the Disney Lorcana trading card game. We're going to pass. Frank Carsten is going to ready, set, draw, as is the tradition. I think that was a strength for a Raging Fire off the top of the deck, which is not bad at all. We already have 4 characters on board. We have a perfectly reasonable Genie Satisfied Dragon that would love to sing a rendition of Strength for a Raging Fire. Are we able to go wide? Again, this Amethyst Steel deck, a lot of low-cost characters, lots of 1s, lots of 2s. So actually good odds here that Frank Carsten might be able to go 6 characters wide and then answer this Tramp Street Smart Dog.
I believe we can. We have at least 2 cost characters in hand, and then a Giant Cobra as well. One of those being Doc, the other one being Smee. So definitely could go to 6 and then sing to play that Strength of Raging Fire, banishing that Tramp, starting sort of the breaking of this board state where both players are keeping their characters readied. Looks like Frank is considering inking the Giant Cobra here.
Yeah, this Giant Cobra, a big body, one of those illusions, as you say, Brandon, and a fantastic bit of lore burst. When you play the Cobra, you can discard a card to gain 2 lore, but it's going to be into the inkwell for this particular Cobra, and down comes the Mr. Smee, Steadfast Mate, and a Doc Bold Knight. But are we going to trigger the ability? We are not, and the reason being we have that Strength for a Raging Fire, and it is going to be sung with the Genie Satisfied Dragon, but we don't need the Doc because we have the Feel the Power, and we're going to draw up to 3.
Yeah, usually this is such an awkward play, having to play the Doc before you get rid of the Strength, just so you can banish the Tramp, but that Yzma is helping Frank stay not only ahead on board, but ahead in hand as well, as Dan doesn't have any cards in hand. And now that Frank is finally deciding to turn his character sideways, questing with them and singing, we're starting to open up this board state. Knowing that Dan doesn't have any cards in hand, that means that he's really just playing off the top of the deck. We know there's so many cards in this Amber Emerald deck that gives extra strength to other characters through cards like Tramp Enterprising Dog and others. And so he, I guess, is not too worried about that unless it's just coming off of the top.
Yeah, absolutely right. Frank Carsten looking to do something with this Captain Hook. Of course, no challenges available, so maybe considering just going on a quest, starting to initiate that exchange of challenges, but doing all the math as we know Frank Carson will do. Also worth mentioning, another great use for the Scar finally King in this matchup is the +1 to allies to keep characters out of the range of that Under the Sea, which could certainly come up, although again, 2 Under the Seas have already made their way into the discard pile, 1 courtesy of an early Tramp Street Smart Dog and 1 from Bobby Zimmerowski. Our Calhoun is going to go on a quest there, but not the Captain Hook. We're still prioritizing that super good beat stick.
Yeah, Frank understanding that resist with the Calhoun means that the only way that Dan could challenge into it and actually do much damage would be if he drew one of those cards in his deck that allows you to increase the strength of one of your other characters. So it's a relatively safe risk to take, just gaining a little bit of extra lore. And now Frank has built a bit wider board than Dan has, and this is such an awkward match for Dan because you can't really turn your character side. You can't quest with him too early. Otherwise, Frank's board is just going to eat it up. You gain a big burst of lore, but then you're kind of left with nothing.
Yeah, it would have to be that Tramp Enterprising Dog or indeed the Merryweather Good Fairy, which would be required to raise the strength of one of these characters to take out this Calhoun. Of course, the lady could do 1 damage and then take herself out, but all of these other characters with just 1 point of strength. So this Calhoun pretty safe at the moment as it stands. We're going to play 3 ink to shift down Miss Park Avenue, and now we're going to return 2 characters of cost 2 or less from our discard to our hand. The first one is going to be the Bobby Zimmerowski dude, and which other one is Dan considering? I quite like the Merryweather here personally, but maybe the Go-Go. There are some big bodies here. Something like that Genie Satisfied Dragon with that 4 willpower must be pretty tempting to be able to hopefully get some damage on it and then have a 3 lore burst potentially. And there we go, committed.
Yeah, looks like Dan is taking the Go-Go and the Bobby. I think for those reasons exactly, Dan knows he's going to need some big bursts of lore coming through if he wants to win this matchup. We're going to use the Lady to challenge and banish the Yzma, getting rid of that draw engine for Frank. So we saw the value that Frank got from Yzma in the last turn, making sure that he can't do that again.
Hey, she's done a job at this point. She just gave you a +3. Like, cool, you've taken her out, whatever. Like that little moment there as well. We talk about this lady, Miss Park Avenue, actually one of the bigger beat sticks in the deck with that 4 strength, challenging to Yzma, and I like the little hand motion from Frank there. I was like, I do 3 back.
Yeah, also sets up for a pretty decent trade as well with one of the cheaper characters that Frank has on board to clean up that lady. So we are going to see a Dumbo being played, turning on all of these characters that gain evasive on Frank's side of the board. We can use Dumbo's ability where we pay 1 ink, exert the character, we draw a card, and gain a lore.
Yep, Mr. Smee making history. Gain 1, draw 1, courtesy of the 9th Wonder of the Universe, one of the most impactful cards from set 9, Fabled. Frank looking to potentially ink something else here, I think. Maybe the Captain Hook to potentially play, and no, we're gonna pay for Dumbo once again. Now the Genie is gonna make history. We're gonna gain 1, draw 1, and as it stands, there are no answers to the Dumbo on Dan's board. In fact, I don't think there are any answers to the Dumbo whatsoever.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Dumbo being evasive, also being above that Under the Sea number, means it's going to be very difficult to get rid of. You can't play anything like Lewis against it because he can just use his ability to get around the Reckless that Lewis would give. So Dumbo, I imagine, is going to be around for a while.
Yeah, all of these evasives really, of course, except for things like Smee and Genie that only have evasive during your turn. But this Dumbo is pretty safe from what I can tell. I'm literally trying to work out if there is a single thing that we could do to remove this Dumbo, and I'm really not seeing it, to be honest with you, Brandon.
No, I'm looking through the deck list now, and I actually don't think there's a single answer.
Because even if you played the Lewis and gave it Reckless, like, it can just use the Breaking Records ability itself to get around that Reckless condition. So this Dumbo does look like it's going to be here to stay. We're going to play Bobby Zimmerowski, dude, and draw 1 and discard 1. What is it going to be? I think it was a Cursed Merfolk we found off the top there.
It's like we've got a Cursed Merfolk, Bobby, and Go-Go in hand.
And let's not forget, there are 4 copies of Lady Miss Park Avenue in the deck. So Dan got to feel pretty safe in discarding pretty much anything of a 1 or 2 cost, knowing that he's got a lot of ways to be able to get these cards back. We're going to pay 1 more ink for yet another, but that's the full 4 on the board. 4 of a kind. Bobby Zimaruski all pointing cheese spray at each other.
There's so much cheese spray on the board right now.
What a dream. I love cheese. Let's not get distracted. We got Disney Lorcana. It's not food time yet. Man, what a weekend this has been, Brandon. What a pleasure to be a part of the first North American Championship of Season 2. And what a matchup here. 2 very well-respected names in our community. It's just been an incredible weekend.
Awesome games being played on stream as well and off stream. Lots of players gathering around the tables, cheering when players win, consoling each other when they lose. There's been so many people that have walked up to me asking if I heard about this thing or that thing that happened.
Yep. No, it's been brilliant. Honestly, it really has such a pleasure to be here, and we've got more to come. This is the semi-finals, and we've still got our grand finals. Dan going to play another Daisy Duck, and again, just sitting at that 3 ink threshold. Doesn't need to go in. I think we saw him at 4 ink once in his feature matches over the weekend, but 2 or 3 ink doing the job. We're going to pass back to Frank, who's going to ready, set, draw. Frank sitting at 6 lore, Dan only 0, but that doesn't really matter. You know, this dog deck is a slow process. You build the board, you wait until you can wipe your opponents, and then you just basically create a 2-turn clock.
I think this is going to be the turn that we really see Frank's deck pop off. We have the Dumbo in play that we can use with his ability to, like we mentioned earlier, pay that ink, exert the character, draw a card, gain a lore. You can do that with both the Dumbo, the Genie that's in play, the Smee as well. Frank's going to start building a sizable hand. He's going to have lots of options to play against Daniel. And Daniel, just the nature of this deck, he can't exert his characters for really much of a reason because of all of the characters that Frank has on his side of the board that can have those favorable trades. Daniel's just trying to build up enough lore on board to make a burst to 20, I believe.
Yeah, 100%, but we'll quite happily extend these Mr. Smees to make history. Once again, draw 1, gain 1. I think that was a strength of a raging fire found off the top of the deck, and probably no reason not to just kind of keep the pressure on. And Frank's just sort of cruising ahead 2 or 3 lore at a turn, and there's only so long that Dan can hold off before Frank's just going to be representing game with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore on the board, potentially 7 if the Calhoun can manage something.
Yeah, and Amethyst Steel already is one of these decks that incrementally gain lore throughout the game just because they have a lot of characters that only quest for 1, but when you have that Dumbo in play as well, it just creates so much more value being able to draw a card while you're also doing the thing that you were already doing, gaining that incremental lore. It looks like we are going to play Strength of a Raging Fire, banishing that Lady Family Dog, getting a potential Singer off the board, a potential Lady Shift option off the board as well.
Yeah, I think the Lady Shift is probably the most relevant, but also the Lady was the highest strength character on the board, and Frank has decided now is the time. We're going to play a Calhoun and a Genie Satisfied Dragon, and we are going to start to turn them sideways. 2 Captain Hooks and a Calhoun. That's going to take us up to 11 lore, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore on board, but 9 if the Calhoun can banish something in a challenge. And don't forget, this is Amethyst Steel. There are White Roses in the deck. There are Giant Cobras in the deck. So Dan needs to respect that this current board state could represent the end of game 1 for him.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there are plenty of options that Frank could draw on the next turn, especially with this Dumbo in play, having 2 Genies and a Smee to draw through the deck. Dan understands this, recognizes this. He's going to use the Bobbies to challenge those Captain Hooks, get them off the board, keep Frank off of getting to 20 so quickly.
Yep, just taking 1 damage apiece. Of course, these Bobbies can be quite easily banished by the Calhouns, and that would be a 4 lore gain, but of course these Captain Hooks are sitting there just getting a lore a turn for free, so I don't think you can hold off any longer. Again, like I said, if Frank has White Rose or Giant Cobra, then the game is just over. So Dan needs to make some moves. We're going to play another Daisy Duck, and are we just going to, yeah, you see a little bit of a tight-lipped grimace from Dan, kind of reading the board state, understanding he's a bit of a disadvantageous position. That's not a word. I'll get there in the end. He's in a bad position. It's been a long day, Brad. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Where did that come from?
It took me a second. Yeah, Stitch whispered in my ear. I wasn't sure either.
Stitch has got our back. We're going to send the Tramp into Mr. Smee, and the Daisy going to finish the job.
Yeah, when you look at the math between getting the Captain Hooks off of the board, it really doesn't change much because you're exerting these bobbies, they stay on the board, but then it allows the Calhouns to challenge on the next turn. So the 2 lore that you took off the board from the Captain Hooks just opened up those Calhouns to be able to challenge and gain an extra lore than they would have had they not, or had they just quested. So Dan in a really tough position. We are going to see the Calhoun challenge into the Daisy Duck, banishing that. That's 2 lore for that Calhoun. We're going to see the second one challenge the Ursula Deceiver, gaining another 2 lore.
Tinkerbell, can we get a big tink? Oh, there's a tiny tink.
Oh, and we have the Giant Cobra. We can discard a card and gain 2 lore, so we're going to discard this Tinkerbell.
That's going to take us to 17, and then that's going to finish the job. And game 1 goes to Frank Carsten on the draw. My goodness, what a match, and it is not over yet. We're going straight into game 2. Once again, we see Dan, his serve being broken, but we saw that earlier on in his top 32 game against Rob, but Dan still was able to come out of that one the victor. So will we get a repeat performance? But this is a super good position for Frank to be in, breaking serve there. So even if he loses game 2, he will get his game 3 on the play. And Amethyst Steel on the play against Amber Emerald Dogs, especially without the Emerald Chromicon. That is a tough position for Dan to beat his way out of.
It really is. We saw in the last game, Dan is just kind of forced to play as many characters on board as he can, keep them upright until he builds a massive characters where he can eventually try to quest out and hopefully build a board too wide for Frank to answer. So I think if I'm Dan here, I'm just looking to go as wide as possible, as fast as possible. Frank did such a good job of playing around those Under the Seas by playing all those characters with 3 strength or more to keep Daniel off of doing something off of what his deck is trying to do, one of the more broken things that the deck can do by playing that Tramp Street Smart Dog quickly so that you can sing the Under the Sea, wipe the opponent's board, gain that board advantage with such a wide board. He's just not going to be able to do that against this deck with Frank.
No, not at all. Dan going to offer the fist bump to Frank Carsten, and here we go. We're going to ink the lady, and down comes the goodest of boys, Paluto, to set the stage, the friendly pooch.
A great card for Dan to see here, allowing him to essentially play another character for free. He has so many one-drop characters that you can exert the Pluto to reduce the cost of that character, play it. So we could potentially see Dan do something like Ink next turn, play 2 one-drops, exert the Pluto, play another one-drop, and just go very, very wide.
Yeah, 100%. I was really hoping in that prior game we were going to see the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy come down that turn where all the Bobbies had 1 damage on them and the Daisy had 3. Man, that would have been an impactful turn, but wasn't necessary. Frank still able to take game 1. Breaking serve, we're going to ink the Captain Hook, and down comes the Happy, a 2-1 quest for 1 with evasive during your turn, which again, we saw the Dumbo putting in a masterclass of work in game 1 for those characters that have evasive or have evasive during your turn, and Happy will quite happily make history himself. I think Happy would love the circus.
And as we mentioned, there's not a single answer for Dan in his deck to deal with those Dumbos. So if Frank is able to establish one of those at some point in the game, it gives him so much more value than really any of his other 4-drops. You are going to see Dan play a Go-Go Tamago. It is an evasive character. Okay, so I guess Go-Go is technically an answer to the Dumbo.
Yeah, okay. We did kind of like disrespect the evasive keyword on Go-Go in the previous game. You just think of her as a lore burster, but yeah, that 2 strength can be boosted up courtesy of Merryweather. So okay, there are timid answers to the evasive, but they are few and far between. But Dan recognizing that game 1, he just could not control the board with that Dumbo, could do nothing to prevent it from making history. So Go-Go, the priority 2-drop in this game, I think is a great decision.
Yeah, and Happy being in play for Frank here, Go-Go would be one of the few characters that he would have available to him to start incrementally gaining lore while Frank doesn't have any evasives in play. But that 1-drop Happy, having that 2 strength is the perfect answer for Go-Go, so Dan can't even do that.
Yep, keeping that Go-Go checked with our Happy Lively Knight, one of the 7 Dwarf Knights from the realm of Lorcana. We're going to play a Cursed Merfolk, and we still are just sitting at 2 ink, as Dan likes to do. We're going to pass over to Frank with just a Calhoun and a Happy in play. Got to think we're looking to establish maybe a Genie-satisfied Dragon on this turn. Frank going to put his cards down and do the mental maths as how he planning out the next few turns. And this is what makes the difference between some of the best players in the world, right? How far ahead through the game are you thinking? The best players are thinking 2, 3, 4, 5 turns ahead.
You have to, especially at these top tables. Every micro decision can be the difference between a win or a loss. We are going to see Frank questing with the Calhoun and the Happy here, then establishing a Mr. Smee and a Captain Hook afterwards, making sure that he's meeting Daniel, building that wide board, saying, I can build a wide board too. If you start turning things sideways, you're going to have something to match it.
You want to go wide? I can also go wide. Yeah, you would expect normally the Amethyst Steel decks to want to play a 3-drop on this turn, but actually not as necessary in this particular matchup. There isn't like a huge body that you desperately need to strength for a Raging Fire. So I like the approach here from Frank Carson, instead going to go a little wide. And there's something very satisfying about seeing a Captain Hook and a Mr. Smee come down at the same turn.
Yes, working together.
Yeah, for sure. Stealing Tinkerbell as well, the blighter.
Oh, that is true. Frank's got a whole theme going on in his deck,
Absolutely, I'm loving it. Oh, a little frown from Frank Carsten there. I wonder what that was referring to. Maybe just the underwhelming turn from Dan there.
I think so. Dan only being able to play that Lady Decisive Dog, the 1-drop character, not utilizing the rest of his ink, means that Dan probably doesn't have the greatest hand at the moment.
No, it doesn't look great.
Frank taking just a couple moments to decide what he wants to do, inking that Dumbo for turn. We are going to play the Yzma. We saw the value that got for him in the last game, being able to draw your hand up to 3 if you don't have 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, and not a lot of responses to that in the Amber Emerald Dogs deck. We may indeed feel the power. Frank apparently is a pointer when it comes to the finger maths. What are you, Brandon? Are you a pointer? Are you a conductor? What are you?
I'm a bit of a conductor. For some reason, I think I'm going to give too much away if I start actually pointing and saying the stuff that I'm going to do. But it's also incredibly difficult for me to just do it all in my head. So I'll end up mumbling, looking like a crazy person at the table to myself.
Looking like that Yzma on the table there. Down comes...
No, I think he's just moving the Smee around.
Okay, yep, just tidying up the board state. Mr. Smee potentially going on a quest, but Frank thinking better of it, and instead it's looking like it's going to be the Calhoun. Again, we are in the semi-finals of the DLC here in Milwaukee. These are untimed rounds. Take your time, gentlemen. Honestly, this is not the time to fumble just because you inked the wrong card or because you quested something prematurely. So we absolutely have all the time in the world here to really think these decisions through.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Frank just trying to think of any possible sequence of cards that Dan can play on the next turn to punish him for questing with these characters, given the characters that Dan has on board, how many cards he has in hand, knowing that the previous turn he only played the 1-drop Lady, thinking through what might be in his hand based on that information. Frank, I've heard talk about before, certain cards, way back in Lille, decided not to run oh man, what is it? The Jungle Book song that lets you look.
Bare Necessities.
Yes, the Bare Necessities to look at the opponent's hand, because he said, I feel like I can get enough information out of my opponent without using this card.
Yep, 100%. Very much looking forward to Mowgli in Whispers of the
Yes,
Well, but
absolutely.
we won't get distracted with that. And Under the Sea going into the discard, a Go-Go following suit, and a Lady. This tramp street smart dog certainly putting in the work, and of course the little tap there to identify that this Lady has triggered because the character was played. It gains a strength. We're going to play a second street smart dog to draw another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards and discard just as many, and that will be another trigger for the Lady. If we can play another character this turn, then we will be able to quest her for 3, but I'm not sure how we would play another character unless we have a third street smart dog. But even then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't think there's a way to play another character this turn.
But seeing both of those Street Smart dogs in play, they are high willpower characters. Sure. It is going to take a little bit extra from Frank. If we do see those tramps exerting themselves, they do quest for 2 also. So could help Dan on this race to 20 here. We have 2 very different style decks. You have this Amber Emerald, one that's looking to burst lore for a couple of turns after establishing a wide one, getting to 20, versus the Amethyst Steel deck that's looking to incrementally just gain a couple lore every turn through their questers. It looks like Dan is going to quest with this Curse Merfolk, gain 2 lore. If Frank decides to challenge the Curse Merfolk, we'll have to discard a card, also choosing to exert the Go-Go Tamago, questing for another lore, and then passing the turn to Frank.
Yeah, you got to think Frank is going to make some challenges this turn. The Happy, likely, yeah, I would say the Happy probably going to be answering the Go-Go Tamago. Could also be the Mr. Smee, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The Mr. Smee with only 2 willpower would be.
There
here
he
is
is.
the Scar. Finally, King. That's going to be +1 strength to all allies. The Calhoun is going to take out the Cursed Merfolk, gain 2 lore. The Cursed Merfolk, of course, when challenged, forces a discard. And what's next? The Happy, I think, going to go into the Evasive Go-Go.
Yes, I believe.
Yep, sounds about right. That will be a trade. And Mr. Smee taking out this Pluto, taking no damage in return, really clearing up this board state. And now this Scar threatening to potentially draw even more cards next turn, and of course can just quest for 2, but the +1 to allies is huge.
Yes, the +1 to allies synergizing with his other ability where you can, at the end of your turn, banish one of your ally characters, and then you draw cards equal to the strength of that character, then you discard 2 cards, so we have that Mr. Smee at the side of the board with 3 strength, but now 4 because of Scar's ability of giving him an extra strength. A great tool for drawing cards if you can if you can make Scar stick to the board. Usually played in Sapphire Steel decks, but Frank finding utility in him here.
Yeah, I think he's here for that +1 strength to allies more than anything else, to be honest. Again, good against Under the Sea and just a map fixer in general. Sure, you might be able to trigger the stick with me ability, but I don't think that's really the purpose behind this Scar being in the deck, unlike, again, Sapphire Steel, where you might play a lot of support characters, where you can boost the strength of an ally up to 4, 5, 6, 7, and really start to run away with card advantage.
We do see Dan playing the Miss Park Avenue Lady, bringing back a Cursed Merfolk and a Daisy Duck back to hand. We immediately see him play those, getting more utility out of the cards that he's putting in his discard to replay those 2 lore characters, helping him get closer and closer to 20.
And questing to 9, and of course that Lilo Escape Artist is still in the discard, and the option to return her to the board during the set phase of Ready, Set, Draw for her cost, coming in exerted, but Dan in this instance putting down a Cursed Merfolk and a Daisy makes a lot more sense. They do of course come down ready as opposed to the Lilo that would be exerted. The one-off Hypnotic Strength going into the Inkwell. Oh no, it's not. It's going to be played on the Scar. The Mr. Smee, who has 4 strength, going to answer that Miss Park Avenue. The Scar, who now has 7 strength, well, has 5 strength, but Challenger 2 is going to be easily able to answer the Street Smart Dog. And then I think it's just going to be a double challenge. The Yzma putting 3 damage on the Tramp, and then likely this Calhoun is dry, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she's going to finish the job. That's another 2 lore burst for Mr. Carsten, and Captain Hook going to just go, oh. Was going to go on a good old-fashioned quest, but Frank thinking better of it. And no, we are going to do it.
Still have a couple ink to work with Frank also. We are going to ink this Smee to play out a Tinkerbell and a Diablo. Tinkerbell Fast Flyer and Evasive. Tinkerbell threatening a potential Tinkerbell shift as well, the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, which is a card you would love to shift. As it enters play, it deals 1 damage to all opposing characters, but then you'd be able to challenge with that Tinkerbell on the next turn also, and she has a very amazing ability where if she banishes a character in a challenge, she can deal extra damage across the board, does lots of work against aggressive decks.
Yeah, this board state is looking pretty unbreakable, to be honest. I feel sorry for Dan, to be honest. I feel like those early turns were very underwhelming. Seemed to have a bit of a bricky hand, not the start he was looking for, and he's played it out really well. He's been really patient. He's built his board wide. He's known when it's important to start questing or to start challenging, but looking at this, Brandon, I'm not sure how much Dan is going to be able to do to keep Frank Carsten off of it. He is able to take that Yzma off the board. That's taking off 2 lore. The Cursed Merfolk going to go on a quest here, taking down to 11. But for Frank, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available, but technically 8 lore because this Calhoun is 100% going to answer one of these characters. So Frank Carsten on a 2-turn clock here, and I'm not seeing a whole bunch of ways that Dan's going to be able to wrestle his way out of this paper bag.
I'm not either. As we talked about earlier in the match, it's just an unfortunate situation for Dan here where he tries to build a wide board, but he can't really exert his characters. Otherwise, Frank is meeting that meeting the width of the board that Dan is trying to build and saying, look, the moment that you turn all of your characters sideways, I'm going to utilize that.
I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm going to take advantage of that through my cards like Calhoun that can challenge and gain lore, Captain Hooks that can trade up. We are going to see the Captain Hook banishing the Cursed Merfolk here. Frank not having any cards in hand, so not having to discard from that. And then, yeah, we just see Frank questing with the remainder of his characters.
There
And
you
Dan's
go.
going to extend the hand. Frank is going to move on to the finals.
What a match. I must say, I just said it, but I'm going to repeat it. I feel a little bit sorry for Dan there. I feel like that game 2, a very underwhelming start, a bit of a bricky hand. We know that Dan has played incredibly well across the course of the weekend.
Absolutely.
We've had him on stream a couple of times. Again, that match against Rob, who is a very talented player, and Rob took game 1 and broke serve, and Dan was able to wrestle his way back to win that match. So, commiserations to Dan. Dan, I know that you'll be watching this back later. Well done, mate. You should be very proud of yourself. You've done a really fantastic job. But we have to, of course, give the pat on the back to Mr. Frank Karsten, who is looking to make history as a... It's not technically back-to-back, but it's like, it kind of feels back-to-back. Like, it's the first one of a season and the first one of season 2 for different continents. So this is fantastic. And what an incredible deck list from Frank Karsten. Yo, maybe we've been playing Purple Steel wrong the entire time.
If there's anybody that can unlock a different version of it, I think it would be Frank, to be honest with you.
I have no doubt. I am really interested to message some of my Amethyst Steel friends and that are sort of set in their ways of the deck, and I'm asking them, yo, what do you think of Frank Karsten's build? But there you go. We're going to be going straight into our second match for you, Illumineers.
We are going to take a look at the deck list for this second match as well. We're going to start with Carlos Franco on Blurple. Looking at any potential spicy additions to this deck. Do you see anything?
Nothing too much, no. We've got the one-off Ursula Voice Stealer. The 2 copies of Magical Maneuvers is very interesting. You can exert an opposing character and return one of your characters to your hand, which is pretty good for those come-into-play abilities like the Hades. Is there an Elsa Spirit of Winter? There is a one-off Elsa Spirit of Winter.
There's 2 TikToks.
Yeah, that seems about right, really. Other than that, I'm not seeing too much out of the ordinary here. So let's go straight on to our second deck list and see what be cooking. It is Jonathan Williams, who we did see on stream earlier, on that Amethyst Steel deck. Again, not seeing anything too out of the ordinary here. Basically following the script, we've got the 2 copies of Madam Mim, Tiny Adversary. Again, we're seeing those Yzmas, we're seeing those Genies. Basically everything we would expect to see, Brandon. So no huge surprises here. We are going to be going into game 3 of this match, Illumineers. We are very keen to be able to show you a completely live stream of the finals. So we're going to be going into game 3, and I do believe we're a few turns into the match. Apologies that you are missing some of this action, but we know that you guys and we are very keen for the finals to be completely live. So we do hope that you understand, Illumineers, but we thought you'd rather see a little bit of the ending of this match rather than just go to a 5-10 minute commercial break. Hopefully you agree.
Yes, I want to evaluate the board state here as we come into game 3. It looks like Jonathan Williams has a little bit of extra control over the board. Doesn't look like he has any cards in hand. There are 2 docks in play, so probably cycled a couple of those. Carlos having more cards in hand than that. We have 2 Genies in play. 1 just played, gets to draw a card when that's played as well. An evasive character. Jonathan Williams, of course, has the Genie Satisfied Dragon on the other end of the board that can challenge these Genies. Doesn't have quite enough strength to banish it, though. Carlos is going to play a Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, as well, to potentially build some synergies with that Genie. I believe we did use the Dumbo's ability to exert the Genie, pay 1 ink, draw a card, and gain a lore. Just a little bit of consistency there. Continuing to dig through your deck. We're going to ink the Madam Mim Elephant and follow up with a Basil.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a pretty scary board state here for Junior. A couple of Genies. And again, I'm a big fan of this Ursula Voice Stealer, not just because she's a fantastic villain, but again, exerting characters is so very important. But yeah, it is confirmed, Illumineers. Your finals will be Frank Karsten on Amethyst Steel going up either against Jonathan Williams in a mirror match or Junior Franco against the dreaded Blurple. And I think that this is our last DLC in this format, right? So I think that kind of cements Amethyst Steel and Blurple as our top contenders of set 9 format. Again, no disrespect to Amber Steel, it's been very prevalent this set, but seems like these 2 are the main contenders.
Absolutely, and as I continue to analyze the state of the game in which we are at, I am feeling like Junior is in the leading position. We are leaning into the late game here, as we can see with all of the ink available to Junior. This is where Blurple does its best work. You can start playing the large characters like the Hades, like the Elsa Spirit of Winter, like the Monstro as well. dropping bomb after bomb after bomb, just making sure that you're keeping control of your opponent's board. These Amethyst Steel decks are looking to gain lore incrementally throughout the early and mid game. And if we look at Jonathan Williams' lore total only being at 4, it's not looking great. He's going to have to do a lot more work if he wants a chance at beating Junior here.
Yeah, 100%. A quick shout out to that beautiful Enchanted Bell Accomplished Mystic. What a stunner from Fable. Genie going to go into the Genie Satisfied Dragon, doing 3 damage, taking 3 damage and finishing that off. Maybe we have a Bell Accomplished Mystic of our own. We're going to challenge and take out that Diablo, drawing 1 card, which is the only card in hand now for Jonathan, but he is going to draw for turn now. Yep, not readying his ink prematurely. It's still Junior's turn. There's the Hades coming down, the infernal schemer, or a shout out to Kim in the EU. Schemer. Schemer.
We're going to go ahead and quest with the Genie here, as Jonathan does not have any other evasive characters on the inside of the board to challenge into these. Genie, an amazing evasive character with that 2 lore, being able to add pressure. We're going to go back to Jonathan. He's going to draw for turn. I see a Genie, and I didn't catch it the second. I think
that's an Yzma.
Okay,
yeah.
So he's going to start with the Genie, draw a card into an Elsa, the 5th Spirit.
2 ink floating. I don't think there's anything we're going to be able to do with it with this hand. The doc is going to very cleanly take out that Basil, surviving to tell the tale, taking only 2 damage, and then Doc finishing off that Ursula Voice Stealer.
I believe I saw another flash of Hades as well for Junior here, so could potentially use it on the Genie this next turn. Having a couple cards in hand to choose from.
Yeah, you got to think this Elsa coming down to answer the Genie is pretty good. At the same time, you'd be tempted by the Yzma just because you want a few more cards in your hand. Like, okay, so you play the Elsa, you answer the Genie. What else are you doing, really, after that against this board of, like, another Genie left and a Hades? That you're definitely behind in the race. And here is that magical maneuver. This is going to exert the opposing Genie and bounce his own Genie back to hand. I think I've done that the wrong way around. I think you have to banish, return a character to your hand, and then you exert something, just to be precise.
Yeah, a great card that we've seen in some of these Blurple lists. We lost the Madame Mim and Merlin bounce package in rotation.
We sure did, Brandon.
Amethyst looking for every other option to do so.
Yep. Bouncing not really the negative that some players thought it to be at the beginning. We have so many fantastic come into play abilities, Brandon. Of course, exerting characters is just super good.
Going to quest with both the Genie and the Hades, going up to 13. Not quite having game on board just yet, but we have plenty of ink to play another character to do so. Going to exert 5. Oh, we're just playing a Finder's Keepers, drawing 3 cards.
Kind of slow, but this seems like a super reasonable turn to do that with 3 bodies on board, all questing for 2.
I think Junior feels ahead enough and safe enough right now in his position to say, I want to guarantee that whatever Jonathan does on the next turn, I have answers for, or I can react to. Jonathan immediately going to exert 5 ink, playing that Elsa the 5th Spirit, exerting the Genie, using his Genie Wish Fulfilled and Elsa to banish one of those. Very common thing we've seen across Amethyst decks, the entire meta.
Yeah, we've been seeing this ever since the Genie came out. This very common play. You have a Genie, your opponent plays a Genie, you play the Elsa, you double into the Genie, but it does open up some shenanigans for Bell Accomplished Mystic. These 3 cards serving a triangle of power in our metagame for quite a while now. Dumbo is one way that Jonathan could start to draw some extra cards, but it's going to make its way into the Inkwell instead. Super fascinating decision, but we have the Yzma as the final card in hand, so it does make sense.
Yeah, valuing building up that Inkwell so that you can play more and more cards. Junior going to choose to challenge Jonathan Sheeny with his own to banish it with those 2 damage counters. Hades going to challenge into the dock. We're going to play another Hades to completely wipe Jonathan's board.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Junior. He's at 13 lore.
Oh,
and we're going to play
goodness.
the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot and the Rafiki. We have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 lore on board. This is representing game. Can Jonathan delay? He's going to play a Genie. He's still got 4 ink. He can ink something.
Play another Genie.
I think that's the writing on the wall, Brandon.
Yeah, Jonathan's going to pass.
He's at 13 lore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's game.
Yeah, they extend the hand. Junior's going to take game 3, moving on to the finals.
Wow. We didn't get to see the entirety of that, but it looks like that was a banger. You can see the fatigue on both the players' faces. Lumineers, we want to wrap up very quickly because we are going to be bringing you the grand finals very shortly, and that will be casted by the wonderful JDZ Quest and, of course, the fantastic Liam Brandon. What a pleasure it's been.
It has been
to step back
amazing.
into the booth with you, my friend. We hope that you've enjoyed the show. I will certainly be watching, and you'll see us again later on for the award ceremony. But you're for sure in for a banger of a final of Lumineers. We're going to see you very soon.
My fellow Illuminaires, it is time, the moment you've all been waiting for. The finals has finally arrived, and we have a spectacular match coming your way to wrap up this action-packed event that we have had, Liam, and what an amazing weekend it has been for Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely. It started with about 2,000 players a couple days ago, yesterday. All these players battling it out. We went to day 2, we went to a top cut, we went through a single elimination bracket, and it all comes down to this, to the last 2 players standing, battling it out to be the first champion in North America in this DLC season, and we have a fantastic matchup for you. I couldn't ask for a better one. What are the storylines here?
There are so many unique and interesting things to talk about in this matchup. First and most importantly, I think we have a DLC champion back at it again in the finals. Look at this bracket, taking down Dan Arnold to make it here to the finals, playing against Junior Franco, a new up-and-coming player who's finally cutting their teeth. But Frank Karsten is a legendary Disney Lorcana player, legendary TCG player overall, and he has a very fantastic deck. But trying to be that first 2-time DLC champion, we haven't had that yet, Liam.
Yeah, it doesn't get any bigger than the name Frank Karsten when it comes to TCGs, and even in Lorcana, taking down the very first Disney Lorcana challenge ever in Lille, writing his name into the record books and becoming the first Disney Lorcana winner, Disney Lorcana challenge winner ever. And on the other side, Carlos Franco, as you said, an up-and-coming player, but this is a player who is just now coming into the limelight in DLCs. He's been to several, and I'll let you talk about that in a second. He's been to several DLCs, doing fairly well, getting close, but never quite making it, and here he is in the finals against a Goliath. Tell me about Carlos.
Carlos, he's been traveling the world. We had a chance to speak to Carlos before this match, and I'm telling you, he's been traveling all over the world, and he said the most important thing about this tournament is going to be the community aspect. He has a lot of friends that he travels with, and when he plays, and he's here now coming in from a different TCG, but now here he is in the finals against one of the greatest players we have. But we're going to kick it over to the couch really quick to see what Baker and Rebecca have to say about this finals matchup.
This weekend has been incredible, Baker. Nearly 2,000 players summoning, challenging, and questing their way to make it right here to the finals.
But now, it is time for your grand finals of DLC in Milwaukee, and I hope you will all help me to make some hype for these wonderful players. First off, on Amethyst Sapphire, we have Carlos Franco! And his opponent, the legendary, on Amethyst Steel, we have Frank Karsten!
All right, Illumineers, I think we're ready for a finals match. What do you say, players? Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Illumineers, are you ready? I hope you at home are ready. This is a best of 5. Players, start questing.
Here we go.
Absolutely. And if you're not ready, you need to get ready because this is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. If you're sleeping, you better wake up. Go find your friends, get on the internet and let them know that the finals are happening now. I need everybody in the chat making some noise. Who do you guys think is going to win out there in TV land?
Yeah, we get the fist bump there before the match starts, and here the players go. We're going to be altering our hands here shortly. We all know how important the altar is to this game. Frank Karsten. Now, so talking a little bit more about these players while we look at the altar, Frank Karsten, we keep talking about how well-known he is, but he's well-known for a variety of different reasons. Not only is he very talented, but he's one of the most analytical players in the game. And we throw that word around a lot, but I really mean it when it comes to Frank, because Frank is a mathematician. I think he has a PhD in mathematics as well, and he writes articles all the time about the mathematics of the game and how to precisely build your deck, what cards to put in from a mathematical perspective. And so Frank has analyzed all aspects of this meta of his deck, building the optimal tool he thought for this particular moment.
And we saw how important all those cards can come up, and especially in an open deck list format, which we have here. These players do know what they have, so Carlos is going to have to be very vigilant, of all the different things that that Frank Carlos can do. But tell me a little bit more about Carlos and his Sapphire Amethyst strategy.
Yeah, Carlos, Blurple is a deck that... So Carlos, like many players in the game, is an old Ruby Sapphire diehard, loyal to that deck, played it for sets. Ever since Ursula's Return is when he started Lorcana, and played that for sets and sets and sets, and then all of a sudden, he didn't like it so much in this meta, so switching over to Blurple and has been carrying the banner for that deck ever since, carrying it into here. Enjoys the deck, and he actually went to DLC Bologna just a few weeks ago. To play over there, carrying this deck in there. So you said he traveled the world. He's traveled to Australia, Bologna twice, been to a number of different challenges, but this is his first time making it this far.
Absolutely, and this is a great start. As Frank Carson going to lead, putting the captain hook, and follow up with the Diablo going on to the field of play. Notably, this is the finals, so it is going to be a best of 5, and this is what's going to separate the Glimmers from the Illumineers, and it's going to see who's going to come out on top. Oh, I'm so excited, Liam. I don't know what to do.
And Frank Carson, as the top seed, 12th going into 14th, will have the choice on game 1. Obviously chose to play first, so having a little bit of an edge here. That's why seeding matters so much. Into a Calhoun here on the play on turn 2.
Calhoun, not a bad choice, and you're going to need to see some rank here, some acceleration coming here on this turn too. Carlos playing that Sapphire Amethyst strategy. I think I would like that color combination historically in this matchup. I think Sapphire and Amethyst does have a slight advantage, but you are on the draw, and you are playing against Frank Carson, who's not playing a standard technical build, as you are going to go for 2. Let's see if we can find that ramp, and you do in the form of Tipo. Growing Sun is going to be a way to accelerate yourself a bit.
It's a card that we hype every single time it's played, these turn 2 ramps, and it's funny when we hype it sometimes, because you see it in most games that you're going to find, if you run 8 copies, that ramp about 93% of the time, so very, very high. But if you don't find it, you lose the game. So we always wait with bated breath to see if this is one of those 7% times of the times that you don't get it. But Carlos finding it here. Back over to Frank. Now, Frank's game plan with this Amethyst Steel deck, it's really like a 3-phased approach usually. Now, Frank on a little bit of a different build, but following probably the same script for the early turns. First couple turns, you want a 1, 2, and 3, usually on curve, dropping out. You generally don't want to do 2-on-2 because you can burn through resources rather quickly, especially on the play. And here we're going to see that. There's 1, 2, 3. And then on turn 4, it's a critical turn because generally you want to drop a 4-drop, preferably a Genie, and Wish Fulfilled. And then you want that Strength of a Raging Fire to do a little bit of board control. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Strength is kind of the standard script for these Amethyst Steel decks.
That is the line, and you have executed your game plan for the most part, as you have that Genie Satisfied Dragon up and active on the field of play. Kicking on over to Carlos. Carlos has hit his script as well, as you got ramp on 2. Now you're going to need a high-impact 4-cost character, either coming into the form of the Madden. But this is a nice little power play here, as Tipo able to open up the lungs and sing a little bit of one jump ahead, and you ink the Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe. Let's see if we got another 4-cost character. And the Madam Mim is a great piece of tech here in this matchup, as that 7 willpower is going to go a long way against these steel characters.
Yeah, 1 Jump Ahead is a fun card to work in here. Now, some people don't run the Run Jump or run Develop Your Brains to smooth the ramp, but 1 Jump Ahead running that 9th ramp, and it's something that we saw people do in Bologna. I actually don't think the top player, Lucas, ran it, but Federico down in like 32nd place, or in the top 30s did. That basically gives you another like 1.4% chance of finding your ramp, so it's not a lot, but it's so critical to this deck's game plan that it means you're actually giving up a whole, like 1 out of every 14 games if you don't run that 9th ramp, and so we see players starting to work that in. Carlos here doing that, and if you're going to find it, it's best to find it when you can single with the Tipo rather than finding it late in the game when it's a dead card.
Oh, 100%, and missing ramp is just almost, you just you basically can't win most of the time when you don't get it. So it's very critical that you hit that ramp on 2 and then getting that T-Bow back to your hand to put him into the inkwell as well. And then you have this very threatening Madam M elephant up. And can I just say for a moment, how bizarre is it that we have DLC Bologna, Sapphire, and Amethyst and Steel in the finals, and we got it again here in DLC in Milwaukee. We had the exact same top 8 as well. What are the chances?
It feels so appropriate because these are really the 2 decks that have been topping everything this season. Now, Amber Steel has had a few good runs and a number of big tournaments, but it does feel like that these 2 decks are the big powerhouses slugging it out at the top of the meta every single tournament, and it's really fitting to see them into each other here.
I just thought that was such a such a bizarre statistic as Frank is deep in the thought vault thinking, punching the numbers, just running those. I wish I could just get a sneak peek in some of these players' brain when they are thinking through these lines of play and they're tapping and just trying to find what the best use of these resources are. Still have an ink available, getting up to 4. You're only going to use 3. What's that? Is that the Tinkerbell? No, it's another Genie Satisfied Dragon.
And a pass. So again, we talk about that strength. Usually you like to do that to control the board because you're going to move into a second phase of the game here. Now, the strength obviously not good against that elephant, so a great insulation against that bit of board control. But at this phase of the game, once you've done that control with the strength and you're moving into turn 5, now you're starting to look for a little bit more card draw. You do have some control options once you get to turn 5 with the Elsa, but this deck can run out of resources. So you're looking for Genies, eventually looking for Dumbos. You might want to drop an Yzma. You're kind of trying to build resources, and then what this deck wants to do in the later game is go wide with all of those resources you've managed to accumulate.
Right, and just continue to add cards to that inkwell. I think when this deck gets to that 7 ink threshold, 8 ink threshold, and they can start deploying characters like Monstro, the Infamous Well, Hades the Infernal Schemer, maybe even the Elsa, Spirit of Winter, that's when this game can turn on its head. So I think Frank Carson, he is in a pretty comfortable and stable position now, but you need to continue to develop some characters to this board. Maybe start chaining some docks together, get some Strength of Raging Fires. You got to get this Madam M Elephant off the field of play because it's just going to be a huge, tremendous threat you have to deal with because Bells and all that will combo so well into this matchup.
Yeah, this is a big turn here. Turn 4 in this meta, turn 4 and kind of turn 5 are really the big turns with most of these decks. So that Diablo there going to be banished by that elephant. Frank's going to get a card off of that. That prevents the strength being sung unless Frank drops another character here to clear off that Genie. But you don't want to let Frank get away with a whole bunch of extra lore. So.
For sure.
There you go.
I think getting that, I still think that Madam M Elephant might be the bigger threat because if you start to pile up some damage, noticeably at the beginning of your turn, you're able to move some of that damage to one of your opponent's characters, and that will go through that resistive Calhoun. Notably, she only has 2 willpower. So this Madam M Elephant, I think, might be a larger threat than this Genie because those 2 Satisfied Dragons will be able to take down that Genie if you are able to exert that evasive character, as we do get a dog chain here. This is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, Frank here dropping the Giant Cobra. Giant Cobra has an ability which lets you discard a card, a Mysterious Advantage, to gain 2 lore. So discarding 2 cards there, or discarding the dock there, and then playing the dock to an empty hand. I do think we need to catch up on the lore total a little bit on the left. I think we're at 3, that Diablo getting a quest early on, and then it looked to me like Frank did discard a card to that Giant Cobra, so may need to catch up a little there, unless I'm wrong.
No, I believe you are correct. I'm certain that these Illuminators are keeping their own score. We'll
Absolutely.
get those graphics caught up to you as we are live and direct coming into you from Milwaukee. This is the finals if you're just tuning in. If you are tuning in, make sure you tell a friend. Tell them to tune in because they're going to be missing history in the making as Frank is going to pushing up to be the 2-time DLC champion as Carlos is waiting in the wings to see if they can get this done as these 2 Satisfied Dragons are looking to go in for a challenge potentially into this Madam Mim Elephant. You got to get this threat off the board. I don't hate it at all. You may lose your Calhoun in the process though.
Yeah, let's see. So Frank thinking about it here.
What would you do, Liam? Would you send those Genies into this Madam M Elephant? I think it might be worth the effort.
Yeah, let's see. Frank thinking about it. It does feel good to clean that off the board. It is a big threat, and Carlos a little low on cards. That Calhoun can finish it off and then gain 2 lore out of it. So we are going to put 6, and then that Calhoun coming in for the final challenge there. Calhoun will give you 2 lore when she banishes a character in a challenge. So that elephant being sent off and Frank being rewarded for it and lore in the process. Those Genies left there with 3 damage on them and vulnerable to the challenge from the Genie.
But he does get to another Madam M elephant, which you could, if you want to, use your own Genie Wish Fulfilled, take down the Genie Satisfied Dragon, and then use that Madam M elephant to redeploy that Genie. But that is a super tempo blaster as you are going into your 7 ink turn. Maybe you can send that Hades into the field of play to maybe take some of this high strength off the board, put that Giant Cobra down to the Inkwell. Could be the plan.
There it is. There's the challenge. Challenging for 3 here. We'll see if Frank chooses to bounce that with the elephant, as you suggested. Frank, without any evasive characters inside of the board, except for that Genie, which has evasive on his turn. It could answer this Genie if left there. Frank, one of the things Frank's thinking about as he's clearing characters off the board is some of these characters may be innocuous on their own or not super threatening. That Madam M elephant is well statted, but one of the ways that Carlos Franco is going to use to close this game, and as Blurple decks do, and by the way, for the audience, Blurple is a colloquial term for this deck. It's a combination of blue and purple, which many players call Sapphire Amethyst decks. So if you hear us use that term, that's what we mean. So when players play Blurple, where's I going? I was talking about Blurple.
Liam, I personally say Amplifier.
Amplifier?
Yeah, that's me. No one likes it, but I try to work it through on my own. It did not take off. Okay, I'm the one of one. Okay, or Samothus, or sometimes I've tried that as well. It didn't work. As we are going to elect to keep that tempo at its highest degree and use all your ink to go ahead and set up that Hades, the Infernal Schemer, leaving that Genie up. Granted, if you do send your Genie into Genie, they both will be banished, and I think that's a trade you're willing to make, as now you have all the tempo you could ask for as a 7-cost character versus a 2. Frank Karsten gearing up to send maybe 5.
So one of the things that I figure I was going with that. One of the things the purple deck is always looking to do is present the second star board state. And by that I mean Sing Together. Second star to the right is a 10-cost Sing Together song, and you constantly want to be threatening that song by having 10 costs worth of characters on the board. And by doing that, you force your opponent to react to your board every single turn, or if you have it, you're drawing 5 cards, which is potentially, a game-winning play. And so by banishing that elephant and keeping cards off the board, even though they might be innocuous in and of themselves, any card left behind when it's vulnerable to a challenge can potentially later on set up that 10-cost board state. So something Frank Karsten is very cognizant of, having played against this deck a bajillion times probably, in testing and in competitive play. So he is going to get a couple lore here and up to 9, and Frank Karsten slowly pushing his lore total higher, doing exactly what he wants to do, maintaining board control. And even though Carlos is up to quite a few ink, I think 7 there now, Frank with a commanding board state here.
Yeah, and I think he read that as well, electing to go with his Bell, the Accomplished Mystic. I think that might have been something you could have done, is bounce that Genie. Now you have to live with that as Bell sends the damage from the Genie into your Genie. Now you are completely outmaneuvered. Your board is super wide as well, as Hades the Infernal Schemer is a great card. He does have a wonderful effect. However, his strength at 3 cannot really engage with any character that you really want to. I mean, you can go after this Doc, but that's just not going to be enough. As you do redeploy another Genie, gain an additional card, ink for turn, and play another Genie could be a nice crackback.
Would be a very nice play. There it is. It's another Genie. These Genies do replace themselves. They draw a card when they enter play, and they're 2/4 evasive questers, or 2 lore questers. Frank is going to challenge into that Doc.
That was a pretty good challenge, keeping that strength of a Raging Fire down ever so slightly. Bell the Accomplished Mystic still can't get through the Hades. However, you can send Genie and Bell into the Hades if you wanted to clear the Infernal Schemer to potentially play around another Madam M elephant as you develop your own Genie. So the evasive wars rage on as Genie on Genie on Genie. 4 Genies on the board is a Genie too much. Let's get a little less Genies.
Like ever since Genie was printed, there's always the Genie wars in the mid-game here. It's the evasive two lore questers challenging into each other, followed by Elsa usually, and then Bell. So this is a board state we're well familiar with. And look at this.
There it is.
Talk about this, JD.
The Timothy Q Mouse is back at it again for the first time. If you had Timothy Q Mouse on your bingo card here in the DLC finals, you win the prize, because no one thought that this character would be here. 1 or 2 costs, 1/4. When you have an evasive character on board, he quests for 2. So add a bit of an aggressive option to your deck, and also a lot of willpower. You notice there's 4s all across the board. That is the magic number of this format. That 4 is kind of difficult to get through that with the way that some of these decks are constructed.
Yeah, a lot of evasive characters in this deck. Not only is it heavy on the Amethyst side with Genie, and then Elsa is usually running 4 of each, but then you do have the Genie, Satisfied Dragons. You also have Jafars, which have evasive on your turn. So plenty of cards to turn on that extra lore for Timothy Q Mouse. An aggressive card. And speaking of aggression, Frank here questing for 4 all the way up to 13. So getting closer and closer to closing this out. And one of the things that is missing in the format right now, as we've been talking about, is a board wipe. And by that, we mean a card that will clear all the characters off the board. There's ways to do it sneakily, but not one in Blurple. So Carlos can have to figure out a way to do it one at a time.
Yeah, the best thing he can do is potentially play Monstro the Infamous well, and I'm not. Yeah, he does have 2 copies of that card in his deck right now, but I don't know how many cards he has in hand. He does have enough, so if you can deploy the Monstro, you can get through the Genie, you can get through the Diablo, you can get through the Bell, and then if that Timothy Q Mouse were to exert, you can potentially take that down with your other characters. So you need the Monstro here, I think, because Frank Carson understands tempo. He understands board position. He understands plus minus probably better than anyone in the world, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. So if you give him an option to win the game, he will win the game. So I think he's in a very comfortable position here as he's understanding what is trying to happen and realizing those out.
Yeah, speaking of winning the game, Frank presenting game on board right now with 7 lore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I wanted to count for that extra in the Timothy mouse. So actually 8 with the mouse there, with that cheeky little lore he gets from the evasive character. So Carlos, knowing he has to do a little bit of control here just to keep Frank from winning the game on his turn. One of the considerations here, though, you talked about the Monstro, JD. You need cards to discard to leverage him, fully. One of the biggest outs for Carlos right now would be to draw into a second star to the right, use his character, sing it, and then having plenty of Monstro fuel if he does draw into it, able to banish everything that's exerted. So, but here, trying to find a way to challenge while perhaps protecting his second star line, I don't think there's a way to do it. Really, but
also he does have Elsa, the Spirit of Winter. That's another pretty reliable out that he can get to maybe freeze a couple of these high questing characters down to prevent Frank from challenging it, or maybe even make some favorable exchanges.
He does have the Monstro in hand, by the way.
Oof.
I just got a glimpse of it. I didn't see a second star.
Okay.
I did see the Monstro though.
We're going to go Elsa here. I don't hate that either. As Elsa, Fifth Spirit is going to come on through, being able to exert that Timothy Q Mouse using 5 ink. Maybe we got a Hypnotic Strength coming in as well. That could be a nice little addition to help get through some of these characters. But you're going to use both of your genies to take down this Timothy Q Mouse.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay,
Interesting
let's
indeed.
see if we get another challenge here. Okay, into the Bell.
Doing a little bit of light board clearing, putting some damage up on this Elsa. Trying to figure out how they got 5, as they should just be holding on to 4 there. Hades gets up to 5.
Okay, and everything vulnerable here to a challenge in turn. But for Carlos, if a character's challenging in, it's not questing. So Frank will be able to clean some stuff up. There's some very favorable trades if he wants to take them, but it does keep him further away. And one of the things Frank is going to be very cognizant of, though, is that second star line. That Monstro now going to the discard or to the Inkwell. Which leaves 4 up. Let's see if we're going to use that ink immediately or not.
Yeah, going for 4. I'd love to see another. I know we've seen one Madam M Elephant get deployed. We saw one go down to the Inkwell. I'd love to see one here now to go ahead and to save that Hades the Infernal Schemer. We're not going to do it. We're paying 2. The Magical Maneuvers.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Is even better. We're bouncing the Elsa. And we're going to go ahead and exert the Genie. Interesting on the Elsa redeployment there. I for sure thought it would be a Hades the Infernal Schemer coming back to him, but maybe you really want that exertability.
Yeah, fascinating play. Fun card, Magical Maneuvers.
Magical Maneuvers. It is a 2-cost action. You can send one character back to your hand and exert one of your opponent's characters. Exerting characters in this format is critical because there's not that much removal, but and getting characters able to be challenged is vital. So
yeah.
nice
Now, as Frank gets closer and closer to 20, I mean, one of the ways in Lorcana you win the game is by deploying a ready character and forcing your opponent to find an answer to it without being able to challenge it. So that Elsa is the counter to that, wanting to get that back in hand clearly to avoid that line. Now, Madam Mim Tiny Adversary comes into play. Madam Mim will give a challenger +1 to all Frank's characters. That cheeky little Diablo is usually pretty not threatening with the 0-1, but with the Tiny Adversary surfing in, makes that able to challenge for 1. So that Diablo flying in, cleaning up that Hades, which seems like a very good trade, and Frank Karsten gets a card out of it to boot.
Right.
So what he's done there is remove that second star to the right sing line. That's a very important out for Carlos. Frank, knowing that, chooses to rid himself. And anytime you can trade a Diablo for a Hades, I feel like you take it. Unless the Diablo is what you're going to use to win the game. You take a Diablo for a Hades.
Yes, I
pretty much every time.
And you get a card as well. Again, we're talking about pluses and minuses. We're talking about card advantage, card value, getting the most a 1-cost character, taking down a 7-cost character that will replace itself. That's just high value. You can't pass it up. As now this Genie being able to take down a Genie. Both of these Genies can take down both of these Genies. And again, that's plus 2 more cards that Frank Karsten will have. And then you'll keep your characters around. around to quest the next turn. So I don't hate that at all, but you know that Elsa, the Fifth Spirit, is coming back again.
That's true. Frank knows that is there. And here, this tiny adversary doing work here again. Frank's going to challenge with that Genie, getting challenger +1 from it, which is enough to clean off that Genie there. So look at the work that tiny adversary has done already, allowing 2 very favorable trades for Frank and saving. We are going to get that other Genie coming in here too. Thinking about it. Frank's definitely thinking. There we go.
Yeah.
So challenging in there. It's going to take 2 damage off of that. And Calhoun to boot.
Yeah, Calhoun just being another pretty decent strength character. Or maybe not in this late game, but that 3 strength will go a long way. That resist, if we take a little time off to find some keepers, finders keepers being deployed. You play at action 5 cost, you'll be able to draw 3 cards. It is a low tempo play, low tempo turn, but I think you just need a little bit more resource. At least that's what Carlos must be thinking. You still have the ink to deploy this Elsa, and you'll do so probably taking down the Genie wish fulfilled.
Yeah, 2 lore quester, get it off the board there. Frank's sitting at 13, now left with 3 lore on the board. Calhoun, of course, represents an extra lore if she can challenge into something. Finder's Keeper is a fun card to see in here. It's not run in all Blurple decks. Some players choosing not to put it in, some players choosing to leverage it. As you pointed out, it is a low-tempo play, but 3 cards off a single action can help out in scenarios like this. Frank will clean up that Elsa, though, left with the Calhoun and dumping the entire hand on the board. It's a Mr. Smee followed by a Jafar.
So Frank is all in, rubbing hands together. This is the board. If Carlos can somehow manage to break through and get another high-impact character, we're talking Elsa, we're talking Hades, I think you need to start deploying those characters right now, or Frank will begin to just quest. And if he makes another quest, yeah, that's just it.
Oh, and that is game 1, Carlos. You can kind of see the sigh. He took a look at his hand. He thought about it for a second, trying to see if he had any outs. Nothing there. Frank taking game 1.
and guys.
No, you hear. So we're so set the stage for you all. Like, we're broadcasting here live. The game is happening behind us, and there's plenty of fans out there at the DLC now watching the game. They're taking a look at what's going on out there, and you can hear the cheers out there as players are cheering for Frank winning that game 1 on the play. So really fantastic. No, these players are shuffling up, and you may ask yourself, as we're painting the scene right now of what's going on behind us, and we've talked all weekend about how wonderful this, and they're shuffling up, waiting for the next game. Are you asking yourself how you can get to one of these DLCs? We're going to let you know.
Guess what? There is going to be another DLC in Richmond. It's going to be January the 9th and 11th, 2026. Tickets go on sale November the 10th at 12 p.m. I'm telling you, get in line early. These things will go super fast. So if you want to be here and you want to be here, make sure you be here by being in line. It's going to be 2,048 tickets available with 300 attendees. So it's going to be a good time. So make sure you guys are there. That's going to be the next North American DLC. I can't wait. I'm going to be there.
I can't either. I mean, these are such wonderful experiences. In many ways, they feel like family reunions. And if you've been watching like all weekend, you know that we see a lot of the competitive play here, and that's really what these challenges are about. It's the competitive tournament. It's trying to be the next Golden Mickey winner. But let's say you come and you don't make it as far as you would like, or you just want to come in as an attendee and hang out and do some fun stuff. There's so much to do here. Not only is it visiting with different players and members of the community, but there are artists here. There's the prize wall. There's other events. I mean, what's your favorite thing to do here, JD?
Oh, I love looking at the people that cosplay, that wear the costumes. I saw so many unique and creative costumes around the venue. I was taking as many pictures as I could. I saw the players walk. There were some really, really good ones. And I'm like, I made this. I was like, how did you do that? How are you so creative? I'm never going to not be fascinated with what the capabilities of some of these Lumineers in our community can do. I love seeing the creativity, and I just love to see the families and the people having a good time. It is just a wonderful, wonderful experience here at these DLCs. I cannot wait for the next one. As Carlos cannot wait for the next one either, because he's trying to go back to the finals again. Maybe Frank Carson also can't wait for the next one. He's also going to maybe we get a repeat of the finals at Richmond.
Yeah, maybe. Frank Carson and Carlos
Let's go.
back to back.
Let's do it.
We'll see whoever wins this one, trying to the other one coming in. So, yeah, I know as we watched them shuffle here, we did see the altar. Carlos sending back, I think, 3 there, and Frank sending back a few as well. We're going to shuffle up and get ready for the game here. But the last thing I'll say is, like, if you have a partner, somebody, like, travel with a friend, too.
Yeah.
Come and compete. And if you have somebody who maybe they enjoy Lorcana, maybe they enjoy Disney, there's plenty to do here, and lots of families here as well. So, and I just can't say enough about the challenges.
It is a phenomenal time, but here we are. Carlos now, he was on the draw, and sometimes being on the draw is just going to be a slight disadvantage. So you will have the opportunity to go first this time, and you're going to want to hit those speeds. If you have that Basil in your deck, you want to get that guy down on 1, I assume, and you want to make sure you ramp. As Rafiki is a pretty nice 1-cost character. I see that Celdi as right see, so a nice sigh of relief for Carlos as Frank Carson now. How do you think he wants to start this thing off?
I mean, it's the standard script. It's generally 1, 2, 3, 4, and the cards that you run in those that you prefer in those slots are a little bit different depending on whether you're on the player on the draw. But it is that 1, 2, 3, 4 again. Now, when you're on the draw, you can choose to be a little bit more aggressive with your lines. You can go 2 1-drops on 2 if you'd like. Generally, you don't like to burn through resources that quickly, but that is available to you, and you have that extra card. And here we do see that Happy on turn 1. Lively Knight, I believe.
He has that burst of speed ability coming into Whispers in the Well. I think we're going to get rid of this burst of speed and go for some alert. So I like to say Happy is just alert, but he's just happy after all. As we are going to go ahead and hit a 2-cost ramp sell. The Azurite Sea is going to draw 1 and allow you to place another card into your Inkwell. Notably, this card you put in your Inkwell will come in ready, so you can use to play a potential another 1-cost character. And I see that Basil, I want to say, and maybe we'll deploy it. And I don't think we will.
Choosing to save that resource. Again, on the play, sometimes you can run out of resources quickly in this deck, especially well, yeah, you can run out of resources quickly in this deck, especially when you're inking out of your hand, or extra cards out of your hand. In fact, there's a lot of Blurple players, because of that reason, on the play, will not play a 1-drop at all, choosing to save that instead to use later on, and so they don't force themselves into a suboptimal ink situation. So one of the things Carlos is thinking about here, as we do see a 2-drop on turn 2 here, it is Raja's Ghostly Tiger. It's an illusion character with the Vanish ability, well statted, but if Carlos is able to choose it with an ability, it will be immediately banished.
That is a very fair point, but I don't believe there are any cards in the deck. Maybe a Hypnotic Strength. Never mind, I take that back. You can play the Hypnotic Strength to take down this Raja. 2 cost 3 for 3 is pretty strong, but it will be able to be taken down by this Rafiki. However, if the Rafiki engages with this Happy, that will be a 1-for-1 trade. So now going into that 4-ink turn, you need something cool to happen here. I like to see that Genie come on in on 4, although that Happy will be able to engage with the Genie if you play that Hypnotic Strength that Frank Carson has in the deck. Just a 1 of Hypnotic Strength, too.
Not just a 1 of? Cheeky little Hypnotic Strength.
Sneaky little 1 Hypnotic Strength.
We will link to 4 here. I do see that Genie in hand.
And just like you said, Liam, he is having a little bit of an ink crisis and playing and making a heads-up play, electing to put that Basil into the Inkwell opposed to on the field of play. I think that is switched on mentality as the Genie is going to come on down, drawing another card.
Yeah, it is. It is a problem in these decks sometimes. On the play, Blurple can run low on cards. And you do generally have, like, cards. It's not that you run super low on cards, but without that Basil in hand, if you look at what else Carlos is running, he has a Bell Accomplished Mystic in hand. I think the Elsa's in there as well. So without that inkable Basil in hand, in order to get up to 4, you're inking something that you really want to play later on. And so if it's a choice between a Basil on 2 and protecting that Mystic for turn 5, or that Elsa the 5th Spirit, you definitely want to protect those cards.
And especially if you're running cards like Elsa. I saw the hand had Elsa. Maybe there's some Hades in there, and those cards are just so far away from being played. And if you get into a brick situation or a miss ink situation, you will lose the game immediately on the spot. So you must stay disciplined at all times, as this giant Cobra is going to come on through and hit the board to take the role of that 3-cost Singer.
Yeah, and a highlight for the audience here, a fun little card that we saw Frank just inked there. It's Tinkerbell Fast Flyer, a really fun card that doesn't see a lot of competitive play, but Frank running 2 of them here. That is a 2-lore quester and a pretty aggressive play in this deck.
I love that. That's one of my favorite things what these players can do when they can dig into the bulk bin and pull out a nice, cool card that people have great artwork, a great effect. He's like almost good enough, and they make it work. And here it is in the finals of the most competitive event in the entire game. So I love to see that.
And I know we're here for the gameplay, but the art by Mally Ewart is just fantastic on that card, so I'm glad it's getting spotlighted here.
It's really nice. It is dynamic. It moves as the Bell, the Accomplished Mystic, goes down to the Inkwell as we'll set up another Genie. You've got double Rafiki, double Genie. This board looks pretty nice for Carlos as Frank Carson checking those cards. Hand is looking quite healthy still.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the 2nd star on the right board states, and usually it's sung by big characters, but funnily enough, Carlos presenting a 10 lure here, or 10 cost here with those Rafikis and that Genie, so Frank would probably be doing a little bit of control anyway, but definitely eyeballing that 10 over there.
And there, we're keeping the curve going. Genie comes in on 4. You do have a dry singer now, so if you have Strength of Rage and Fire, this is a perfect opportunity to do so and get rid of the enemy Genie on the other side as the Genie Wars rage on forever as the Cobra looks to be exerting. Are we singing or are we questing? It looks like we might just be going on a sneaky little quest for 1. Taking the lure whenever you can get it. I don't hate that at all. And we'll
And a
just pass there. So
interesting.
if he's got it, this second star is
I
looking.
mean-
He's got it in hand. I'm ripping. Liam, are you ripping?
I mean, this would be the most interesting board state I think I've ever seen sing a second star. But if that is available, it would be a fun play here. Obviously, all the characters will be exerted and vulnerable to crackbacks, but 5 cards is hard to resist. But plenty of other cards in hand to play. We do have that Dumbo. Oftentimes, some players will play it on curve if they don't have anything else to drop on turn 4. Hope to set it up for next turn. But much better when you can play it later with evasives on board to instantly gain some lore and draw a card off of it. We saw him do it with the Genie there, drawing an extra card, and drawing another card here after inking a Tipo with those Genies. So not questing, but we're going to get 2 lore off of that and 2 cards. Feels pretty good. And then if that second star is a line available, we've got another singer on board. So
You can just always do it a little bit later. You feel like you're in a very comfortable, stable position. No need to take a turn off and exert your characters. But Liam, I got to point out how eerie it feels in this room. It's been so loud and so much ruckus this entire weekend. Now you can almost hear a pin drop. I feel like I need to go into whisper mode a little bit because it is just quiet in this room right now. The most quiet it has been as Frank Carson now has to deal with this pretty incredible, massive board from Carlos.
And this is what you see in this meta. Without those board wipes that we used to have all the way up until they were rotated out with Fabled, and by board wipes I really mean be prepared, these decks tend to build up pretty wide board states. And this is what we see is oftentimes characters staring at each other from across the board while each player tries to find that moment, that opportune moment to start questing or find the removal option to kind of gain an edge on board control here. This Genie now, it looks like going to challenge into another Genie. We're going to get 2 damage there.
And you can finish it off with Happy, or you can send a Belle the Accomplished Mystic.
There it is.
And there she is. Belle will go ahead and finish down the Genie, adding another 2 questing character to the board. The Giant Cobra goes on another quest. Seems pretty free in this position as Frank has now outmaneuvered a little bit as your board is getting wider and wider. Happy not doing too terribly much.
There's no question that her name means beauty. It also means shift 3 damage counters over and do a little board control.
That card is probably one of the best cards of this entire metagame. Every time I see Belle, I know she's about to do some serious damage. Very similar to how Rapunzel was back in the day. We had to have those Rapunzel traps. Now you got to worry about the Belle traps and leaving characters with 3 strength exerted with a 4 willpower character on your side. It's just punishing from time to time.
Is back over to Carlos now. We'll see how he answers. And it looked like a pretty healthy board state for Carlos there, but Frank all of a sudden, with that Bell coming down, establishing that character and shifting that damage counter over, managed to swing things a little bit. It does feel like Frank has the edge now. One of the things I do love about, so Blurple is this meta, some people tend to get frustrated by, but I really love the big swing plays. Speaking about swinging, Rafiki challenging in there, removing pretty favorable trade. But by swingy board states, I mean, the control options in this meta with the Belle, with the Elsa, they allow you, and Hades even, they allow you to establish a character on the board while removing an opponent's character. And it results in these huge swings in board states where one player feels like they have a pretty good edge, and all of a sudden, with like 1 or 2 cards, the other player gains an edge on the board. And it's this back and forth, 1-2 punch that we see constantly. And we're seeing it again here where Carlos, swinging in, and it felt like Frank had the edge at the start of the turn, and now Carlos here with plenty of ink to play. Here comes another Belle coming down.
Bell will be able to move that damage, and if you want, you can go ahead and take out that Happy who's sitting over there lurking, looking for a plus, healing your Dumbo in the process. I don't hate it because that Hypnotic Strength is such a looming threat. I think you got to just get him off the board. Frank trying to not look at the Happy. He's going to get spotted anyway and get sniped with that Bell fling damage maneuver. You're going to ink another card here. So just like you said, back and forth, back and forth. It's like almost like a tennis match here.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And that's what it really feels like this meta, especially with the Blurple Mirror, or in this case, the Amethyst Steel Blurple match. It's just this back and forth. And it's to be honest, JD, I find it really fun to watch.
But in this situation, Frank's hand just doesn't have a lot of motion to it. As I saw multiple Calhouns in there, this Genie is going to have to do a favorable draw, and the White Rose is not a bad card to get either, but you need to find some of those strings. As this game gets longer, I think inevitability tends to go towards Franco's position as we start to get some of those high-impact cards we were talking about, and we know that Franco is holding a second star to the right, but Frank Carson is recognizing that. It's like, hey, maybe I just need to start trying to run this race and get this game over, because the longer it lasts, I think the needle goes closer and closer to Carlos' position.
Yeah, there's just some really good top end in Carlos's deck that's hard to overcome. Elsa, the Spirit of Winter, sometimes run here. Monstro is a big presence that can clear the board and win you the game. And then again, that second star is always looming. And if you let things get out of control and let the game go for too long, that's drawing 5 cards just can really give Blurple enough to overcome.